Upon exiting the esteemed Manchester University, Shao Ming and Li Long entered a quaint little restaurant. The establishment was modest in size, presided over by a rather portly proprietor. It was immensely popular among students due to the delectable Thai cuisine it offered. Fortunately, the duo had a light schedule that morning. Otherwise, they would likely have found the restaurant devoid of available seating. "How did you fare on yesterday's financial risk exam?" Li Long inquired as they settled into their seats. "Not so much how did I fare, but rather how did I guess?" Shao Ming retorted, tossing his satchel onto the table. Li Long chuckled. "Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. I'll be sitting next to you for exams next semester." "Wait, are you planning to copy off me even after you've retaken a course?" The proprietor approached their table, presenting them with the menu. "Hey, Johnny," Li Long greeted the owner. "Hello, boys from China." Shao Ming glanced at the menu and ordered, "I'll have a portion of codfish and chips, 2 servings of pork chops, a plate of Thai stir-fried rice noodles, 2 fried eggs, and 2 glasses of orange juice." "Same as always, right?" the owner noted, taking the menu. "It'll be ready shortly." Li Long regarded Shao Ming and remarked, "Your English accent is becoming increasingly refined." Shao Ming raised an eyebrow. "You should learn from me." "Get lost." Shao Ming tilted his head curiously. Normally, the restaurant was run by a husband and wife team. Yet today he noticed the absence of the owner's wife. "Where's his wife today?" "Didn't I mention?" Li Long replied. "I heard that after her recovery, her condition worsened again. She was better than last week." "Why not go to the hospital?" "The hospital? There have been many severe after effects lately. One cannot simply walk in without a wait." Shao Ming grimaced, thankful he had avoided infection during the pandemic. Li Long continued, "It's strange. It's been half a year since the last pandemic, yet now we're seeing after effects again." "Then you should be cautious," Shao Ming reminded him, recalling that Li Long had been infected 6 months prior. "Trust me," Li Long patted his chest confidently, "I'm in great shape." Shao Ming observed Li Long's physique. He had always been fond of weightlifting back home, his build robust. Indeed, if you mutated, you'd certainly become an elite monster. A diner at a nearby table adjusted the volume on the television. 3 days ago, the first case of severe aftereffect from the virus surfaced, with numerous videos circulating online. People are beginning to speculate whether the aftereffect could transform individuals into zombie-like states. Currently, the authorities have yet to respond to the related videos. But rumors suggest that the virus remains active post-infection, mutating further within the infected. The virus itself is already absurd. Now, it's mutating into zombies? "Your food is here." The owner placed the stir-fried noodles and pork chops in front of them, then turned the television to a sports channel. "I believe the aftereffects aren't much to worry about." The two exchanged glances but fell into silence. After their meal, they strolled towards their off-campus apartment. Though situated outside the campus, it was merely separated by a street, mirroring the student accommodations with its 2-bedroom layout. The rent was slightly higher, but the spacious social apartment featured an independent bathroom and a washing machine, making it quite comfortable to live in. The building boasted 6 floors, with only an antiquated elevator and a spiral staircase leading to each apartment door. Rumor had it that this structure was constructed before World War I and remarkably survived the bombings of World War II. As they ascended the stairs, Shao Ming asked Li Long, "Wilson mentioned going to the shooting range this weekend. Are you joining?" "You're all going again?" Li Long rummaged through his bag, finally producing a key. "I'd rather spend that money visiting my sister." "Is there anything in your mind besides women?" "Fitness." Arriving at their apartment door on the 3rd floor, Li Long was about to insert the key when they heard a series of irritating footsteps from downstairs. "Hurry and open the door," Shao Ming urged. Li Long quickly unlocked the door, and as they stepped inside, a man's furious shout echoed from the hallway. "Asian folks, why don't you get lost?" "Hey, you white pig," Li Long retorted from behind the door. Hey, open the door." The door was pounded violently, and Shao Ming feared it might come crashing down, not out of fear of the man outside, but rather the potential financial burden it could impose. The man outside was the cantankerous Brit living across the hall, a middle-aged man with a penchant for alcohol and severe racist tendencies. If he resided in America, he would surely be a quintessential Texan redneck, rendering him a less-than-ideal neighbor for the two. Son of a dog, Li Long grabbed a baseball bat from beside the door, ready to confront the man. "Wait," Shao Ming quickly restrained him. "Have you dealt with it before? Just ignore him, and he'll eventually leave." I always said we should have moved to a different place. Li Long tossed the bat aside, and they pretended not to hear the commotion outside. Within 2 minutes, the noise outside indeed subsided. Shao Ming reclined on the sofa and pulled out his phone, opening YouTube. The screen was flooded with news regarding the aftereffects of the infection. Some vloggers discussed the virus's mutation mechanisms, while others documented worsening symptoms among their acquaintances, and some offered tips on preparing for a biochemical crisis. This virus is such a hassle, Shao Ming lamented. As Li Long retrieved a can of cola from the refrigerator, he remarked, "It's the Americans' doing. I've always said it's a man-made virus." Shao Ming set down his phone and glanced at Li Long before clicking on a video about preparing for a biochemical crisis. In this episode, we welcome Doomsday Prepper expert Jack, who will guide us on how to stockpile supplies and survive a zombie crisis. If there really were a biochemical crisis, Li Long tossed the cola to Shao Ming. We wouldn't have to worry about exams. Just as they both lay on the sofa engrossed in their phones, a series of violent crashes erupted from downstairs. Chapter 2. The accident below. My goodness. Li Long nearly leapt from the sofa, rushing to the window to gaze down. Shao Ming followed closely, eager to discern the unfolding chaos below. Outside, a sedan had collided with the rear of a small truck. The entire hood crumpled beneath the weight of the truck's cargo area. The driver's cabin was utterly deformed, and the two men looked on in horror as the driver appeared to be partially severed. Heavens! Li Long turned away, unable to bear the sight any longer. The sudden impact had startled those nearby. Some pedestrians had just reached safety and were preparing to call for help, while several robust individuals hurried forward to assess the situation. "Quick, save him. Hurry. The driver is still moving. Move the truck," urged one bystander. The truck driver, roused from his shock by the insistence of others, managed to inch his vehicle forward. Since the sedan had struck the truck's right rear, the driver's cabin remained relatively intact, though the passenger seat was already a gruesome scene of carnage. Coughing, Shao Ming, despite having seen his fair share of graphic films, felt his stomach churn at witnessing such a scene in real life for the first time. A few onlookers retched by the roadside, while shouts and cries echoed throughout the street, drawing the attention of students from nearby schools. As a group struggled to extract the driver from the wreckage, a sudden cry pierced the air. "There's someone in the back," exclaimed a rescuer. "It's a child! It's a child!" Several rushed to the rear, relieved to find that the back door remained unscathed, and they swiftly pulled the child to safety. Shao Ming looked on, his heart sinking as he beheld an infant, seemingly no more than 8 or 9 months old, staring vacantly into space. "There's a child," he murmured. "My heavens!" Li Long, standing inside, gasped. The psychological trauma this child would endure would haunt them for a lifetime. Though Shao Ming was not particularly empathetic, he couldn't help but imagine that the front seat was likely occupied by the child's parents. "Oh no! Damn it, get him off!" The commotion outside drew Shao Ming's attention, and to his astonishment, the recently rescued child had bitten the arm of the person who had saved him. The surrounding crowd reeled in shock. No one could have anticipated such a rapid succession of calamities within mere minutes. "Get someone to pull him away." As the infant seemed poised to tear flesh from the rescuer's neck, a woman, presumably the rescuer's girlfriend, rushed forward in an attempt to pry the child away. However, her intervention inadvertently aided the infant in sinking its teeth deeper into the rescuer's neck. Though the infant was ultimately freed, Shao Ming could only watch in horror as the child tore a piece of flesh from the rescuer's neck, chewing it with a disturbing nonchalance. The 2 tiny teeth had been wrenched from the infant's gums, yet it seemed utterly unconcerned, fixating instead on its prey with blood-red eyes. "This is a disaster. We are truly facing a biohazard situation." The rescuer's girlfriend stood frozen in shock, her fear causing her to release her grip, and the infant fell to the ground. "My heavens!" The infant tumbled to the ground, seemingly oblivious to any sensation of pain, and, flipping over, crawled towards the woman using all 4 limbs. Shao Ming, like the other onlookers, was utterly bewildered. On the left side of the road lay a completely mangled sedan alongside a small truck, its cargo area stained with blood. To the right, an eerie infant, gnawing on human flesh, crawled menacingly towards others. "Zombies!" A voice cried out, igniting panic among the crowd, who began to scatter in all directions, including several individuals who had been assisting the driver, now fleeing in haste. Aside from a few daring souls on the school premises and apartment windowsills, the once bustling street had transformed into a desolate expanse. However, An increased number of spectators had gathered at both ends of the street. At this moment, Li Long returned to the window. Feeling a wave of nausea, yet compelled by curiosity about the unfolding chaos below, the grotesque infant, having seen its prey flee in a frenzy, let out a shrill scream directed at the sky. The infant's tender throat emitted such a bizarre sound that it sent chills down the spines of all present. "Where's my phone?" Li Long fished his device from his pocket, activating the camera. The infant turned its head, spotting the two observers above, and grinned widely at them. Under normal circumstances, Shao Ming would have teased Li Long about his TikTok expertise, but now he was rendered speechless by astonishment. Several patrol officers burst forth from the crowd, with two rushing towards the infant by the roadside. "Officer!" Several university students shouted from within the campus, "Stay away. It might bite." The officers exchanged glances, frowning in concern. "Officer, don't go near it," called out the girlfriend of the injured man from across the intersection. Shao Ming followed the sound and noticed that the bystanders had instinctively created space for the couple, while the man, with the assistance of another officer, pressed down on his wound. At that moment, the infant noticed the approaching officers, opening its gaping maw and crawling menacingly towards them. Its once innocent eyes now a deep crimson. No prompting was necessary for the officers. They quickly discerned that this infant was far from ordinary. Unfamiliar with such a bizarre scenario, the two officers hesitated, instinctively retreating. Another officer, who had been aiding the driver, also turned to investigate the commotion. Shao Ming observed as the two officers exchanged a few words. One began to shift to the right, while the other three formed a circle around the strange infant. "Back away." The officer positioned directly in front of the infant placed a hand on his taser, while another retrieved handcuffs. "Grab it," a voice shouted, unclear whose it was, prompting the officer behind the infant to dash forward, seizing the child's clothing and lifting it up. The infant shrieked incessantly, its blood-soaked hands flailing in the air. "Stay calm, stay calm." Another officer rushed forward, hastily securing the infant's feet in handcuffs, while the latter continued to squirm and twist, attempting to bite the two officers behind it. The wail of a police siren echoed in the distance, prompting the onlookers to clear a path. The ambulance took the injured away, and with the assistance of the police, they managed to control the mutated child. At that moment, a crowd began to gather, seeking answers from the officers. "This is an isolated incident," shouted a senior-looking officer to the crowd, urging them not to panic and to return home promptly. However, numerous similar incidents were unfolding throughout the city of Manchester. Chapter 3. A series of strange events due to the unbelievable scene that transpired downstairs at noon. Shao Ming and Li Long decided to skip their afternoon classes. After a phone call with their families, Shao Ming spent the entire afternoon on the sofa, perusing all the information available online regarding the aftermath of the events, his brows knitting tighter with each passing moment. Meanwhile, Li Long resorted to an intense workout, seemingly believing that physical exertion was the only way to calm his tumultuous emotions. Gradually, Shao Ming not only consumed information online, but also brought out several sheets of paper to take notes. A couple of hours later, the streets began to buzz with commotion as many people emerged from their homes to rush to the supermarkets and stock up on supplies. Just as the two friends hesitated on whether to join the throng, an elderly man suddenly collapsed on the ground. The man's condition was already precarious, and his wife, who intended to assist him to the hospital, cried out helplessly. Yet, bystanders recoiled in fear, choosing to distance themselves from the scene, with some even opting to take a detour to avoid the area altogether. As fate would have it, it wasn't too long before the elderly man, who had spent a lifetime cherishing his beloved wife, bit her neck in a terrifying display. Fortunately, the chaos did not persist for long. Public services remained operational, and the police and medical personnel arrived swiftly to subdue yet another mutated individual. Such occurrences had already transpired in most communities within the city, in numerous urban areas across the nation, and in many countries around the globe. This revelation thoroughly alarmed the two men upstairs, leading them to unanimously agree that it would be best to remain in their apartment for the time being. As evening approached, the warm glow of the setting sun filtered into their home. At that point, the sirens outside had sounded a total of 48 times since that afternoon. Li Long set down the weights he was lifting and remarked, "You need to see this." Shao Ming stood up and retrieved a long-unused whiteboard from the corner of the living room. He positioned it in the center of the room and wrote a date on it, 35. 3 days prior, on March 5th, the first video had circulated online. Shao Ming displayed his phone to Li Long. In the video, A man with bloodshot eyes was frantically pursuing his family within a residence, blood still staining his lips. Initially, when the video was released, many assumed it was special effects or a short film, and as the video concluded, Shao Ming continued, hence, it didn't create much of a stir online. By yesterday, Shao Ming inscribed the number 36 on the whiteboard and added, videos similar to this have been sprouting like mushrooms after rain. Yesterday, we were preoccupied with preparing for this morning's exam in the library and missed out on these crucial updates. Li Long took the phone and began to browse through Shao Ming's viewing history from the afternoon, which contained at least 100 videos featuring different locations and protagonists. However, they all shared a singular, disturbing characteristic. Their eyes were completely shrouded in a blood-red hue, rendering their pupils and sclera invisible, reminiscent of the infant they had witnessed earlier that day. Today, Shao Ming had noted down the current date, and already, tens of thousands of related videos had emerged worldwide. The most concentrated outbreak was reported in the United Kingdom. Could it be zombies? Li Long inquired, his voice laced with incredulity. Shao Ming shrugged and replied, the issue is that these individuals transform into such creatures approximately 2 weeks after an acute infection. Of course, there are some, particularly the youth, who undergo mutations in a remarkably brief period. Li Long's complexion paled. If this was related to the pandemic, he would be unable to escape its grasp. Observing Li Long's expression, Shao Ming offered some reassurance. There is still no direct evidence. What Shao Ming did not mention was that a number of bloggers had meticulously compiled the locations of the videos, aligning almost perfectly with the pandemic trends from 6 months prior. Many individuals suffering from relapses of post-infection symptoms experienced a rapid decline in their condition within the final days, or even hours, presenting symptoms such as blindness and internal bleeding. Although there was no documented evidence of how individuals transformed into those terrifying forms, the post-infection symptoms appeared inextricably linked to the notion of zombification. Let us hope not. Li Long slumped onto the sofa, murmuring, if that is the case. I certainly don't wish to end up like that. Don't dwell on such thoughts, Shao Ming comforted, patting Li Long's shoulder. There's no definitive proof that everyone infected 6 months ago will necessarily experience a relapse now, nor that a relapse will lead to mutation. Before Shao Ming could finish speaking, a thunderous roar echoed from outside. The two turned toward the sound to see a dark silhouette plummeting rapidly from the sky. Moments later, they discerned it was a large passenger plane. The aircraft crashed into the high-rises of the city center, followed by a deafening explosion. My goodness, the two exchanged glances, realizing that the apocalypse was indeed upon them. Half an hour later, the two, panting heavily, had gathered all useful items from their apartment: 2 boxes of instant food, 2 barrels of bottled water, several apples, 16 bottles of beer, 6 bottles of cola, 1 frozen pork chop, and 1 lamb chop, assorted vegetables, various seasonings, a dozen packs of snacks, hundreds of masks and gloves hoarded during the pandemic, a baseball bat, and a kitchen knife. Conservatively estimated, this would suffice for the two of them for about a week. Should we venture outside to take a look? Li Long asked, noting the dwindling supplies at home. Shao Ming was uncertain about whether or not they should step out, not to mention whether anything could still be found in the supermarket. If the bloggers were correct, one could never know whether those outside had already suffered relapses, potentially transforming into zombies at any moment. Shao Ming glanced at Li Long beside him, relieved that his companion was still safe for now. Yet, he feared the moment when his friend might also become one of the undead. Both were aware of the unspoken truth. They were merely avoiding the topic. I should have listened to my mother, he thought. Shao Ming smiled wryly, recalling how his parents had cautioned him to keep some supplies at home during the pandemic 6 months ago. He had disregarded their advice and now found himself regretting his lack of foresight. The dilemma he faced was stark: to starve at home or to venture outside and risk a random fatal encounter. Chapter 4. The Hardware Store. After considerable deliberation, the two decided to seize the opportunity and venture out before sunset. Although the government was still operational, the question of whether they could truly manage the crisis remained uncertain. Inaction was not an option. Moreover, even if the government was functioning, it appeared to be on the verge of collapse. If the military were to impose a comprehensive lockdown on the city, the availability of essential supplies would be in jeopardy. The cacophony of sirens had not ceased. And following the plane crash, the city's emergency and law enforcement services were teetering on the brink of failure. Just as it had been at the onset of the pandemic, public order was set to disintegrate within 72 hours. Unlike the early days of the outbreak, however, People were no longer merely fearful of contracting the virus. They now faced the uncertainty of whether they might soon experience the resurgence of debilitating symptoms. If this trajectory continued, the number of the mutated would only proliferate, and the government would inevitably seal off the city, forcing even the undead to remain confined at home. As twilight approached, many looters had returned home, allowing them to evade the more violent crowds. Each donned a backpack, and before stepping out, Li Long gripped a baseball bat, while Shao Ming secured a kitchen knife at his waist. Li Long glanced back at Shao Ming before opening the door and stepping outside. Descending the stairs to the street, they observed a few pedestrians hurrying along with their bundles. Aside from the distant plumes of black smoke and the remnants of bloodstains on the pavement, the scene felt eerily normal. Not far from their apartment lay a fresh produce supermarket, and the two resolved to try their luck there first. The supermarket's doors remained ajar, yet the shelves were in disarray, with an employee sweeping the entrance. Upon noticing the pair, the employee waved dismissively, stating, "There's nothing left." "Are you not heading home?" Shao Ming inquired. "I'm on duty," the employee replied, casting a fleeting glance at Shao Ming before returning to his task. Shao Ming found himself at a loss for words and left with Li Long. Most of the shops downstairs were either emptied or securely shut, compelling them to venture further afield. Suddenly, a guttural roar erupted from a nearby building, followed by the piercing screams of a woman and the cries of a child. Those carrying supplies nearby recoiled in terror, hastily fleeing the scene. Shao Ming shot a glance at Li Long, whose expression was one of palpable dread. "Are you all right?" Shao Ming asked. No, I'm fine," Li Long replied with a quaver in his voice. "I'm not exhibiting any symptoms. I'm all right, really. If you start to feel anything, please let me know," Shao Ming said, placing a reassuring hand on Li Long's shoulder. "If I change, remember to hit me in the head." Li Long choked back tears. "Tell my mother I love her." Shao Ming shook Li Long gently, responding, "At least you're still alive. Have you forgotten what you often tell me? Your outlook on life? Even if tomorrow brings death, we must live well today." Li Long could hardly conceal the trepidation swelling within him, yet he nodded earnestly and replied, "Yes, we must live well." Upon exiting the block and reaching the main road, they encountered a sea of vehicles stranded due to traffic restrictions. Many individuals had abandoned their cars, opting instead to proceed on foot. At least, for the moment, it appeared that the living were still plentiful. "Further north along this main road lies a commercial district," Shao Ming remarked. Li Long nodded, recalling the multitude of bars and nightclubs in that area, along with numerous shops. "We should hasten," he urged, glancing around at the many individuals, like themselves, carrying bags and making their way towards the city center. The chaos intensified as they advanced. The streets were increasingly disorderly, filled with frantic crowds, blaring horns, and shattered glass from storefronts. Approaching the vicinity of the commercial district, the scene transcended mere chaos. Hundreds, if not thousands, of people were looting the various stores, some even assaulting police cars in an attempt to drag the officers from within. The two men veered around to a side, intending to enter through a locked alleyway. The back entrance of the commercial street where most shops received their supplies. Shao Ming tugged at the iron gate, but it was locked tight. Li Long assessed the gate's height, approximately 6 feet, and tapped Shao Ming on the shoulder, saying, "It's not too high. We should be able to climb over." After a brief search, they spotted a warehouse with its back door ajar. Embracing a sense of daring, they stepped into the store's warehouse. A handful of people were crouched beside the shelves, unboxing goods and stuffing packaged food into their bags. Upon noticing Li Long and Shao Ming's entrance, they merely glanced over before continuing their looting. The two quickly joined the fray, tearing open large boxes from the shelves and filling their backpacks. A cacophony erupted outside the warehouse door, soon followed by someone beginning to pound on it. Those who had entered first had already fled, and the remaining few were preparing to escape. The warehouse was not large, and should those outside burst in, it was uncertain whether they could safeguard their belongings. "How much have you got?" Shao Ming inquired. "About enough," Li Long replied, shouldering his backpack and cradling a box of biscuits in his arms. Observing this, Shao Ming grabbed the nearest box before them. They hastily exited the store's warehouse, scaling the iron gate to return to the main road. "Look over there." Shao Ming gestured towards a hardware store across the street. "Let us procure some weapons." Just as they were about to cross, they saw the shopkeeper lowering the rolling shutter. Shao Ming dashed forward, tossing aside his box to prop the shutter with his hands. "No, I'm closing up. I won't sell anything," the shopkeeper stated. Attempting to pull down the shutter, Li Long rushed to assist Shao Ming, together straining against the door. "We can trade with you," Shao Ming proposed. "I want a chainsaw." The shopkeeper hesitated, asking, "What do you have to exchange?" Sensing the weight of the shutter had lessened, Shao Ming quickly pushed the shutter open to about waist height, and both men squeezed inside. Shao Ming kicked his box of provisions in front of the boss and inquired, "Is this sufficient?" The boss surveyed the two men and then glanced at another box behind Li Long, responding, £300 for both boxes, and I shall exchange them for a chainsaw." Just as Shao Ming was about to turn and seek Li Long's counsel, he noticed Li Long had raised a baseball bat. In the next moment, the boss lay bleeding on the ground, unconscious. Chapter 5. Evacuation news. Amidst the throngs of people, the two returned home, combining their plunder with the supplies already in their possession. One box contained biscuits, another housed instant fried chicken, along with a small amount of nuts and a considerable quantity of bread, not to mention a chainsaw and 2 barrels of pre-mixed engine oil. As Shao Ming placed the last packet of biscuits into the cupboard, he remarked, "These provisions should last us about 2 weeks if we ration them." Li Long leaned against the sofa, his head tilted, remaining silent as he picked up the remote and turned on the television. Since the first outbreak of human frenzy several days ago, numerous reports of similar incidents had emerged globally, with over 1 million cases confirmed by the time of writing. Notable athlete Mei Dong had been reported to be suffering from a resurgence of flu-related complications and was now bedridden. In the United States, thousands gathered in front of the White House, demanding a governmental response to the zombie crisis, with over 100 individuals arrested during the protests. After flipping through several channels, all of which were inundated with news of the undead, Li Long switched to a local drama channel, only to find that the scheduled soap opera had been replaced by a stark blue screen with white text announcing the following. The Manchester City Council has declared a citywide curfew beginning tonight at 10 o'clock following this afternoon's plane crash incident. Citizens are advised to remain indoors and secure their doors and windows. Should any family members, friends, or neighbors exhibit symptoms such as limb weakness, diminished vision, or loss of taste, please isolate them promptly and contact the authorities. In the event of high fever or bleeding, seek medical attention immediately. Please be assured that the situation is under control and all patients will receive proper care. We urge everyone not to panic excessively and refrain from raiding supermarkets for supplies. For further information, please follow the city's official account on Twitter. Shao Ming took a seat just in time to catch the television broadcast and picked up his phone to check Twitter. The comments below the city government's post were ablaze with activity. Some claimed the government was deceiving the populace. Others reported that family members had already mutated, while some lamented their own emerging symptoms, and others prayed for divine intervention, asserting that the apocalypse had arrived. Amidst the cacophony of chatter, he discovered that someone had created a topic titled Manchester Survivors for the purpose of information exchange. With a sense of curiosity, Shao Ming clicked on it. The most popular tweets within this topic detailed the symptoms experienced by individuals or those in their vicinity. He set his phone down and noticed Li Long was also engrossed in his device, prompting him to ask, "Have you found any news?" In the International Students WeChat group, someone mentioned that there might be plans to organize an evacuation in a couple of days, Li Long replied. Not long after the pandemic began, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs had initiated a large-scale evacuation, during which Shao Ming had departed from the UK. Otherwise, he too might have succumbed to infection. It is indeed a fortunate turn of events. Upon hearing the news of the evacuation, Shao Ming immediately straightened his posture, eager to return home as swiftly as possible. Li Long nodded, his expression noticeably more relaxed. If these mutants were indeed related to the massive infection from half a year ago, he had no desire to perish in a foreign land, regardless of the quality of medical assistance available back home. He decided to make a phone call to his family. As Li Long spoke, he rose and walked into his bedroom. Shao Ming watched his departing figure, contemplating whether he should offer some words of encouragement, yet found himself at a loss. When the video call connected, he was met with the anxious visage of his mother. "I was just about to call you. I heard that a plane crashed near your area. Are you all right?" "I am perfectly fine," Shao Ming reassured her, patting his chest. Indeed, a plane did crash, but it was at least 10 kilometers away from us, so the impact is minimal. However, a curfew has been implemented in the city. Are you lacking in food, water, or supplies? What about medicine? Do you still have any? If not, you must purchase some immediately. Shao Ming chuckled softly. Under the current circumstances, one could hardly refer to it as shopping, as everyone on the streets was partaking in a form of zero-cost acquisition. Nevertheless, he did not wish to worry his mother, so he answered almost instinctively, We have ample supplies. Just today, Li Long and I went out and brought back a considerable amount. You need not fret. That's a relief. I have seen some videos. Those foreigners resemble monsters, just as you described earlier today. We still do not know the full extent of the situation, he continued. Some claim it is connected to the pandemic, yet there has been no official statement clarifying matters. After inquiring about the family's well-being, Shao Ming asked his mother, "What is the situation like back home?" She replied, "I haven't heard much, but several cities have been locked down again since yesterday." The domestic outbreak was the first to occur on a large scale. If these mutations were indeed linked to the pandemic, then domestic infections should have begun over a fortnight ago. Pondering this, he recalled that approximately a week prior, cities in his homeland had begun to enforce lockdowns once more, with officials attributing it to a second wave of infections. Shao Ming quickly opened Twitter to peruse news from home. Several cities, which had been severely affected during the initial outbreak, were once again under lockdown. Ambulances and police vehicles traversed the streets incessantly, yet the impact on the daily lives of ordinary citizens appeared to be minimal. Beyond that, no additional information was available. The cities most afflicted in his homeland had seen tens of thousands infected, a mere fraction within the millions of the urban populace, which might not prove as dire as the situations abroad. Is something wrong? His mother inquired, noticing his silence. No, it's nothing, Shao Ming replied. You should stock up on supplies at home. After conversing for a while longer, he ended the call. Li Long had not yet emerged from his bedroom, and though he considered checking in on him, he ultimately decided against it. Perhaps spending more time with family would elevate his spirits. Approaching the window, Shao Ming intended to get some fresh air, but was instead greeted by intermittent roars and screams, accompanied by the relentless wailing of sirens, prompting him to close the window once more. He picked up his phone and entered the WeChat group, where the international students were abuzz with the possibility of evacuation. At that moment, Li Long stepped out of his bedroom, his demeanor appearing significantly improved. As the members of the group were chattering animatedly about the evacuation, an unexpected message abruptly interrupted their discourse. I seem to be exhibiting symptoms of post-traumatic effects. Shao Ming set aside his phone and addressed Li Long, who was also engrossed in the news. Perhaps we should stop looking at this. Would you like to eat something? Chapter 6. Deteriorating situation with the oil heating in the pan. Shao Ming tore open a packet of defrosted steak and tossed it into the frying pan. The sizzling sounds masked the cacophony outside. Li Long began to switch television channels, but after several attempts, he could not find a satisfactory program. How about a few episodes of a drama? Shao Ming suggested as he flipped the steak, adding, if the apocalypse were to truly arrive in a few days, we ought to indulge in some semblance of a spiritual life. You are right, Li Long remarked, turning off the television. He retreated to the bedroom and retrieved his tablet. What about The Walking Dead? Perhaps not. We might soon be playing a real-life version of it, so let us avoid the fiction. They both chuckled as the aroma of the steak gradually filled the room. Time swiftly passed, and as the clock struck 10, the outside world grew quiet, punctuated only by police sirens and sporadic gunfire. Shao Ming and Li Long exchanged glances, striving to suppress their imaginations regarding the turmoil outside. We should visit the pharmacy tomorrow, Shao Ming suggested. We need to stock up on some essential medications. If we successfully evacuate back home, we won't need any, Li Long replied. Better to be prepared for both scenarios. Shao Ming paused before continuing. If worst comes to worst, we can just leave the door open and let whoever finds it take what they need. Let us hope the evacuation succeeds. Li Long retrieved his phone. The student group chat had also quieted down, with no new updates. Let us get some sleep, Shao Ming said, rising to pat Li Long on the shoulder before making his way to his bedroom. Lying in bed, Shao Ming found sleep elusive. So much had transpired that day. The morning had been consumed by exams, and by afternoon, the city had descended into chaos. Monsters, car crashes, a plane crash. The image of that infant's blood-red eyes was indelibly etched in his mind. It was reminiscent of the onset of the pandemic, which had arrived with such suddenness, even more so than the latter. At least the pandemic had granted a month before it spread across the globe. Had hospitals truly received so many patients with post-traumatic symptoms without any information being released? Was the government unaware, or were they suppressing news to prevent panic? Or did the post-traumatic effects have any relation to the mutations? Could those who survived the pandemic be fortunate enough to evade this new crisis? Lost in thoughts for an indeterminate time, Shao Ming finally succumbed to sleep. The duration of his slumber remained a mystery, as he was roused by the noise outside. Groggily, he reached for his phone and realized it was already 9 in the morning. Upon opening his door, he encountered Li Long, who bore the same dark circles under his eyes. The two approached the window to peer outside, where a vast parade was advancing along the main road not far from their location. They could faintly discern signs held aloft by some individuals, bearing messages such as "We want the truth" and "What has happened to my family?" Among the marchers, several were armed with various weapons, ranging from clubs to firearms. Shao Ming tucked his hair back, departed from the window, and retrieved 2 bags of cookies from the cabinet, accompanied by cola and the cacophony outside. The two settled at the dining table to partake in breakfast. "Should we fill the water?" Li Long inquired. "I am uncertain," Shao Ming replied, shaking his head. While the city appeared to be on the brink of collapse, it was essential to prepare for a potential water outage. Yet, public services seemed to be functioning. To be prudent, they filled every container in the house with water. "Now we have food, water, basic medicine, and weapons," Shao Ming remarked. "Though we might still need some antibiotics and painkillers. Given the current situation, it is best to refrain from venturing outside." Li Long opened his phone, continuing to peruse news regarding the evacuation of citizens. They lingered in the house for a while longer, contemplating the possibility of waiting for the parade to disperse before venturing out. But the sounds of the procession outside grew increasingly louder, soon followed by a barrage of gunfire. "Well, it seems the protest has escalated into civil war," Shao Ming remarked to Li Long. "You know, this might actually be a good sign. At least there are still many people willing to protest." "Perhaps," Li Long replied, "or it could indicate that the government is still operational and the police are still active." Just moments earlier on the street, demonstrators were hurling bricks and makeshift Molotov cocktails at riot police, who retaliated with beanbag rounds and tear gas. Amid the chaos, a man seated by the street suddenly collapsed in agony, initially unnoticed amidst the chaos caused by the tear gas. After a brief moment, he rose, his eyes now a vivid crimson. While the protesters were being forced back by the police, this man charged directly towards the shield wall formed by the riot officers. "Engage!" shouted one of the riot officers. His comrades swiftly extended their beanbag guns over the shield wall and fired at the man. However, rather than falling, he surged forward with even greater ferocity towards the police line. His body collided solidly with the riot shield, prompting several officers to rush forward and deploy stun guns against him. His muscles instantly convulsed, and he fell to the ground, twitching uncontrollably. One officer, seeing that the man was incapacitated, quickly produced handcuffs to restrain him. Unexpectedly, the man unleashed an unimaginable strength, breaking free from the officer's grip and biting down on his hand. "Ah, damn it, I've been bitten," the bitten officer exclaimed, striking the man's head. Yet the man clung on tighter. Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, an officer in the back raised his rifle and shot the man in the head. At last, this had some effect. The man collapsed, motionless. Several teammates hastily assisted the injured officer to the rear of the line. "The police have killed someone," a voice cried out from the crowd. Instantly, someone in the protest drew their handgun and opened fire on the officers. The ordinary explosion-proof shield crafted from acrylic is utterly inadequate in halting bullets. A 9mm handgun round pierced through the shield of a riot police officer, striking him directly in the neck. The officer was injured. "Someone has collapsed. Medical assistance. Where are the doctors?" Immediately thereafter, another bullet was fired from the crowd. "Return fire," a senior officer commanded. "Fire at whom?" a police officer inquired. Several more rounds were unleashed, causing 2 officers at the front line to fall. "Everyone, target all individuals armed with firearms." Chapter 7. Terror at the pharmacy. An hour later, the streets began to settle into a semblance of calm. The police commenced the grim task of clearing the fallen bodies. With hospitals having transformed into zones of devastation due to the mutations, many of the wounded received no aid whatsoever, left to lie by the roadside as their blood drained away. Meanwhile, the 2 individuals still hiding in their apartment gleaned information about the situation on the street several hundred meters away through online videos. Under normal circumstances, footage of a violent exchange of lethal fire between protesters and riot police would undoubtedly ignite a global outcry. However, today, social media platforms were inundated with videos of unrest and conflict from various locales. Some individuals surged into the streets due to the mutations affecting their loved ones. Others sought the truth from the government, while some, exhibiting symptoms of post-effects, joined the fray, and a few attempted to blend into the protest to seize supplies. Shao Ming opened a video in which a doctor, in despair, was hiding in an office, bidding farewell to his family. "I do not know what to do. All my patients have mutated, They have gone mad. Please, do not come to the hospital anymore. My colleagues and I have done our utmost. The post-effects are indeed related to the mutations, but some individuals showing symptoms have yet to mutate. However, they have been bitten to death, literally torn apart. Some normal individuals have already gone insane. Alexia, I am so sorry. Daddy cannot come home to celebrate your birthday. The doctor's helpless sobs marked the end of the video. Shao Ming exited the video, his heart heavy with mixed emotions. It was not until noon that the streets began to resemble normalcy once more. Some residents had ventured out of their homes in search of supplies. It is time to set out, Li Long declared, shouldering his backpack and handing another bag to Shao Ming. The pharmacy with the most supplies was located near the Manchester Royal Hospital, which was closest to their apartment. Although the situation within the hospital remained uncertain, the videos shared by others indicated that the police had secured the premises. This 18th-century hospital was now completely cordoned off by law enforcement. With patrol officers reassigned to maintain order, the perimeter was guarded by heavily armed special forces. It was also conceivable that the firepower of regular officers would be insufficient to counter any breaches of the hospital's defenses. Several armored vehicles encircled the hospital's entrance, with special forces aiming their weapons within. A group of individuals, seemingly relatives of patients, gathered nearby, beseeching the special forces to rush in and rescue their loved ones, while others fervently demanded an immediate sweep of the entire hospital. The commander of the special police unit could only continue to explain that the situation in most major hospitals across the nation was akin to this. The orders from above merely mandated the lockdown of the hospitals, without any further permission for action. Through the glass doors of the hospital, Shao Ming witnessed the horrific scene inside. A seemingly endless throng of mutated beings pressed against the entrance, eager to break free, while the bodies of several doctors clad in white coats lay in a mangled state. Fortunately, the hospital's main entrance had been fortified with steel bars by the police, rendering it momentarily secure against the onslaught of the mutated entities. Let us proceed, Shao Ming suggested, and see if fortune favors us near the hospital. Upon reaching the main road, the scene was even more harrowing than the day before. It seemed that every few steps revealed another pool of blood, and abandoned vehicles lined the street, either smashed or adorned with scattered slogans. Crossing the thoroughfare, the duo finally arrived at the first pharmacy. From this vantage point, they could see the main building of Manchester Royal Hospital. Through the tightly sealed doors, Shao Ming could only glimpse the emptiness of the shelves within. Reluctantly, they continued to approach the hospital, a nagging doubt creeping into Shao Ming's mind. If the mutated beings breached the police blockade, would it be worth risking their lives for a few vials of antibiotics? I will assess the situation. Shao Ming signaled for Li Long to halt and climbed atop a small vehicle to survey ahead. The police had indeed established a cordon at the hospital entrance, and the main doors were securely locked. Shao Ming breathed a sigh of relief. For now, the situation did not appear overly dire. Adjacent to the blood donation center, directly across from the hospital's entrance, was a reasonably sized pharmacy. The two hastened towards it, perhaps due to the chaos earlier in the morning, or the presence of thousands of mutated beings in the hospital across the street. There were not many people inside the pharmacy at that moment. The order within the pharmacy was relatively maintained, possibly owing to the proximity of the special police unit, as customers diligently selected and paid for their items at the shelves. As Shao Ming stepped into the store, he noticed the owner leaning against the counter with his head bowed. The proprietor does not seem well, Shao Ming remarked to Li Long in Chinese. Li Long nodded, drawing a baseball bat from his backpack. I will search for the medication, Shao Ming said, opening his backpack and moving towards the rear shelves in search of antibiotics. Hey! Shao Ming had just managed to locate the much-coveted antibiotics when he heard Li Long calling out loudly. Rushing back to the counter, he found the shopkeeper had collapsed onto the counter, unconscious. He just fell over, Li Long informed the arriving Shao Ming. Are you all right? A bold African-American man had ventured to pat the shopkeeper, only to be met with a sudden bite as the latter's mouth snapped open towards his hand. Get him! Shao Ming exclaimed, though Li Long's baseball bat had already struck the mutated shopkeeper's head. The shopkeeper seemed momentarily stunned, prompting the man to withdraw his hand and scramble away from the pharmacy. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper, now enraged, roared at both Li Long and Shao Ming, thrusting himself over the counter with surprising agility, reminiscent of a scene from a horror film. Li Long lunged forward, delivering a forceful blow to the mutated shopkeeper's head. The latter staggered back, but quickly renewed his assault. This is insane. Li Long hastily raised the baseball bat and the mutated shopkeeper sank his teeth fiercely into it. Shao Ming retrieved a kitchen knife from his waist and stealthily maneuvered behind the shopkeeper. Pressured by the shopkeeper, Li Long was forced to retreat step by step, knocking down various pharmaceuticals from the shelves on either side. With a swift and precise motion, Shao Ming struck the shopkeeper's nape with the knife, severing half of his neck. The shopkeeper's body lost control, propelled forward by inertia, taking 2 steps before collapsing onto the ground. Chapter 8. The Maculo defense line. The mutated shopkeeper's head hung precariously by a mere strip of flesh, his blood-red eyes fixated on the ground, while his mouth feebly continued to gnash. "You wretched creature," Li Long exclaimed as he brought the baseball bat crashing down upon the shopkeeper's head. Again and again, he struck, each blow denting the shopkeeper's forehead deeper. "Youth, lower your weapon at once." 2 special police officers appeared at the entrance of the pharmacy, shouting at Li Long and Shao Ming. Unfazed, Li Long summoned all his strength for one final, devastating blow. With a resounding crack, the shopkeeper's head shattered like a watermelon. Only then did Li Long cease his assault, panting heavily while holding the bat. The metallic scent of blood assaulted Shao Ming's nostrils as he hurriedly picked up a backpack from the ground, only to find the officers raising their weapons. Hey! Shao Ming quickly raised his hands, signaling Li Long to discard the bat. "We must apprehend you, sir," one of the officers declared to Li Long. Shao Ming interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Li Long. "Why? What has he done?" "He has committed murder." This response took Shao Ming by surprise. How could that abomination on the ground still be considered human? "Those are monsters, don't you see?" he retorted. "No. The orders from above dictate that they be treated as patients, just like how you treated those you shot on the streets today." A sudden crash of shattering glass from the direction of the hospital interrupted their exchange. The 4 turned to see that the upper windows had been smashed by the mutated beings, with one plummeting directly from the 4th floor. Following closely were a 2nd and 3rd, and more mutations surged forth, some crashing to the ground headfirst and perishing, while others staggered to their feet. Advancing toward the police line, the reinforced steel barricade had become a mere facade. Fortunately, the height of the 4th floor had left many of the mutated beings with broken legs, forcing them to hobble forward. "Oh no," the special police captain barked, "Open fire. Hold them off." In an instant, gunfire erupted. The sluggish mutated beings were no match for the onslaught of submachine guns and rifles, falling in droves like grass before a scythe. The 2 officers who had stood before Li Long and Shao Ming could no longer afford to concern themselves with them and quickly returned to their positions. "What are you waiting for? Run," Shao Ming urged, grabbing the dazed Li Long and sprinting away. Just as they had not gotten far, one officer inadvertently shattered the glass of the main door. Now, the mutated beings surged frantically through the breach in the barricade, charging toward the special police officers. Several officers swiftly redirected their weapons, attempting to seal off the gap at the entrance. However, numerous aberrations surged forth, rushing towards the SWAT officers. "Load your weapons." The officers exchanged fire, yet an unrelenting tide of mutants continued to pour out from the hospital. "Block the entrance. Use the vehicles, quickly," the SWAT leader bellowed. One officer, nearest to the armored vehicle, leapt aboard without hesitation, ignited the engine, and charged towards the entrance. The armored vehicle crushed several mutants beneath its wheels, forcefully wedging itself against the door. The hastily welded rebar bent upon impact, 2 vertical rods snapping, but this successfully obstructed the entrance for the time being. The driver swiftly crawled towards the rear of the vehicle, intent on escaping through the back door. However, as he pushed it open, a mutant plummeted from above, landing atop the vehicle. The creature tumbled through the open firing slot, seizing the officer's foot. In a desperate attempt, the officer drew his pistol and fired multiple shots at the mutant's head. Just as he turned to flee, several more mutants had already barricaded the door. The magazine of his pistol quickly ran dry, and a few mutants crawled into the armored vehicle. This officer's valiant sacrifice seemed to momentarily halt the mutants' advance. Numerous SWAT officers had drawn their firearms and commenced firing, while more mutants continued to emerge from above. Prior to the mass mutation, thousands had accumulated within the hospital, most of whom had now transformed. Amidst the fierce battle, no one noticed that the 9-ton armored vehicle was being pushed by hundreds of mutants amassed on the 1st floor. One mutant squeezed through the gap created and charged towards the officers. "I'm out of bullets. I have 2 left." As the officers beheld the encroaching mutants, some had already drawn their batons and knives. "Get in the vehicles, retreat." Inform teams B and C that the entrance has been breached. Immediate withdrawal. The SWAT leader jumped into a police car, shouting to the remaining officers to hasten their retreat. Contact headquarters. The Royal Hospital has been compromised. Seal off this area. The officers swiftly entered the nearest police car, while the last remaining armored vehicle floored the accelerator, crashing through the obstructing vehicles and fleeing with the remaining police cars. Without the SWAT's hindrance, the mutants surged out of the hospital, frantically racing through the streets in search of sustenance. Those who could not run fast enough became a feast for the mutants. Meanwhile, Li Long and Shao Ming had just reached the base of their apartment building. Hearing the gunfire cease, Shao Ming could only envision the worst. The hospital had undoubtedly been breached. The two hastily returned home, securing the door with a lock. Shao Ming did not even take off his bag, rushing to the window to peer outside. A dozen mutants scurried past on the street, and just then, a person darted into the street beneath their apartment, spotting Shao Ming peering out. He urgently called, "Help me! Help me!" Shao Ming glanced behind him to see several mutants pursuing the man. Without a second thought, he shut the window. To attempt a rescue now would likely cost him his life. He could only silently apologize to the unfortunate soul. Shao Ming thought, "I hope he was looking at me just now. What's wrong?" Li Long, observing Shao Ming's expression, inquired. "It's nothing," Shao Ming replied, removing his backpack. Feeling his hands tremble, Li Long moved to a nearby sofa and sat down. Perhaps it was the calm that followed the storm. His body suddenly reacted with stress. His breathing quickened, heart racing, gripping the baseball bat tightly. Noticing Li Long's condition, Shao Ming hurried to support him, asking, "Are you all right?" I'm fine. Li Long waved his hand, taking deep breaths, feeling a sudden wave of anxiety. Perhaps it was just the tension from earlier. "Let me get you a bottle of water," Shao Ming said. "All right," Li Long nodded, striving to steady his breathing. After drinking the water Shao Ming brought, Li Long rested for a moment, finding no significant harm. He tossed his backpack onto the sofa and, clutching the bloodied baseball bat, walked into the bathroom. Shao Ming watched as Li Long gradually grew taciturn, glancing at his own hands. In just a couple of days, it seemed both of them had undergone a complete transformation. Chapter 9. The missed evacuation due to the unforeseen circumstances at the pharmacy. They had only managed to bring back a few bottles of antibiotics. Shao Ming returned to the window, observing several mutated beings hunched together, feasting on a corpse. He wondered if it was the individual who had called for help moments earlier. Shao Ming shook his head, hoping it was not so. Yet, a voice within him seemed to blame himself. Perhaps if he had seen a similar video online, he would have resolutely believed he would rush out to save a life. But when the event unfolded right before his eyes, he instinctively recoiled, both physically and psychologically. Today marked the first time the two had encountered the mutated beings at such close quarters. Unlike the zombies depicted in traditional cultural works, these beings exhibited remarkable agility and speed, at times appearing to surpass humans in certain respects. Thankfully, having witnessed numerous gruesome scenes in reality and online over the past few days, Shao Ming managed to keep his composure at the pharmacy. Li Long sat on the sofa, staring blankly at his baseball bat. Shao Ming retrieved a can of beer from the refrigerator and handed it to Li Long, who promptly poured it into his mouth. "Take it slow. Cough, cough," Li Long spluttered, wiping his mouth. The two fell into silence, and Shao Ming pulled out his phone to check the messages in the international student group. The group was flooded with countless messages, all concerning packing and arranging transportation. Shao Ming hurriedly scrolled through the messages until a particularly anticipated one caught his eye. The embassy in the UK announced the initiation of an evacuation plan, aiming to extract Chinese citizens in the shortest time possible. "Look at this," Shao Ming exclaimed excitedly to Li Long. "We can go home." "What?" Li Long quickly grabbed his phone, joining Shao Ming to check the message. Opening the embassy's post, the two searched for evacuation details pertaining to Manchester. Chinese citizens in Liverpool, Manchester, and Leeds are requested to arrive at Manchester Airport by 1 p.m. local time tomorrow. "It's time to set off," Shao Ming said, barely containing his excitement. "Did you see that? We need to be at the airport before 1 p.m. tomorrow." Li Long finally regained some semblance of vitality, nodding with joy. Returning home is, after all, a source of happiness at any time. Shao Ming glanced at the clock. It was already 5 o'clock. "We shall depart early tomorrow morning," he declared. The two promptly began to pack their belongings, with Shao Ming stuffing some food and drink into his backpack while lifting the chainsaw from beside the sofa. The distance from the apartment to Manchester Airport was approximately 15 kilometers, and no one could assure that they would not encounter other mutated beings along the way. Various reports online and their first-hand observations today indicated that normal people and mutated entities were now mingling within the city. Moreover, as time progressed, the number of normal individuals dwindled while the mutated beings proliferated. 15 kilometers. At best, it will take us 3 hours, Li Long remarked. We can leave at 7 and surely reach the airport by noon. Let us leave at 6. Then, Shao Ming replied. The two spent the night in eager anticipation, even preparing a lavish meal. Venturing out for medicine was truly a misguided decision, Li Long lamented. Shao Ming recalled the sight of Li Long smashing the shopkeeper's head and could only say, "We will soon be home." After relishing a hearty meal and speaking with their families over the phone, they retired to bed early. It felt as though everything that had transpired over the past 2 days was merely a dream, with all the horror, panic, and anxiety cast aside. Shao Ming finally enjoyed a restful sleep. However, in the night, distant rumblings and gunfire could be heard. At the break of dawn the next day, the two prepared to set off. Shao Ming opened the window for a brief glance. Below lay a mangled corpse, while the mutated beings from yesterday had vanished without a trace. Cautiously, they stepped onto the street, which was eerily quiet, as if everyone was hiding at home in fear. Yet, upon reaching the main road, they were met with a scene of despair. Hundreds of mutated beings roamed the street, evidently the same ones that had breached the area the day before. In the distance, makeshift barricades formed from heavy truck containers and police buses could be seen. Following the breach at the Manchester Royal Hospital yesterday, the surrounding neighborhoods had been completely sealed off. The police force was now insufficient to eliminate the overwhelming number of mutated entities. Many officers had perished while on riot control and barricade duties, and numerous others were experiencing relapses of symptoms themselves. Consequently, the authorities had no choice but to isolate all neighborhoods surrounding large hospitals, as these areas had become concentrated zones of mutated beings. Since the lockdown was enforced overnight, the two had not seen any news upon waking and were entirely unaware that they were situated within a quarantined area. More alarmingly, the Manchester city government had issued no prior announcements concerning the lockdown. Only a few restless netizens and residents near the barricades had witnessed the sealing process and shared photographs online. Starved mutated beings spotted the two unsuspecting individuals on the street and charged towards them. Instantly, they turned and sprinted back towards their apartment. Having no realization of how dire the situation had become, they burst into the apartment, securing the front door on the ground floor. Several of the swiftest mutants collided forcefully against the door, unleashing a ferocious roar at the two individuals within the corridor. Realizing that the door momentarily held back the mutants, they hastened back to their home. Upon returning, they hastily pushed various pieces of furniture against the door, while downstairs, dozens of mutants had already gathered. Li Long, in a state of anxiety, urged, "Quickly, call the Ministry of Foreign Affairs." With trembling hands, Shao Ming fumbled for his phone, finally retrieving it after much effort. After several attempts, he successfully dialed the number, only to be met with a chilling female voice on the line. In disbelief, he hung up and called again. Yet regardless of how many times he tried, the same cold voice greeted him. "The line is continuously busy," Shao Ming stammered. Despair washed over Li Long as he slumped to the ground, slowly uttering, "We cannot leave." Chapter 10. Neighbors. Shao Ming encouraged, "Pull yourself together. It's still early. And there are still options." Li Long, nearly in tears, shouted, "Options? Go ask those dozens of zombies downstairs if they have options." Shao Ming glanced at the clock. It was only 6:30. "Perhaps they will disperse soon," he suggested. "Impossible," Li Long muttered, his gaze downcast. "I refuse to die. We cannot return. With so many international students around the school, surely the ministry won't abandon us? The embassy will find a way, won't they?" Li Long raised his head and shouted at Shao Ming. "Are you still unaware of the situation? Even if the ministry had the utmost capability, could they possibly send a battalion to escort us out? If the ministry cannot assist us, we must rely on ourselves. There must be a way," Shao Ming insisted. Li Long abruptly stood, shouting at Shao Ming, "The police have cordoned off our area. You saw it yourself. Even if we could break through hundreds of zombies, how could we scale the high walls erected by the police?" Startled, Shao Ming pressed on, "There must be a breach. There are countless alleys nearby. How could the police seal off every single one in a single night? I refuse to believe it." Shao Ming continued, "If you want to live, find a way. If you wish to return home, find a way. What good does it do to wallow in despair here?" Bang, bang, bang. The door was pounded violently, prompting both to fall silent. Shao Ming cautiously approached the door, crouching beside the sofa barricading it, peering through the peephole. Outside stood not zombies, but their irate neighbor, Mutation. Asian pig, open the door. What trouble have you caused? I know what you're doing. Mutation raged, striking the door. As Shao Ming observed him take a few steps back, he revealed a dark object from his waist. Upon closer inspection, it was a handgun. He has a gun. Shao Ming whispered to Li Long outside. Mutation continued to shout, open the door. I know you're inside. Don't hide in silence. You had the audacity to attract the zombies. Why can't you muster the courage to open the door? Shao Ming saw Mutation raise his firearm, aiming at the door. He quickly stepped back, distancing himself from the entrance. Open the door. I'll toss you to the zombies. Bang. The sound of gunfire erupted as a bullet pierced through the wooden door and entered the room. Both individuals were taken aback, astonished that Mutation had actually fired. Calm down. Calm down. Shao Ming shouted towards the outside. Let us discuss this rationally. What discussion? I want both of you to clear out the zombies at the entrance right now. Mutation retorted. Otherwise, I will personally come in and force you out. With that, he charged towards the door, which was far too old to withstand the relentless battering and gunfire. If he continued in this manner, the door would be completely shattered within minutes. Put down the gun first. Shao Ming yelled. Let us talk after you set it down. Open the door. Mutation knocked again. If I don't threaten you with my weapon, you'll just hide behind there forever. No sooner had he finished speaking than another bullet flew inside. Open the door and come out, or I swear I will smash this rotten door to pieces. Meanwhile, the howls of the mutated creatures outside grew louder, as more and more of them converged upon the building, drawn by the sound of gunfire. Hey, I'm about to open the door. Shao Ming said to Li Long. Are you out of your mind? Li Long replied. You want to let him in to kill us? Would you rather wait for him to keep shooting and attract more zombies? Shao Ming countered. If we open the door, we still have a chance. If we don't, this madman will keep firing inside. As if to corroborate Shao Ming's words, 2 more bullets struck. At that moment, Shao Ming's mind was consumed by a singular thought. Only by confronting him face to face would there be an opportunity. What do you want to do? Li Long inquired. I don't know, Shao Ming admitted, but I don't think he intends to kill us outright. The zombies downstairs remain stationary. If he doesn't kill us, we can handle the zombies below. How can you be sure? Li Long asked. You open the door, and he shoots. We're done for. Listen, Shao Ming replied. There's no other option left. Open the door, you stay hidden, and you might take him out. If we don't open it, he'll break it down or attract even more zombies, and we'll all be doomed. The two glanced at the rickety door, the piercing roars of the mutated creatures echoing in their ears. It seemed that opening the door to gain a slight advantage was their only recourse. Li Long shook his head in disbelief, picked up a baseball bat, and positioned himself behind the door. Hey, Shao Ming yelled towards the outside. Don't fire just yet. I'll open the door, and we'll deal with the situation downstairs. Then hurry up and open it. Mutation shouted back, and make sure you get downstairs. Ideally, after you've dealt with the zombies, get out of the apartment. The gunfire outside indeed ceased, and Shao Ming exchanged a glance with Li Long before pushing aside the sofa that blocked the door. His mind was a blank slate, utterly unprepared for what was about to unfold. Holding his breath, Shao Ming opened the door, only to find Mutation pointing his gun directly at him. Faced with the ominous muzzle of the weapon, Shao Ming felt his legs tremble. Now, Mutation waved his gun. You and your friend go and deal with all the zombies downstairs. Very well, Shao Ming raised his hands and took a couple of steps back. You must allow us to arm ourselves. Noticing Shao Ming's retreat, Mutation advanced 2 steps forward. Where's your friend? Have him come out. As Mutation stepped forward, his hand inadvertently reached inside the door. Seizing the opportunity, Li Long struck with a bat. Your father is here. The sudden blow struck Mutation on the back, causing him pain, yet the agony did not compel him to relinquish his grip on the gun. Images from countless action films flashed through Shao Ming's mind, and instead of evading, his instinct drove him to lunge forward and seize the weapon from Mutation's hand. Mutation, momentarily dazed, found the distance between them minimal. By the time he regained his senses, Shao Ming had already knocked the gun away. Despite the excruciating pain, Mutation clung fiercely to his firearm. But Shao Ming yanked him backward, pulling him entirely into the room. Seeing this, Li Long raised his baseball bat and swung it toward Mutation's head. The forceful strike caused Mutation to instinctively pull the trigger, and a bullet discharged, striking the wall. The bullet fragmented upon impact, with a shard ricocheting sharply and striking Li Long in the thigh. Chapter 11. Gunshot wound. Bu Lidin clutched his bloodied head, staggering back before collapsing onto the ground. "You mutt," Li Long cursed, intending to approach and kick the fallen Bu Lidin, but his leg buckled, and he too fell. Shao Ming quickly supported Li Long, glancing downward to discover blood seeping from Li Long's leg. In a surge of adrenaline, Li Long remained oblivious to his injury. "You've been shot. You've been shot." Shao Ming urgently helped Li Long to a nearby sofa, where blood had already soaked a considerable area of his trousers. "How could I be hit by such a shot?" Li Long exclaimed. As the pain surged, he felt as though his left leg had ceased to belong to him. "Do not speak, lie still," Shao Ming insisted as he searched for a bandage. Fortunately, having organized their supplies over the past few days, the medical items were neatly arranged in the cabinet. Shao Ming retrieved a roll of bandage, a bottle of alcohol, and some painkillers. Given the circumstances, he resolved to make do with what was available. "Remove your trousers," Shao Ming instructed Li Long. Seeing his condition, he realized he would have to assist him in the task. It hurts. Bear with it," Shao Ming urged as he carefully pulled down Li Long's trousers, revealing a conspicuous wound. "Stay still. I need to disinfect the wound." Observing the sweat drenching Li Long's brow, he grabbed a pillow from the sofa and handed it to him. "Bite down on this. It will be over soon." Shao Ming opened the alcohol spray, uncertain if he was handling the situation correctly, yet he felt it could not differ much from treating an injury sustained while playing sports. Moreover, he had no means to extract the bullet from the wound. He aimed the alcohol spray at the injury and applied it. The intense pain nearly caused Li Long to lose consciousness, but fortunately, it lasted only a few seconds. Shao Ming then dampened a tissue with alcohol, gently cleaning around the wound. "Let us hope you did not hit an artery," Shao Ming remarked. Although the wound on Li Long's leg was gruesome, the amount of blood suggested that the artery was likely untouched. Nevertheless, the blood loss was considerable. Shao Ming picked up the bandage and began to dress Li Long's injury. Blood continued to seep out, but it appeared that the bleeding had lessened. "Aren't you going to remove the bullet?" Li Long asked with difficulty. "I cannot extract it." Shao Ming sighed, setting the bandage aside. "The bullet is embedded in the flesh. If it presses against another blood vessel, hastily removing it could worsen your condition." Li Long expressed his fears. "What if there's a rejection reaction?" "Removing the bullet is primarily for cleaning the wound, not merely to extract the bullet. Do not worry. I will ensure you receive better medical care. Just lie still and keep an eye on the wound," Shao Ming told Li Long as he turned to assess the situation downstairs. Approaching the window, Shao Ming gazed down, observing that more mutated beings had gathered. Thanks to Buladin's few shots, the stability of the door downstairs was now in question. Turning back, he noticed Buladin still lying at the entrance. It made sense. After taking a blow to the head, he wouldn't be going anywhere soon. "I almost forgot about you," Shao Ming said, moving to Buladin's side to retrieve the firearm. The gunshot that had injured Li Long had completely captured their attention. The bloodied wound of a friend took precedence over the unconscious drunkard. Shao Ming quickly recognized it as a Sig Sauer P320 pistol, with a standard magazine of 15 rounds in 9x19mm caliber. Although he had never shot at a range, the weight of the weapon felt substantial in his hands. However, under British law, it was undoubtedly an illegal firearm. Disabling the safety, he tucked the gun into his waistband. Shao Ming seized the unconscious Buladin and dragged him into his own room. Once he had deposited the heavy body, he surveyed Buladin's disheveled quarters. Clothes and empty bottles were strewn about, but the most striking feature was a photograph placed prominently in the center of the room. In the picture, a youthful Buladin was smiling, embracing a black girl, with a small black child between them. "Well then," Shao Ming said to the still unconscious Buladin, "it seems your ex-wife has left quite an impression." He gazed at Buladin on the floor, hearing the incessant wails of the mutated beings outside, and felt a strong urge to hurl the man out the window. If it weren't for this lunatic, perhaps there would have been more opportunities, and Li Long would not be injured. Damn it! Shao Ming kicked him, yet he ultimately found himself unable to throw a living person to the mutated beings. He had not yet contemplated taking a life. Even as society slowly crumbled, order still prevailed. Tossing Buladin out would make him no different from the mutated creatures or this maniac. Moving an unconscious person proved far more challenging than Shao Ming had anticipated. After much effort, he managed to place Buladin onto the bed and secured his hands with a rope to the headboard. With that accomplished, his gaze fell upon 2 magazines and a box of ammunition resting on the bedside. "Well then, thank you," I shall consider this a form of compensation. As Shao Ming spoke, he tucked the magazine and bullets into his pocket. Before returning home, he locked his neighbor's door and, with his handgun raised, descended the staircase to the first floor. The main entrance was not entirely sealed. The upper half was designed with an open lattice. The mutated beings outside grew increasingly agitated at the sight of a living person approaching. Fortunately, the door of this old building remained sturdy and had not warped under the pressure of the creatures. To be cautious, Shao Ming dragged some refuse over to barricade the entrance. Once he completed this task, he returned home and secured the door. "Where have you been?" Li Long inquired. "I brought back some gifts," Shao Ming replied, tossing the magazine and bullets onto the table. "You should lie down on the bed." He assisted Li Long into the room and helped him settle comfortably. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Li Long remarked, "Do you think I'm close to death?" Sitting beside Li Long, Shao Ming retrieved his gun from his waist and responded, "Why speak so negatively? You weren't even hit in any vital organs." He pulled the bolt back, ejecting a bullet from the chamber. "Given the current circumstances, let us not contemplate whether I might become one of those monsters outside. Besides, with this injury, I can't even leave here, and who knows if it will result in my demise." With a chuckle, Shao Ming added, "Is it that you doubt my bandaging skills or your own resilience?" Li Long chuckled softly in reply, remaining silent. Shao Ming lifted the blanket and glanced at the wound. The bleeding appeared to have subsided. "I've realized I can't let you be idle. Why do you tend to overthink when you have nothing to occupy your mind?" Li Long chuckled lightly and said, "Isn't that how people are? When idle, they ponder." Shao Ming shook his head and began to load bullets from the box into the magazine. "I want to call home," Li Long stated. Shao Ming looked up at Li Long's pale complexion and suggested, "I recommend waiting a bit before you do that. Or shall I assist you with the call?" Li Long shook his head, aware that he might look quite dreadful even without seeing his reflection. He preferred not to worry his family unnecessarily. "No need. Let us discuss it later." Shao Ming nodded, saying, "The bullet is still lodged in your leg. We need to remove it." Chapter 12. The patient on the rooftop. Shao Ming inserted the loaded magazine into his handgun, contemplating the days ahead. With Li Long injured, the block sealed off, and a hungry horde of mutated beings lurking downstairs, not to mention an unfriendly neighbor residing across the hall, the situation was precarious. "We will return home," Shao Ming reassured Li Long. "There will always be a way. For now, you just need to rest." "Where are you going?" Li Long asked as he noticed Shao Ming preparing to leave. "To assess the situation," Shao Ming replied. "Perhaps I can find a way to get you to the airport." Unsure of what to say, Li Long nodded and responded, "I'll continue trying to reach the embassy and see what assistance they can provide." "All right," Shao Ming said, fastening the gun to his waist. "I'll first check the front door and then head to the rooftop." As he approached the door, he turned back to Li Long. "I will take the keys and return promptly. If anyone knocks, send me a message. Stay safe." Li Long said, "I hope you won't die before I do." "You won't die, nor will I," Shao Ming replied. "We will return home together." After leaving Li Long's bedroom, Shao Ming took out his phone to check the time. It was nearly 7:30. He quickly pondered the best route to the airport. Given Li Long's current condition, a mode of transportation was essential. However, he wondered if the roads would be suitable for travel. Additionally, he needed to devise a plan to deal with the group of monsters gathered downstairs. Should he distract them or attempt to eliminate them all? More importantly, how could he accomplish everything within the remaining 6 hours? Shao Ming felt as though his head might explode. As he descended the staircase to the corner of the second floor, Shao Ming cautiously peered around. Noticing the mutated beings still congregating outside the main entrance, banging on the door. Fortunately, the door remained steadfast and unmoved. He let out a sigh of relief and quickly retreated upstairs. Upon reaching the rooftop, he discovered that the door, which was typically secured, was slightly ajar. The key to the rooftop was supposed to be kept by the building's manager, but since the manager had long been absent, the rooftop key was locked in the guard's room on the first floor. Under normal circumstances, he might not have paid this minor detail any heed, but in these dire times, he could not afford to be careless. Shao Ming lowered his footsteps and drew the pistol from his waist. Although he carried Li Long's baseball bat, he felt that this weapon was more effective. Gripping the bat in his left hand and the pistol in his right, he cautiously approached the rooftop. As he slowly pushed open the rooftop door, he was met with an unexpected sight. A makeshift shelter had been erected on the rooftop, adorned with various household items, such as pots, bowls, and bedding. A man knelt beside a woman lying on the makeshift bed, tightly holding her hand. The man seemed entirely focused on the woman, oblivious to Shao Ming's presence. "Hello?" Shao Ming spoke. The man jumped in surprise, quickly shielding the woman behind him. Who are you? How did you get in here? The man's face was haggard. Shao Ming glanced at the woman behind him. She appeared gravely ill, her complexion pale, struggling to breathe as she lay on the bed. Noticing Shao Ming's gaze, the man quickly asserted, She's fine, she's just a bit unwell. Why are you here? Shao Ming inquired, initially assuming they were homeless drifters. Yet, their clothing was relatively tidy, and their possessions did not seem scavenged from the streets. The man seemed hesitant to respond, shifting the topic instead. You first answer my question. Who are you, and how did you come up here? I live downstairs. Why shouldn't I come up? Shao Ming retorted. Now it's your turn to answer me. The man, noticing the gun in Shao Ming's hand, stammered. She is ill, and we were thrown out. Roommates? Shao Ming pressed. They are my parents. What is wrong with her? Shao Ming asked the man. The man hastily and anxiously explained. She is fine. Really, nothing's wrong. Before Shao Ming could utter a word, the man suddenly knelt down. Please, don't kill her. I heard gunshots. Were you down there committing murder? I beg you, spare her life. I will give you anything. Shao Ming glanced at the gun in his hand. Realizing the man had misunderstood him, he hesitated for a moment and said, I heard the gunshots as well. I merely stepped out to check if everyone was all right. All right. The man replied, I hope everyone is safe. May I take a look? Shao Ming inquired. The sudden appearance of these two individuals piqued his curiosity while he wondered if they might interfere with his plans. No. The man suddenly recalled something and added, Just don't look at her. Do you need assistance? Shao Ming asked, although his grip on the gun had tightened. This was initially a customary polite inquiry, but the world had devolved into something far removed from the civilized society it once was within these past 2 days. As soon as the words escaped his lips, he regretted it. If the man truly sought help, he wouldn't know how to respond. She is ill. I told you she is sick. The man suddenly shouted, then quickly lowered his voice. I'm sorry. She is just unwell. I can take care of her. She'll be fine. Although Shao Ming was unaware of the woman's ailment, he could only assume the worst. She might be suffering from a serious condition. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, to draw his gun and shoot her. He shook his head, banishing such thoughts from his mind. At least for now, the woman was still alive. Moreover, this frantic lover seemed harmless. To act against his beloved might provoke a desperate adversary. The man hunched back down beside the woman, gazing at her dreamily while gently swaying as if soothing a child. Shao Ming approached the edge of the rooftop. Across the street, the once bustling campus lay in eerie silence. While the distant city was shrouded in thick smoke, sporadic gunfire echoing in the air. However, he noticed that from the rooftop, he could climb up to the roof of the adjacent building, providing a direct path to another rooftop. Traversing the rooftops would undoubtedly be safer than navigating through the hordes of zombies on the ground. Chapter 13. Consul Wang. Shao Ming tossed the baseball bat onto the roof and secured the handgun at his waist, preparing to test if he could scale the rooftop. He glanced back at the man, who had returned to the woman's side, confirming that the man posed no immediate threat. Shao Ming shook his head and grasped the edge of the roof. With a determined effort, he hoisted himself up, stepping onto the wall as he ascended to the rooftop. Due to the differing architectural styles of the two buildings, the rooftop aligned perfectly with that of the neighboring structure. Shao Ming clambered over to the adjacent rooftop, which also belonged to an apartment complex. Approaching the edge, he noted that only a narrow 2-meter alley separated him from the next building. If he continued along this path, he could eventually reach the street. However, it is rather awkward that the apartment building where Shao Ming and his companions reside is separated from the other buildings. Even if one can reach the street, one must find a way to cross a road to access the rooftop adjacent to the main thoroughfare. Shao Ming shook his head, certain that this route would not be feasible. After wandering around the rooftop, he suddenly noticed that the rear side of the building featured an external fire escape, which could lead directly down to the parking lot behind. Given that the apartment has only one entrance, descending to the neighboring building from the rooftop could indeed serve as an escape route, contingent upon how to transport the injured Li Long up here. Shao Ming returned to his rooftop, picked up a baseball bat, and descended. The woman lying on the bed turned her head to glance at Shao Ming, her eyes seemingly pleading, as if to say, "In my life." A fleeting thought crossed Shao Ming's mind to eliminate this woman, and if necessary, the man as well. If the woman posed a risk, it might be essential to leave the rooftop, especially since there could still be 2 infected individuals on the terrace. Yet, he could not bring himself to do so. He neither knew the nature of the woman's ailment, nor could he harm a living person. Upon opening his door, Li Long's voice echoed, "Ming, is that you? Come take a look at this." "It's me," Shao Ming replied, turning to lock the door and pushing the sofa against it for added security. He entered the bedroom where Li Long was tapping away at a laptop. "What is going on?" Shao Ming inquired. "The embassy has sent news." Shao Ming eagerly asked, "What did they say?" "About 1/5 of those trapped like us are in similar circumstances. The flights will still depart on time today, but they are in contact with the British authorities to see how they can evacuate us." "I told you, there would surely be a solution," Shao Ming exclaimed, filled with excitement. "The embassy won't abandon us. There must be some hope, right?" Li Long noted. "I find your optimism quite admirable." "Admirable, is it?" Shao Ming chuckled. "Take a leaf out of my book. Get lost." Checking the time, Shao Ming asked, "It's already 8. Do you want to eat something?" "Anything will do," Li Long replied. Shao Ming rummaged through the pot of cod and chips, longing to return home as soon as possible. Regardless of the embassy's assistance, he was determined to go home. After preparing breakfast, Shao Ming took out his phone and sent several messages to his family. It was midday in Beijing, yet his family had not responded. Perhaps they haven't seen it, he reassured himself. He brought breakfast into Li Long's room and sat beside him. "The embassy sent me a message." Li Long turned the computer to show Shao Ming. "They instructed us to email Consul Wang at the Manchester consulate if we encounter any issues." "Consul Wang," Shao Ming said. "I'll send him an email shortly, detailing our situation." Li Long nodded, setting the laptop aside to eat his breakfast. "Is there any other news?" Shao Ming inquired. "There is indeed an abundance of news, flooding the internet, yet it predominantly consists of grim reports." Li Long paused for a moment before continuing. "As it stands, the order in the city has collapsed. There are hardly any doctors left, and many police officers and firefighters have begun to fall ill. The government's call to action is for citizens to arm themselves for self-protection. Countries like the United Kingdom, France, Germany, the United States, Russia, and Canada are all in a similar predicament." "And what about our homeland?" Shao Ming inquired. "What is the situation there?" "Compared to us, it is considerably better," Li Long replied. "Most regions have reported cases of mutations, but they are generally under control. We must return, regardless," Shao Ming lamented. "I have yet to experience any symptoms of aftereffects," Li Long remarked, chewing on a piece of his fries. "Perhaps the aftereffects are not universal? There has never been conclusive evidence to definitively establish a correlation. Most of it is mere speculation," Shao Ming replied, half in consolation, unsure if he was comforting Li Long or himself. He then picked up a piece of cod and popped it into his mouth before pulling out his phone to access the international student group chat. The number of participants had dwindled significantly compared to just 2 days prior, with the remaining voices primarily those preparing to head to the airport from outside the quarantine zones. Several students were discussing how to reach the airport, though it was unclear where they resided. "I should have opted for a different apartment back then." Exiting the WeChat group, he opened Twitter and clicked on the topic of Manchester survivors. The discourse there had grown increasingly chaotic. It seemed that after the past couple of days, many were teetering on the brink of mental collapse. Some were beseeching God, claiming to exhibit symptoms, while others were wailing in videos. And there were even individuals live-streaming a nude party. However, the most popular post was from a thread titled "Survivors Today." Shao Ming scrutinized it closely. It appeared to be a call for those still alive and symptom-free to reply in the comments. A staggering 120,000 individuals had engaged in the thread, which was remarkable given that typical discussions about urban matters rarely garnered more than a few dozen replies. Clearly, there were still numerous survivors. After contemplating, Shao Ming decided to contribute with a simple one. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass echoed from outside, alarmingly close. Chapter 14. The jumper. Shao Ming hurried to the window to ascertain the situation, only to witness someone from the opposite building breaking a window and standing precariously on the ledge. The individual appeared quite young, merely on the cusp of adulthood. Before Shao Ming could fully comprehend the unfolding scene, the person leapt from the 7th floor. With a dull thud, they landed on the ground, struggling momentarily before falling still. The anguished cries of a woman emanated from the building above. Following the sound, Shao Ming saw a middle-aged couple wailing in despair at the window. Moments later, a horde of mutated beings emerged from the alley, converging upon the fallen individual and beginning to devour them. Shao Ming stepped back, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. Despite having witnessed such horrors in the past few days, the sight of someone being consumed alive was still profoundly disturbing. "What happened?" Li Long asked. Someone jumped, Shao Ming replied. Zombies? Li Long recalled the events he had witnessed at the hospital the previous day, posing the question. Observing the situation, Shao Ming shook his head, expressing uncertainty about the circumstances. Perhaps it's all too surreal for them to bear, Li Long suggested. Shao Ming gazed out the window, and indeed, everything appeared profoundly unreal. Across the street, a woman was weeping incessantly, while a man struggled to coax her back inside. Judging by their age, they might be the parents of the individual who had just jumped. Meanwhile, the mutants below indulged in their feast, seemingly indifferent to the sorrowful cries above. The woman, presumably the mother, sat helplessly on the ground, while the man clutched his wife tightly in his arms. Suddenly, the mother broke free from her husband's embrace and, without a moment's hesitation, leaped downwards. The mutants, enjoying their meal, welcomed yet another unexpected banquet from above. Shao Ming stood in shock. What now? Li Long inquired. It seems her mother has jumped as well, Shao Ming replied. Li Long sighed, lamenting the state of the world. The man upstairs fell to his knees in despair. It was difficult for Shao Ming to fathom the depth of his anguish at losing both wife and child in mere minutes. Such abrupt separations between life and death had become all too frequent in recent days. The man shakily rose, turning to re-enter the house. Shao Ming remained at the window, watching the mutants devour the bodies of the mother and child. The bloody scent attracted even more mutants, and to Shao Ming's astonishment, some emerged from nearby buildings. However, in less than a minute, the man reappeared at the corridor's entrance. In his left hand, he wielded a wooden club, while his right clutched a kitchen knife, and he charged at the mutants feasting on his loved ones with a furious roar. He resembled a warrior, brandishing his weapons with ferocity. As the mutants, disturbed by the interruption, surged towards him, he struck one aside with the club, while the knife came crashing down upon another mutant's head. The blow disfigured the creature, which collapsed motionless to the ground. The man then swung the knife at yet another mutant's shoulder, but it became lodged in its flesh. As he struggled to free the blade, more mutants advanced upon him. Shao Ming shut the window, the man's anguished cries piercing through the glass to their ears. Li Long opened his mouth, but even without asking, he could surmise what had transpired. Let's change the subject, Shao Ming suggested. The losses aren't too significant. The two fell silent. As 2 hours passed, Shao Ming leaned back in his chair, refreshing Twitter repeatedly in search of useful information. I've finished, Li Long announced, handing his laptop to Shao Ming. Upon reviewing it, Shao Ming noted it was an email for Consul Wang. A brief glance revealed no major issues. Send it to the consul, Shao Ming urged, hoping for a glimmer of good news. However, truth be told, both harbored little expectation that the consulate could offer any assistance. After meticulously verifying the email address multiple times, Li Long clicked send. Outside the window, a gentle rain began to fall, though it was unclear when it had started, and the weather gradually turned overcast. Shao Ming rose and approached the window, observing that only a heap of bones and blood remained at the base of the building across the street. The mutated beings had seemingly wandered off to unknown places. He then moved to the living room window to survey the street, noting that only one or two of the aberrations still roamed about. Perhaps they were not particularly fond of the rain, Shao Ming mused, lamenting that they had chosen the wrong country for their excursions. With nothing to occupy his time at home, Shao Ming began to rummage through his belongings, hoping to uncover something useful. Meanwhile, Li Long sat on the bed, perusing news online and occasionally checking for incoming emails. Outside, accompanied by the soft patter of rain, the mutated entities staggered into the shops lining the street. Within some buildings, the sporadic sounds of gunfire, clashes, and cries echoed, while the few survivors hid in their homes, praying that they or their loved ones would not transform into monsters in the next moment. The city lay in desolation, the roads congested with abandoned vehicles, and in some areas, fires raged unchecked, billowing thick smoke into the air. Shao Ming weighed the clothes-drying pole in his hands, contemplating how he might transform this object into a usable weapon. He fetched a kitchen knife to gauge its effectiveness, but it did not seem well suited for wielding. Perhaps it would be best fashioned into a spear. He recalled how, as a child, he had enjoyed using the drying pole at home to mimic a lance. This pole had been sent to him by his mother, despite his numerous objections, as few people abroad hung their clothes outside, and the apartment complex offered dryers that rendered it unnecessary. However, his mother had two justifications. The public dryers incurred a fee and were unhygienic, and clothes dried in the sun carried a unique fragrance. Despite the inconvenience, she had still managed to send the drying pole to him. Shao Ming turned the pole around, realizing that if he sharpened the wooden handle, it could indeed serve as a formidable long-range weapon. Before he could transform the drying pole into a spear, he needed to remove its head, as he certainly did not wish to injure himself or Li Long before dispatching a mutated creature. He recalled that his mother had even used water transport to send the pole to him, with the shipping cost exceeding the value of the pole itself several times over. He wondered how conditions were back home today. Shao Ming took out his phone, but his mother had yet to respond to his messages. He set the drying pole aside and called her. No one answered. He attempted several calls in succession, each resulting in the same silence. It had been over 2 hours since he last messaged her. Why was there no response? Concern began to creep into Shao Ming's mind as he placed his phone on the table. It was already 7 in the evening in Beijing, and logically, his mother should not have been out at this hour. He picked up the drying pole again and twisted its head with force. Fortunately, after several minutes, his mother finally returned his call. There was nothing amiss at home. They had merely gone out to collect supplies. Her phone had run out of battery, which is why she hadn't taken it with her. Shao Ming set down his phone and exhaled deeply. He retrieved a small knife from the cabinet and began to sharpen a clothes pole. Look at this, Li Long's voice echoed from the room, followed closely by a notification on Shao Ming's phone. He clicked the link, which led to an announcement from the British government. To all citizens, we are enduring unimaginable calamity alongside other nations. The foundational order of life has collapsed, and cities have suffered devastating blows. Parliament has passed special legislation authorizing the military to enter our cities. We will identify the cause of this affliction and restore order in the shortest time possible. The announcement was lengthy, but in essence, it indicated that the military would take control of the cities. What does this mean? Shao Ming ventured into Li Long's bedroom. Is this good news or bad news? Li Long shrugged, probably good news. Shao Ming delved into the related news articles, discovering footage of the first troops entering the suburbs of Manchester from the city's southern side. I have a question, Shao Ming stated. How many soldiers are in the British Army? I don't know, maybe 100,000? Li Long replied. 100,000? How can they manage the cities of the entire United Kingdom? Even in major cities, like London's area, Birmingham's area, and our area with Liverpool, each region can only allocate 30,000 troops. Are you suggesting the military might struggle to control the situation? Shao Ming speculated. No one knows how many living souls are out there. Li Long suddenly had a thought and chuckled. Schrodinger's living beings. Before you open the door, you can never know if it's a living person or a zombie inside. Shao Ming laughed along, pondering, even if the army arrives, how can they distinguish between those who will become zombies and those who will not? That is not our concern, Li Long remarked. I am more worried about how the consulate will come to retrieve us. Is there still no news? Shao Ming inquired. Li Long shook his head. No? Perhaps they are overwhelmed with correspondence. It's time for you to change your bandage, Shao Ming suggested. His concerns about the British Army were justified. They were incapable of even sealing off cities, let alone entering to eliminate mutations and restore societal order. The British military was assembling outside major cities, but their orders were not to enter until the cities had completely fallen to conduct cleanup operations. In a short span, the military could not distinguish between the uninfected and the infected. If they rescued the infected and mingled them with uninfected refugees, the consequences would be dire. Thus, they adopted the simplest and most direct approach. Wait a month or two. Those who remain alive will surely have escaped mutation. Though the mutants have lost their pain receptors, they are still flesh and blood. Even without a 105mm howitzer, a 50 caliber machine gun could reduce the mutants to a mass of mangled flesh. Let alone those main battle tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, and armored vehicles clad in heavy armor. However, all of this hinges on the military being unaffected by mutations. The internal situation within the military was far from optimistic, as many soldiers and officers began to exhibit symptoms of aftereffects. Many soldiers are currently serving despite being unwell, yet only a few have reported their condition, as many of those who did are now missing. Shao Ming dressed Li Long's wounds and prepared lunch before finally sitting down to browse videos. In truth, life over the past couple of days has not differed much from before, aside from staying indoors. TikTok is replete with the most abstract forms of performance art that humanity can conjure in the face of apocalypse. Shao Ming, unfazed by the corpses outside, found himself nearly retching at the sight of a video. He stumbled upon clips revealing that the military has advanced to the outskirts of major cities, yet curiously, they seem to have no intention of pushing forward. Instead, They have established a safe zone at the city's edge and begun to camp. Are there infected individuals within the ranks? What is the military's true objective? Thus, various conspiracy theories began to proliferate in the comment section. Some attempted to rationalize the situation, asserting that a significant portion of the military remained uninfected during the initial outbreak, while others expressed unwavering faith in the military's adherence to orders. However, it was evident that the current climate did not require such rational discourse. These responses received no support and were met with fierce backlash. Shao Ming then encountered another video, depicting the King of England bestowing the title of royal upon the British Army. It was utterly perplexing to Shao Ming that the king chose this moment to offer a mere title rather than comfort the populace. Observing the lively commentary, he realized there were still many survivors. He scrolled to another video, where a soldier cowered in a dilapidated wooden room, his youthful visage etched with terror. They were not there to save lives. Their plan was to slaughter everyone. Chapter 16. Venturing out again, the rain outside intensified, with ominous clouds shrouding the sky. Shao Ming finally fashioned a pointed tip for his clothesline pole, testing its weight. It would serve well in an emergency. After all, chainsaws require fuel, handguns need ammunition, and a baseball bat may not deliver a fatal blow. A long-handled weapon possesses both lethality and a degree of margin for error. Setting aside this makeshift spear, he contemplated how advantageous it would be to have a metal spearhead. As he waited idly, the clock struck 6 in the afternoon. The rain continued to pour, lending an eerie atmosphere to the desolate city. Standing by the window, Shao Ming noticed that several homes still had their lights on. After dinner, the two found themselves at a loss for activities. Shao Ming even undertook a thorough cleaning of the house. He intended to watch television, but his mind was solely focused on awaiting news from the consulate, rendering him unable to concentrate. The consulate has sent a message, Li Long remarked. You should take a look. Shao Ming took the computer, discerning from Li Long's expression that the news was surely not favorable. Indeed, the British could not assist in the evacuation efforts and had prohibited the Chinese from organizing convoys into the lockdown zone. The only somewhat positive news was that the embassy and consulates would not be evacuating for the time being. I'll inquire in the group chat to see if anyone shares our predicament, Shao Ming said. There's no point in asking, Li Long said, his voice tinged with frustration. Just because we inquire, does that mean they have a solution? And with my leg, how could I possibly reach the consulate? It's not far, yet the barricades are piled up along the way. Shao Ming opened his phone, only to discover that the situation in the student group was even more dire than Li Long had anticipated. The university students who had remained were in a state of chaos within the group chat. Forget it. I shall rely on myself, he concluded. I need to rest for a while, Li Long announced. Shao Ming assisted him in lying down before exiting the room and closing the door behind him. Back in his own room, Shao Ming clutched his phone, scrutinizing the map repeatedly. He resolved to venture out the following day, aiming to ascertain the locations of the barricades and to see if there were any alleyways nearby that the police had overlooked. If he could find a usable mode of transport, that would be an added bonus. He could not fathom how such a complex urban landscape could be so thoroughly sealed off. Until the early hours of dawn, Shao Ming found himself wide awake. He lay on his bed, drifting in and out of a light slumber, until he was abruptly jolted awake by the sound of gunfire. Over the past few nights, sporadic gunshots had been heard, but this time, the noise was clearly coming from downstairs. He glanced at the clock. It was 4 in the morning. Approaching the window, he observed a shadow dart into the adjacent building, closely followed by several mutated beings. More gunshots rang out, soon accompanied by a cacophony of screams. This scene made Shao Ming reconsider. Wandering the streets alone was hardly a prudent choice. Yet, if he chose not to go, what if the current openings were sealed off in a few days? Or if the mutated beings multiplied, making it even more difficult to return home? He reassured himself that as long as he could find a way out of the barricaded zone and reach the consulate, everything would eventually be all right. Determined, he resolved to get a good night's rest, knowing he would need the energy for his excursion the next day. At 8 in the morning, Shao Ming prepared himself meticulously for his outing. He secured a firearm at his waist, slung a baseball bat over his shoulder, and wielded a makeshift spear fashioned from a clothes-drying rod. Just to be safe, he strapped on his backpack as well. Using duct tape, he fashioned a rudimentary arm guard from 2 thick textbooks, which he had once despised but now realized could prove to be life-saving. He opted not to awaken Li Long and sent him a message before quietly vacating the living room. The main entrance had been barricaded by Shao Ming himself with a pile of refuse. forcing him to exit via the rooftop he had discovered the previous day. He could also check on the situation of the couple from the rooftop. Cautiously, Shao Ming made his way to the rooftop. The door was ajar once again, although he distinctly remembered closing it when he had descended the day before. While he couldn't lock it without a key, it had indeed been shut. Lowering his spear, he prodded the door open. What he encountered this time was even more shocking than before. The headless corpse of a woman lay upon the bed, while her head rested in the embrace of a man who appeared to be in a stupor. He offered Shao Ming a cold glance before returning to his murmured conversation with the severed head. Shao Ming found himself at a loss for words as rain poured down upon the man, who trembled violently while clutching the woman in his arms. "She is merely unwell." The man finally spoke, his voice slow and heavy. "She fainted, and then she bit me." As he spoke, he raised his arm, previously obscured by the woman's head. Shao Ming could now see clearly that, despite a rudimentary bandaging, a significant portion of flesh was missing from the man's arm. "I had no choice. I had to use the knife." "I didn't want to," the man muttered, tears mingling with the rain as they streamed down his face. Shao Ming aimed his spear at the man, acutely aware that the bite he had sustained could signal his imminent transformation into a mutant. Upon seeing Shao Ming lower the spear towards himself, the man fell silent, bowing his head and weeping over the woman. "My parents cast me out. The woman I cherished has become a monster. Please, grant me mercy," he implored Shao Ming. Shao Ming sheathed his spear and drew his pistol from his waist. He could not be certain that the spear or a baseball bat would suffice to end the man's suffering in a single blow. Holding the gun, he felt a sense of unease. Despite having frequented shooting ranges, he now struggled to steady his grip. "Please," the man begged. Closing his eyes, Shao Ming pulled the trigger. The man collapsed to the ground, yet he did not release his hold on the woman. Chapter 17. Journey to the Park Trembling. Shao Ming set the gun down and approached the man. The corpses of the couple could not remain here, but he was equally unwilling to abandon them to be devoured by mutants. Suppressing his nausea, he dismantled the hastily erected rain shelter and wrapped their bodies together in waterproof cloth. A glance at the woman's severed neck revealed jagged cuts. The man had likely struck many blows. However, this sight proved too much for Shao Ming. The close proximity to a headless corpse, especially one already exhibiting signs of decomposition, caused his stomach to churn violently, and he rushed aside to vomit. Once he regained his composure, Shao Ming layered the bodies in sheets and blankets, binding them securely with rope before dragging them to a secluded spot. Just as he prepared to conceal them, the guttural cries of a mutant echoed nearby. Quickly, Shao Ming retrieved the spear and ascended to the rooftop. The sounds emanated from the adjacent building. It seemed a mutant had entered the building last night and was now attracted by the gunfire. Upon reaching the rooftop of the neighboring building, Shao Ming peered over the edge. Through the gaps in the fire escape, he locked eyes with a mutant that was twisting its head upward. The creature immediately began to shriek, scrambling out of the window and ascending the fire escape. Fortunately, Shao Ming was on the rooftop, as the fire escape did not provide direct access to his position. He steadied his spear, preparing for the encounter. Indeed, as the first mutant reached the top, it found itself unable to climb onto the rooftop, resorting to raising its hands in an attempt to pull Shao Ming down. With precision, Shao Ming thrust his spear, driving it squarely into the creature's eye. The mutated creature's body collapsed limply, yet the makeshift spear that Shao Ming clung to remained embedded. He lost his balance and fell onto the fire escape. Fortunately, it was only a single story high, though he felt a sting in his face. Hastily, he rose and extracted the spear. A second mutated creature charged forward, but the narrowness of the fire escape allowed only one to advance at a time. Just before it reached the top, Shao Ming thrust the spear, but it failed to penetrate the creature's skull as he had envisioned. The spear had shattered, revealing the human skull's hardness exceeded his expectations, and the makeshift sharpened spear lacked the requisite penetrative power. The creature staggered but continued its ascent onto the rooftop platform. Shao Ming discarded the drying pole in his hand and drew a baseball bat from behind him, swinging it horizontally at the creature's head. The creature leaned against the wall. Yet this strike did not incapacitate it entirely. Shao Ming swiftly followed up with a kick, sending the creature towards the edge of the railing. He raised the bat horizontally and struck down hard at the creature's head. Although this blow did not shatter its skull, it caused the creature to lose its balance and tumble down the stairs. There was no time for Shao Ming to ascertain the fate of the fallen creature, as a third mutated being surged forward. Without the luxury of changing his grip, he raised the bat and swung. The third creature tumbled down the stairs. And while it was still recovering, Shao Ming promptly readied his bat. As the creature charged again, he delivered a powerful blow to its head, causing it to lean against the railing, its face grotesquely contorted. However, this did not kill the creature. It lunged at Shao Ming, pinning him to the ground. As it opened its jaws to bite, he instinctively raised his left hand to block. The creature's teeth sank into the book strapped to his hand. Despite its formidable bite, it could not penetrate the thick tome. With his right fist, Shao Ming relentlessly hammered the creature's head. Thankfully, the earlier strike had fractured its skull. And with a few more heavy blows, bone fragments embedded themselves into the creature's brain. Gradually, the creature's jaws loosened, and it ceased to move. Shao Ming pushed the lifeless body away, spat at it, and glanced at the two gashes torn in his book, remarking, "The power of knowledge, cultivated." Rising from the ground, Shao Ming ensured there were no other mutated beings nearby and began descending the fire escape. Most windows in the adjacent building were tightly shut, with curtains drawn firmly. One residence on the 4th floor had even boarded up its windows entirely. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he discovered one window shattered, a strong odor of blood wafting from within. Peering inside, despite the rain obscuring visibility, he discerned the half-dismembered corpse lying in the room. It appeared to be the unfortunate soul from the previous night. Shao Ming retrieved his phone and activated the flashlight. The scene inside was utterly horrific. Illuminated by the beam, he beheld the upper half of the corpse. The room was saturated with blood, with various entrails and severed limbs carelessly discarded to one side. Shao Ming inhaled sharply, though he quickly realized that such a movement in this blood-soaked environment was far from prudent. He stifled the urge to retch and drew the curtains closed. As he descended the final stretch of the staircase, the ancient fire escape creaked ominously. Holding his breath, Shao Ming drew his handgun. Fortunately, it seemed no mutated beings had been attracted to the noise. He cautiously continued down the stairs, finally reaching the ground floor. In his mind, he meticulously navigated the map. Heading left towards the main road was ill-advised, as both the hospital and barricades lay in that direction. However, if he pressed onward, traversing through Manchester University would lead him near Whitworth Park. The campus should be safer than the streets, as they had received a notice of class suspension post-curfew, leaving most of the academic buildings likely secure. After all, mutations did not occur instantaneously. Many students should be confined within their dormitories, and there were probably several who had yet to mutate hiding within the school. Having solidified his route, Shao Ming crossed through an alley onto the main street. The thoroughfare appeared largely devoid of mutated beings, yet he did spot a few swaying figures within a shop across the street. He quickly crouched down, taking cover behind parked vehicles as he approached the roadside. Chapter 18. Student Dormitory. Due to the interconnected nature of various locations on and off campus, Shao Ming easily entered the university grounds. The campus was eerily quiet, yet the bloodstains on the arcade floor hinted at the grim events that had transpired there. Shao Ming hunched over as he crossed the plaza, keeping close to several academic buildings, eager to reach the road on the west side of the campus. Just as he anticipated, most of the classrooms were empty, devoid of both life and mutated entities. Upon arriving at the main road on the west side, the scene mirrored that near the apartment complex, with chaotic vehicles strewn about and no sign of mutated beings. However, continuing south along this road would lead him to the vicinity of the hospital. Should he opt against this road, he would have to navigate through the student dormitories to reach the park area. The situation within the dormitories was uncertain, with a large number of students trapped inside. If any mutations had occurred, the consequences within those walls could be dire. Conversely, the whereabouts of the thousands of mutated beings within the hospital remained unclear. If they were still congregated nearby, it was evident that Shao Ming would be ill-equipped to handle such a confrontation. Shao Ming climbed atop a sedan and gazed in the direction of the hospital. The road appeared free of mutated beings, yet the circumstances within the hospital remained ambiguous. After much contemplation, he resolved to enter the park through the hospital's rear entrance. This decision was based on the fact that many of the mutated entities had likely been lured away over the past few days, and it would allow him to advance from across the road. Should two mutated beings emerge from the first floor of the student dormitory, he would scarcely have time to react. Shao Ming pressed himself against the vehicles lining the road, cautiously moving forward. He could now see the hospital and the park across the street. Not far ahead, an abandoned police car lay discarded by the roadside. Clutching his baseball bat tightly, he edged closer to the police vehicle. The glass of the police car was shattered, and both the trunk and the front passenger door had been pried open. Shao Ming propped himself up to take a glance. All that remained on the seat was a pool of blood. Gazing through the car window towards the front, he noticed a few scattered mutants lurking near the back entrance of the hospital. Shao Ming withdrew, concealing the baseball bat behind him, and stealthily entered the police car through the open door. The firearm within the vehicle had been taken, and the interior was littered with shell casings. Cautiously, he opened the glove compartment of the passenger side, only to find a disarray of documents. As he sifted through them, he discovered nothing of value apart from a paper map. Unfolding the map, he observed several red circles drawn upon it, with the Royal Manchester Hospital situated within one of them. There were 8 such circles in total, each marking a large hospital within the city. Shao Ming then opened the central console, which contained some miscellaneous items along with a pair of handcuffs. Amidst the sound of rain, he slipped the handcuffs into his pocket. Just as he was about to exit the police car, a loud thud emanated from the rear of a nearby sedan. He drew his handgun, vigilantly watching the outside. In front of the sedan, a mutant was gnawing on a severed arm, while another mutant grappled with it for possession. The 2 mutants collided with the adjacent sedan, causing the noise, and as their scuffle continued, they approached the police car. Shao Ming held his breath, aiming his gun at one of the mutants' heads. One mutant stubbornly clutched the severed arm, while the other desperately reached for it. If not for the gruesome trophy in their mouths, they could easily be mistaken for 2 deranged individuals in hospital gowns. What surprised Shao Ming was that these mutants did not emit loud cries, seemingly wishing to avoid attracting further attention. However, their intelligence appeared limited, as they collided with another sedan while tugging at the arm. Almost immediately, the alarm of that sedan blared to life. Shao Ming felt a wave of darkness wash over him. He kicked the car door open and attempted to flee. The mutant that had failed to secure the arm, upon seeing a living person darting out, lunged eagerly toward him. Instinctively, Shao Ming raised his hand to block the attack. The power of knowledge saved his life once more. Although the thick book did not yield to the bite, it still sent him crashing against the side of the car. Casting a glance back, he noticed dozens of mutants pouring out of the hospital. With their speed, traversing the flower bed and reaching the middle of the road would take merely seconds. There was no time to ponder. Shao Ming drew his handgun and fired point-blank at the mutant's temple. The creature's brain matter and blood splattered out the other side, and he quickly shoved the mutant's corpse aside, turning to sprint towards the direction of the student dormitory. To his astonishment, mutants were indeed emerging from within the dormitory. Now, the 2 worst-case scenarios had converged. The park lies at a considerable distance, and within its vast expanse. The only recourse is to summon the courage to dash back towards the school, seeking refuge in a building that harbors fewer mutants. Shao Ming gripped the baseball bat in his hand, drawing his pistol with the other, and fired a shot at an approaching mutant. Despite having visited shooting ranges on several occasions, he had never undergone systematic firearms training, rendering his accuracy at a distance of 10 meters virtually non-existent. The bullet missed its target, and as the creature lunged towards him, Shao Ming swiftly evaded, creating space between them, and aimed at the mutant's head, firing once more. The creature fell to the ground, and with no time to ponder his next move, he continued to flee. The pursuing mutants were closing in, now less than 50 meters behind him. Another mutant emerged before him, but Shao Ming managed to escape before it could rise. Reaching the end of the dormitory building, he abruptly turned right. However, this maneuver failed to shake off his pursuers, who followed suit. The commotion attracted an increasing number of mutants spilling out from the ground floor windows and doorways of the dormitory. Shao Ming could see the road at the end of the path, but even if he reached it, there would be nowhere to hide. Just as his pace began to wane, the door of the dormitory to his left swung open, revealing a figure. Run. Chapter 1. The Clash of Blood and Fire on the Outskirts of London, 15 days after the initial mutation. Half a year ago, London bore the brunt of a massive infection, with nearly 10 million residents falling victim. Save for a few fortunate royal family members and government officials who had received adequate protection. By the time of the Great Mutation, the vast majority of these individuals had transformed into mutants. The uninfected remnants of the British Army, numbering 5,000, were gathered on the outskirts of London, tasked with rescuing the royal family and government leaders sheltering beneath Buckingham Palace. An HC-3 helicopter soared over the London Eye, en route to Buckingham Palace. The pilot surveyed the ground below, witnessing a throng of mutants crowded near the city center. Lunar 1, this is Moonbase 1. The landing zone is overwhelmed with people. more chaotic than even Christmas Eve. Copy that, Lunar 1. The rescue team has entered the area. Proceed to the intersection of Pulley Avenue, 250 meters ahead. They are encountering some resistance. Understood, Lunar 1 proceeding to Pulley Avenue, 250 meters ahead, over. The helicopter pivoted, leaving behind the throng of mutants flailing below, and veered towards the southern sector of the city. Meanwhile, the main force was engaged in fierce combat with mutants at Winston Park in the northeast corner of the city. Approximately 2,500 personnel were slowly advancing forward, their path strewn with corpses and dismembered limbs from the city's edge to the vicinity of Winston Park. At the forefront, the Challenger 2 main battle tank had exhausted all of its primary ammunition. Yet its coaxial and turret-mounted machine guns continued to unleash a relentless barrage upon the incoming mutants. Dozens of warrior infantry fighting vehicles roared with their 30mm cannons, as high-explosive rounds shredded the mutants before them into oblivion. Meanwhile, a dozen infantry fighting vehicles took a brief respite a few meters away, replenishing ammunition and replacing gun barrels. Combat engineers excavated the park's grounds, erecting a blast wall as a command post, with plans to transform Winston Park into a transit hub within the city. 2 foxhounds, accompanied by several supply trucks, surged into the defensive perimeter, although the route had been cleared once. The bloodstains on the vehicle fronts still attested to the grim conditions along the way. Dozens of combat vehicles formed a protective circle, creating an impenetrable barrier with bullets and shells. Several 81mm mortar shells rained down from above, obliterating a mass of mutated beings into a heap of flesh. Apache attack helicopters circled in the sky, with each burst from their 30mm cannons capable of shredding multiple mutants. Any unfortunate soul caught in their path would meet a gruesome end, reduced to a mere cloud of blood. At a military base several kilometers away, for M270 rocket launchers were fully loaded, and at the commander's signal, the roaring rockets sent all the mutants within several square kilometers of the front line skyward. This was swiftly followed by the barrage of 15 M777 howitzers, which sent decades, if not centuries-old buildings and the nearby mutants to meet their maker. No flesh could withstand the firepower of a modern army, not even 100,000. Over the course of several hours, while hundreds of thousands of mutants were not merely cleared, hundreds of thousands more met their demise. The northern region remained inundated with mutants. But as long as ammunition was plentiful and logistical support uninterrupted, this force could continue its campaign until every mutant in London was eradicated. These creatures did not hide, employed no tactics, and merely surged forward in masses. For the human army, it was merely a contest of ammunition output. Moreover, the officers within the base had received the highest authorization, enabling them to surpass control over all non-nuclear forces at other missile bases when necessary, employing them in the extermination of mutants. Helicopters soared towards the southern part of the city, and the convoy was not difficult to locate. The only vehicles still in motion along the entire route were those dozen trucks, creating an undeniable commotion. A Challenger equipped with an old-fashioned chain mine-clearing device led the way, its whirling chains tearing any mutant that stood in its path into fragments. Following closely behind was a military bulldozer, prepared to clear any vehicles crushed by the tank that could obstruct the convoy's progress. 2 Rafales swooped ahead of the convoy, unleashing 8 GBU-12s that detonated upon impact. A towering building collapsed with a thunderous roar, burying the mutants inside and below the rubble. Mission Control, this is Moon Base 1. The helicopter pilot observed the main road several kilometers ahead, where an overwhelming tide of mutants surged forth. You have tens of thousands of targets approaching 2 kilometers ahead, spanning approximately 1 kilometer in length. The lead tank of the convoy came to a halt, its mine-clearing device ceasing its rotation. The turret slowly turned to face directly ahead, its cannon aimed squarely at the road before it. Initially positioned in second place, the bulldozer began to reverse, while an Ajax armored vehicle took its place, the 40mm weapon station on its roof already chambered. Soon, a horde of grotesque mutants emerged from the densely packed vehicles on the road, surging forth like a relentless tide from the middle of the road and the rooftops. The tank's main cannon fired, kicking up a cloud of dust. High explosive shells detonated among the foremost group of mutants, obliterating over 60 of them into mere fragments. Helicopters circling above descended, and the machine guns on either side of the cabin began to unleash a torrent of fire upon the advancing horde. The mutants crowded the streets so densely that precision became irrelevant, As long as they fired, mutants would inevitably fall. Some soldiers disembarked from their vehicles. Their mission not to confront the wave of corpses ahead, but to remain vigilant for any lurking threats that could assault the convoy. After several minutes, the tide of thousands of mutants dwindled to a few fortunate souls, dragging themselves along the ground. The infantry swiftly reboarded their vehicles, and the convoy roared back to life. The Ajax crushed a sedan beneath it, allowing the bulldozer to reclaim its position. The unfortunate sedan was mercilessly flattened by the 50-ton infantry fighting vehicle. The tank's mine-clearing device whirled back into action, the rotating chains striking the ground with a demonic rhythm. Chapter 19. Survivors in the dormitory building. Shao Ming dashed through the dormitory door, and the individuals inside hastily shut it behind him. However, a mutant's hand reached in, wedging itself in the door. Without hesitation, Shao Ming aimed and fired a shot at its head. The door was finally secured, and Shao Ming leaned against the wall. Panting heavily, he was mere moments away from being seized by the mutant. He lifted his gaze to see about 10 people standing on the staircase. "I told you not to let him in. Now look, we have hundreds of zombies piled at the entrance. If he doesn't assist us, we're all doomed," one individual murmured to another who appeared to be the leader before ascending the stairs. The apparent leader inquired, "Do you need anything?" "No, I do not," Shao Ming replied, regaining his composure and rising to his feet. Several individuals hurried down the staircase, frantically moving objects to barricade the door. "I'm Gary," the leader introduced himself, extending a hand toward Shao Ming. Shao Ming tucked his pistol into his waistband and shook Gary's hand, only to realize his own hand was trembling uncontrollably. "Shao Ming," he said, gripping Gary's hand firmly to steady his nerves. "It's a matter of life and death," Gary remarked. "Wandering outside alone is not a wise decision." Shao Ming smirked. "I merely stepped out to see if there's a way to escape this place." "From the hospital side?" Gary chuckled. "Forget it. That area is the most tightly sealed. You should head north." "What about the park?" Shao Ming inquired. "The park is off limits as well. A few of us came from the dormitories near the park, but after the police engaged in fierce combat with the zombies a couple of days ago, the far side of the park was sealed off." "How did they manage that?" Shao Ming asked. "Many mutants haven't made it to the other side of the park yet. The government displayed astonishing efficiency. They erected iron walls to seal off the southern side of the park." Garrett paused for a moment and remarked, "However, I believe we are merely engaging in futile efforts. That tin wall cannot withstand hundreds of zombies, nor even dozens." Garrett led Shao Ming to the second floor, where the whereabouts of the dozen or so individuals had become a mystery. "So, you are also students?" Shao Ming inquired. "Indeed," Garrett replied. "Otherwise, how would we find ourselves here?" "I had anticipated that conditions within the dormitory would be dire," Shao Ming commented. "They are quite dreadful. This building has undergone the least mutation, which is why we are here," Garrett responded. Upon entering, Shao Ming had only encountered those few individuals, prompting him to ask, "Why are there so few of you?" Over 400 people resided in this building. Initially, there were more than 90 who had not mutated. However, the number of mutations has increased, and now only this handful remains functional. While over 30 have already exhibited symptoms and are currently confined within the dormitories on the 4th floor. What exactly is this after effect? Have you lost internet access? Online sources suggest a correlation between after effects and mutations, Garrett explained. Moreover, we have recently observed that the onset of after effects is occurring with increasing brevity. Some individuals even present symptoms in the morning and mutate by nightfall. As they ascended to the 4th floor, Shao Ming could already hear the growls of the mutated beings. A few individuals were gathered at the entrance of a dormitory, armed with various weapons, awaiting action. "We have discovered even more." Garrett continued to lead Shao Ming upward. "These zombies are not perpetual motion machines, but they can readily enter a state akin to dormancy, significantly lowering their metabolic rates." Shao Ming inquired, "Does that mean, theoretically, they would starve to death after a while? Are you familiar with dormice?" Garrett responded, "This creature hibernates for half the year." "Are you suggesting they can remain in a hibernation state for extended periods?" Shao Ming asked. Garrett shook his head, replying, "Currently, our samples are insufficient. We have only had 2 days to study them, and further research is not feasible." "What was your major before?" Shao Ming questioned. "Biological sciences," Garrett replied. Upon reaching the 5th floor, the atmosphere seemed to reflect signs of habitation, with even an induction cooker placed in the hallway. The individual who had initially been reluctant to allow Shao Ming entry turned and retreated into the dormitory upon seeing them. "Please, do not take offense," Garrett said. That is my boyfriend. Ah, I see, Shao Ming thought, truly a quintessential Brit. It's quite all right, Shao Ming reassured. Living in the same dormitory is rather convenient. What? Garrett inquired. Nothing, nothing, Shao Ming replied. Garrett did not press further, adjusting his demeanor to say, we hope you can assist in the laboratory, in the second lab. On the right-hand side of the table, there is a 2000x metallurgical microscope, and the adjacent cabinet contains some petri dishes and reagents. Garrett's request took Shao Ming by surprise. He had initially thought this group of students was merely engaging in jest, not realizing they were genuinely intent on studying the mutated beings. Perhaps sensing Shao Ming's bewilderment, Garrett remarked, if this organism requires only minimal sustenance to maintain prolonged life and mobility, it would be nothing short of astonishing for humanity. Furthermore, the impact of the virus left by the cataclysm is truly unimaginable. In the face of impending doom, this group of individuals, rather than contemplating survival, is engrossed in the study of mutants, which truly astonishes Shao Ming. However, he harbors doubts that they will ever reach a point where their research yields any significant findings. Moreover, can such an environment as the dormitory truly facilitate any meaningful research? Even if they were to achieve results, would the world still have a need for them? How can I assist you? Shao Ming inquired. We saved you, Gary replied, and you possess a firearm, while we do not. What if I decide to flee? Shao Ming questioned. If you return, we shall reveal the way out. Assuming you possess the capability to escape, Gary responded. If you do not return, then you may as well seek a route north on your own. He added, however, next time, you may not be so fortunate. Chapter 20. Crossing the teaching building, you can exit through the window on the other side, Gary indicated. In the past, when the school was overrun with zombies, we used this method, but we could only send one person down at a time to scavenge for supplies. Unable to contain himself, Shao Ming asked, what can you possibly research with just a microscope? A microscope can unveil numerous insights, Gary responded. It can analyze basic tissue structures, the mechanisms of viruses, and so forth. Besides, I cannot expect you to haul out the hundreds of pounds of equipment from the laboratory. As Gary spoke of research, his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Well, I wish you success, Shao Ming said. You better truly know how to exit the quarantine zone. He leaned closer to Gary and whispered, otherwise, what you gain may extend beyond your microscope, perhaps a bullet as well. Upon uttering this, Shao Ming felt a surge of confidence. Yet, Gary seemed unfazed by the threat, replying, No, it is indeed true, and certainly 100 times safer than searching for safety on your own. Take me down, Shao Ming declared. Following Gary to the second floor, the chilling roars of mutants echoed from below. A few individuals were hurling objects towards the main entrance, the cacophony agitating the mutants. Shao Ming took out his phone. It was 10 o'clock, and Li Long had yet to respond to his message, likely still asleep. I'm at the school, he texted before approaching the window ledge. The two had already opened the window and were lowering a makeshift rope fashioned from bed sheets and curtains. Regardless of what these students were contemplating, Shao Ming resolved to disregard their intentions as long as they knew the way out. He suddenly felt akin to a mercenary. After a few minutes, noticing that the mutants on this side had been drawn to the front, Shao Ming grasped the rope and descended cautiously. Peering around the corner, he observed hundreds of mutants congregating at the main entrance, occasionally distracted by objects being thrown to capture their attention. Utilizing the dormitory's cover, Shao Ming swiftly made his escape. Casting a glance over his shoulder, he felt relieved that no mutants were in pursuit. The commotion caused by those inside the dormitory had diverted many nearby mutants, allowing Shao Ming to reach the vicinity of the road safely. The experimental building is located across the street from the campus, which boasts an open layout. To reach the experimental building, one must traverse this road. Shao Ming readied his baseball bat and took cover behind a double-decker bus. The bus door stood ajar, revealing a trail of blood leading up the steps. He cautiously peered out, noticing two mutants loitering on the street. One of the mutants stood directly across from the bus, its back turned towards Shao Ming, seemingly oblivious to his presence. However, its position was strategically placed at the entrance to the academic building, which one must pass through to access the experimental building. Inside the academic building, several mutants could be seen with their heads bowed, likely former teachers of the school. The road was relatively clear. It was impractical to cross the street using the numerous abandoned cars on the main road. While contemplating his next move, Shao Ming noticed a backpack inside the bus. The bag was open, and various cosmetic bottles had spilled out onto the floor. An idea sparked in his mind. and he seized a bottle of cosmetics. With a determined effort, he hurled the bottle across the street, where it shattered against the wall. The noise attracted the attention of the mutants, who rose and moved towards the source of the sound. Seizing the opportunity, Shao Ming stealthily crossed the street and approached the academic building's entrance. The large door was slightly ajar, and he cautiously pushed it open. To his dismay, the ancient, heavy door creaked loudly, a sound that easily pierced the patter of the rain. The mutants, previously distracted by the cosmetics, immediately turned towards Shao Ming lurking outside. Without hesitation, he pushed the door wide and slipped inside the academic building. But before he could catch his breath, two mutants charged out from an office. Shao Ming swung his baseball bat, knocking one mutant to the ground. He then kicked the other, causing it to stagger back and fall. The first mutant, now on the ground, seized Shao Ming's leg. Instinctively, he attempted to pull away, but the mutant's grip was astonishingly strong, holding him fast. As the mutant prepared to bite, Shao Ming raised his bat and swung with all his might. The impact nearly jarred his hand, yet it obliterated the mutant's head. The second mutant scrambled to its feet, and Shao Ming, freeing his leg, delivered a swift kick to its chin. The newly risen mutant was sent crashing to the ground, and the door behind them burst open, allowing the two original mutants from the street to rush in. With no time to finish off his adversaries, Shao Ming sprinted towards the exit. He dashed out of the academic building and swiftly turned to close the door behind him. The mutants collided with the door, but fortunately, it opened inward, a fact that seemed beyond their comprehension. Navigating through the teaching building with little peril, Shao Ming finally beheld the experimental building. Originally a finance major, he was not well acquainted with this area of the campus. Laboratory 2, he muttered, arriving near the experimental building only to find himself bewildered. Several distinct laboratory buildings stood before him, and who could possibly ascertain which one housed Laboratory 2? He regretted not having left a contact number earlier, as he could no longer reach Gary and his companions. However, the silver lining was that the cluster of experimental buildings and teaching facilities encircled a central plaza, rendering it safe from the mutations for the time being, providing him ample opportunity to discern his surroundings. Chapter 21. The experimental building. Shao Ming leaned against the nearest window. Peering inside, it appeared to be a chemistry laboratory, the instruments within not resembling those used for biological research. Approaching the entrance, he confirmed the sign next to the door read Chemistry Laboratory. In the adjacent building, he immediately spotted portraits of Newton and Galileo. This was undoubtedly the physics laboratory. After a thorough search around several buildings, he finally located the biological research building. The entrance, however, was firmly shut. He attempted to push it open, but to no avail. He then moved to the side and tried the window, which too resisted his efforts. Surely, he could not resort to smashing the window, for that would only alert the mutations to his presence. Pondering what might aid him in opening the window or door, he suddenly recalled the several bank cards nestled in his bag. The design of the school's windows was not overly intricate, and these laboratories, expanded 2 decades prior, were hardly state-of-the-art. Shao Ming retrieved a bank card, one that still contained a leftover 200 scholarship from the previous year. He found it rather amusing that he had been reluctant to spend his scholarship, only to have it become utterly useless now. He slid the card into the gap of the window and attempted a few maneuvers. To his surprise, the lock did shift slightly. Sensing a glimmer of hope, Shao Ming hastened his efforts. With a satisfying click, the window indeed opened. He grasped the windowsill and clambered into the laboratory. Inside, the room resembled an archive. He edged towards the door, managing to pry it open a crack. The laboratory was dim, devoid of lights, and the rain outside cast a murky haze. The corridor was engulfed in darkness, rendering everything indistinct. Utilizing the emergency exit lights, Shao Ming noticed no signs of movement in the hallway. He cautiously pushed the door wider and stepped into the vacant corridor. The emergency lights emitted an eerie green glow. Despite it being midday, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped him. He fished out his mobile phone, activating the flashlight as he approached a directional sign in the corridor. Searching diligently, he finally located Laboratory 2 on the 2nd floor. Illuminating his path with the phone, Shao Ming ascended the staircase to the 2nd level. He turned off the flashlight and cautiously peeked around. Relieved to find this floor appeared relatively safe. Yet, as he passed by one of the laboratories, he caught sight of a shadow through the window. He was perplexed. Why did these individuals, despite a curfew being enforced, not return home? They could have gone back to their dormitories, yet they chose to linger outside. risking transformation into mutations and complicating survival for others. Shao Ming took note. This was indeed laboratory number 2. Well, it seemed that only the top achievers could gain entry to this lab. Today, even he, the king of mediocrity, would make his presence felt. With a baseball bat in hand, he inhaled deeply and pushed open the door to the laboratory. Inside, a mutated creature abruptly turned and lunged towards him, wielding a small knife. Truly, this was a prestigious university ranked among the world's best, where even students had mutated to wield dissection knives. The creature lunged at Shao Ming with its blade, forcing him to swiftly sidestep. Although he evaded the creature's piercing thrust, he collided with a table, causing a cacophony of bottles and jars to crash to the ground. Startled, Shao Ming quickly glanced at the microscope on the opposite table, relieved to see it unharmed. In a swift motion, he turned and delivered a kick that sent the lunging creature sprawling to the floor. Stepping forward, he raised his bat and aimed a strike at the creature's head. Just as he prepared to deliver a finishing blow, he heard movement behind him. Shao Ming quickly turned, only to find another mutated being had appeared. This was dire. He had not anticipated the presence of 2 creatures inside. Having already caused such a ruckus by knocking over numerous bottles, he decided to embrace the chaos. Drawing his pistol from his waist with his right hand, he fired a shot. The unfortunate creature behind him collided with the barrel of the gun. The creature wielding the knife had also managed to rise from the ground. But Shao Ming was determined not to grant it another opportunity to stand. He kicked it forcefully, sending it back down. He returned the pistol to his waist and resumed his assault with the baseball bat, striking down at the creature on the ground repeatedly until it lay still. Panting, Shao Ming realized he truly needed a dagger. He couldn't rely on his handgun as a melee weapon. However, there was no time for contemplation. He hastily opened his backpack and stuffed the microscope inside. A roar from the mutated creatures echoed from downstairs, and Shao Ming thought to himself how keen their hearing truly was. Having finally secured the microscope, he quickly slung the backpack over his shoulders and dashed towards the exit. Retracing his steps was not an option. He was unaware of how many creatures were lurking along the route he had taken, and outside, a considerable number had gathered. He had no choice but to run towards the end of the laboratory building. Upon descending the staircase at the end of the building, Shao Ming was taken aback to find there was no way to return to the plaza nestled between the buildings. There was only a large door leading outside. He faced 2 options: bravely venture onto the road or return to the plaza to exit through another building. Shao Ming decided to take a bold leap. The earlier commotion had drawn the creatures towards the center of the laboratory, and now might be the perfect opportunity to escape through the side door. Approaching the laboratory adjacent to the side door, he peered outside and noticed a few creatures scampering across the road. After a brief wait, noticing that most of the mutants had gathered nearby, Shao Ming readied his pistol and pushed open the side door. As anticipated, the majority of the mutants were drawn toward the center of the experimental building, although there appeared to be only about 10. After all, while this area is a public road, it is still within the confines of the school. Not many remained inside after the curfew was issued. Shao Ming quickly took action, sprinting toward the dormitory building. Chapter 22. Aftermath. Retracing his steps along the road, he turned left and soon arrived at the teaching building he had entered when he first approached the experimental complex. The double-decker bus remained parked there, but the mutants seemed to have all been lured into the teaching building. If there were any challenges, Shao Ming felt he was now in a novice village. He swiftly crossed the street, as the number of mutants in the school was quite sparse. He jogged toward the apartment where Gary and the others were located. As he approached, the eerie howls of the mutants echoed from the direction of the apartment. Hiding behind a dormitory building, he cautiously peeked out. Now he understood why he had felt as though he were in a novice village moments ago. The gathering of mutants beneath the apartment had more than doubled, evidently drawing in those from the surrounding dormitories. Shao Ming quickly withdrew, realizing the sheer number of mutants was overwhelming. There must have been around 600 or 700 encircling the base of the dormitory. He retreated along the back of the dormitory, returning to the side of the double-decker bus. Compared to the scene below the dormitory, this place was eerily quiet. Crouching behind the bus, he made a swift decision. He would venture out on his own to find an escape route, while seeking an independent path might expose him to danger. Delivering the microscope to Gary would mean plunging directly into the horde, especially since no one could ascertain the truth of Gary's words. Though he felt a twinge of guilt. After all, Gary and the others had just saved him, and most of the mutants below were indeed drawn there by him. Shao Ming's body had already risen, his legs moving toward the exit of the school. Nonsense. It would be suicidal to return. Gary and the others might still survive in the dormitory, but his own return would surely lead to his demise. Back on the main road, he noticed that the mutants outside the hospital had vanished. Shao Ming had come to understand a fundamental truth. The greater the concentration of mutants in one location, the louder their howls, and the louder the howls, the more mutants would gather. Navigating through abandoned vehicles, he arrived at the hospital entrance. Seizing the opportunity while the mutants were distracted, he intended to search the police and ambulance vehicles parked out front for anything useful. On the sidewalk lay an armored vehicle, with fragments of corpses clad in police uniforms scattered nearby, emanating a foul stench. Shao Ming held his breath and stepped over the remains, reaching the open rear door of the police armored vehicle. Inside, a long trail of blood marked the floor, suggesting that its owner had crawled into the vehicle only to be dragged out again, becoming part of the scattered human remains on the ground. As for the other parts, they were undoubtedly consumed by the mutants. Shao Ming ascended the armored vehicle, where beside a row of seats stood a cabinet with an open drawer. Approaching it, he retrieved a flashlight and 2 tourniquets from within. Pressing his body against the door connecting the cabin to the front, he peered inside, only to be met with the grim sight of a deceased special police officer, evidently having succumbed to a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Fighting against the wave of nausea, Shao Ming attempted to pry open the small connecting door. The foul stench of the corpse assaulted his senses, prompting him to hastily push open the side door and retch. With nothing in his stomach to expel, he grasped the lifeless body and dragged it from the driver's seat to the floor of the cabin. Gazing at the bloated, putrid corpse with a gaping wound in its head, he swiftly removed the tactical vest and donned it himself. Weighing it in his hands, he noted the presence of ballistic plates, and in the chest pouch, a single standard 5.56 by 45 NATO magazine remained. Clearly, it was compatible with an G36 assault rifle. "Where's your rifle?" Shao Ming pondered, searching the vehicle. If a magazine was present, a firearm must also exist. The cabin was barren, indicating that the special police officers had not stashed their armory within the vehicle. Climbing into the driver's compartment, he discovered a G36 assault rifle lying quietly on the floor. Elation surged within him. This was a prized find. He picked up the rifle, removed the magazine for inspection, and found it still loaded. Slinging the weapon over his shoulder, Shao Ming leaped from the armored vehicle. Fortunately, the outside appeared desolate. The mutants had yet to return to the hospital. Regrettably, the armored vehicle lacked a key. Just as he was about to investigate the ambulance parked nearby, he heard a tapping sound emanating from within. Gripping his baseball bat, he cautiously approached the rear of the ambulance. Peering through the window, he saw nothing inside. With trepidation, he opened the door. Suddenly, a mutant lunged out, aiming for his thigh. Despite being mentally prepared, the surprise startled Shao Ming into retreat, fortuitously allowing him to evade the creature's attack. The mutant that had crawled from the vehicle was missing its lower half, with its spine and intestines exposed, dragging itself along the ground in a desperate attempt to reach its prey. "Even the filthiest of meals seems out of reach," Shao Ming muttered, delivering a decisive blow to the creature's head. With the mutant dispatched, he entered the ambulance, searching thoroughly. However, aside from a pile of bandages and a defibrillator, he found nothing of substantial value, nor could he ascertain the usefulness of what he had discovered. Daring not to delve deeper into the hospital, with the rain still pouring, the vast interior posed a considerable danger should any mutants be lurking within. Seizing a moment of respite within the ambulance, Shao Ming took out his phone to check for messages. It was past midnight, and Li Long had yet to respond. His parents had bombarded him with numerous missed calls. Hastily, he sent a message to reassure them of his safety, followed promptly by a call to Li Long. One must hope that nothing untoward occurs at home, Shao Ming pondered. As the phone connected, the voice of Li Long was conspicuously absent. "Li Long, hello?" Shao Ming inquired. After a few moments of silence, the sound of Li Long's sobs emerged. "What is the matter?" Shao Ming pressed. "What has happened?" "I have developed symptoms." Chapter 23. Returned to the apartment. Setting down the phone, Shao Ming found it difficult to digest this alarming news. Though he had repeatedly assured himself, and had conveyed the same to Li Long, that there was no authoritative evidence linking sequelae and mutations directly, the stark reality seemed to unfold before him. He had always hoped that Li Long's case was an anomaly, yet it appeared that what was destined to occur would indeed materialize. Regardless, the immediate priority was to hasten back to the apartment. Shao Ming leapt from the ambulance and made his way towards the building. The number of mutants on the main road had considerably diminished, suggesting that the diversion he had orchestrated had been effective. However, a wave of trepidation washed over him. Had it not been for that group in the dormitory, he would have surely met his demise. It was evident that he must exercise greater caution in the future. He felt a pang of guilt towards them. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. Navigating through the abandoned vehicles on the thoroughfare, he realized that it was merely a 10-minute journey back to the apartment. The sound of helicopter blades sliced through the air, prompting Shao Ming to halt and glance back. A formation of helicopters was approaching from the suburban direction, heading towards the city center. 2 helicopters broke from the formation and began to decelerate, seemingly aiming for a landing near Manchester University. Shao Ming quickened his pace, advancing towards the apartment building. Whether he sought to signal for help or to discern the helicopter's intent, the rooftop of the apartment offered a far superior vantage point compared to the tops of cars on the main road. The helicopter's presence undoubtedly incited the wrath of the mutants, as the air echoed with their furious roars emanating from the nearby buildings. As initially surmised, most individuals had transformed within the confines of their homes, rendering the streets relatively safer. Shao Ming hastened his steps, wary of the potential danger should 2 mutants descend from the sky and obstruct his path. Taking cover behind the derelict vehicles, he skillfully evaded several mutants and ultimately reached the front of the apartment unscathed. He quickly ascended the fire escape. Upon reaching the rooftop, he noted that the departing helicopter had already landed. However, due to the building's obstruction, he could only hear the whirring of one helicopter's rotor blades without sighting its landing spot. The other helicopter appeared to hover over a rooftop in the vicinity where Gary and the others resided. Suddenly, a barrage of gunfire erupted nearby, indicating a firefight in the vicinity of the landing zone. To Shao Ming's astonishment, the helicopter closest to him took off first, trailing black smoke. This was clearly not the work of mutants. Rather, it suggested that someone had fired upon the helicopter's engine. What had transpired during the brief moments he had taken to return to the rooftop? The helicopter, engulfed in smoke, soared away, while the ground below was alive with the sounds of intense gunfire and the anguished cries of mutants. However, the gunfire soon ceased, leaving only the sounds of the mutated beings. Another helicopter had yet to take off, and Shao Ming removed the rifle from his back, directing the scope towards the helicopter's direction. This G-36C was equipped with an additional ACOG sight, capable of providing shooters with magnification ranging from 1.5 to 6 times, depending on the specific model variant. Shao Ming raised his rifle, aligning the scope with the source of the helicopter's noise. Due to the obstruction of buildings, he could only glimpse the main rotor of the helicopter, unable to discern who boarded it. Nevertheless, from its paint scheme and silhouette, Shao Ming deduced it belonged to the British military. Before long, another helicopter took to the skies. Shao Ming lowered his rifle, preparing to return to the apartment rooftop. When he heard voices shouting from below, he leaned over to look down, spotting a woman frantically running towards the helicopter. "Wait for me! Help! Wait for me!" she screamed as she sprinted forward, yet it was evident that the helicopter could not hear her desperate cries. However, the mutated beings by the roadside heard her clearly. They surged forward, tearing her apart. How foolish, Shao Ming thought. He turned away, leaping onto the rooftop and back into his apartment building. Sounds echoed in the stairwell, and as Shao Ming steadied himself against the railing to glance down, he saw someone running up. He raised his rifle, ensuring the safety was disengaged. The figure rushing up was none other than Eurasian from across the hall. It was apparent that, with his glowing red eyes and gaping mouth, he had already transformed. The distance around the staircase corner was merely seconds for someone charging up, and Shao Ming had no time to aim as he hastily pulled the trigger. Several bullets struck Eurasian's chest, yet he remained undeterred. Eurasian lunged at him, and Shao Ming quickly swung his rifle to block the oncoming bite. Pressed against the wall, he watched as Eurasian clamped down on the rifle in his grasp. The force of his bite was astonishing, nearly cracking the rifle's front rail. Shao Ming kicked Eurasian's abdomen repeatedly, finally managing to shove him away. Eurasian stumbled back, losing his footing and rolling down the edge of the staircase. Without a moment's hesitation, Shao Ming raised his rifle and fired at Eurasian's head. The shot landed squarely, and Eurasian collapsed to the ground, motionless. Stepping over Eurasian's lifeless body, Shao Ming swiftly approached his apartment door. Though he maintained a semblance of calm, his adrenaline surged. After experiencing such a life-or-death moment, his hands trembled uncontrollably. After a struggle, he finally inserted the key and opened the door, feeling as if he had been away for days despite only having stepped out for a morning. Shao Ming locked the door behind him and hurried into Li Long's room. Li Long lay on the bed, pale and with swollen eyes, clearly having cried for a long time. "What is wrong with you?" Shao Ming set the rifle aside and approached Li Long's bedside. "I feel awful," Li Long replied weakly. Shao Ming touched Li Long's forehead, which was burning with fever. "You have a high temperature." Ming Shao rose to fetch a thermometer from outside. "I feel quite unwell," Li Long stated. "Do not worry," Ming Shao replied over his shoulder. "I recall that the after effects do not include fever as a symptom." Chapter 24. Former companions. After measuring Li Long's temperature, Ming Shao discovered that it was nearing a staggering 40 degrees Celsius. Was it a wound infection, sepsis, the aftermath of a severe infection, or merely a common cold? Ming Shao was not a physician. He could only endeavor to ascertain the cause of the ailment. Unwrapping the bandage on Li Long's leg, he observed that there were seemingly no signs of infection or decay. If it were an infection, there would likely be pus. However, the wound appeared relatively clean. If it were sepsis, he had promptly disinfected and dressed Li Long's injury with alcohol, and had replaced the bandages over the past couple of days. Thus, there should not be any bacteria entering the bloodstream. Ming Shao sighed and picked up a nearby bottle of alcohol spray. "Put that down, I do not want it," Li Long exclaimed upon seeing Ming Shao reach for the spray. "Do not prolong my suffering." "Do not think that way," Ming Shao said. "I believe it is most likely just a cold." "You do not understand," Li Long murmured. "They say that one feels something before death, and I can sense it." Ming Shao yearned to leap up and chastise Li Long for his morbid thoughts. How could one speak of death without knowing the cause of the illness? "First, let us take some antipyretics," Ming Shao suggested, handing Li Long the fever-reducing medication he had just brought in. Li Long swallowed the pill, and Ming Shao re-wrapped the wound with a fresh bandage, assisting him to lie back on the bed and covering him with a blanket. Li Long remained silent, his gaze vacant as he stared at the ceiling. Ming Shao was unsure of what thoughts occupied his mind. What does one contemplate when aware of their impending demise? If it were him, he might not fare much better. Ming Shao shook his head. Li Long was not necessarily doomed. He must not entertain such thoughts. "I shall prepare some food," he said. After preparing lunch, Ming Shao placed it on the bedside, but Li Long remained motionless, merely casting a glance at him. Ming Shao chose not to speak further, exiting the room and shutting the door behind him. Having exerted himself throughout the morning, he now felt his muscles ache from fatigue. The rain outside gradually ceased, and the dark clouds began to disperse. He browsed his phone, noting that there was still internet access, with numerous survivors sharing their recent experiences. In stark contrast to the chaos and panic of previous days, the current photos and videos evoked a sense of desolation and despair. Increasingly, individuals were transforming into bloodthirsty mutants, while those yet to undergo mutation clung to life under the watchful eyes of their predatory counterparts. The military, which should have been maintaining order in the city, was collapsing from within. Many had mutated before even engaging in battle. This catastrophe affected everyone, from the wealthy and famous to the destitute. He scrolled through the online discussions regarding the after effects and mutations, which were no different from those of the previous days, filled with conjecture and speculation. Ming Shao wished to refrain from such thoughts. He hoped that Li Long was merely suffering from a cold. Entering the room with the cold medication, he found that the lunch he had placed on the bedside remained untouched. "You should take your medicine," he urged, presenting the prepared cold remedy to Li Long, who accepted the bowl and took a sip. To his astonishment, what should have been a bitter concoction tasted like nothing more than plain water to Li Long. Li Long realized that his sense of taste had vanished. "This tastes like nothing," he exclaimed in a sudden outburst of anger, hurling the bowl from his hands. Shao Ming quickly interjected, "Don't act this way. It surely isn't a lingering effect. Just like a cold can cause a fever." Li Long interrupted him, asserting, "There's no need for your reassurances. I can truly feel it. This isn't like a cold." His voice trembled with emotion, tears streaming down his cheeks. "If I am to mutate, then I would rather die. I refuse to become a monster." Shao Ming shouted back at Li Long, "I will not kill you. You are still human, and there is no certainty you will turn into a zombie." With sobs, Li Long replied, "I want to go home." This muscular young man in his 20s was, at his core, still a child yearning for his mother and father. Everything he and Shao Ming endeavored was not merely for survival, but to eventually return home. Now, that desire felt as unattainable as reaching the heavens. Shao Ming gazed at his companion, with whom he had shared 2 years of study abroad, suddenly realizing that this individual might truly be on the brink of departure. Li Long might have been strong, but when death loomed so palpably over him, his fortitude crumbled. "We will return home," Shao Ming murmured, unable to bear the sight any longer, and exited the room. He returned to the living room to scour all relevant information, and the more he read, the more convinced he became that Li Long was indeed suffering from lingering effects, exhibiting a full array of symptoms. Most individuals before mutation only displayed one or two symptoms. Inside the room, Li Long had regained some composure, lying silently on the bed, weeping. Time passed, and soon a cacophony erupted from his room. Shao Ming rushed in to investigate, only to be met with an alarming sight. A foul stench pervaded the air, making him feel nauseous, more so than even the scent of decay. There lay Li Long, barely clinging to life on the bed, appearing far more frail than he had just hours earlier. Li Long had lost control of his bodily functions. His face was ashen, lying motionless. What had emerged was not normal waste, but blood. Shao Ming recalled Gary's words from earlier that day. The time for mutation had dwindled to a mere 1 or 2 days. Upon seeing Shao Ming enter, Li Long weakly extended his hand, whispering, "Home." Shao Ming grasped Li Long's hand, affirming, "Home. Yes, we will return home." Li Long's eyes gradually closed, and his grip on Shao Ming's hand grew feeble. Shao Ming gently released Li Long's hand, stepping back to draw his pistol from his waist. He hesitated, remembering the first day they met, when Li Long had approached him, casually draping an arm around his shoulder as if they were old friends. He recalled their shared classes, their explorations of foreign lands, and their mutual complaints about the unpalatable British cuisine. He remembered how, amidst the chaos of mutation, they had navigated the frantic crowds together, scavenging for supplies and confronting threats side by side. A tear slipped from the corner of Shao Ming's eye as he aimed the gun at Li Long's head, his finger poised on the trigger. Chapter 25. Power outage. Shao Ming wrapped Li Long's lifeless body in a clean bedsheet and dragged it to the rooftop, placing it alongside the remains of the young couple. The soiled linens he discarded carelessly over the edge. Standing on the terrace, he gazed into the distance toward the city center. The fog had dissipated, revealing a clear view of the vicinity around Manchester train station. The sun was slowly descending, casting a golden hue over the city, which still shimmered with lights. Yet, beneath that radiant glow, it was uncertain whether the figures moving about were mere humans or grotesque aberrations. Raising his rifle, Shao Ming peered through the scope, contemplating the presence of a helicopter, which indicated the survival of military forces or other organized entities. Given the apartment's location in the city center, observing the situation beyond its confines was quite a challenge. He sought no particular site. Rather, a tumultuous whirlwind of thoughts swirled within him. Setting down his rifle, he resisted the urge to look at Li Long's corpse. For his roommate and friend of 2 years, the feeling that engulfed him was one of denial rather than sorrow. Perhaps the inability to accept the reality of his death was, in itself, a form of grief. As he left the rooftop, he cast one last glance at Li Long's body before closing the door. While tidying up Li Long's room, Shao Ming discovered a letter tucked away in an envelope from the bedside table. It appeared to have been written a couple of days prior, likely penned when Li Long first recognized the connection between the aftermath and the mutations. The envelope bore the inscription, "Ming, if I die, please deliver this to my parents." Shao Ming refrained from opening the envelope, instead placing it into his backpack. Staring at Li Long's vacant bed, he felt as if he were caught in a dream. Just yesterday, Li Long had been lying there, lively despite an injury to his leg, and had even spoken to him that very afternoon. Now, he lay wrapped in a blanket, a lifeless shell. Shao Ming knew he must return alive, if only to ensure that Li Long's letter reached his family. Moreover, his own parents awaited his return home. He retrieved his phone to reassure his family of his safety, though he withheld any mention of Li Long's fate. From their messages, it appeared that turmoil had also gripped the homeland, yet it remained relatively contained compared to the apocalyptic scenes unfolding abroad. For now, it seemed that only the domestic realm was a sanctuary of safety. For both emotional and rational reasons, he had to devise a way to return home. Outside, the sun had completely set. Lacking the appetite for dinner, Shao Ming pulled out his phone and began scrolling through online updates. Someone had uploaded a video from an assembly point in the countryside, showcasing hundreds of mutated soldiers clad in military garb, while the robust armored tanks sat idle, reduced to mere heaps of scrap metal. The Twitter thread on Manchester survivors had seen a significant decline in responses, with only a few hundred still engaging in the conversation. Upon a glance, Shao Ming perceived that the individuals around him appeared to be attempting to save themselves. Several residents from the north end had convened, preparing transportation to flee to the outskirts. Meanwhile, in the Brinley area, dozens of survivors had managed to establish a makeshift community, barricading roads with debris and abandoned vehicles while commencing to board up doors and windows with wooden planks. It was imperative for him to prepare for departure. Despite Li Long's absence, although provisions could last for a few more days, remaining confined in the apartment was merely a wait for death. Nevertheless, these locations were not his intended destination. His first course of action was to visit the consulate. Should it fall, he would seek alternative means of transportation, be it by plane, ship, or car. There must exist a way to return home. Shao Ming retrieved Li Long's notebook and opened the email application, but the consulate had yet to respond. Given the current circumstances, the likelihood of the consulate's survival seemed bleak. Regardless, he resolved to visit the consulate before leaving. He glanced at the International Students Group chat, noting that no one had spoken since yesterday. It remained uncertain whether everyone had safely returned home or had unfortunately succumbed to transformation. Just as Shao Ming began to plot his route, the lights in the room abruptly extinguished. The power indicator on his notebook illuminated, signaling a power outage. He set the notebook aside and approached the window, realizing that he was not alone. The entire city had succumbed to an enveloping darkness. The power had gone out. The outage occurred far earlier than Shao Ming had anticipated, though it was not wholly unexpected. The pace of mutation had accelerated, making it difficult to ascertain how many remained alive, let alone whether the power plant workers would continue to maintain electricity. In reality, the workers fought valiantly until the very end. A small contingent chose not to abandon their posts, perhaps due to their families having transformed, or because their homes lay within quarantine zones. A dozen workers remained at the power plant, striving to sustain the city's electricity, hoping to afford others a greater chance until they too became mutated or were torn apart by the transformed. Shao Ming pulled out his phone to check the network signal, which remained intact. With the power supply interrupted, it was uncertain how long the batteries in the signal base stations would last. He hastily retrieved his tablet and connected it to a power bank, determined to download electronic maps of the world. Electricity was not hard to find. Starting a car could supply power to electronic devices, and diesel generators or wind turbines in certain areas could maintain electricity as well. However, without maintenance, how long could the internet endure? Besides maps, he sought out several survival guides online, downloading books covering essential skills such as water procurement, food preparation, vehicle repair, and firearms maintenance. Li Long had previously downloaded a television series, and Shao Ming proceeded to download several novels. Presently, he felt immense gratitude for having purchased a tablet. It was finally proving its worth. Yet for Shao Ming now, electricity had become a scarce resource, dwindling with each use. Several pressing issues remained, primarily after a power outage. It was unlikely that electricity would return. The frozen meats in the refrigerator would soon spoil, if not consumed within the next few days. Secondly, there were no candles or similar emergency lighting tools in the house. The only flashlight was the one Shao Ming had managed to scavenge that morning. Chapter 26, The Apocalypse. After the power supply was interrupted, the city was engulfed in an unprecedented darkness. Perhaps for centuries, even millennia, this region had not experienced such profound night as it did now. The darkness enveloped not only the city but extinguished more than just the lights within it. In bygone nights, families would gather in joy, and even the homeless would return to their small havens to tally their day's spoils. Now, however, the night resembled a macabre jest played by death upon human civilization, as the mutated beings paused to sense the slightest rustle in the surroundings, while the survivors cowered in their homes, praying for their own survival. A similar scene unfolded across the globe in countries such as the United Kingdom, France, Germany, Russia, and the United States, as astronauts aboard the International Space Station might witness the darkness descending like the curtain call on humanity's civilization. Of course, this presupposes that the astronauts had not been devoured by their mutated counterparts. Some national leaders had received vaccinations in advance, remaining unscathed by the pandemic 6 months prior. And now they hid in doomsday bunkers, clinging to life. A few regions still maintained functioning governments and military forces, establishing safe zones to rally the survivors and strive to uphold the remnants of social order. In the distant eastern superpower, despite having managed the recent outbreak relatively well, over 10 million had transformed into mutated beings. Although the situation seemed to be under temporary control, it appeared to be spiraling toward chaos. Survivors who had not become sustenance for the mutated fled the cities, hoping to find refuge in places seldom trodden by humanity. If any nation could be deemed to have survived intact, it might be the mysterious country to the north of the Korean peninsula. As solitary players in the game of Earth, the pandemic had inflicted little harm upon them, and they were now amassing their military forces, seizing the opportunity to unify the peninsula while their southern neighbors had succumbed to mutation. Shao Ming gazed out the window, the moonlight spilling onto the deserted streets of the city, a wave of desolation washing over him. The ancients spoke of the moon evoking the deepest yearnings for home, and Shao Ming now fully comprehended this sentiment. Without electricity, and reluctant to use it, Shao Ming lay in bed and drifted into a fitful sleep. The next morning, he awoke naturally, perhaps for the first time ever at such an early hour. A stark contrast to his previous life, when he had never retired this early due to his phone. The sun had already risen, and upon glancing at his watch, he noted that it was just past 7 o'clock. Unable to return to slumber, Shao Ming rose and began to organize the supplies in his home. Although the refrigerator was devoid of power, the ice in the freezer had yet to melt, indicating that the chicken fillets would last for a while longer. There were still plenty of biscuits left, which could easily last a month if rationed. All containers capable of holding water had been filled by Shao Ming. For the continuity of running water was uncertain. Even if the water pressure remained normal after a month or two, the unmaintained supply would likely become quite filthy. Fortunately, being in the United Kingdom, rainfall would not be a scarcity, so access to drinking water was not a significant concern. The rainwater, untainted by human industrial pollution, remains suitable for consumption. A considerable supply of leftover medications persists. Although little was retrieved from the pharmacy, essentials such as alcohol, disinfectants, and bandages for treating wounds are plentiful. There is also a bottle of antibiotics and several boxes of commonly used cold and anti-inflammatory medications. Shao Ming meticulously reorganized his ammunition. The G36 rifle boasts 46 rounds and 2 magazines, while the P320 is loaded with 2 full magazines of 30 rounds each, in addition to another 58 rounds stored in a box. Li Long's baseball bat has been thoroughly cleaned, and a fruit knife remains available at home. Shao Ming exchanged a previously damaged book for a new one to serve as an arm guard. From the tactical vest he scavenged from a special police officer, he obtained several cable ties for glow sticks and a police walkie-talkie. After briefly contemplating, he decided to reinsert the bulletproof plate. While it might be a naive hope to think it could shield him from the jaws of a mutant, the memories of the zombie literature he had perused and the sight of yesterday's smoke-emitting helicopter compelled him to consider the threat of human firearms equally significant. Shao Ming fiddled with the walkie-talkie for a moment. It powered on, but only emitted static. He tossed it aside, surveying the neatly organized supplies before him. If he had no intention of settling down for an extended period, these provisions would be more than adequate. He packed the portable food and water, alongside bullets, a tablet, and a power bank, into his backpack. Once his bag was prepared, Shao Ming began to plot his route to the consulate. Utilizing the map he had found in a police car, he resolved to head east in search of an escape route, as this path would lead him out of the blockade area along the main road, which was also flanked by more residential buildings that might harbor additional exits. If Gary and his companions spoke the truth, the route from the school to the park was no longer a viable option. However, departing from the residential buildings would necessitate a longer detour to return to the consulate after exiting the blockade, and it posed greater risks compared to leaving south from the school. Shao Ming decided to have breakfast first, intending to set out once the sun rose higher. He was keen to avoid any ambush by a lurking mutant. He retrieved 2 frozen chicken fillets from the refrigerator and tossed them into a frying pan. If all went as planned, this would likely be his last meal in this modest apartment. The flavor of the frozen chicken fillets was far from exquisite, yet the thought of potentially being unable to indulge in even such simple fare in a few days compelled him to wash it down with beer. As for the remaining beer, Shao Ming had identified a promising use for it. He would take a few bottles along to craft Molotov cocktails if necessary. After taking his final shower, which was also his first in several days, he donned a clean hoodie and work pants, strapped on his tactical vest, shouldered his backpack, and secured the baseball bat at his back while holstering his handgun at his waist. Grasping his rifle, Shao Ming pushed open the door to his home. It was time to embark on his journey back to safety. The sun had risen, casting its rays upon the desolate landscape. Chapter 27. Leaving the apartment, stepping outside. Shao Ming opted to exit the apartment from the first floor. Li Long's lifeless body still lay on the rooftop. He could not bear to leave from that vantage point. As Shao Ming descended to the second floor, a sudden crash emanated from the door on his left, swiftly followed by the anguished howls of a mutated creature. He instinctively slowed his pace and crouched low as he continued his descent to the first floor. Moving stealthily, he cleared away the refuse piled at the entrance. Peering cautiously over the upper section of the railing, he surveyed the area outside. Fortunately, the recent howls of the mutated entity did not attract more of its kind, and no traces of them were visible on the ground floor, likely drawn away by the helicopter that had passed the previous evening. Upon opening the main door, he was met with an eerie silence on the street. To minimize noise, he slung his rifle across his back and opted for a baseball bat as his primary weapon. Diverging from his previous paths, he chose to turn right upon exiting, walking along a row of residential buildings, moving further away from the main road. Most of the shops lining the street stood empty, primarily consisting of cafes and convenience stores, yet Shao Ming lacked the inclination to rummage through them. The urgency to vacate the city grew stronger with each passing moment. Not far along, he encountered a cluster of shipping containers piled on the street. He could not help but marvel at the astonishing efficiency of the municipal government. How had they failed to implement such containment measures during the pandemic 6 months prior? While scaling the containers directly seemed impractical, entering the adjacent residential buildings and leaping through the upper windows appeared feasible, provided the back entrances were not sealed. Beyond the barricade of containers lay a church. Traversing the intersection adjacent to it would lead him south towards the vicinity of the consulate. Turning right in front of the containers, Shao Ming entered a clearing surrounded by residential buildings. In the center, playground equipment for children lay scattered, accompanied by a sandpit. The left exit, which led to the church, had been obstructed, yet the entrance to the building ahead remained uncertain as to whether it was locked. If he could gain entry into that building, he could potentially leap from its upper windows onto the containers. On the backside of a house, a ground floor window stood wide open, revealing two mutated beings gazing curiously outwards. Shao Ming was startled, freezing in place as his heart threatened to leap from his chest. However, the creatures seemed oblivious to his presence, perhaps hindered by poor eyesight or a complete lack thereof. Tentatively, he stepped forward, yet the mutated beings remained still. Could this be what Gary referred to as a state of hibernation? Nevertheless, for safety's sake, he edged closer to the opposite building, widening the distance from the window. At that moment, every nerve in Shao Ming's body was taut. He had to maintain silence, remain alert to any movements within the window, and be ever watchful for other mutated beings that might lurk within the nearby structures. As he cautiously advanced, a sudden muffled thud resonated behind him. One of the mutated creatures had collided with the window at his back. The heightened tension surged within him, and he could not suppress a startled shout. What the hell? The sudden cry startled the slumbering mutants surrounding him, and by the time Shao Ming sought to silence himself, it was far too late. From the building with the open window, two mutants rushed out first. Shao Ming swung his baseball bat and struck the one in front, sending it crashing to the ground in a dramatic fall. Before he could regain his stance, another mutant lunged at him. With no time to prepare, Shao Ming raised one hand to block the attack. The mutant sank its teeth into the book strapped to his right hand, the force causing him to stagger backwards. He noticed the first mutant had already risen, while he remained ensnared in the fray. With his free left hand, he swiftly drew a fruit knife from the side of his backpack and plunged it into the head of the approaching mutant. Although the fruit knife lacked true sharpness, Shao Ming precisely targeted the mutant's temple. As the blade penetrated its brain, he forcefully twisted, reducing its head to a pulpy mess. At last, he had vanquished one. Yet shadows of more mutants loomed behind the windows of the surrounding buildings, their fists pounding against the glass. Fully aware that he could not linger, Shao Ming pushed the fallen body towards the advancing mutant and turned to flee. The recently risen mutant collided with its fallen comrade's corpse. Reaching the entrance of the building ahead, Shao Ming found the door thankfully unlocked, easily twisting the handle. However, upon opening the door, an icy breath escaped his lips. A throng of mutants crowded the hallway within, roused by the commotion of the earlier struggle, searching for the source of the noise. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly closed the door again. Now, the only path lay to the right through a narrow alley into another residential area. He hoped there would be an escape route there. Dashing towards the alley, he could sense the mutants bursting forth from windows behind him. The alley was not long, and midway through, A large dumpster had been pushed beneath the fire escape, just tall enough for an adult to climb. Shao Ming realized someone had escaped through here. He quickly glanced back. Some mutants who had tumbled out of the windows appeared to have broken legs, staggering towards him. Meanwhile, a few others, having emerged from the first floor, were unscathed and charging at an alarming speed. Raising his rifle, Shao Ming quickly aimed at the foremost mutants. Stay calm, he reminded himself, striving to steady the rifle in his hands. The opportunity to fire was fleeting, and the mutants were not far off. However, the advantage was their distance was also limited. Drawing upon his foundational training in shooting, Shao Ming pulled the trigger, and bullets flew from the barrel. 2 mutants fell lifelessly to the ground. He swiftly adjusted his aim at the 2 mutants trailing behind and continued to shoot. Witnessing the swiftest mutants fall, he seized the moment to climb atop the dumpster. Chapter 28. Scaling the quarantine wall before more mutants could surge forth, Shao Ming ascended the fire escape. Making his way upwards, he glanced back and noticed that a dozen mutated beings were congregated beneath the staircase. Some of them had begun attempting to scale the garbage bins. Shao Ming felt a sense of relief knowing he had dispatched a few of the earlier, fully intact mutants. Those emerging from the second and even third floors were either missing limbs or had sustained severe injuries. Shao Ming meticulously recalled the height of the container, which seemed to be only slightly lower than the second-floor windowsill. Although the police were not foolish enough to position the container directly beneath the window, it was still within a reasonable jumping distance. Reaching the second-floor window, Shao Ming kicked the glass, only to find that it merely shook without shattering as he had anticipated. Well, he mused, pulling out the baseball bat strapped to his back, if the mutants can force the window open, why can't I? With a forceful strike from the bat, the glass shattered entirely from the point of impact. Though urgency coursed through him, he knew he could not rush. After the window broke, shards remained around the frame, and he certainly did not want to lose any flesh while climbing through. After clearing away the jagged glass, Shao Ming slipped into the corridor on the second floor. Sounds of the mutants echoed from the rooms on either side, their fists pounding against the doors, threatening to burst forth at any moment. He sprinted towards the end of the corridor, where a window faced the street. Upon reaching the window and peering outside, he realized that the distance to the container was still considerable, roughly 5 or 6 meters away. If he could get into one of the rooms, he might attempt to leap from the window there. Shao Ming tried twisting the doorknob of the adjacent room, but it wouldn't budge. Raising his leg, he kicked the door, yet it remained steadfast. Damn it, he cursed inwardly, wondering why his struggle for survival was so different from that of others in the dramas. Didn't doors just swing open with a single kick? Shooting the lock was akin to a similar principle, setting aside the risk of wasting a bullet. The ricochet from such close-range shooting could be lethal. His mind raced. By convention, the ground floor storage room typically housed a spare key for the entire building. If he didn't search for the key there, he would have no choice but to scale the wall on the street side. The latter option was evidently impractical, prompting him to hasten to the first floor. As he navigated the hallway, the mutants continued to batter the doors, and he could hear their relentless pounding growing more vigorous with each passing entrance. He could only hope that the doors were sturdy enough to withstand the force of 1 or 2 mutants crashing against them. The sensation was akin to running naked through the streets without pants. The main entrance on the first floor was tightly secured, but through the transparent window of the storage room, Shao Ming spotted the transformed administrator, a ring of keys dangling from his waist. The storage room door was locked as well, not due to any extraordinary insight on Shao Ming's part, but because a hefty iron chain was visibly securing it. Upon noticing Shao Ming, the administrator lunged at the glass, mouth agape, eager to bite. Without a moment's hesitation, Shao Ming drew his handgun and fired 2 shots at the administrator's head. The first bullet shattered the glass, piercing the forehead of the custodian, while the second shot entered through his chin. The lifeless body of the custodian collapsed backward, motionless. Shao Ming climbed through the window and seized the keychain from the custodian's waist. Returning to the second floor, he inserted the key into the lock of the room at the end of the corridor. Though there was no sound emanating from within, Shao Ming prudently withdrew his handgun, prepared for any eventuality. He turned the key and gently pushed the door open. With his left hand, he retrieved a fruit knife, while his right hand steadied the handgun atop his left. Fortunately, the room was relatively quiet, devoid of any mutated beings. Shao Ming hurried to the window from the ledge. He could leap directly onto a nearby container, the distance not being too great. He first tossed his backpack, which rolled twice before landing accurately atop the container. Clambering onto the window ledge, he made a powerful leap. Thankfully, the distance of just over 2 meters was manageable, and he landed securely on the container. Grabbing his backpack, Shao Ming gazed toward the isolation wall. Beside the church, a Scania truck with 8 wheels stood idling, resembling a gift that had fallen from the sky, albeit with a mutated driver seated inside. Just as Shao Ming prepared to jump down from the container and dash toward the truck, the mutated driver, gripping the steering wheel tightly, bellowed angrily while pressing the accelerator. Thanks to the ignition system, the driver floored the gas pedal, restarting the engine. What on earth? Before Shao Ming could comprehend the situation, the truck barreled toward him. He quickly crouched down, clutching the edge of the container. The truck collided violently with the container, causing it to deform. Fortunately, the police had placed numerous heavy items inside the container, preventing it from toppling over. The force of the impact nearly sent Shao Ming tumbling off, but he clung tightly to the edge, stabilizing himself. The truck forced the container aside, charging forward, crashing into several parked cars before finally colliding with a building, where the mutated driver continued to slam the accelerator. Shao Ming stood up, his heart racing in terror. How could a zombie drive? He quickly descended from the container. The noise generated by the truck was deafening, attracting numerous mutated beings that emerged from the windows on either side of the street. By continuing past the church, he could reach another main road, which would also lead him to the consulate. Seizing the opportunity while the mutated beings were distracted by the truck's commotion, Shao Ming hastily retreated along the road, moving away from the isolation zone. Although labeled an isolation area, the difference between inside and outside the walls was minimal. If anything, there were fewer mutated beings on the streets outside, as the isolation was a response to the outbreak from the hospital. Shao Ming quickened his pace, almost running toward the consulate, striving to minimize noise while advancing at the fastest speed possible. As anticipated, due to the prolonged mutation period, the streets were relatively devoid of mutated beings. Most individuals either find themselves incapacitated by symptoms that prevent them from venturing outside or are paralyzed by fear, choosing to remain sheltered within their homes. After half an hour, Shao Ming finally arrived at the consulate's entrance. The consulate, nestled within a traditional European-style edifice, offered him a semblance of belonging as the national flag fluttered above. However, the scene beneath that flag was far from idyllic. The entrance to the consulate was strewn with luggage, and blood and dismembered remains were scattered throughout. Adjacent to the consulate, 2 large buses sat idle, suggesting an evacuation had been organized, yet they had been attacked before the operation could be executed. A pungent stench of blood permeated the air, one that Shao Ming had grown desensitized to over the past few days. Curiously, there was no sign of mutated beings in the vicinity of the consulate. He glanced back at the buses, observing that the deserted street was devoid of any aberrations. Logically, he had seen scattered mutants roaming the streets just days prior. Could it be that their numbers had dwindled so significantly? However, the grim scene before him did not seem to suggest that only a handful of mutants could wreak such havoc. Perhaps they had simply wandered away? Contemplating this, Shao Ming cautiously raised his baseball bat. Approaching the consulate's entrance with trepidation, he noticed an elderly figure hunched over, consuming pieces of flesh from the ground. The creature was oblivious to Shao Ming's presence, engrossed in its gruesome feast. Lowering his bat, Shao Ming retrieved a fruit knife from his backpack. He surveyed the area, ensuring no other mutants lurked within the hall, before stealthily making his way behind the creature. His heart raced as he mentally rehearsed countless scenarios. What if the knife failed to penetrate? What if one strike was insufficient? What if he alerted other mutants? With little time for further contemplation, he plunged the knife into the creature's nape. It emitted a muffled grunt before collapsing to the ground. Shao Ming exhaled deeply, retracting the knife. It seemed that a silent approach to dispatching mutants was indeed feasible. Although the consulate housed several floors, the hellish sight on this ground level suggested that few, if any, survivors remained within. Nevertheless, Shao Ming's mission was not to seek out survivors. The fall of the consulate was anticipated. More importantly, he aimed to uncover documents related to the evacuation, hoping to establish contact with the organization. After all, the resources available within the consulate would undoubtedly surpass those he could muster alone at home. Shao Ming located the sign for the consul general's office and ascended the stairs. One side of the consulate, adjacent to other buildings, lacked windows, and with the power out, the stairwell was enveloped in darkness. He retrieved a flashlight and flicked it on. The stairwell was not merely eerie but possessed a palpable sense of terror. He raised the beam, casting it through the gaps as he ascended. seemingly finding no mutants lurking in the corridor. Upon reaching the floor where the consul general's office was located, he cautiously peered into the hallway, which was suffocatingly silent, save for the sight of a room with an ajar door, marked by a pool of blood at its threshold. Shao Ming retracted his flashlight and brandished a baseball bat, making his way towards the entrance. Approaching 2 more rooms, he discerned a commotion emanating from within. Holding his breath, he readied the bat. A mutant staggered out from behind the door. It had been in a state of slumber after a hearty meal, but the sound of Shao Ming's footsteps had roused it. Upon seeing the creature emerge, Shao Ming delivered a forceful blow with the bat. The mutant collapsed to the ground, unable to emit a cry before Shao Ming struck again. In mere moments, the creature lay motionless on the floor. Inside the consulate office, a corpse lay sprawled across the floor, reduced to a mere skeleton and a pile of fragmented flesh. Everything else had been consumed by the mutant. Shao Ming picked up a nameplate from the remnants, which boldly read Consul Wang Wenhua. It appeared that this was the consul responsible for liaising with Shao Ming and his group not long ago. Although Consul Wang had not managed to respond to their email, Shao Ming approached his desk, rifling through the papers scattered atop it. Prominently positioned on the right side of the desk was a registry. Flipping it open, Shao Ming noted it contained contact information for Chinese nationals residing in Manchester, a significant number of which had been crossed out. Perhaps they had evacuated or met with misfortune. As he turned a few pages, he spotted his own and Li Long's phone numbers. The thought of Li Long now lying lifeless on the rooftop flickered through Shao Ming's mind, and he momentarily saw the expression in his friend's eyes before death. Shaking his head vigorously, he preferred to confront the gruesome sight before him. Seated at the desk, Shao Ming began dialing the numbers from the registry one by one. It had been less than 24 hours since the power outage last night, and with a stroke of luck, most cell towers should still be operational. However, several calls either went unanswered or were met with disconnections, causing him to question whether he was squandering his precious phone battery. Yet, a glimmer of hope lingered in his heart. With dozens of pages and thousands of numbers, he refused to believe that all these individuals had perished. His sole desire was to find a fellow compatriot amidst the desolation of this foreign land. Dialing the next number, he was taken aback when the ringtone emanated from the very mutant he had just felled. Undeterred, Shao Ming proceeded to the next call. After nearly a dozen attempts, each met with silence, he resolved to make a few more calls, resigning himself to the possibility of failure. Time, though plentiful, was not the issue. The phone's battery, however, could not sustain him indefinitely. If it died, his connection to home would be irrevocably severed. 1, 2, 3, he continued dialing. And just as he was about to give up, one call surprisingly went through. Chapter 02. The evacuation operation. Wang Wenhua had already placed hundreds of calls from his office, yet he had still not addressed several hundred emails. The office was cluttered with various documents and files, starkly contrasting with the meticulously trimmed greenery adorning his window. Yes, this is Wang Wenhua. Please ensure the aircraft is prepared. All right, understood. Wang Wenhua set down his phone, exhaling deeply. The evacuation of the aircraft had finally been arranged. Through various negotiations, he managed to postpone the departure of 2 Air China 737s until tomorrow. The situation now extended beyond the airline's concerns. The pilots, too, were eager to avoid lingering even a moment longer on British soil. To be precise, if given the choice, the pilots would prefer to remain aloft indefinitely. At that moment, the office door of Consul Wang Wenhua was rapped upon, and his secretary entered, telephone in hand. A pair of elderly vacationers, currently at the Diamond Hotel, requested transportation. As one of them had a disability that hindered mobility, "Do we still have any vehicles available?" Wang inquired. "None left," the secretary replied. "Johnson just drove away with the last one, taking Mr. Yang and his wife to the airport." Wang Wenhua closed his eyes momentarily, contemplating the situation. The Diamond Hotel. Tony is closest to there. Please check with him if he can pick them up after he has collected the people from Denton. Understood, I will contact him immediately. The secretary nodded and swiftly left the room. Wang returned to his computer, faced with hundreds of unanswered emails. Although his subordinates had managed to respond to numerous calls and messages, the influx of communications from both local survivors and relatives back home continued unabated. Since the outbreak of the mutation, Wang had not enjoyed a single restful night. Yesterday, he orchestrated the return of over 3,000 individuals, and today, it was conservatively estimated that another 1,000 or 2,000 remained unevacuated, solely counting those of Chinese nationality. The chaos today surpassed that of the previous days. Just this morning, mutated individuals were seen chasing after the living in the streets. The situation had not been so dire only days prior, when unrest and riots prevailed. With police and ambulances racing past, conditions within the consulate were equally grim, with numerous staff members exhibiting symptoms and taking leave to return to their lodgings or home. The remaining personnel were already scarce, with many trapped in quarantine zones, awaiting repatriation. Downstairs, the police responsible for security had discharged their firearms several times throughout the day. As the number of mutants increased, soon to outnumber the living, Wang Wenhua recognized the growing danger of remaining in this place. The longer he stayed, the less secure it became. The notion of home, though simple in its wording, felt profoundly heavy at this moment. The British government could no longer be relied upon. They were overwhelmed with their own citizens' needs, let alone extending efforts to escort foreign nationals. Wang dialed the transportation company once more, realizing that the number of people needing to reach the airport far exceeded the consulate's capacity. Consul Wang. He was engaged in conversation with the third transportation company he had contacted, as the previous two had no staff remaining. Just then, his secretary hurried back in. Consul, the British police stationed at the entrance have left. They said the police force in the city is on the brink of collapse and cannot remain here any longer. Wang followed his secretary downstairs, only to witness the police cars speeding away as they exited the door. They certainly left in a hurry, the secretary remarked. Watching the departing vehicles secure the main entrance, Wang Wenhua instructed his secretary, turning away. Everyone should search for usable weapons. No one is to remain on the first floor. Should we not block the door? The secretary inquired. No, we cannot. What if someone comes seeking our assistance? Wang replied. Do not obstruct it. Just monitor the situation from the staircase. The others on the first floor, upon hearing this, dispersed in search of weapons. Shao Li, Wang Wenhua turned to his secretary. I have arranged for 2 buses to evacuate this afternoon, accommodating 120 individuals. You should lead a few senior colleagues from the consulate to safety first. I will not leave. The secretary replied. If you do not leave, I shall not either. I require you at the airport to assist with their boarding and evacuation, Wang stated, glancing outside. Given the current circumstances, I cannot guarantee my return if I go. The consulate must have someone in charge. The secretary wished to protest, but Wang interrupted. Send a notification to those outside the quarantine zone who could not evacuate in time, instructing them to arrive at the consulate before 5 this afternoon. Those nearby with transportation should head directly to the airport. What about those within the quarantine zone? The secretary asked. Contact them individually. I have communicated with the embassy. The situation within the quarantine is complex. We will hold out for another week to facilitate their return home. Wang paused, adding, each day, the situation worsens. A cacophony erupted outside the consulate, and both Wang and his secretary peered out to witness a throng of individuals scrambling for supplies, rushing past the consulate's entrance. A young staff member hurried to the door, attempting to lock it. Suddenly, the consulate's main door burst open, and a mutated creature charged inside. Lunging at the young person trying to secure the entrance, Wang Wenhua instinctively stepped forward, pushing the stunned youth aside. The creature lunged at him, and he reflexively raised his arm to shield himself, only to have the creature sink its teeth into his forearm. Consul Wang. Those nearby quickly gathered, brandishing various weapons to strike at the creature's head. Although it was struck, the creature clung to Wang Wenhua, tearing a chunk of flesh from his arm. Finally, someone delivered a decisive blow to the creature's head, rendering it motionless. The crowd hastily moved the creature's lifeless body aside, freeing the fallen Wang Wenhua. Who would have thought my aged body could still move so swiftly? He remarked, clutching his arm as blood seeped through his fingers. Chapter 30. Hello? A faint female voice echoed from the other end of the line. Shao Ming had never felt a thrill from a mere greeting. Hello? He steadied himself, glancing at the list on the table. The caller's surname was Feng, first name Yuxing. Is this Feng Yuxing? He asked. The voice on the other end trembled with excitement. Yes, it is I, Feng Yuxing. Shao Ming continued. Are you currently residing at 28B, Everett Road, Manchester? It is incorrect. I am not at home. I am in a compartment on the rooftop terrace. From the phone, one can discern that Feng Yuxing is striving to contain her emotions. Are you here to rescue us? Are you from the consulate? Shao Ming cast a glance at the now grotesquely disfigured Consul Wang and could only respond, I can be considered so. The consulate has lost all hope. We must now find a way to escape the city on our own. After a moment of stunned silence, the voice on the other end inquired slowly, "So we cannot return?" "Not entirely," Shao Ming replied. "There are always ways to return by plane or ship. It will just depend on our own efforts." The person on the line fell into silence once more before saying, "I want to return. My family is still at home waiting for me. Do you have any plans?" To be honest, Shao Ming had no concrete plan. He simply knew he wanted to go home, where his family was alive and well. He did not wish to perish here, nor did he want to merely survive in England. After a moment's contemplation, he responded, "First, we should head to the airport. If there are no flights available, we can reroute to Birmingham and find a ship to float back." "All right, can you take me with you?" the voice on the other end asked. "Do you have a vehicle?" Shao Ming suddenly remembered to inquire. "No, I do not." Shao Ming quickly pondered whether or not to bring this person along, and how to do so. Bringing someone might not necessarily increase the odds of survival, yet he could not abandon her to await death here. If he were to take her, she lacked transportation and would need to find her own way to join him. "I will find a way to come get you," he assured. Glancing at the time, he noted it was noon. If he were to walk, he would not arrive until the next day. "I need to find a means of transportation first. Stay at home and do not move. Gather your things, and I will contact you again." "All right, okay." "Are you alone?" Shao Ming asked. "Are you injured or infected?" "Yes, I am alone," Feng Yuxing replied. "I am neither injured nor infected." After hanging up, Shao Ming intended to call a few more numbers from his list, but the battery on his phone was already below 50%. Moreover, with the conclusion of this call, even more questions loomed before him. He decided to take things one step at a time. Without a clear idea of how to return to his distant homeland or how to meet up with his compatriots after establishing contact, as Shao Ming organized his thoughts, the pressing matter was to find a mode of transportation, whether to the airport, Birmingham, or in search of other survivors. Without transportation, nothing could be accomplished. Returning home posed numerous challenges. Lacking professional skills, he certainly could not pilot a plane, and he was utterly ignorant of sailing. Driving back seemed to be the only option. Well, it appears that the dream of a global journey has come much sooner than anticipated. Shao Ming contemplated where he might find a vehicle when he turned and noticed a bus parked below. He had seen the bus with its doors wide open beside the consulate before coming up. Why not go down and take a look? Shao Ming neatly folded the phone directory and placed it in his bag, grasped a baseball bat, and headed downstairs. Returning to the road, Shao Ming surveyed his surroundings. To his dismay, 2 or 3 mutated beings were aimlessly wandering on the left side of the street, their presence unknown until now. He quickly crouched down and made his way to the side of the bus. Climbing aboard, Shao Ming felt an unexpected stroke of luck. The keys to the bus were quietly inserted in the ignition, ready for a gentle turn to awaken the engine. He set his backpack and rifle aside and took his place in the driver's seat. A glance at the fuel gauge revealed it was half full, quite ample for his needs. On the left control panel, a switch adorned with a door icon caught his attention. Tentatively, he pressed it. The door emitted a soft hiss and began to close slowly. Turning the key, the bus produced a series of sounds, yet the engine failed to ignite, the key springing back in protest. The noise startled the mutated beings outside, who began to approach the consulate's direction. He attempted to linger on the key a bit longer, but the engine remained stubbornly silent. As Shao Ming pondered the bus's mechanism, a mutated creature began to rise from behind one of the seats. Its leg was broken, and bones protruded grotesquely from its hand as it limped toward the front of the bus. Hearing the commotion from behind, Shao Ming swiftly turned around. The creature extended its hands and emitted a ghastly roar. Despite its injuries, its movements were sluggish. Rising, Shao Ming retrieved a fruit knife and approached the creature, plunging it into its chin. The blade pierced through its skull, causing it to collapse to the floor. Withdrew the knife, Shao Ming surveyed the interior of the bus, confirming the absence of any other mutated beings. This minor incident had not harmed him, yet outside, several more mutated creatures rushed toward the vehicle. With a thud, one of them slammed against the windshield. 6 furious beings surrounded the front, banging against the windows, eager to tear Shao Ming apart. Cursing under his breath, he hastily returned to the driver's seat. This time, he pressed the brake and turned the key, finally igniting the engine. He engaged the clutch and shifted into first gear. But just as he prepared to move, the engine stalled. In his haste, he released the clutch too quickly, causing the bus to die. Frustration welled up inside him. The mutated beings were mere inches away, separated only by a sheet of glass. Chapter 31. The joy of driving at last, Shao Ming managed to engage first gear. He pressed the accelerator, and the front of the bus swept two mutated beings beneath it. Though he had never driven such a large vehicle before, the current circumstances rendered traffic rules and potential accidents irrelevant. All that mattered was escaping. With a sharp turn to the right, the bus merged onto the main road. Steering with one hand, Shao Ming fished out his phone and searched for Unit B at 28 Everett Road. On the main route, he could arrive in 10 minutes. Given the absence of traffic and traffic lights, the road conditions were remarkably favorable. Opening his call log, he dialed Feng Yuxing. "I found a vehicle. I'll arrive in 10 to 15 minutes. All right. Feng Yuxing replied eagerly. "I'll get everything ready at once." Shao Ming set his phone aside and stole a glance at the central console. While there was a USB port available, he regrettably realized that he lacked a compatible charger. In his eagerness to secure a mode of transportation, he had overlooked the necessity of bringing a charger along, and at that moment, he wished to slap himself for the oversight. At least for the past 2 days, while the base stations had remained operational, his phone had not merely been a useless slab of glass. Moreover, he had yet to inform his family of his safety. By a stroke of coincidence, not long after setting off, a mobile accessory shop appeared at the roadside. However, misfortune befell him as two mutated creatures, alerted by the sound of the bus, burst forth from the shop. Without a second thought, Shao Ming swerved the bus onto the sidewalk, heading directly for the two mutants. As the creatures were crushed beneath the vehicle, the bus jolted slightly and came to a halt. Engaging the handbrake, Shao Ming opened the bus door. The accessory shop was conveniently nearby. Although the street appeared devoid of mutants, the sounds of their roars echoed from the upper floors of the building. Judging by the noise, it seemed that the occupants of that building had all succumbed to mutation. Without delay, Shao Ming leaped from the bus, dashed into the shop, and snatched 2 boxes of chargers from the shelves before sprinting back to the bus. His actions were executed with a fluidity that saw him return to the driver's seat in less than a minute. Just as he prepared to start the bus, a muffled thud resonated from the roof. Almost immediately, a mutant fell before him, followed by a second and a third. At that moment, Shao Ming realized how foolish his decision had been to stop the bus and rush into the nearby shop. The roar of the bus had startled the mutants confined inside, prompting those with open windows to leap out, while others were frantically battering against the glass, unwilling to miss this rare opportunity for chaos. Just days prior, he had cautioned himself against impulsive actions, yet here he was, behaving recklessly. Shao Ming pressed down on the accelerator, overturning a nearby trash bin as he sped back onto the street. In the rearview mirror, he observed a dozen mutants descending from the building above. Just when he thought he had escaped safely, more commotion erupted from the bus roof. At that moment, a mutant clung tenaciously to the roof, crawling forward. Although the bus was still in motion, it was insufficient to dislodge the creature. The mutant reached the sunroof, squeezing its head through the slightly ajar opening. Shao Ming turned to see the mutant desperately trying to force its way inside the vehicle. He hastily drew his pistol, attempting to steady the steering wheel with one hand while shooting backward with the other. This awkward position made it difficult for him to manage the recoil of the firearm, all while navigating the narrow street outside the bus. After several shots went astray, he decided to slam on the brakes, halting the bus in the middle of an intersection. The inertia inadvertently aided the mutant, allowing it to push its way through the sunroof. The creature fell heavily to the ground, and before it could regain its footing, Shao Ming had already dispatched it with a bullet. Having dealt with the threat atop the bus, he quickly restarted the vehicle, drawing closer to Feng Yuxing's location. The navigation finally indicated that they had arrived at their destination. Shao Ming halted the vehicle and retrieved his phone. Before he could dial a number, a young woman dashed out from a nearby building. Presumably, this was Feng Yuxing, who appeared to be in her 20s, with her hair styled in a high ponytail. She exuded an air of competence, clearly not the delicate type. As she opened the car door, Feng Yuxing breathlessly entered. Before she could catch her breath, her gaze fell upon the 2 lifeless bodies on the floor. "If you feel nauseous," Shao Ming remarked, "it's all right." "No worries," Feng Yuxing reassured him, patting her chest as she placed her backpack on the adjacent seat. "I've taken care of a few myself." Shao Ming closed the car door, set the navigation destination to Manchester Airport, and resumed driving. "Thank you," Feng Yuxing said, "but I still don't know your name." "I'm Shao Ming," he replied. "Oh, thank you." "Thank you," she said as she settled into her seat. "Are there no other survivors?" Shao Ming shifted the backpack aside and informed her, "Speaking of which, there's a contact list I obtained from the consulate inside the bag. You might want to try reaching out to others while there's still a signal." "All right, I'll give it a shot," Feng Yuxing responded as she rummaged through the backpack and found the list. Noticing Shao Ming's sleeveless shirt, she inquired, "Are you a police officer? Can a policeman speak Chinese so fluently?" Shao Ming found the question amusing. "I'm an international student at the University of Manchester." Feng Yuxing seemed to realize the foolishness of her question and chuckled. "Sorry, I haven't conversed with anyone in a while." As Shao Ming maneuvered past two cars blocking the road, he pressed down on the accelerator. A mutant was struck and sent flying, leaving only a smear of blood on the windshield. He activated the windshield wipers to clear the glass. "A while?" Shao Ming asked. "It's only been about a week since the mutations began. I was ill before," Feng Yuxing explained. "I was bedridden for nearly half a month. And just as I recovered, the world transformed into this." Shao Ming's brow furrowed in concern at the mention of her illness. Sensing his apprehension, Feng Yuxing hurriedly clarified. "It's not a lingering effect. I just had a bit of arthritis." Chapter 32, The Tide of Corpses. Arthritis? Shao Ming thought, pondering the severity that would keep someone bedridden for such a duration. Rheumatism? Was his immediate thought. "Ha ha ha," Feng Yuxing laughed. "It's traumatic. I took a fall. And the doctor said I dislocated something, causing joint wear. That must have been quite painful," Shao Ming remarked, glancing at the rearview mirror. "It's not too bad," she replied. As the bus exited the neighborhood and returned to the main road, they engaged in casual conversation. Contrary to her earlier demeanor on the phone, Shao Ming expected her to be more panicked, yet the atmosphere in the vehicle felt more like two old acquaintances on a spring outing. To the right, there was a sizable hospital, but the ground floor was completely sealed off, obscuring any view of the situation inside. However, the deafening roars emanating from within were enough to convey the grim reality. Shao Ming pressed the accelerator fiercely, hastily fleeing the area. The bus turned onto the urban expressway, where a scattering of vehicles lined the main road. But as they approached the airport, the traffic intensified. Near the interchange, 2 kilometers from the airport, Shao Ming beheld a sea of thousands of cars immobilized in the direction of the terminal. He halted the bus on the elevated road and gazed ahead. The thoroughfare leading from the city to the airport was choked with vehicles. Several mutants stood dormant amidst the congestion, while many individuals had abandoned their cars, their whereabouts unknown. Further in the distance, the airport revealed a sparse number of aircraft parked on the tarmac, with the terminal belching thick, billowing smoke. At that moment, Feng Yuxing also took in the disheartening scene, rising from her seat to approach the front. "It seems we cannot return to the airport. What shall we do next?" she inquired. "I've made a dozen calls, yet no one answers," she added. Shao Ming retrieved his phone, scanning the map for alternative routes. "Let us head to Liverpool," he proposed. "It is the nearest port city. Perhaps we can find a vessel there." "A ship," Feng Yuxing murmured. "How long would it take to sail back?" "Provided we can even set sail." "If you feel it is too improbable," Shao Ming offered, "I can take you to a less populated area outside the city, a village or the mountains, where it would be safer." After a moment of contemplation, Feng Yuxing replied, "Let us give it a try." The bus remained stationary on the elevated bridge, where no mutants were present. Shao Ming decided to rest momentarily and send a message to his family. It was now 3 in the afternoon, and he had not eaten since leaving home. He rummaged through his bag, producing 2 packets of cookies, and handed one to Feng Yuxing. She accepted the cookies and, from her own bag, offered him a piece of beef jerky. "Thank you," she said. "I enjoy this. I have plenty more." "Thank you," Shao Ming replied, taking the jerky and stepping outside to call home. His family appeared to be faring well. Although there were many mutants nearby, basic societal order still functioned. Aside from 1 or 2 cities completely overrun by mutants, other regions remained relatively safe. Midway through his conversation with his parents, the network signal suddenly began to falter, and Shao Ming watched helplessly as the signal vanished. "Why now?" he exclaimed, raising his phone and turning in circles, confirming the absence of signal. He quickly navigated back to the map, relieved to see the planned route still displayed. Having consumed a hasty lunch, Shao Ming restarted the bus and descended from the elevated road. The vehicle maneuvered through the city, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would soon exit towards Birmingham. However, they had not traveled far when they encountered a scene far more despairing than the abandoned airport. The streets were densely packed with mutants, conservatively numbering in the thousands. Well, at least now they understood where all the occupants of those empty cars had gone. "My heavens!" exclaimed Feng Yuxing, who had been standing beside him, now startled into sitting back down. Thousands of mutants turned their heads towards the bus, drawn by the sound of its movement. Shao Ming gripped the steering wheel with fervor. It was too late. The bus tilted precariously, prompting him to swiftly countersteer, stabilizing the vehicle just in time. A relentless tide of mutated beings surged forth from the street's end, forcing Shao Ming onto a divergent path from the navigation. The cacophony of roars from the countless mutated creatures was deafening, akin to a call to arms that roused even more of their kind. Beasts on either side of the road burst forth from the buildings, and Shao Ming collided with several of them in quick succession, realizing that the bus's bumper had been dislodged. From the left, a dozen more mutated beings descended, compelling Shao Ming to veer right onto the sidewalk to evade them. The bus barreled down the pavement, scattering debris in its wake, while the side of the vehicle scraped against the walls of nearby structures, igniting a shower of sparks. A glance at the remaining rearview mirror revealed a throng of mutated beings hot on their tail, some even shoving parked cars aside. Fortunately, they were falling behind. Shao Ming accelerated once more, navigating several sharp turns, successfully shedding the pursuing horde. After all, no matter how swift the mutants were, they could not outpace the wheels of a bus. Both breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for the vehicle that allowed them to evade the encroaching tide of the undead. Consulting the map, Shao Ming realized he needed to return to the main road ahead. As the bus made another turn, he was taken aback to find an abandoned sedan in the middle of the road. The bus collided heavily with the car, and Shao Ming reacted by yanking the steering wheel, sending the bus careening uncontrollably towards a nearby square. He slammed on the brakes, bringing the bus to a halt in the center of the plaza. However, to his dismay, the engine sputtered and emitted a plume of white smoke. Turning the key, the bus let out a groan before falling silent. "The bus is broken," Shao Ming lamented. Feng Yuxing, unperturbed, merely patted Shao Ming's shoulder, her gaze fixed on the approaching horde of mutated beings. Chapter 33. The airport. Shao Ming turned his head, about to inquire what was amiss with Feng Yuxing, when he spotted several mutated creatures charging towards them from a short distance away. "Don't just stand there, move," he urged, quickly rising to his feet and slinging his backpack over his shoulders. Noticing that Feng Yuxing appeared unarmed, he handed her the pistol from his waist. "I have this," Feng Yuxing replied, producing a kitchen knife from her bag, "but I don't know how to use a gun." "Just pull the trigger if a zombie approaches," Shao Ming instructed, opening the door and leaping out, facing the half-dozen mutated beings rushing towards them. Along with even more emerging from the distant buildings, Shao Ming added, "A kitchen knife, one tea suffice." With the relentless pursuit of the undead, the bus wound through the urban landscape near the airport, looping around several times before ultimately returning to the vicinity of the airport. The foremost mutated beings were now less than 100 meters away. Shao Ming raised his rifle and squeezed the trigger. Targeting the advancing creatures posed little challenge, and soon, the few mutants were dispatched swiftly. As Shao Ming contemplated redirecting his weapon to target the distant mutants, Feng Yuxing hastily patted him on the shoulder and urged, "We must leave quickly, more are bound to arrive soon." Shao Ming lowered his rifle and glanced back. The distant sounds of the horde echoed ominously. Nodding in agreement, he and Feng Yuxing began to retreat. Beyond the road lay Terminal 3 of Manchester Airport, where it appeared that all the mutants were congregated in the external horde, leaving the airport itself relatively devoid of such threats. Upon reaching the vicinity of the terminal, they observed numerous vehicles parked in the lot outside, along with scattered luggage, remnants of the many who had flocked to the airport mere days earlier. At the entrance, temporary checkpoints and barricades had been hastily erected by the police, with some checkpoints marked by splotches of dried blood. Navigating through the obstacles, the pair hastened to the entrance. Inside the airport, the atmosphere was eerily vacant. Before they could catch their breath, the pursuing mutants closed in behind them. "Hurry," Shao Ming urged, adjusting his backpack and pulling Feng Yuxing, who was about to halt, into a sprint. The mutants, evidently inexperienced with navigating obstacles, stumbled over the debris at the entrance, allowing the duo a brief respite to dash into the terminal. Inside, they encountered a scattering of luggage and bloodstains, along with a plethora of spent shell casings. Yet, in stark contrast to the grim scene Shao Ming had witnessed just days prior, there were no bodies here, no remains, not even bones. However, the fragments of clothing mingled with the congealed blood spoke volumes. Mere days ago, Manchester Airport had been overwhelmed with civilians desperate to flee, many of whom were on the brink of transformation. The mutants had torn into those carrying the virus, and these individuals had rapidly succumbed to transformation themselves, subsequently preying upon others. In a mere half hour, Manchester Airport had fallen, with no one managing to escape. Those who had survived were consumed, torn to shreds and devoured by the mutants. Although the two did not witness the tragic scene, the blood-soaked ground told the tale. Advancing deeper into the terminal, the unnerving silence contrasted sharply with the chaotic scenes outside. Noticing that the mutants had not pursued them further, their pace gradually slowed. Sprinting while laden with a backpack proved to be quite challenging. Shao Ming, vigilant with his rifle, scanned their surroundings: disorderly souvenir shops, shattered windows, and the scattered luggage along with trails of blood all attested to the horrors that had transpired here. The sounds of the horde echoed from the nearby city, prompting the two to move away from the terminal's expansive glass windows, seeking refuge behind a row of shops. Through the windows nearest the tarmac, they caught sight of the source of the black smoke rising from the airport. Two aircraft had collided on the runway, while further afield, the fuel depot had been reduced to a massive crater. What do we do now? Feng Yuxing inquired. Remaining at the airport was not an option. They needed to devise a plan to find transportation to Liverpool. If we can locate a boat, we might have a chance to return home. Do you truly believe we can make it back home? Feng Yuxing gazed at the wreckage of the aircraft on the airport tarmac, faintly recognizing the insignia of China Southern Airlines. Of course, Shao Ming remarked, my family is waiting for us. The two continued their stride along the terminal, the side exit not far ahead. So, where is your hometown? Shao Ming inquired. Sichuan, and you? I hail from Shaanxi, Shao Ming replied. Sichuan, huh? I had planned to visit after studying abroad. Come on, Feng Yuxing encouraged. Join me for a meal. I'll treat you to some skewers and rabbit heads. I adore rabbit heads. They're simply delectable. Sounds great, Shao Ming responded. You should visit Shaanxi, and I'll treat you to knife-cut noodles. We have those too, Feng Yuxing countered. Not the same, not the same. Shao Ming quickly shook his head. Let me treat you to a bowl of tuo. You've definitely never had that. As they conversed, the ominous sounds of mutants echoed from behind. The mutants at the entrance had finally caught up. Upon glancing back, Shao Ming noted at least 20 of them charging towards them. Run, he shouted, turning to lift his rifle. Feng Yuxing hastily sprinted towards the side exit, only to discover it was locked. Shao Ming fired upon the pursuing mutants, dropping several in quick succession. What's the situation? He asked as he retreated. It's locked. I can't open it, Feng Yuxing exclaimed, desperately tugging at the door handle, but a chain secured the door, far too formidable for an ordinary girl to manage. Shao Ming glanced back and, fortunately, noted that the exit was made of glass. Shatter the door, he urged Feng Yuxing, with your handgun. Without hesitation, she raised her pistol, closed her eyes, and aimed at the glass door, pulling the trigger. As the bullet pierced through, numerous cracks spiderwebbed across the glass. Shao Ming dispatched 2 more mutants, but a dozen more were rapidly closing in. Feng Yuxing delivered a swift kick, shattering the glass door into a cascade of shards. Hurry, she called to Shao Ming. Chapter 34. The airport terminal. The two darted through the shattered glass door towards the tarmac, as Feng Yuxing had only broken the lower half of the door, causing the pursuing mutants to collide with the upper segment. To their right lay Terminal T2, while they had just exited Terminal T1, connected to T3. As they aimed to sprint towards T2, several mutants clad in ground crew uniforms emerged from the garage within T2, charging towards them. They quickly altered their course, running between the two terminals, facing only the airport's high walls ahead, save for 2 fuel tanks and a locked independent building. Shao Ming turned back, aiming at the mutants spilling from T2, but after several missed shots, he finally felled one. Just then, the remaining mutants that had been pursuing them also burst out of T1, racing towards them. Run, Feng Yuxing shouted, noticing Shao Ming's hesitation. He stowed his rifle, lamenting to himself that had he foreseen this day, he would have invested more time at the shooting range. The walls of the airport tower approximately 2 stories high. However, apart from the lower 2 meters, the remainder is constructed from a barbed wire mesh riddled with gaps. 2 individuals hurried to the edge of the wall, and Shao Ming noted that the concrete base of the wall was relatively wide, enough to accommodate a person's foot. Can you climb the wall? Shao Ming inquired. I can't now. I never learned, Feng Yuxing replied, stowing her pistol. Shao Ming crouched down, allowing Feng Yuxing to step onto his shoulder to reach the barbed wire. Standing at 185 meters, he could leap and grasp the wire, but Feng Yuxing, at 16 meters, could not. The mutated creatures were still at a distance. Yet time was of the essence, with only 30 seconds remaining. Feng Yuxing stepped on Shao Ming's shoulder and grasped the wire, while Shao Ming exerted himself to hoist her onto the wall. You go first, Shao Ming urged as Feng Yuxing hesitated to pull him up. Without further ado, She began to ascend the barbed wire. The nearest mutated creature was nearing the wall, but Shao Ming remained confident. He squeezed the trigger, taking down several of them to clear a path for himself. Taking 2 steps forward, he turned and sprinted towards the wall, reaching for the barbed wire. A mutated creature lunged at him, its hand barely missing his foot. The 2 of them scaled the wall, leaving a dozen enraged mutated creatures roaring behind them. Once they finally reached the other side of the wall, a more significant problem emerged. Although they had been driven into the airport by a small group of mutated creatures, this did not imply that the horde had retreated. In the city beyond the highway, tens of thousands of mutated creatures were surging towards them. The horde had momentarily been disoriented by the buses, but the relentless gunfire had drawn their attention back. Over there, Feng Yuxing pointed towards a building not far ahead, appearing to be the only nearby refuge. The 2 supported one another as they sprinted towards the structure, which turned out to be the train station connected to the airport. The station's entrance hall resembled that of the airport terminal, cluttered with debris and luggage. However, it was quite spacious, with shops nearby virtually unbarred, rendering their hiding place less secure. They dashed deeper into the train station, soon spotting the platforms and 2 trains parked alongside. One train was empty, but the other, closer to them, held a considerable number of mutated creatures. Upon seeing 2 living individuals enter the platform, the creatures within the train became agitated, and several scrambled out through broken windows, charging towards them. We're in a real dead end now, Shao Ming thought, relinquishing his rifle to hang at his chest. Retrieving a baseball bat from behind him, he swung it, toppling the nearest mutated creature, while rapidly contemplating their next move. A few obstacles lay before him that were manageable, but the train carriage housed even more mutated creatures eager to squeeze through the windows, and the horde was closing in on the train station. Although Feng Yuxing is a girl, she fights fiercely, for the mutated beings care not for gender or age. In their eyes, all are mere prey. As they battled their way toward the empty train, Shao Ming's baseball bat proved invaluable, sweeping aside several mutated creatures with a single swing. Feng Yuxing struck a mutated being squarely on the head with her blade, splitting its scalp and revealing the skull beneath. Yet, this did not deter the creature, which lunged at her, intent on biting. She stifled the urge to scream and curse, quickly gripping the creature's neck with her right hand to prevent it from biting her, while her left hand raised a pistol, firing multiple shots into its body. Aim for the head, Shao Ming shouted urgently. His reminder steadied her nerves. She aimed at the creature's temple and pulled the trigger, sending its brain matter splattering. Though the gunshot saved her life, the sharp sound provided an unmistakable signal to the horde of the undead, which swiftly converged on the train station. Shao Ming turned to see numerous mutated beings rushing along the tracks. Finally, they reached the side of the empty train. Shao Ming swung the baseball bat to shatter a window and hastily shoved the still-dazed Feng Yuxing inside. She was nearly thrown into the train. As the mutated beings charged closer, Shao Ming raised his rifle and, without time to aim, fired at the nearest creature. Fortune favored him. He managed to take down 2 of the approaching beings, granting him precious moments to leap into the carriage. They sprinted down the length of the train, distancing themselves from the shattered window at the rear. The intercity train was not long, and they quickly reached the cab, locking the door behind them. Shao Ming removed the magazine and tucked it into his vest, retrieving another to load into his gun. Hundreds of mutated beings surged into the train station, violently battering against the train, forcing the 2 to crouch beneath the control panel, prayerfully hoping they remained undetected. Chapter 35. Drones. An ever-growing tide of mutated beings pressed forward, blindly searching around the train and the station. Some even ventured into the carriages, yet they failed to locate the 2 hidden in the cab. The height of the train made it difficult to see inside, as only those on the platform side could glimpse the interior, with the control panel conveniently obscuring their figures. Frustrated by their inability to find the humans, the mutated beings raged, having recently caught sight of their quarry, only to find their meal had vanished, leaving them to expend energy in vain. They pounded furiously against the carriage, and the 2 remained silent beneath the control panel, barely daring to breathe. Feng Yuxing finally lost her composure, tears streaming from her eyes. If it were merely a dozen or so, it might be manageable. Perhaps merely provoking a sense of disgust at the sight of the dead, but now, thousands of mutated beings loomed nearby, and the only thing standing between them and certain doom was the train's thin metal shell and a layer of glass. The specter of death loomed perilously close, instilling fear in anyone. Shao Ming cautiously shifted, wrapping his arms around Feng Yuxing. Although they had only met that morning, Shao Ming recognized that Feng Yuxing was quite a resilient young woman. Moreover, his desire to comfort her stemmed not only from a wish to alleviate her distress, but also from his own feelings of fear. If they were discovered, the horde of corpses could tear the train to shreds. Feng Yuxing did not resist Shao Ming's embrace. She buried her head in his chest and wept softly. She bore no resentment towards him for taking her along, for in this unpredictable world, little was certain. Time passed, and the two nestled beneath the control panel, falling into a rigid slumber. Suddenly, Shao Ming jolted awake, glancing at his watch. It was already 3 in the morning, while just before he had fallen asleep. It had been only 1. Whether it was the exhausting run from the day before or the fatigue of sleeping on the control panel, he felt a pervasive ache throughout his body. Outside, a light rain had begun to fall again, suggesting that the mutated beings indeed preferred dry weather. Many had dispersed from near the train's front. Gently, Shao Ming withdrew his arm from the slumbering Feng Yuxing, shaking it to alleviate the numbness. He slowly sat up and surveyed the area, and in the dim light of the moon, he could still see a few mutated beings standing on the platform, resembling late-night commuters waiting for a train home. Shao Ming retreated, carefully taking the handgun from Feng Yuxing's hand. The thought of her sleeping with a loaded weapon filled him with dread. He replaced the magazine with a fresh one, disengaged the safety, and placed the gun in his backpack. Throughout the latter part of the night, Shao Ming found it difficult to sleep soundly. He dozed fitfully, frequently awakening from dreams. It was not until the following morning that Feng Yuxing awoke to find Shao Ming, sporting dark circles under his eyes, sitting on the floor. She quietly asked, "Couldn't he sleep?" Shao Ming shook his head. "I dozed off for a bit. There are considerably fewer zombies outside now." Remembering the events of the previous night, Feng Yuxing felt a twinge of embarrassment and apologized. "I'm so sorry for my behavior last night." No, Shao Ming quickly replied. "You were quite remarkable. I was scared too." They fell into silence as Shao Ming rummaged through his backpack and pulled out a bag of cookies, though only crumbs remained. He had no idea when they had been reduced to powder. Feng Yuxing accepted the offering with a grateful, "Thank you." "No need for thanks," Shao Ming replied. "Just treat me to some spicy hot pot when you get back." Feng Yuxing smiled. While she might not fit the mold of a contemporary internet beauty with a heart-shaped face and large eyes, she possessed the charm reminiscent of Hong Kong stars from the 80s and 90s. Her smile particularly captivating. She retrieved a can from her backpack and placed it between them, saying, "I'll treat you when we get back, but for now, I have this." As Shao Ming opened the can, a waft of pineapple fragrance filled the cabin. Though it was more the tanginess that emerged. He had never been fond of fruit, but now, the sweet and sour taste of pineapple tantalized his taste buds. A delightful contrast to the blandness of the compressed cookies, akin to a taste of paradise. The rain outside intensified, washing away the remnants of blood from the streets. Yet it could not cleanse the malevolence lurking within the city. With the sound of rain providing a shroud, the two finally dared to converse more audibly. "How old are you?" Feng Yuxing inquired. "Me? I'm 21, Shao Ming replied. "And you? Are you not aware that a woman's age is a closely guarded secret?" Feng Yuxing responded with a smile. "But you must address me as sister." 24? Shao Ming ventured cautiously. A look of surprise flickered across Feng Yuxing's face. But she quickly retorted, "I want to tell you." "All right, sister," Shao Ming teased, playfully calling her, sister. Feng Yuxing chuckled, replying, All right, what brings you to England?" Shao Ming asked. "I was sent here by my company for an exchange program," Feng Yuxing replied, "but shortly after my arrival, I took a tumble and damaged my meniscus." "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that," Shao Ming quickly responded, truly impressive for someone so young. "You're not so bad yourself," Feng Yuxing remarked. A distinguished student from the University of Manchester. The two soon fell into a rhythm of mutual flattery, conversing from their hometown to England. From hobbies to life before the apocalypse, discovering a compatibility that felt as if they were long-lost friends. As afternoon approached, the rain finally ceased, the skies began to clear, and sunlight reclaimed the land. Suddenly, a buzzing sound, reminiscent of mosquitoes, emerged from outside the train. Shao Ming quickly motioned for Feng Yuxing to be silent. He leaned out to take a look, only to find a drone hovering nearby. Hastily, he scanned the surroundings, relieved to see no signs of the infected. The drone, clearly aware of their presence in the train, circled the front before coming to a halt directly in front of it. Feng Yuxing peeked out from behind the control panel and spotted the hovering drone. "Are there still living people?" she whispered. Chapter 36. The rescue plan. The drone hovered for a moment before flying away from the front of the train. Shao Ming promptly opened the door, grabbed his rifle, and gave chase. Seeing Feng Yuxing attempt to follow, he quickly stopped her, signaling for her to remain inside the train. The drone appeared to be guiding Shao Ming forward. After flying a short distance, it paused again. As Shao Ming sprinted up, the drone continued to navigate ahead. It soared along the tracks, precisely the path from which the horde had emerged yesterday, though today, it was uncertain where the horde had wandered. Following the drone, Shao Ming climbed onto the grassy area beside the tracks, where an isolated office building came into view. The ground floor seemed crowded with numerous infected lying dormant, while a few others outside gazed up at the drone. Shao Ming quickly crouched behind a patch of grass. The drone ascended higher, landing on the rooftop, where a figure leaned over the railing. Shao Ming was astonished to discover that there were indeed living individuals nearby, merely 400 or 500 meters from the train station. In fact, Feng Yuxing inside the train could vaguely make out Shao Ming's form. The individual enthusiastically waved towards Shao Ming's direction, who, from behind the thicket, raised a hand in greeting. It appeared that the man was trapped on the upper floors, while downstairs there were conservatively estimated to be around 100 mutated beings. Between the railway tracks and the office building lay a vast expanse of lawn, devoid of any cover. Stepping out from this greenery would inevitably expose one to the gaze of the mutants. The man on the rooftop retreated, silencing himself. After a while, as Shao Ming observed, a drone emerged once more. It remained uncertain whether the drone failed to pique the interest of the mutants or if they were simply lethargic, as they merely watched without pursuing the drone. This peculiar phenomenon suggested that the mutants were sensitive to sounds of vehicles and gunfire. It seemed to instinctively recognize the absence of human presence aboard the drone. The drone passed overhead, dropping a crumpled piece of paper onto the railway tracks. Shao Ming left the thicket and returned to the tracks, retrieving the paper and unfolding it. A line of text read, "Please help me. I have been trapped here for days, and my food and water are nearly depleted. I need to escape." A subsequent line noted, "A horde of zombies headed towards the urban area last night." Shao Ming felt a desire to rescue the individual, but the sheer number of mutants below was daunting. Even 100 confined pigs would require a considerable amount of firepower to subdue, let alone 100 agile mutants. Shao Ming looked up to see the drone hovering above him, its camera directed at him. He contemplated his options and realized that the only feasible course of action was to replicate yesterday's maneuver of luring the horde away with a vehicle. He resolved to return to the train and discuss the matter with Feng Yuxing. As the drone trailed closely behind him, resembling a devoted companion, he made his way back. Upon Shao Ming's return, Feng Yuxing promptly opened the door. "What is happening?" he inquired, handing Shao Ming a bottle of water. "There's someone trapped on the rooftop," Shao Ming replied, twisting off the cap and taking a sip. "Their water supply was dwindling. The drone was released by me, and he hopes I can rescue him." Feng Yuxing glanced at the drone outside the window and asked, "Is that feasible?" "Not particularly." Shao Ming shook his head. "There are zombies all below." "What do you intend to do?" Feng Yuxing inquired. "Do you need my assistance?" Shao Ming pondered and felt that this task was best undertaken alone. Perhaps sensing his apprehension, Feng Yuxing quickly added, "I won't hinder you. I know how to deal with zombies." "No, I won't allow you to go," Shao Ming replied, reflecting on how his actions had previously placed them both in peril. Moreover, even if he were to rescue the man, someone would need to remain at the train to open the door. "What do you propose?" Feng Yuxing asked. "Like yesterday afternoon, lure the mutants away with a vehicle." "Do you have a vehicle?" "What about the horde? What if they come after you?" Shao Ming tapped his head in frustration. He truly had no better plan. To assert that this building is comparable to the other structures along the street would not be entirely inaccurate. However, this particular office building stands alone, rendering the rooftop inaccessible. While the idea of utilizing a vehicle is indeed appealing, he remains unaware of the current position of the zombie horde. Venturing into the city could lead to entrapment, while heading towards the airport may inadvertently attract the mutated beings. Shao Ming contemplated abandoning the endeavor altogether, for the horde had dissipated. The airport is distanced from the suburbs, and it seemed imprudent to jeopardize his own life, as well as that of Feng Yuxing, for a complete stranger. He smacked his forehead, realizing that attracting the mutated creatures is valid, but why must one drive around recklessly? Could he not simply locate a parking lot across the street, kick a vehicle to set off its alarm, and then flee? The tranquility of the streets means that a car alarm several hundred meters away could still resonate. As long as those on the rooftop can safely descend away from the mutated creatures, all would be well. Well, perhaps I have an idea, he mused. Shao Ming retrieved his tablet, relieved that he had downloaded a map. Following the railway, he discovered several car rental centers ahead. We could visit these rental centers. There is no need to honk incessantly to draw the zombies. An alarm from a vehicle would suffice, ensuring the horde does not trail behind as it did yesterday. Feng Yuxing, concerned, inquired, "And what about you? Once the alarm sounds, the zombies will surely swarm over. I will circle back from the airport side, where there are more obstacles and cover," he replied. Activating the doodle function on his tablet, he inscribed a few words indicating where to run when the alarm sounds. The drone descended momentarily to take a glance before veering away. Chapter 37. The railway engineer Shao Ming picked up a nearby handgun, disengaged the safety, and handed it to Feng Yuxing, also retrieving a magazine from his pouch to place on the control panel. "Are you certain?" Feng Yuxing asked one last time. "If it can save lives, then we must try," Shao Ming responded, pulling open the door and assuring her, "I'll return." Feng Yuxing refrained from further protest. Having made his decision, she would not hinder him further. The most straightforward route to the parking lot of the rental company involved proceeding along the railway, utilizing the cover of the embankments on either side to approach the road near the airport. Shao Ming tread carefully on the ties, mindful to avoid making excessive noise while crossing the tracks. The drone had vanished from sight, likely returning to the rooftop. Unlike the railway leading to the office building, the rental company was situated beside a different railway, its distance from the station and office building resembling a triangular formation. Utilizing the cover of the trees along the railway embankment, Shao Ming safely arrived beside the rental company. He ascended the embankment and beheld a parking lot brimming with vehicles. While the side closest to the railway was secured with a barbed wire fence, the entrance near the street stood wide open. There were no signs of mutated beings within the parking lot, likely having wandered off with the horde. Despite the presence of an overpass, railway, and surrounding trees obstructing the view, he could still glimpse the rooftop of the office building from the parking lot. The individual he sought was absent from the rooftop, and the details of the mutated creatures below remained obscured. Shao Ming did not directly enter the parking lot. Instead, he circled the vicinity, meticulously devising an escape route. The entrance and exit of the car rental company's parking lot provided a direct passage to the street across, where 2, 3, or 4-story multi-level parking structures stood, conveniently obstructing the view of the mutated entities approaching from the office building. Shao Ming casually selected a car and kicked it aside, just as anticipated. The vehicle emitted an ear-piercing alarm. For added precaution, he swiftly approached another car and forcefully struck the window with the butt of his gun. The first blow did not shatter the glass, prompting him to strike again, at last reducing the window to a cascade of jagged shards. Having completed this task, Shao Ming hastily exited the parking lot and sprinted towards the parking garage. He did not head towards the station. Instead, he slipped inside the parking structure. The garage was not entirely enclosed. Through the waist-high wall, he could observe the unfolding situation outside. As expected, the mutated beings took the bait, rushing toward the parking lot at the sound of the car alarm. Now, Shao Ming could only hope that there were not 2 hearing-impaired creatures still lingering in the office building. Satisfied with the distraction's effectiveness, he then departed in the direction of the train station. He jogged along the railway embankment until he rounded a bend that obscured the throng of mutated beings from view, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief as he continued towards the train station. By the train stood a quintessential Englishman, voraciously devouring his meal. He donned a uniform emblazoned with the Arriva Trains Wales logo, carried an enormous black backpack, and had a tool belt around his waist, stained with blood, presumably containing wrenches, crowbars, and flashlights. Feng Yuxing stood nearby, and upon seeing Shao Ming's safe return, her previously tense expression finally relaxed. As Shao Ming approached, the man eagerly set down his water and biscuits, stepped forward to grasp Shao Ming's hand, and repeatedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you so much. I've been trapped on the rooftop for nearly a week, surviving solely on 2 bags of chips and rainwater." "It was a mere act of kindness," Shao Ming replied. "But we must leave this place. The zombies will undoubtedly wander about now that they have been stirred from their slumber." Hearing Shao Ming's intent to depart, the man quickly interjected, "We can escape by train." "By train?" Shao Ming glanced at Feng Yuxing, who was curiously scanning her surroundings with her large eyes, intermittently checking for mutated beings at the end of the tracks, and then regarding the items hanging from the rescued man's body. A train certainly seemed a viable option, offering speed and enhanced safety compared to a car in the face of a mutated threat. Can you operate a train? Shao Ming inquired. Of course I can. The man replied, seemingly proud of his expertise, patting the emblem on his chest. I am a railway engineer. Can a railway engineer operate a train? Feng Yuxing turned to ask. Shao Ming was inclined to question the same, although he was uncertain of the exact responsibilities of a railway engineer. He presumed there must be a distinction between that role and that of a train driver. The man appeared to have been questioned, and he awkwardly replied, though I have never truly operated one, I have touched the genuine article and played numerous simulation train games. Shao Ming and Feng Yuxing exchanged a glance, both harboring profound questions in their minds. Let us depart quickly. The man stuffed the last morsel of biscuit into his mouth, took a hearty gulp of water, and informed the two, on that platform, there is a Type 43 train that has yet to depart. The key should be inside, barring any unforeseen circumstances. With that, he ambled toward the rear of the platform, seemingly having plotted this for quite some time. This individual strikes me as rather peculiar. Feng Yuxing whispered to Shao Ming in Chinese. What? The man turned back, inquiring. Ah, Shao Ming hastily replied. We do not yet know your name. My apologies, my apologies. The man halted, responding, I am Lambert. Following Lambert to the opposite platform, they beheld the Type 43 train, a true classic. Shao Ming felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen it before. Lambert ascended the platform, pulled open the train door, and slipped inside. Excellent, splendid. Lambert exclaimed excitedly, I knew it. I saw the train driver dash out that day. Aha, the key is indeed here. Could you keep it down? Shao Ming interjected. Is this person not frightened by the horde of over 100 mutants? As Shao Ming scanned the distance, he unexpectedly locked eyes with a mutant. The creature let out a piercing howl, and soon, an increasing number of mutants surged toward them. You best hurry and get this contraption moving, Shao Ming urged, raising his rifle. Chapter 38. The long whistle. The mutants charged toward the train station. Shao Ming pondered why some mutants attracted their companions while others did not. Clearly, this was not the time for such contemplations. Crouching down, he firmly pressed the gunstock against his shoulder, steadied his breath, and aimed at the foremost mutant's head. Several mutants fell, their skulls pierced by bullets, collapsing onto the ground. Behind him, Feng Yuxing was not merely a bystander, although she was unfamiliar with firearms. She was poised with a knife, watching Shao Ming's back. Shao Ming regarded the railway engineer beside him with a hint of skepticism. Perhaps he was simply a railway enthusiast realizing his dream of operating a real train in the apocalypse. As the mutants multiplied, Shao Ming shouted, Are you capable or not? The train powered on, illuminating the area. Lambert exuberantly cried, It works. It works, we're good to go? Get inside. Shao Ming called to Feng Yuxing. The two leaped into the carriage and secured the door behind them. Lambert turned a control lever, disengaged the brakes, and pushed another lever forward. The train indeed began to move, slowly inching forward. The mutants rushed toward the front of the train, but before they could stabilize themselves, they were crushed into a pulpy mass. The Type 43 train featured a wedge-shaped front, resembling a platform designed specifically to engulf the mutants. Lambert did not hasten to accelerate. Instead, he allowed the train to slowly roll over the mutated beings. Thanks to the design of the locomotive, there was not much blood splattering onto the windshield. Shao Ming turned his head to see Feng Yuxing seated in the co-pilot seat and asked her in Chinese, What's wrong? Nothing, Feng Yuxing replied. Why do you ask? Why have you fallen silent? Shao Ming inquired. Oh, you mean this? Feng Yuxing smiled, glancing at Lambert standing nearby. There's just nothing much to say right now. Is that so? As the number of mutated beings ahead gradually diminished, Lambert began to slowly accelerate. I have a question, Shao Ming asked. Where does this railway lead? Lambert pondered for a moment and replied, Logically speaking, this route runs from Manchester to Birmingham. Birmingham, Shao Ming remarked, but we wish to go to Liverpool. What business do you have in Liverpool? Lambert inquired. From what I understand, Liverpool fell into chaos even before Manchester. Feng Yuxing interjected, We are looking for a boat. You don't mean to say. Lambert looked at the two of them, exclaiming, Oh my God, you don't intend to float back to China, do you? Or Japan? China, we are Chinese, Shao Ming answered. Oh, my apologies, Lambert continued. Do you have any sailing experience? Shao Ming and Feng Yuxing shook their heads in unison. Goodness, Lambert exclaimed, you Chinese are quite the adventurers. Do you know how to navigate the seas? Can you chart a course? What would you do in a storm? Seeing their expressions, Lambert realized they were utterly clueless. The train rounded a bend, and the view outside had long lost any semblance of buildings. "Do you have any suggestions?" Shao Ming asked. Lambert thought for a moment and said, "If you wish to return to China, I have a suggestion, the China-Europe Railway Express." "The China-Europe Railway Express?" Shao Ming exclaimed as if struck by a revelation. Why hadn't I considered that? Trains are safer and faster than cars. However, there are still numerous, issues. Lambert continued. For instance, you need to know where to switch tracks to avoid going astray. Also, the track gauge in Russia differs from that in Europe, necessitating some adjustments to the train. Of course, you'll also need a train driver. Shao Ming glanced back at Feng Yuxing, who offered no objections. He then turned to Lambert and asked, "Would you be willing to accompany us to China?" "I have no objections," Lambert responded readily, surprising Shao Ming. "I have no family. And besides, traveling from the UK all the way to China, crossing the entire Eurasian continent, would be incredibly cool." Shao Ming cautiously inquired, "May I ask about your family?" "I am an orphan," Lambert replied, "so I have no family. However, the orphanage I grew up in is located beside a railway, and since childhood, I have dreamed of owning my own train." As Lambert spoke these words, Shao Ming observed a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Utterly astonished that anyone could still realize their ideals and fulfill their life as purpose amidst such apocalyptic circumstances. The train roared past, gliding by a small platform. "Very well," Shao Ming inquired. "How shall we ascertain which locations require a change of tracks?" Lambert replied, "I am quite familiar with the railway in this vicinity. My role is to conduct routine inspections and maintenance on the very tracks beneath our feet. However, beyond this point, we will need to consult the track diagrams available at certain stations." "Is it truly that simple?" Shao Ming questioned. "Indeed, at present, there is no electricity, so we cannot override the controls directly. We must manually switch the tracks. Fortunately, there are not many locations along the railway that require such adjustments." Shao Ming turned to Feng Yuxing and asked, "What are your thoughts?" "I have no objections," Feng Yuxing replied. "The railway is relatively swift, and there shouldn't be many obstacles along the way. Then it is settled." The train traversed a verdant expanse, revealing a cluster of buildings ahead. The mutated beings within the complex had already sensed the train's approach and surged towards it. Alas, their flesh and blood proved far too fragile. Approximately 10 minutes later, the train had passed 2 stations, hurtling towards the outskirts. Lambert focused intently on the tracks ahead, while Feng Yuxing and Shao Ming counted the remaining supplies. This 8-car intercity train sped the trio toward Birmingham. Chapter 39. Arrival and halt. Thanks to the government's prohibitions enacted at the onset of the mutations, most trains that should have been in transit were stationary at the main terminal, posing no obstruction to Shao Ming and his companions. Nonetheless, Lambert maintained the train's speed at 50 kilometers per hour, allowing for immediate braking in the event of any issues, thus ensuring that the mutants could not catch up. It must be said that despite having only piloted trains in video games, Lambert had some experience as a railway engineer, enabling him to navigate the real machinery with ease. Shao Ming and Feng Yuxing surveyed their remaining supplies. Merely 10 packs of crumbled biscuits, several small compressed snacks, and dozens of packets of beef jerky. To Shao Ming's surprise, Feng Yuxing's modest backpack contained 6 different flavors of canned fruit and 2 bags of soft candies. The situation regarding water was dire, with only 2 bottles of mineral water and half of a bottle belonging to Feng Yuxing remaining. Lambert's backpack was a lost cause. Had he not been desperate for sustenance, he would not have sought aid from Shao Ming and Feng Yuxing. The ammunition had diminished significantly as well, particularly the long gun rounds, with only a scant half magazine left. Shao Ming glanced at the tablet, noting that the route from Manchester to Birmingham would pass through a city named Stoke-on-Trent. But the likelihood of encountering more mutants in a larger city made the prospect of scavenging for supplies quite perilous. "What do you think?" Shao Ming inquired, handing the tablet to Feng Yuxing. As Feng Yuxing glided across the screen, he paused in a quaint little town. The station was situated a fair distance from the heart of the settlement. Though the town was not large, it should suffice to provide ample sustenance for the 3 of us. Shao Ming glanced at the map, nodded thoughtfully, and conveyed their plans to Lambert. "I am familiar with Gustri. It lies just ahead, not far off. I can park the train a kilometer or 2 from the station." Checking the time, Shao Ming noted that there were still 2 or 3 hours until sunset, uncertain if that would be sufficient. "How much longer until we arrive?" he inquired. Lambert, taking his time to respond, confirmed the distance by observing a roadside sign before replying, "Approximately 15 minutes. Shao Ming nodded in agreement, stating, "All right. Let us search for supplies in this town and return to the train before sunset. I'll stay and watch over the train," he began, but before he could elaborate, Lambert interjected, "Someone must guard the train." "No," Shao Ming replied without hesitation. "3 of us can carry more, and it is safer to look out for one another." Lambert's expression turned troubled. He wasn't afraid of the mutated creatures, but rather concerned about the train he had just acquired. Perhaps realizing the absurdity of his apprehension in a scenario where it was nearly impossible for anyone to steal his train, he pondered for a moment before ultimately conceding. Shao Ming and Feng Yuxing remained unaware of Lambert's internal conflict, interpreting his reluctance as fear of the mutated beings lurking outside. Nevertheless, since he had acquiesced, they chose not to press the matter further. The train gradually slowed, finally coming to a halt amid a thicket of trees. "Hold on," Shao Ming instructed. Refraining from opening the door immediately, he waited a few moments to ensure no mutations approached before stepping out. He was the first to leap from the train, swiftly turning to assist Feng Yuxing down. "Thank you," she said gratefully. "Allow me to bring this," Lambert said as he disembarked, retrieving his drone. "This little fellow can still fly for another half hour." The trio proceeded along the railway towards the town, with Shao Ming leading the way, armed with a handgun and baseball bat. Feng Yuxing followed closely behind, gripping a kitchen knife, while Lambert trailed last, carrying a wrench and a drone bag. "Do you really think we can return along the route of the China-Europe Railway?" Shao Ming queried Feng Yuxing, sensing the surrounding area was relatively safe. "I believe it is at least more realistic than searching for a boat or an airplane," she replied, though it still feels quite daunting. "Indeed," Shao Ming sighed. "It feels incredibly challenging to return home now. Had I known, I would never have left the country." Feng Yuxing pouted, but added, "Yet I still have faith that we can make it back." "You seemed a bit withdrawn all of a sudden," Shao Ming remarked. "Perhaps it's because of the unfamiliar presence," Feng Yuxing replied. "Huh," Shao Ming responded. "I thought you were the outgoing type." "Not quite," Feng Yuxing clarified. "I believe I'm less familiar than our companion behind us." "Can you both speak English?" Lambert inquired from the back. Not far along their path, the trio beheld the distant train station, where shadows of several mutated beings flickered. "Here, one could take a right turn." Lambert pointed towards the right, indicating a field of wheat. Traversing this expanse would lead them to the town. The wheat field was enveloped in a profound silence, interrupted only by a solitary combine harvester, stationed at its center. Upon reaching the edge of the field, Lambert crouched down to activate his drone. The drone ascended rapidly, soaring towards the expanse above the town. Through the drone's camera, the three observed the desolate streets of the town. Aside from a chaotic array of parked vehicles, there was no sign of the mutated entities. Lambert attempted to maneuver the drone to a lower altitude and, indeed, spotted numerous mutations within the houses. As he rotated the camera, it became evident that the town's inhabitants had remained indoors, transforming without ever leaving their homes. The drone navigated through several streets, arriving at a commercial avenue. Much like the devastation witnessed in the city, the town's South Commercial Street lay in ruins, its shelves long since stripped bare. Adjusting the drone's camera, they found nothing of value. At the end of the commercial street stood the town's police station and a bakery. The police station's door was firmly locked, and due to the absence of light, the interior remained obscured, save for a mutated figure clad in a police uniform at the entrance. Chapter 40. The Silent Realm. Elevate the drone slightly, Shao Ming suggested. Lambert complied, maneuvering the drone upwards, revealing the entire layout of the town. It was a meticulously arranged settlement, with the residential buildings and commercial street traversing the main thoroughfare, flanked on either side by smaller streets filled with modest homes. The number of visible mutations on the streets was scant. Most had taken refuge within the houses, making it a challenge to traverse the residential areas to reach the shops along the main road. Here, Shao Ming indicated a narrow alley behind 2 rows of houses. "We can slip through this back street to reach the main road." "It seems there's nothing left," Lambert remarked. "Should we continue?" Shao Ming replied. "Let us check the police station. There may still be remnants in the other shops." After Lambert retracted the drone, the trio pressed onward. They crossed a small thicket, coming upon houses at the town's edge. Shao Ming raised his rifle, peering through the scope into the interior. Perhaps fortune favored them, for no signs of mutations were visible within. Shao Ming was the first to leap into the yard of a nearby home. He turned back, unlocking the door to allow Feng Yuxing and Lambert entry. Slinging his rifle at his waist, Shao Ming produced a baseball bat and approached the half-open door of the house. He gently pushed the door open. The living room revealed no mutated beings. It appeared the family had fled in haste at the onset of the mutation, leaving the home in disarray, various items strewn across the floor. Shao Ming approached a window near the street side. Gazing outward, the street lay in an eerie stillness, devoid of even a single bird's chirp. In the house across the street, he discerned 3 mutated figures, seemingly a family. Lambert approached the window, gazing outward. He pointed towards a gap across the street, where one could access the alley you mentioned. Unlike the 2 men, Feng Yuxing entered the kitchen to inspect the cabinets, discovering 2 boxes of uneaten cereal, which she promptly stowed away in her bag. How do we enter that alley across the street without being detected by the family over there? Shao Ming whispered. Lambert shrugged, signaling his inability to provide a solution. Shao Ming scrutinized the street. Despite the presence of some abandoned vehicles, a vast expanse lay between the front door and the roadside. If they intended to employ the same tactic as before and throw something out, it would only serve to lure the mutants onto the street. It appeared that this approach was not feasible. Shao Ming stepped away from the window and retrieved a fruit knife from the kitchen, suggesting they seek another route. The 3 departed from the house and arrived at the rear of the neighboring dwelling. This house seemed to face the alley across the road and could potentially avoid the mutants' line of sight. Shao Ming cautiously approached the door first, where a mutant stood vacantly inside. Taking a deep breath, he gently pushed the door open, praying it would not creak. As the door swung open, the mutant slowly turned its head. In a swift motion, Shao Ming leapt forward, driving the fruit knife accurately into the mutant's jaw, piercing its skull. The creature had no time to emit a sound before its body slumped, and Shao Ming hurriedly supported it, easing it onto the sofa. He wiped the knife on the sofa before holding it in one hand and a gun in the other, surveying the room for safety. Once assured, he gestured to the 2 outside, signaling them to enter. The trio crouched by the window, confirming that the front door of this house indeed faced the alley across the street. We can use that garbage truck to pass. Lambert pointed towards the large vehicle parked at the entrance, its bulk obscuring the view to the right. I'll go first. Shao Ming approached the door, cracking it open slightly. The waning sunlight streamed through the gap, prompting him to push it open a tad more. No sounds emanated from across the street, so while observing the situation, he sprinted to the back of the garbage truck. Inside, Lambert gave Shao Ming a thumbs up, indicating all was clear. Peering from behind the truck, Shao Ming assessed the right side of the street, which seemed slightly better than the left, where 3 mutants were immediately visible within a room. Prepared mentally, Lambert jogged over to the garbage truck as well. Just as Feng Yuxing dashed out, the door across the street suddenly burst open, and 2 mutants staggered out from within. Feng Yuxing found herself on the lawn directly in front of the door, with no place to conceal herself. The mutants immediately spotted her on the grass, roaring as they charged towards her. Startled by the unexpected turn of events, Feng Yuxing clutched her kitchen knife, though she was not in a defensive stance. Noticing the imminent danger, Shao Ming drew his handgun, aiming at one of the mutants. At this moment, Lambert sprang forth, delivering a powerful kick that sent a mutant sprawling. Observing that the roars of the 2 mutants had not roused any more, Shao Ming swiftly reholstered his pistol and seized a baseball bat, charging ahead. As if out of nowhere, a new adversary emerged. 2 mutants redirected their fury towards Lambert. From within the room, another mutant burst forth, revealing itself to be a mere child. The skirmish now stood at 3 against 3. Lambert swung a wrench towards the oncoming mutant. Although the first mutant staggered under the blow, the second lunged forward. Realizing Lambert had no time to withdraw, Shao Ming hastily swung his bat at the head of the latter mutant. At that moment, Feng Yuxing rushed in, delivering a swift strike to the neck of the mutant struck by Lambert. The knife, having dulled from previous encounters, became lodged within the creature's throat. Blood gushed forth, splattering Lambert's face. Both he and Feng Yuxing recoiled a couple of steps, witnessing the mutant futilely attempt to clutch its neck before collapsing helplessly to the ground. Meanwhile, Shao Ming was still engaged. The mutant, though it had ceased its assault on Lambert, staggered forward a couple of steps. Lambert retaliated with another kick, sending it crashing to the ground. Chapter 41. Surrounded. Seeing Lambert restraining the fallen mutant, Shao Ming arced his baseball bat, striking the approaching smaller mutant and sending it flying. Before the trio could catch their breath, more mutants emerged from the surrounding rooms, their eyes fixated on the 3 in the center, charging wildly towards them. Run! Shao Ming shouted instinctively in Chinese, prompting Lambert to take off immediately. He drew his pistol, taking down the nearest mutant to provide cover as the two retreated into the room. He fired multiple shots at the advancing mutants. Hurry! Feng Yuxing urged from beside the door. Shao Ming dashed into the room, while Feng Yuxing hurriedly shut the door behind them. A mutant collided with the door, startling her back a few steps. Without a moment's hesitation, they sprinted towards the back door. Shao Ming, bringing up the rear, overturned some cabinets against the wall, praying they would impede the mutants' advance. Just as the trio exited through the back door, the front door and windows were simultaneously breached. An unending tide of mutants surging in from outside. Shao Ming turned back, firing 2 more shots, the bullets striking a mutant's chest with little effect. They leapt into the fields, pursued relentlessly by the mutants. Ordinary humans cannot sustain a full sprint without assistance, yet the mutants could. And before the trio could traverse the wheat field, their speed began to wane. Shao Ming turned to shoot again, only to find the mutants in the field spread out far too widely, their swift movements rendering him unable to hit a target even when stationary. Over there, Lambert called out, pointing towards a warehouse near the train station. Shao Ming glanced over, spotting a corner of a white warehouse peeking out from behind the trees at the edge of the field. Compared to sprinting back to the train over a 2-kilometer stretch, taking refuge in the warehouse for a brief respite was evidently the more prudent choice. Are you certain we can get inside? Feng Yuxing inquired, breathless. Typically, Lambert would remark while running that the warehouse doors were always wide open. As Shao Ming glanced back, he noticed the mutants closing in alarmingly fast. The trio ascended the ridge, with the mutants hot on their heels. Shao Ming halted, pivoted, and fired repeatedly, dispatching several mutants that had reached the base of the ridge. The distance between the mutants and the muzzle of his gun was scarcely a meter or 2, rendering precise aim unnecessary. Just as he continued to pull the trigger, his pistol clicked empty. Swiftly, he replaced the magazine, chambered a round, and felled another advancing mutant. Adjacent to the ridge lay a road, and across it was the warehouse as described by Lambert. Once the mutants in close pursuit had been largely neutralized, Shao Ming hastened to keep pace with his companions. Running towards the warehouse, the massive doors stood ajar, exactly as Lambert had indicated, though Shao Ming now understood why these doors rarely closed. They were 2 5-centimeter thick iron doors, towering over 3 meters, and closing them was a cumbersome task. Lambert reached the iron door first, straining to push it in an attempt to secure it. Despite the presence of wheels at the bottom, the doors moved at a painfully slow pace, and the other door could only be shut from the inside, lest the trio inadvertently lock themselves out. Feng Yuxing, understanding the urgency, rushed to the opposite side to assist in pulling the door shut, while Shao Ming refrained from joining them, as the mutants had already scaled the ridge. The distance of a single road remained manageable. Shao Ming focused on regaining his composure. Steadying his breath, he eliminated 3 mutants that had climbed up, only to see 6 more surge forward. These relentless creatures seemed to emerge without end. And soon another magazine was expended. As he loaded his last magazine, he heard Feng Yuxing's voice call out from the side. Shao Ming, watch your back. Turning around, he spotted a mutant charging from behind the warehouse towards him. Without a moment's hesitation, he fired, but the shot went wide. The bullet grazed the mutant's scalp, resulting in Shao Ming being tackled to the ground. His book once again saved him, though his pistol slipped from his grasp. With no time to ponder, he drew the knife from his side and thrust it into the mutant's temple. Quickly flipping over, he retrieved his handgun, but it was too late to stand. He remained prone, firing several shots and dispatching more mutants. At last, Lambert managed to close one of the side doors and rushed to assist Feng Yuxing in securing the other door. Shao Ming cursed inwardly, realizing his side was in greater need of aid. Rising from the ground, he continued firing at the mutants. The bullets soon ran dry, prompting him to lift his rifle and resume shooting. Just as he discarded the empty rifle and reached for his baseball bat, the warehouse doors were finally on the verge of closing. Without needing further prompting from the others, Shao Ming dashed into the warehouse. As the massive gate was about to close, a mutated creature suddenly surged in, becoming stuck at the entrance. Get out, Shao Ming exclaimed, raising his baseball bat and striking the creature, sending it sprawling outside. At last, the gate was successfully shut, plunging the warehouse into darkness. Outside, the sounds of impacts and the creature's anguished cries reverberated, yet they posed no threat to the 3 individuals within. Shao Ming retrieved a flashlight and illuminated the vast array of shelves, ultimately directing the beam towards a room on the 2nd floor. Let's head there, he instructed. The warehouse was filled with mechanical construction materials, and Shao Ming extracted a 1-meter-long iron rod from a large box, handing it to Feng Yuxing. She accepted it, using it as a makeshift cane. Shao Ming intended it as a weapon, but reconsidered, realizing it could serve her purpose as a support. The trio ascended the staircase to the second floor, which was more of a small room along one side of the warehouse wall. This space functioned as the office, featuring several windows that overlooked the central area of the warehouse, providing a view of the ongoing situation. Upon entering, Shao Ming tossed his backpack onto the table. Each of them found a chair and settled in silence. The earlier crisis had surged their adrenaline, leaving them unaware of their fatigue. Now, they felt the ache in their bodies. Had their stamina been even slightly inferior, they might have met a dire fate. Shao Ming surveyed the small office with his flashlight, discovering a water dispenser filled with water. The three indulged in a few sips and took a moment to rest. They had initially set out without much food, and now, trapped in the warehouse, their provisions were entirely depleted. Feng Yuxing remained in the office, searching for anything useful, while Shao Ming and Lambert descended to explore the lower level. Chapter 3. Noah's Ark in the Central Pacific Ocean, 254 nautical miles south of the Hawaiian Islands, the USS Ronald Reagan, a Nimitz-class nuclear-powered aircraft carrier of the United States Navy, floated alone. Lieutenant Rod piloted an FA-18E, circling the Reagan in preparation for landing. Despite trailing black smoke from his aircraft, as its engine appeared to have ingested something. Nevertheless, the flight remained relatively stable, with minimal disruption. Hours earlier, Lieutenant Rod had received a message from the Reagan while stationed at the Air Force Base in Hawaii. Overjoyed, he rushed from his concealed tower to the tarmac, commandeering his F-18 fighter jet. However, during takeoff, an unfortunate mutated creature was sucked into the engine, rendering the right engine inoperative shortly after departure. Yet, thanks to his exceptional piloting skills, Rod managed to glide smoothly to the vicinity of the Reagan and established communication. Gazing out across the horizon, only the Reagan stood solitary amidst the vast expanse of sea and sky, her escort vessels having vanished from sight. The forward section of the carrier's island was stacked with various supplies, as numerous personnel utilized the lift to transport provisions into the hull. The small lift, originally intended for munitions, now overflowed with food and medical supplies. A large Hornet was pushed off the deck, splashing into the ocean and sending up a considerable spray. The aircraft on the deck has dwindled to but a few. Most of the fighter jets have been consigned to the depths of the sea, leaving only a handful of helicopters securely stationed upon the deck. Lieutenant Rod skillfully maneuvered his aircraft, which was suffering from a malfunctioning engine, towards the landing strip. Deploying the tailhook, the plane firmly caught the arrestor wire and came to a halt on the deck. Ground crews and towing personnel hurried over to assist the pilot in disembarking from the battered aircraft. Lieutenant Rod descended from the recently halted plane, greeted by several officers adorned with military insignia. "Commander," he saluted. "Welcome aboard the USS Reagan," replied Captain Kirk, returning the gesture. "Tell me about the situation in Hawaii." "Hawaii has fallen," Rod shook his head. "The situation is dire. Many were transformed into monsters before they could even grasp a weapon. I believe I am the sole survivor to have escaped Hawaii." As Rod articulated, Hawaii, much like the majority of urban centers around the globe, had devolved into a veritable purgatory. Even with a military presence in Hawaii, their effectiveness was severely undermined, as the mutated soldiers proved to be more lethal than ordinary civilians. Had the military remained unscathed, the island would have been cleared within mere hours. Regrettably, the mutations originated within the confines of a military base. "We're not much better off here," Kirk remarked. "Many aboard the fleet are infected. We managed to salvage only this ship, while the others have become ghost vessels." Rod surveyed his surroundings, noting that several individuals were still active on the deck. "Your situation here is far superior to that of Hawaii," Rod asserted. "I have heard you wish to return to Hawaii. My counsel is to steer as far away from there as possible." "We have nowhere else to go," Kirk replied. "With all due respect, Commander," Rod stated, "this ship appears to be your only refuge. Best you take some rest." Kirk instructed an aide to escort Rod away, as he and the remaining commanders proceeded towards the bridge. "Commander, it seems we cannot return to Hawaii," the executive officer noted. That was anticipated. Sunlight gleamed upon the medals adorning Kirk's chest. "However, our remaining supplies are insufficient for a return to the mainland. Even if we reach the mainland, conditions there will not be markedly better." The captain of an Arleigh Burke-class destroyer interjected, "The Hawaiian Islands boast a population exceeding 1 million. Even within the confines of the port area, there are at least 100,000 people. How can we possibly cleanse the area? Kirk glanced towards several parked F-18s and replied, I believe we still possess a considerable number of aircraft and munitions. Are you suggesting we bombard Hawaii? An aide queried. Currently, there are over 500 individuals aboard, surpassing our capacity. You are more aware than I of whether the supplies salvaged from the supply ship will suffice, Kirk said, eyeing his aides. Only by cleansing the area can we procure further supplies from the shore. As a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, the USS Reagan need not worry about power and energy for the next decade. However, a nuclear reactor cannot conjure sustenance to nourish its crew. Our planes are equipped with identification systems that will prevent them from being shot down by air defense systems. Theoretically, there should be no issues. Another officer remarked that we must consider the noise our vessel will generate upon docking. Thus, we can only proceed to eliminate all the creatures on the island, as the captain advised. Another military official added, the monsters are relatively easy to deal with. We possess a variety of ground attack weaponry, particularly effective against the inhabitants and tourists concentrated in urban areas. However, caution must be exercised regarding the location of the warehouses during bombardment, lest we inadvertently send our supplies soaring into the sky. The remaining officers fell silent, their thoughts either contemplative or in tacit agreement with the plan. Preparation can commence now, Kirk announced. I require a tactical strategy. The USS Reagan's engines roared to life as it turned its bow toward the Hawaiian Islands. Below the aircraft carrier's deck, what was once a hangar for fighter jets was now adorned with numerous tents, where crew members queued in front of one for provisions. Some of these sailors had been rescued from other vessels within the carrier strike group, while others were survivors who had heard the Reagan's broadcast and rushed over from various bases. The existing accommodations aboard the carrier were insufficient, necessitating the jettisoning of aircraft worth tens of millions, even billions, of dollars, merely to create living space for the survivors. Yet, at this juncture, these marvels of human ingenuity were rendered worthless. After all, humanity was on the brink of extinction, replaced by a horde of mutated beings with virtually no intellect. During the onset of the calamity, the Reagan Strike Group was concluding its mission in the first island chain, preparing to return to Hawaii for repairs and resupply. The sudden upheaval had evidently disrupted the group's scheduled operations, causing the fleet to deviate from its course. Even more unexpectedly, days later, they found themselves cut off from communication with the American mainland. They could only surmise that the same disaster had befallen the homeland, which was likely in complete ruin. After drifting at sea for several more days, the Reagan finally received a message from Ensign Rod of Hawaii, which shed light on the situation at the base. Now, the Reagan was set to resume its voyage toward Hawaii. Chapter 42. Parkour enthusiasts Shao Ming and Lambert descended to the lower level, where the warehouse housed at least dozens of shelves stacked with various items. Since Shao Ming had left the flashlight he procured with Feng Yuxing on the second floor, Lambert had to wield his own to illuminate their surroundings. You really plan to traverse Europe and Asia with us? Are you certain about this? Shao Ming couldn't help but inquire once more. Absolutely. The prospect of a cross-continental railway journey rejuvenates me, Lambert replied with renewed enthusiasm at the mere mention of trains. We could even retrofit my train to better suit this apocalyptic survival scenario. Wait, Shao Ming interrupted. That is our train. Lambert appeared somewhat reluctant, prompting Shao Ming to remind him, without us, you wouldn't have access to your train, so strictly speaking, it belongs to us. All right. I am the train driver now, Lambert conceded, shining his flashlight on the boxes lining the shelves, most of which were marked with hardware supplies. Shao Ming inquired, what is the purpose of this warehouse? Lambert swept the shelves with his flashlight and replied, I am uncertain, but there is a cafeteria nearby where we occasionally have lunch. Why didn't you mention there was a cafeteria earlier? Shao Ming retorted, feeling exasperated. If food were available here, why would they venture into town and confront so many mutants? The cafeteria uses fresh ingredients daily, Lambert explained. However, it has been 3 or 4 days since the power outage. I believe the food has spoiled. Under normal conditions, many foods wouldn't perish within 3 or 4 days, Shao Ming thought, wishing to land a punch on Lambert. Never mind, he sighed. Once the zombies outside disperse, let us check out that cafeteria you mentioned. The two searched among the shelves, but most of the boxes contained items that were hardly suitable for weaponry. Gears, PVC pipes, and tiles. Shao Ming examined the labels on the boxes, noting an abundance of construction materials. They continued onward. Aside from the box containing the steel pipe that Shao Ming had extracted at the entrance, the remaining items were indeed not practical as weapons. After traversing 2 rows of large shelves, they approached another set. "So, are you two a couple?" Lambert inquired. "You seem to be having some relationship troubles lately." "No, not at all." Shao Ming shot a glance at the second floor, where Feng Yuxing was moving about. "I have known her for merely a day longer than you." "Oh, my apologies," Lambert replied. "I assumed you were a pair, being 2 Chinese individuals. You might want to focus your thoughts on other matters rather than on human propagation," Shao Ming remarked. Perhaps it was Lambert's reaction upon leaving the train, or perhaps his overly familiar demeanor. In any case, it made Shao Ming feel somewhat uncomfortable. "Fine," Lambert scoffed, returning his attention to the goods on the shelves. "Look at this." Shao Ming's gaze landed on a box on the second row, which bore only a label for an iron pipe. Together, they hoisted the box down, its weight truly daunting, leaving Shao Ming's muscles cramping from the effort. Lambert retrieved a pair of scissors from his waist and cut open the packaging. Inside, they found dozens of half-meter-long iron pipes, each with a diameter of about 5 centimeters. One end bent. Shao Ming hefted a pipe in his hands. It felt manageable for dual-handed use, capable of delivering a crushing blow to a mutant's head. Lambert tested one as well, appearing quite pleased, and secured the stick at his waist. After all, a half-meter iron pipe was far more practical than a 20-centimeter wrench. As the two continued their search, an unusual noise emanated from the ventilation shaft in the wall. They quickly turned, and Shao Ming glimpsed a shadow darting into the warehouse. Following that, a loud crash echoed through the quiet space, suggesting something had fallen onto the shelves. "What was that?" Lambert turned the flashlight, but the beam revealed nothing. "Yuxing," Shao Ming called out. "Can you see if anything has entered the warehouse?" A beam of light emerged from the room on the second floor, scanning the upper shelves. Shao Ming pulled Lambert back a few steps from the shelves to gain a clearer view of the situation above. "There!" Feng Yuxing's voice echoed from the second floor, her flashlight beam illuminating the top of a shelf. Through the gaps between the shelves, Shao Ming vaguely discerned the silhouette of a figure. The ventilation duct was at least 7 or 8 meters high, surpassing the height of 2 stories. How did this mutated entity manage to enter? "Close the door." Before Shao Ming could finish his sentence, the creature lunged at the window on the second floor. Feng Yuxing's piercing scream resonated from above, but fortunately, the entity's intelligence was insufficient to comprehend the concept of glass. It crashed heavily to the ground. "Are you all right?" Shao Ming called out. I'm fine, came Feng Yuxing's response from above. Shao Ming raised his baseball bat and, alongside Lambert, approached the spot where the entity had fallen. The beam of their flashlight illuminated the ground, revealing no trace of the creature. The pitch-black warehouse provided the perfect concealment for the mutated being, and through the ventilation duct at the top, Shao Ming could barely glimpse the creature leaping and bounding atop the shelves. "Is this normal?" Lambert inquired. "This is far from normal," Shao Ming replied, steadying his bat. Lambert's flashlight struggled to keep pace with the creature, and several times they lost sight of it as it utilized the shelves for cover. When they finally spotted it again, the entity had landed right in front of them. Shao Ming swung the bat with force, but the creature deftly evaded the strike. The bat collided with a nearby metal shelf, splintering upon impact, while the tremendous force caused a tear in the web of Shao Ming's hand. The creature's reflexes were unlike any other mutated being Shao Ming had encountered in over a week. None had managed to dodge an incoming bat with such agility. Not even a living person could have done so. The entity darted into the shelves, vanishing once more. Lambert was about to pursue when Shao Ming grasped his arm. The narrow space between the shelves rendered their weapons nearly useless. Enduring the pain in his hand, Shao Ming raised the bat again. Various sounds echoed in the dark warehouse. The creature seemed to be darting about, evading detection. The noises drew closer, emanating from the shelves. "It's coming," Shao Ming warned Lambert, preparing for an encounter. Sure enough, seconds later, a shadow leaped down from the shelves. Chapter 43. The night in the warehouse. Shao Ming and Lambert, in perfect synchronization, swung their weapons simultaneously. Yet once again the entity nimbly evaded their strike. This time, their weapons collided with an unceremonious clash. The already torn web of Shao Ming's hand throbbed painfully, nearly causing him to lose grip on his bat. The entity did not flee far this time, but instead retreated, positioning itself not far from the two. Rather than standing still, its posture resembled that of a sprinter, poised to dart in any direction at a moment's notice. However, it did not rush in for another attack. Instead, It began to shift positions continuously before them. Feng Yuxing, holding a flashlight on the second floor, illuminated the area below with a wider beam, casting a greater light across the space. Lambert asked, "What does it want?" "I have no idea," came the uncertain reply. Shao Ming shifted the weight of the bat into his left hand, alleviating the pain in his torn palm. Suddenly, the abomination sprang into action. But contrary to the expectations of the two men, it leaped onto the adjacent shelf and swiftly turned to pounce on Lambert from above. Instinctively, Lambert raised the iron rod in his hand to block the attack, and although the creature's bite clamped down on the rod without injuring Lambert, it forcefully knocked him to the ground. Using the flashlight that had fallen to the floor, Shao Ming swung the bat with a powerful strike aimed at the creature's head. The abomination instantly released Lambert, its body recoiling to the side. Shao Ming advanced a step, crossing over Lambert, and swung the baseball bat once more. The creature retreated, narrowly evading Shao Ming's assault. Undeterred, Shao Ming launched another strike. The abomination once again withdrew, but this time it found itself cornered against the wall. Lambert, having regained his footing, seized the iron rod and positioned himself on the opposite side of the creature. The two men gradually forced the abomination into a corner, where it roared and snarled like a trapped beast. Shao Ming probed the creature's defenses with the bat, noting its remarkable agility. It seemed to react even before he struck. If only they hadn't exhausted their ammunition, they wouldn't be in such a precarious situation. Anticipation, Shao Ming mused, signaling Lambert to stand back slightly. Once Lambert was in position, Shao Ming stepped forward and swung the bat, charging directly at the creature from the left. At this distance, the abomination had no choice but to leap to the right. This very move brought it within Lambert's striking range, who immediately delivered a blunt blow with his rod. The creature flipped over entirely and collapsed to the ground. Lambert, showing no hesitation, followed up with several strikes to the abomination's head until it was thoroughly battered and flattened. "Troublesome," Shao Ming remarked, shaking his head. "Had it been a bit more cunning, we might have met our end here. Fortunately, it lacks such intelligence." Lambert walked over to retrieve the flashlight from the ground and handed it to Shao Ming. The two men returned to the office on the second floor, and as Feng Yuxing opened the door, she was greeted by the sight of Shao Ming with his injured hand. "What happened to your hand?" she asked, pulling his hand closer to inspect the torn wound. "It's nothing." Shao Ming quickly retracted his hand, pinching the wound between his thumb and forefinger. "Nothing?" Feng Yuxing exclaimed, shining the flashlight on his right hand, where blood still stained the spaces between his fingers. Shao Ming opened his hand, revealing the torn skin of his palm, exposing the flesh beneath. Feng Yuxing hurriedly urged him to sit down, retrieving a roll of bandages from her bag and carefully tending to his injury. Lambert gulped down a glass of water in one go and then poured another cup to hand to Shao Ming. After taking a sip, Shao Ming glanced at the table. Feng Yuxing had organized everything usable in the office, though there was little of value. Only a craft knife, a bag of candy, and a water cooler tucked away in the corner. Feng Yuxing carefully tended to Shao Ming's wounds, and perhaps it was the faint fragrance emanating from her hair that brought him a sense of calm. "All done," she said, releasing his hand. "We'll disinfect it with alcohol on the train later. I didn't bring any with me." Once Shao Ming was bandaged, the three of them sought out a spot where they could lie down. A packet of candies was divided among them. Each was weary and hungry, forced to make do with a sip of water before succumbing to sleep. Outside, the sun had set, plunging the warehouse into complete darkness. Lying by the door, Shao Ming reflected on the recent battle. Was it a new mutation or some special infected? In the days they had traveled, he had not encountered such agile entities, which even seemed to possess a degree of intelligence. Could it be that in less than half a month, the virus had mutated? Or was it possible that the virus inherently enhanced human capabilities? Lost in these thoughts, he drifted off into a restless slumber. He awoke after an indeterminate time, sunlight filtering through the ventilation shaft. The majority of the warehouse remained shrouded in darkness. As he groggily sat up, his muscles protested with a dull ache, not to mention the agony from his torn palm. After sipping a glass of water, he heard Feng Yuxing's soft murmurs from nearby. Initially thinking he had disturbed her, he soon realized she had merely turned over and fallen back asleep. Checking the time on his watch, he noted it was already past 8. Gently grasping a flashlight, he descended the stairs and approached the large door near the dining area. Outside, it appeared that the mutated entities had vanished. He cautiously opened a small window in the iron door to peer outside. The dining area Lambert had mentioned was located behind the train station. forming a 45-degree angle with the platform. In truth, it resembled more of a subway station than an intercity train station, occupying a modest area. Shao Ming scanned the vicinity, spotting approximately 4 or 5 mutated beings near the dining area, while the whereabouts of the others remained unknown. If they had returned to town, eliminating these few would likely not attract attention, as there was still a considerable distance from the town. The sound of footsteps on the stairs behind him prompted Shao Ming to turn and shine the flashlight in that direction. It was Lambert, who raised a hand to shield his eyes from the light. Shao Ming adjusted the beam, allowing Lambert to descend. "I'm exhausted," Lambert remarked, stretching his arms. "I haven't exercised in a while. Yesterday's activity was too much." He sighed, adding, "Thanks to you for holding off the zombies yesterday. Otherwise, we wouldn't have made it in here." "No need for thanks. I was saving myself too," Shao Ming replied, stepping aside from the small window. "Take a look. Is that the dining area across the road that you mentioned?" Chapter 44. The dining area. "We need to eliminate those few obstacles at the entrance," Lambert suggested. Shao Ming nodded, hoping they wouldn't alert more zombies. Lambert took the flashlight from Shao Ming's hand, examining the shelves that had remained unsearched the day before. In truth, they could leave the warehouse and seek sustenance at the cafeteria across the street, yet everyone was too weary and fatigued to suggest such an endeavor. Another 2 hours of hunger would not be fatal, but cramping while battling the mutated creatures could indeed be life-threatening. Shao Ming had initially intended to return to the second floor for a brief rest, but realizing he would likely be unable to sleep, he opted instead to join Lambert in searching for any useful items that might still be available. "Take a look at this," Lambert said, shining his flashlight on the topmost row of shelves, where the packaging bore an image of a nail gun. Shao Ming, with his hands on his hips, inquired, "Is it effective?" "At close range, penetrating the skull should be no issue," Lambert replied. "Using this is certainly preferable to wielding a stick with an injured hand." Together, they maneuvered a ladder into place, and Lambert climbed up to retrieve a fully packaged nail gun from a box. "How does it look?" Shao Ming asked, holding the flashlight aloft. "Quite good," Lambert affirmed, descending the ladder while holding the box, unwrapping it before handing the nail gun to Shao Ming. "It fires blank rounds, which is advantageous since it requires neither electricity nor gas. However, the box contained only 15 rounds. Shao Ming weighed the nail gun in his hand, noting the considerable difference in feel compared to a handgun. "Its lethality diminishes at a distance," Lambert cautioned. "This is strictly a close combat weapon." "Forget close combat. It also takes time to reload," Shao Ming remarked, the pain in his palm serving as a reminder. "Nevertheless, it is better than nothing." Once Feng Yuxing awakened, the trio prepared their gear and gathered by the door. Shao Ming glanced at his watch. It was just past 9, not too late. Outside, only a few mutated creatures lingered, making the situation manageable. The noise of the iron gate would surely alert the creatures across the street. So they conferred and decided that Shao Ming and Feng Yuxing would push the door open together. Once the door cracked ajar, Lambert would rush out to confront the mutated beings. "All right," Lambert took a deep breath, hefting the baseball bat in his hand. As the door opened slightly, he charged out, striking down an approaching creature. The other two quickly followed, providing cover for Lambert. Shao Ming swung the bat with his left hand, striking a creature head-on, while his right hand raised the nail gun, firing at another that charged from the right. The long nail embedded firmly into the creature's forehead. Shao Ming discarded the nail gun and grasped the iron bat once more. There were only 5 mutated beings at the entrance, and the trio swiftly dispatched them all. The cafeteria was modest in size, seemingly intended for the nearby railway warehouses and a small factory. Upon reaching the kitchen, they found, as expected, that the refrigerator had lost power. Shao Ming opened the freezer, and a foul odor assaulted his nostrils. He quickly shut the door. The meat had likely been stored for over a week and was no longer consumable. "Take a look at this," Feng Yuxing exclaimed, dragging out a whole box of potatoes from beneath a cabinet, nearly 100 in total. The potatoes appeared to be in excellent condition, showing no signs of greening or sprouting. This was indeed splendid news, and the group hurriedly opened their backpacks to stow away the potatoes. Shao Ming slapped his forehead and inquired, "Is there a dining car on the train?" "Well," Lambert replied, "ours is likely a short-distance intercity train, consisting of 5 carriages without a dining car." "Then we'll have to cook over an open fire," Shao Ming remarked. Having prepared the potatoes, the trio resumed their search through the cabinets, gradually unearthing an array of seasonings and several cans of luncheon meat. Although there were once some fresh vegetables like lettuce in the cafeteria, They had all spoiled due to prolonged storage. Aside from that, they had gathered a bounty of supplies, which they crammed into their backpacks before stealthily exiting the cafeteria. It was now 10 in the morning, and Shao Ming was tempted to roast the potatoes right there and enjoy them with some seasoning. However, for the sake of caution, the three of them proceeded to the side of the train to deliberate on their meal. Lambert was the first to toss his backpack onto the train and climb aboard, while the other two retrieved some food from their packs. "Do you have a lighter?" Shao Ming asked. Lambert tossed one down from the train, along with 2 bottles of water. Feng Yuxing brought over some branches and leaves, and the trio began to kindle a fire on the railway track. The flickering flames quickly consumed the leaves laid atop. "How do we roast this?" Lambert questioned. The three exchanged glances, and ultimately, Shao Ming picked up a potato and hurled it directly into the flames. While the potatoes roasted, Feng Yuxing guided Shao Ming to the door of the train, leaving Lambert alone by the fire, poking the potatoes with a metal rod. "Show me your hand," Feng Yuxing asserted, pulling Shao Ming's hand toward him and unwrapping the bandage. The wound appeared free of infection, and the bleeding had subsided. "Fortunately, I was wise enough to bring a roll of bandage," Feng Yuxing said as he climbed onto the train and retrieved a bottle of alcohol. After redressing the wound, the two returned to the fire. Lambert was just extracting a potato with the rod, which rolled on the ground before settling between 2 wooden sleepers. The potato's skin was charred black, yet the question remained whether it was cooked through. Lambert picked it up and used a small knife to peel away the burnt skin. "I'll try it first," he said, popping the peeled portion into his mouth. The other two watched expectantly until a satisfied expression spread across his face. Lambert and Shao Ming each consumed 3 potatoes and a packet of biscuits. While Feng Yuxing had only 1 potato, they extinguished the fire and reboarded the train. Lambert inserted the key and started the engine. The scenery outside swiftly receded, as the train quickly passed the town they had just left. Finally back on the road, a sense of relief washed over the three of them. Shao Ming sat on the floor, reloading his handgun, while Feng Yuxing sat in the passenger seat, gazing vacantly out the window. After a while, as Feng Yuxing suddenly called out, Lambert abruptly pressed the emergency brake switch, causing the train's wheels to screech against the tracks, sending sparks flying and producing a jarring noise. Shao Ming nearly collided with the control panel in the process. He rose from the ground and gazed out of the window, shocked to see another train had derailed and lay toppled on the tracks. Chapter 45. The derailed train ahead lay a bend in the track, where a train appeared to have veered off course, precariously positioned beside the rails. Fortunately, it had not obstructed the opposing tracks, leaving a route for a few to traverse. However, a train is not akin to an automobile. Shifting from one track to another is no simple feat. The situation had turned rather amusing. Shao Ming instinctively reached for his rifle, only to realize it had been left outside the warehouse in his haste. He had carelessly discarded it in panic. Squinting, he focused on the overturned train, which was a passenger car, though the mutated beings seemed to have vanished. "We need to backtrack," Lambert suggested. "Then we can find an interchange to switch to another track." "I'll go down and take a look," Shao Ming replied, slipping a handgun into his waistband as he opened the door. "I'll accompany you," Feng Yuxing said, brandishing a crowbar as she approached the door. Shao Ming glanced at Lambert, who offered a knowing look and said, "Go ahead, I can manage on my own." The two jumped from the train as Lambert maneuvered it backward. Shao Ming, gun raised, advanced alongside Feng Yuxing towards the derailed car. Various pieces of luggage lay scattered beside the tracks. Upon closer inspection, several decaying corpses seemed to be pinned beneath the carriage, swarmed by flies and gnats. Feng Yuxing turned away, fearing she might vomit the only potato she had in her stomach. Shao Ming observed one of the bodies. Its mangled face still bore a pair of eyes filled with a lingering defiance. They circled to the other side and entered the overturned carriage. This place should be devoid of mutated beings. The recent tumult of the train would have startled any lurking creatures. Inside, luggage was strewn about, and bloodstains marred the floor. For Shao Ming, the sight of blood had become an unsettling norm. He seemed to have acclimated to the metallic scent of blood mingling with the stench of possibly decaying flesh. Shao Ming surveyed the seats, pondering the fate of the passengers, all of whom had vanished without a trace, leaving no bodies behind. "This is rather unsettling." Feng Yuxing involuntarily sought refuge behind Shao Ming. In a world that had transformed so drastically, he remained vigilant with his handgun. Even ghosts seemed less daunting now. After ensuring that the adjoining carriages were safe, Shao Ming lifted a suitcase from the ground. "I apologize," he muttered as he opened the suitcase. Feng Yuxing mimicked his actions, beginning to inspect the luggage within the carriage. Shao Ming opened a suitcase to find it filled with clothes and toiletries. After a moment's thought, he extracted some shower gel and shampoo. Placing them into his bag, one never knows when they might be useful again. Most of the luggage on this train contained valuable items, such as gold and silver jewelry. They even discovered an entire box of cash. Clearly, these individuals had misjudged the extent of societal collapse while fleeing the city, as the worth of these possessions now paled in comparison to that of a mere potato. Fortunately, the abundance of luggage allowed for the discovery of various snacks. The two of them gathered these tidbits into their bags, which occasionally served to enhance their palate. Opening these suitcases resembled the thrill of unboxing, as one could never predict what the next case might contain. After searching an entire carriage without uncovering anything of value, they found themselves weary, their backs aching from hunching over. The duo continued their journey down the carriage, only to find that the front had already surged into the fields, while the engine seemed to linger far ahead. Never mind, Shao Ming waved his hand dismissively. Let's see if there's anything useful. He rummaged through one of the boxes and unearthed a photograph depicting a family portrait, wherein the man's face struck him as somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it before. Noticing Shao Ming's sudden stillness, Feng Yuxing leaned in for a glimpse. To her surprise, she recognized the man in the photograph immediately. Isn't this the individual crushed beneath the train? Shao Ming placed the photograph back in its original position and closed the box. As they resumed their search, an unexpected roar from a mutated creature echoed from a distance. Instantly, they froze, adopting a crouch posture. Shoo! Shao Ming raised his handgun. You step back. I'll investigate. Be cautious, Feng Yuxing whispered. I will wait for you here. Shao Ming approached the door, cautiously peeking outside. The wheat field appeared desolate, with only scattered luggage and remnants of the train visible, no sign of any mutations. He pressed against the train's wreckage, inching forward while monitoring the situation at the field's end and peering through the windows to observe the interior of the train. As he neared the front of the train, he finally heard a sound resembling something striking the door. The engine compartment of this train, similar to the Type 43 train they occupied, separated the cockpit from the passenger area, with a massive engine occupying the entire front. However, without Lambert present, Shao Ming was unfamiliar with the specific model. He cautiously approached the cockpit, where the noises seemed to emanate. Suddenly, a face materialized before him on the cockpit's glass. Taken aback, Shao Ming stumbled 2 steps backward, relieved that he hadn't instinctively pulled the trigger. It was indeed a mutated creature. The train's front had sustained severe deformation, and the driver had transformed into a mutation. Half of his body wedged beneath the control panel, helplessly banging against the window. Shao Ming exhaled a sigh of relief, tapping the window with the butt of his gun before turning to leave. Feng Yuxing was peering through the doorframe when he re-engaged the safety on his firearm and tucked it back into his waistband. The train driver, Shao Ming informed Feng Yuxing, is trapped in the front. In the distance, the sound of another train echoed once more, prompting the pair to look up and see their train approaching on a parallel track. It gradually came to a halt, and Lambert stood at the door, waving at them. What treasures have you found? Lambert inquired as they approached. Toiletries, Shao Ming replied, as well as some snacks. The number of boxes is excessive, yet few are of any use, Feng Yuxing remarked. The two boarded the train, and Lambert restarted the engine. The overturned train gradually faded from the trio's sight, and the distant railway regained its unobstructed appearance. At this pace, we should reach the vicinity of Birmingham around noon, Lambert stated. Shao Ming examined the map on his tablet and inquired, now that we lack for nothing, can we find a way to bypass the city? Chapter 46. Choosing the path. Lambert shrugged and replied, the railways in this area predominantly run through the city. The train roared through an urban district, leaving behind a cacophony of mutated creatures. There are no diverging tracks until we reach Crewe. However, we can switch tracks at the Crewe station to head west towards Shrewsbury, thereby circumventing Birmingham. Upon noticing Shao Ming's bewilderment, Lambert took the tablet from his hands. In simple terms, we should travel along the western side of Birmingham, where numerous small towns abound, yet there are hardly any large cities. Shao Ming scrutinized the map and remarked, there are supply points and relatively few zombies. It's quite favorable. However, there is a slight issue. Feng Yuxing leaned in to examine the map and voiced, will this route require an excessive number of track changes? Indeed, Lambert confirmed. And the switch at Crewe must occur within the city center's train station, though we are unaware of the direction of the tracks there. City center, Shao Ming noted. The train will inevitably attract a significant number of zombies, and we will need to disembark to move the ramp. The three fell silent, recognizing the gravity of the situation. We require formidable firepower, Shao Ming asserted, at the very least to grant us a few minutes amidst the horde, since the train will inevitably need to switch tracks. And such a switch will surely encounter the zombie horde. The only solution is to keep the horde at bay outside the train's path. Feng Yuxing pondered and suggested, could we not switch to another train? That may be somewhat unrealistic, Lambert replied. Trains do not simply start up like cars. Most require a key. Once more, the group descended into silence. Where can we procure such powerful weaponry? Lambert asked. We have only a few hours until we reach Crew. Before they could reach a consensus, a town appeared at the end of the tracks. The train sped beneath an overpass towards the town. Lambert said awkwardly upon seeing the cityscape. I may have miscalculated. We will soon reach the inner city of Crew after this small town, perhaps within half an hour. Is it still possible to stop now? Shao Ming inquired. Certainly, Lambert replied. Pulling the lever, the train's speed rapidly decreased until it came to a complete stop. The train halted amidst a grove, a considerable distance from both towns ahead and behind. Shao Ming, with a sense of trial, searched the map for gun shops, only to find no results in the vicinity. However, there was a gun shop along the route from Crewe to Birmingham, conveniently located beside the railway. The sequence is off, Shao Ming said with a wry smile. What? Feng Yuxing asked. Ming Shao handed the tablet to the other two individuals and remarked, we should first establish formidable firepower before proceeding to Crewe, rather than venturing there first and then acquiring our strength. Wait a moment, Lambert interjected. What do we have to fear then? If the route leads towards Birmingham, we can seize a substantial cache of weapons. If it veers towards the suburbs, we can evade the horde of corpses. The train roared back to life, heading towards Crewe. Show me your hand, Feng Yuxing said to Ming Shao. It won't heal that quickly. Ming Shao instinctively concealed his right hand behind him, responding. Even if it's not well, you should change the bandages, Feng Yuxing replied. Looking at your hand won't lead to any complications. This left Ming Shao momentarily speechless. The train sped past the town, leaving behind a throng of mutated beings. The towering structures of Crewe appeared on the horizon as the train surged forward with great velocity. In reality, the train would merely pass through the outskirts of Crewe, still quite a distance from the bustling city center. However, the suburbs were also teeming with activity, all of which had morphed into mutated entities by now. Lambert slightly reduced the speed of the train as they spotted the mutated creatures spilling out from the city. Ming Shao recalled the horde he had witnessed a couple of days ago near the airport, and the current situation bore a striking resemblance. A dark mass of mutations emerged from every opening in the city. Streets and alleys were filled with these aberrations. Fortunately, the group was encased within a powerful 100-ton steel behemoth. Unless an overwhelming number of mutations obstructed the tracks, they would merely be reduced to a pulp. The train ground through the wall of mutations, slowly approaching the station. Oh no, the train rounded a bend, and the three simultaneously beheld that every track at Crewe Station was fully occupied by trains. Lambert quickly reduced speed, stabilizing the train. Steady now, darling, steady. He grasped the control lever, nervously observing the railway. We're going to crash, Ming Shao exclaimed. As mutant blood splattered against the window, the train pushed aside the blocking mutations, gradually coming to rest against the rear of the preceding train. A few mutated beings were trapped in between, crushed into a mushy pulp. Thankfully, the cockpit was elevated enough that the three could not see the creatures they had run over. Otherwise, they might not have slept soundly for days. With a sharp clack, the two trains were connected. The train pressed against the rear of the preceding one, slowly pushing it forward. Perhaps it would be more accurate to refer to them as a single train now. Lambert pushed the control lever, the engine emitting a greater force to propel the train ahead. The mutations continued to surge forth as the train approached the platform. The three began to glimpse the mutated beings at eye level. Due to the gap between the train and the platform, many mutations fell directly through, being distorted and deformed by the combined pressure of the train and the platform. Lambert accelerated once more, and as Ming Shao witnessed a mutation rush alongside the train, it suddenly plummeted into the gap and vanished. Unbeknownst to the trio, numerous bones and flesh from the mutations became lodged in the wheels, only to be mercilessly ground to pieces. The station, stretching several hundred meters, seemed to extend for kilometers at this moment. Given its semi-open structure, the three individuals could observe the relentless influx of mutated beings from the nearby town. Along this route, they had undoubtedly crushed nearly 1,000 of these aberrations. Beyond the train, it would be arduous for Shao Ming to find a vehicle with such formidable power. The mere motion of the train rendered any additional firepower unnecessary. Its sheer momentum was already overwhelming. The train rolled over 2 mutated entities and proceeded onto the tracks leading to Birmingham. Lambert, watching the carriages begin to curve, remarked, "It appears we have a rare opportunity to procure some armaments." As the train gradually accelerated, it still maintained its speed despite being laden with 5 carriages and an additional 7 or 8. Chapter 47. The Grand Procurement of Arms. The train journeyed towards Birmingham. Upon confirming they were a considerable distance from the confines of Crewe City, Lambert brought the train to a halt. "I need to detach the front carriages," Lambert announced. "We can also discard a few from the back," Shao Ming suggested. "Leaving just 1 or 2 will suffice." The trio disembarked, and the sight outside the train left them breathless. The once blue train was now half-stained crimson, the engine bearing several dents, and some wheels were even ensnared with what appeared to be human tissue. A metallic scent of blood, undetectable within the confines of the carriages, permeated the air, its pungency sending chills down their spines. Feng Yuxing turned away, covering her face, unwilling to behold the gruesome scene. Lambert stifled the urge to retch, moving towards the front to loosen the couplings. "Let us venture further," Shao Ming suggested. Inside the couplings, the scene was equally macabre, rendering it nearly impossible to discern which parts belonged to human anatomy. Lambert's face contorted in disgust as he reluctantly nodded and unfastened the coupling. Shao Ming promptly pulled Feng Yuxing away from the vicinity of the train. The condition of the preceding train was equally nauseating, compelling them to turn their heads as they walked onward. After nearly 500 meters, the acrid scent of blood began to dissipate. "Do you feel any better?" Shao Ming inquired. "Perhaps," Feng Yuxing replied with a bitter smile. "If it weren't for the daily exposure to such bloody scenes, the mere odor might have induced prolonged nausea." "I wonder how things are back home," Feng Yuxing mused. "It should be fine," Shao Ming replied uncertainly, having lost contact with his family for several days. His phone had no signal, leaving him oblivious to the situation domestically. "We will return soon," he added, unsure if he was reassuring himself or Feng Yuxing. At this pace, they would undoubtedly be home within 6 months. 6 months, Feng Yuxing murmured. "As long as we keep moving forward, we will find our way back home," Shao Ming asserted. "Let us proceed ahead. The gun shop I saw on the map should be nearby." The two continued onward, and before long, a row of small houses appeared to their right along the railway. Shao Ming guided Feng Yuxing away from the tracks, seeking refuge in the nearby thicket. Utilizing the cover of the foliage, they cautiously approached the residential area. However, the vicinity was perilous, with several mutated beings scattered throughout. Fortunately, this residential area is relatively secluded, appearing to be a small resting spot beside the road, distanced from the town. Overall, even if the mutated beings are disturbed, the number one must confront is not overly daunting. Apart from the gun shop, the area also features a convenience store, a gas station, and a motel. With the exception of the motel, the other establishments provide clear visibility into their interiors. "Stay here and keep watch for me. I'll sneak over to take a look," Shao Ming instructed, drawing his pistol and using the railway embankment as cover as he approached the shops below. He glanced at Feng Yuxing, who shook his head, indicating that no mutated beings were nearby. Cautiously, Shao Ming peered out, noting that the gun shop remained on his left, allowing him to advance slightly further along the embankment. He maneuvered carefully, utilizing both hands and feet to traverse the slope, displacing dirt onto the tracks below. Steadying himself, he climbed up the embankment, where a parking lot unfolded before him. A mutated being stood behind a jeep, oblivious to Shao Ming's presence. Quietly, he approached the rear of the vehicle. Extracting a small knife, Shao Ming tapped the jeep's door, rousing the creature, which ambled towards him. The moment he caught sight of the mutated being, Shao Ming sprang into action, plunging the knife into its chin with precision. He had mastered the art of a swift kill, especially against such unsuspecting foes, capable of bringing them down in an instant. Supporting the lifeless body, he gently laid it on the ground. Seeing no other mutated beings in the vicinity, Shao Ming gestured for Feng Yuxing to join him. Once she arrived, the two made their way to the rear door of the gun shop. The door was ajar, obscuring the interior view. Shao Ming held a flashlight in one hand while cautiously nudging the door open with his pistol. They entered the shop with utmost care when suddenly, a noise emanated from within a side room. Urging Feng Yuxing to step inside first, Shao Ming raised his handgun, aiming towards the back of the store. Just as they exchanged positions, the door burst open, and a mutated being, seemingly the shop owner, lunged out. Startled, Shao Ming's pistol was knocked from his hand by the force of the encounter. With his right hand injured, he could only grip the creature's throat with his left, while his right desperately searched for a usable weapon. The shop owner let out a ferocious roar, and Shao Ming instinctively feared the worst. At that moment, Feng Yuxing turned around, raising a metal rod high above her head before striking down fiercely. The enraged shop owner pivoted to face her, giving Shao Ming the opportunity to break free and retrieve his pistol from the ground. As the shop owner prepared to pounce on Feng Yuxing, there was no time for her to use the rod to defend herself in the narrow corridor. "Shao Ming," she cried out. "Get down," he shouted in response. Shao Ming pulled the trigger, the bullet erupting from the chamber and striking the shop owner's skull. Before they could relish their narrow escape, the sounds of numerous mutated beings echoed from outside. The storefront facing the road boasted an array of firearms displayed proudly upon the walls. Though the store was modest in size, it housed no fewer than 100 firearms. Upon reaching the counter, Shao Ming raised a handgun and dispatched a mutant that had rushed in through the front door. What ensued resembled not so much a battle as target practice. The mutants, limited to a single entry point, fell one after another under Shao Ming's marksmanship. He did not cease until every magazine was emptied. The ground, both inside and outside the store, lay strewn with the carcasses of at least a dozen mutants. Noticing that no further mutants approached, Shao Ming set his weapon down. The relentless shooting caused his wound to reopen, blood staining the bandage anew. Yet, this did not dampen his spirits. The firearms adorning the walls were akin to gifts from the heavens. Perhaps due to its remote location or the surrounding residents being sealed off, a considerable number of weapons remained. The walls predominantly showcased shotguns, featuring not only numerous commonplace .22 caliber rifles, but also several semi-automatic shotguns. Shao Ming was not picky. He gathered all the firearms from the walls and the ammunition from the cabinets. However, it appeared that there were no rounds for his 9mm P320, suggesting that this handgun had been procured through dubious means. Chapter 48. Shooting practice. The two filled their backpacks to capacity, slinging several firearms over their shoulders before departing the gun shop. "This is heavy," Feng Yuxing remarked, pondering how long such an arsenal would last. "If we encounter a horde of corpses, this might not suffice," Shao Ming replied, recalling the overwhelming wave of mutants they had faced just hours prior. Such numbers could not be managed by a few semi-automatic shotguns alone. The pair descended the slope, slowly retracing their steps along the railway tracks. Not far ahead, a train came into view, slowly approaching them. Lambert leapt off the recently halted train, accepting the weapons from their hands. However, instead of tossing the laden backpacks into the cabin, he proceeded to a nearby car. Shao Ming observed that what had once been a 5-car train was now reduced to a single passenger car still hitched to the front. "Fortunately, the ramp isn't far," Lambert noted. "I removed the excess cars, but I was concerned about storage space, so I left one behind." "That works well," Shao Ming replied. 3 of us crammed into one cabin would be rather cramped. "The rear can be modified," Lambert nodded, suggesting that with sufficient materials, they could partition the space into several rooms. Initially, Shao Ming found this an excellent idea, yet he soon realized that acquiring such materials might prove challenging. The trio tossed their weapons into the car and returned to the front to retrieve some food. Seizing the opportunity, Shao Ming replaced his old bandage with a fresh one. After cooking and having lunch, which by then was well into the afternoon, they prepared to return to the train and continue their journey. Just as they were about to step into the cockpit, Feng Yuxing suddenly turned to Shao Ming and said, "Hey, teach me how to use a gun." With a firearm in hand, Shao Ming contemplated the situation. The ammunition was still plentiful, and the surrounding mutants had been thoroughly cleared. Indeed, it was an opportune moment to instruct the two in the art of marksmanship. "Let us proceed here," Shao Ming declared. The gun shop still housed numerous firearms that had yet to be claimed, and the ammunition had already been transported to the vehicle, perfect for practice. "Oh," Lambert responded, appearing somewhat reluctant. "I am a proponent of gun control, yet it seems prudent to acquire some knowledge." The trio retrieved 3 rifles and 3 shotguns from the shop and returned to the side of the train. Shao Ming, holding a paper target he had pilfered from the gun store, ventured approximately 100 meters into the fields, positioning the target against a wall. Upon his return, he examined one of the shotguns closely and addressed his companions. "Though the specific model eludes identification, This is undoubtedly a 22 caliber shotgun. Its merits include minimal recoil and ease of handling. However, it is typically designed for hunting small game and possesses limited stopping power against humans. Noting their somewhat bewildered expressions, Shao Ming elaborated. In simpler terms, it is easy to shoot but unlikely to be lethal unless a vital area is struck. The two nodded in understanding as Shao Ming picked up a magazine and loaded it into the firearm. This is the magazine. The weapon can accommodate 10 rounds. So aim carefully. He pressed the release button to remove the magazine. Should you exhaust your ammunition, press here to eject the magazine, replace it with a new one, and insert it back. Feng Yuxing nodded, attempting to reload the bullets himself. Shao Ming disengaged the safety and explained, this small mechanism behind the bolt serves as the safety. If it remains unengaged, the weapon cannot be chambered or fired. Conversely, remember to engage the safety when the firearm is not in use to prevent accidental discharge. Shao Ming pulled the bolt, chambering a round. Now it is ready to fire. He raised the rifle, aiming at the distant target. With a resounding bang, the bullet struck true. Shao Ming once more pulled the bolt to eject the spent casing. Did you observe that? After firing, you must eject the casing and repeat the chambering process to continue shooting. The two nodded, mimicking the movements with their guns. Shao Ming lifted the shotgun and remarked, this firearm is equipped with a sight. Under normal circumstances, at a distance of 100 meters, simply align the crosshairs with your target. Feng Yuxing nodded eagerly. Resembling a student anticipating an answer in class, I know this. I have seen it in television dramas. Shao Ming raised an eyebrow in curiosity. You watch such dramas? Feng Yuxing replied, I watch XXX, advertisement space available for idol dramas. It was depicted there. That is not entirely inaccurate. Shao Ming conceded with a nod. Now, give it a try. Lambert and Feng Yuxing simultaneously engaged the safety, chambered their rounds, and aimed at the target. To their surprise, Feng Yuxing struck the target first. My goodness, Lambert exclaimed, lowering his shotgun. It seems my bullet is destined for the heavens. Control the recoil with your arms, Shao Ming advised. With this small caliber, the recoil is manageable. With a different firearm, it may require more than just arm strength. The two individuals continued to take several shots, and fortunately, Lambert finally managed to land bullets on the target. Impressive, remarked Shao Ming. You both have a quick grasp of it. After firing a few rounds with the hunting rifle, Shao Ming proceeded to instruct the two on how to handle a shotgun. As the sun descended, the gunfire beside the train gradually subsided. The trio returned to the train, opting to rest in the passenger car rather than the locomotive. Lying on a few chairs was undoubtedly more comfortable than resting on the floor. Reflecting on Feng Yuxing's words from earlier, Shao Ming realized he had lost contact with his family for several days and needed to devise a way to reach them. He wondered about the well-being of his parents and relatives. As he drifted into a restless sleep, it seemed he returned home in his dreams. Just as he joyfully ran towards his parents, he was met with their blood-red eyes glaring back at him. Awakened abruptly, he found it was morning. Rubbing his head, he recalled that since the mutations began, he hadn't dreamt until last night when he was plagued by a nightmare. Checking the time, he noted it was only around 7 o'clock. Shao Ming rose to have a bite to eat before returning to the living quarters to scavenge for supplies. By the time the other two awoke, he had nearly emptied the gun shop and also retrieved a considerable amount of water and food from the gas station's convenience store. Lambert examined the map inside the locomotive and started the train, while Shao Ming and Feng Yuxing organized the collected supplies and practiced their shooting skills in the rear car. The train, accompanied by the sound of gunfire, sped forward, leaving the mutated beings far behind, and in the distance, a city billowing thick smoke gradually came into view. Chapter 49. Greenhouse. The train traversed several urban areas before entering the heart of a large town. The scenery outside the window transitioned from trees and wheat fields to an unbroken stretch of houses, interspersed with numerous mutated creatures. The road conditions within the city were significantly worse than those outside, as the railway cut through the center of town, intertwining with many roads. Numerous vehicles attempting to flee the city were congested at the railway junction, with neither Shao Ming nor Feng Yuxing in the locomotive. Lambert had no choice but to press on, colliding with the vehicles blocking the way. He steadied himself at the controls and charged forward. With a thunderous crash and the shrill sound of metal scraping, every abandoned car obstructing the train's path was pushed aside. While this did not greatly affect the train's performance, it severely flattened the already uneven front of the locomotive. At that moment, Shao Ming, who had just found a spot to sit and rest, was startled. What is happening? Feng Yuxing quickly rose to inquire. The train showed no signs of slowing down, and soon, the debris of the collided cars appeared on either side. Shao Ming surmised the situation, realizing he needed to find a walkie-talkie to maintain communication with Lambert in the front. There must be something blocking the way, he said to Feng Yuxing, pointing at the cars that had been shoved aside. The two had believed they would navigate the rest of the journey without incident. But before long, another loud crash resonated from the front of the train. After driving a short distance from the town, Lambert gradually brought the train to a halt. Once he confirmed that there were no mutated beings in the vicinity, Shao Ming leapt from the train, clutching a hunting rifle. Just then, Lambert opened the door and stepped down from the train, prompting Shao Ming to hurriedly inquire about the situation. The tire is damaged, Lambert indicated towards the train. Following his gesture, Shao Ming noticed that the axle between two wheels had indeed snapped, and what appeared to be a water tank nearby had developed a significant crack. Observing this, Shao Ming asked, "What shall we do?" Lambert, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, "Logically, we should head to a specialized workshop for a replacement. But even if we find one, we lack the means to handle it." Shao Ming could hardly believe that their journey home had met such an abrupt halt so soon after it had begun. The simplest solution would be to just swap it out for another, Lambert suggested. "But didn't you say replacing it was unrealistic?" Shao Ming recalled Lambert's words from the previous day. "You mentioned we didn't have the key." Lambert clarified, "I consulted the map, and it appears there should be a repair workshop nearby. Typically, the keys for repairing the trains are stored there." Shao Ming took the tablet, only to discover that this train repair workshop was actually located within the city. "This place," he remarked, "if we stop here, we will be besieged by thousands of zombies. And we cannot be sure if there's a usable train inside. Our train won't make it there." Lambert sighed. "The junctions in the city have redirected us elsewhere. We cannot maneuver the ramp within the city." At that moment, Feng Yuxing also disembarked from the train. Hearing their discussion, she asked in confusion, "Does this mean the train cannot move? The road conditions in the city are too dire. I can't predict whether those two wheels might suddenly detach," Shao Ming responded. "I'll go find a vehicle," he declared, glancing at the map to ascertain their current location. "We should be on the eastern side of Stoke-on-Trent. If we take the southern route, we should pass through a town," Lambert explained, having kept a close eye on the map and the situation outside. After leaving Stoke-on-Trent, which they had just traversed by rail, there were two railway lines, one heading south toward Birmingham, and the other proceeding east toward Nottingham. They were currently stationed on the eastern line, while the repair shop Lambert mentioned was located in the city along the southern line, approximately 7 kilometers away. Shao Ming began to feel that relying on the train might not be the best option, although it was indeed faster than a car. Its restriction to fixed tracks made it somewhat impractical. Noticing Shao Ming's hesitation, Lambert hastily interjected, "We only need to switch tracks in the outskirts. These issues only arise within the city." "It had better be," Shao Ming mused, rubbing his head. "Let us first find a vehicle. Regardless of whether we head to the repair shop afterward, we need a means of transportation." The three of them shouldered their packs, armed themselves with essential weapons and provisions, and set off from the train, retracing their steps. None of the three individuals were thieves, nor could they ignite a vehicle merely by connecting two wires as depicted in movies and television shows. Acquiring a functional automobile was, in fact, a rather cumbersome task. Locating the car keys was an absolute necessity. As Shao Ming ambled forward, he pondered over the situation. Both trains and cars were inevitably subject to collisions in such an environment, unless one could fortify the vehicle into a mobile fortress encased in heavy steel plates, reminiscent of certain cinematic portrayals. After walking for approximately 10 minutes, a structure resembling a greenhouse emerged alongside the railway. "I shall take a look," he stated. As per usual, Shao Ming gestured for the others to conceal themselves while he ventured ahead to scout the area. Clutching a shotgun, he bent low and approached the wall. Inside, he discovered a vast greenhouse, and behind it stood a two-story building. This place was unlike any other. It featured a solitary greenhouse that bore no resemblance to a farmer's abode, and all the windows of the building were boarded up with wooden planks. Could there be survivors here? Shao Ming contemplated as he scaled the wall. Using the greenhouse as cover, he gained a clearer view of the interior of the building. Although the windows were sealed, he could discern the faint outlines of figures within through the gaps. It was difficult to ascertain whether these were living beings or mutated entities. After a brief wait, he noticed that the silhouettes remained motionless, akin to dormant mutated creatures. It appeared that he had overthought the situation. Upon entering the greenhouse, Shao Ming was greeted by neatly arranged rows of plants. He plucked a tomato from one of the plants and took a bite. To his surprise, it was quite sweet. Clutching the tomato, he exited the greenhouse through another door. The wooden barriers prevented any disturbance from the mutated entities inside. He circled around to the front of the building, where a small pickup truck was parked steadily in front of a two-story structure. Chapter 50. The pickup. Shao Ming approached the pickup and peered inside. The interior was remarkably clean and devoid of dust, suggesting it had not been left unattended for long. Could there truly be living individuals inside? He circled the building once more, and after confirming that all doors and windows were securely boarded, he summoned his courage to call out, "Is anyone there?" The only response was the guttural roars of mutated creatures. Almost instantaneously upon his shout, the wooden boards on the first floor rattled as the creatures inside clamored to break free. Were these entities confined by someone, or had they locked themselves in, ultimately transforming into what they had become? Seeing that the mutated beings could not escape, Shao Ming lost interest in them and began searching for the keys to the pickup. After a thorough search, he found no keys in sight, leading him to conclude that the only possibility was that they resided within the building. He circled the structure once more, and through the gaps in the wooden planks, he estimated that there were 5 or 6 mutated entities inside. Just as he was about to scale the wall to return to the tracks, he noticed Feng Yuxing and Lambert had entered. Upon seeing Shao Ming standing intact in the courtyard, Feng Yuxing's face broke into a relieved expression. "You scared us to death," she exclaimed. "We heard the sounds of zombies. Yet there was no gunfire from you, and we feared something had happened." "It's not a big issue," Shao Ming replied, gesturing towards the house behind him. "They are all locked inside." "Who?" Lambert inquired with curiosity. "Who would take the time to confine them inside?" "Perhaps they did it themselves," Shao Ming shrugged, suggesting that they had sealed the doors and windows in a bid to defend against the zombies. Feng Yuxing peered around the corner of the greenhouse and immediately discerned the issue. The wooden boards had been nailed from the inside. Shao Ming smacked his forehead, realizing he had overlooked that detail. "Did you find the vehicle?" Lambert asked. "There is indeed a car, but the keys are likely inside the house," Shao Ming responded. The trio turned their gaze towards the interior, where the mutated creatures continued to roar. "I have no desire to go in there," Lambert stated. Feng Yuxing did not elaborate, but instead turned to Shao Ming, asking, "What do you propose we do?" "According to the map, this is the only inhabited place nearby," Shao Ming explained. "There are more zombies in the urban area. It would be wiser to clear this room first and take our chances inside." "All right then," Lambert conceded. The three approached the front door, where the mutated beings were now crowding against it. "Remember to aim for the head," Shao Ming advised as he positioned himself next to the door. He listened attentively to the sounds of the creatures beyond the door, took a couple of steps back, and raised his shotgun, aligning the barrel approximately at head height. He pulled the trigger. The shotgun's pellets penetrated the wooden door, striking the head of a mutated creature within. He racked the action, ejecting the spent shell and chambering a new round. A horrifying screech echoed from inside as he did not hesitate to fire a second shot. After expending all 5 rounds in the shotgun, he reloaded and fired again. Lambert and Feng Yuxing stood by with their hunting rifles, feeling somewhat ineffectual at that moment. It was only when silence fell within the house that Shao Ming lowered his weapon and approached the battered door. The door was riddled with bullet holes, sunlight streaming through them into the room. He observed for a moment, seemingly confirming that no creatures had survived. With a forceful kick, he shattered the dilapidated door, only to be taken by surprise as a mutated creature leaped from a pile of corpses on the floor, tackling him to the ground. With a shotgun in hand, Shao Ming could only thrust the weapon horizontally into the creature's mouth, leaving him unable to free a hand to reach for his knife or handgun. Feng Yuxing quickly raised her rifle, but with Shao Ming entangled in a struggle with the creature, she hesitated to pull the trigger. Lambert, reacting swiftly, turned his weapon around and struck the creature's head forcefully with the butt of his gun. Thanks to Lambert's timely intervention, Shao Ming seized the opportunity to kick the creature away and extricate himself. Feng Yuxing then aimed her shotgun at the head of the creature that had toppled to the side and fired. Bang! The muzzle was almost pressed against the head of the mutant when the trigger was pulled, the bullet piercing through the skull and turning its brain into a pulpy mess. The zombie, Shao Ming, trembled as he rose from the ground and remarked, "How could I still fall for such an ambush? Are you all right?" Feng Yuxing inquired as she lowered her firearm, feeling her hands quivering. "I'm fine," Shao Ming replied, re-raising his shotgun. "Thank you all." The wooden fore end of the shotgun bore a row of bite marks from the mutant, making Shao Ming feel somewhat uncomfortable holding it. The trio stepped into the room, where the floor was littered with the blood and brain matter of mutants. The lighting was dim due to the wooden barriers, prompting Lambert, who walked at the rear, to produce a flashlight to illuminate the space. The room appeared to be a bar, yet its decor resembled that of a clinic. The keys to the pickup truck were not difficult to find, lying quietly on the bar counter by the entrance. Shao Ming picked up the keys and grabbed 2 bottles of liquor from the shelf, placing them into his bag. "What are you doing with those?" Feng Yuxing asked as she observed Shao Ming stowing the bottles. "To drink, of course," Lambert interjected on Shao Ming's behalf. Shao Ming smiled sheepishly and adjusted his bag. The 3 of them climbed into the pickup truck, and Shao Ming cast a glance at the vehicle, letting out a long sigh. Another manual transmission. He started the engine and turned the vehicle towards the railway. The pickup truck sped down the embankment, causing the heads of the 3 occupants to nearly collide with the roof. "What a reckless driving style," Lambert remarked. Feng Yuxing recalled Shao Ming's wild driving in Manchester and nodded in agreement. Shao Ming shrugged and said, "There are no traffic cops around." Nonetheless, he made an effort to keep the vehicle between the 2 tracks, which at least made the ride less jarring. They transferred all the supplies from the train into the truck and set off towards the highway. "Which way should we go?" Shao Ming asked Lambert, who was seated in the passenger seat. Lambert replied, studying the map. "It would be best to cut through this area in the middle. It's the shortest distance. We could also head south for a longer detour, or go directly north into the city. That would be the quickest." Shao Ming took the map and considered it. "Let's go south. It may be farther, but the road conditions are better, and there are fewer towns." Lambert retrieved the tablet, saying, "You decide. The steering wheel is in your hands." The pickup truck turned around, heading in the opposite direction of the city. Chapter 04. Hidden Corners, United States, Tennessee. Joint Pharmaceutical Bioresearch Lab. 3 months after the pandemic, 2 months before the mutation. Dr. Aaron. A researcher hurriedly entered the office, calling out to Dr. Aaron, who was preparing to leave for the day. Dr. Aaron turned, her kindly smile making it difficult to associate her with research on lethal viruses. "What is it?" she asked, pausing in her task of hanging up her lab coat. "E003 has undergone a secondary mutation." The researcher quickly handed a tablet to Aaron, who took it and began to examine the screen, her smile gradually fading. "How could this happen? How could the same virus infect itself? It is simply inexplicable. Within the body of the mutant subject number 003, the virus is devouring and merging with itself to create a new strain," the researcher remarked. "Come quickly and see for yourself. The mutation is still ongoing." Eileen hastily donned her lab coat and rushed alongside the researcher towards the laboratory housing E003. Behind the thick, reinforced glass, a mutant was bound to a chair, writhing in agony. By the time Eileen arrived, much of the creature's skin had sloughed off, revealing the vibrant red of its muscular tissue beneath. Just 10 minutes prior, as Eileen was preparing to leave for the day, the E003 mutant had appeared entirely normal, at least in the context of mutants. Eagerly, Eileen approached the desk and pressed the intercom button, inquiring about the current situation. The 2 researchers standing beside the mutant shook their heads, indicating their own uncertainty. The creature's screams pierced through the heavy glass, sending jolts of anxiety through all present. The skin of the mutant was peeling away at a visibly alarming rate, while the life sign monitoring apparatus displayed nothing but chaotic readings. "Have we administered a sedative?" Eileen asked. Another researcher turned to her and replied, "It was ineffective." Eileen pressed the intercom again, urgently commanding the 2 researchers inside, "Evacuate the laboratory." The researchers quickly fled, unable to withstand the horrifying scene unfolding within. She then turned to the researcher beside her, asking, "How long after the vaccination did this situation begin?" The researcher glanced at the screen and responded, 10 hours, 5 minutes, and 24 seconds. Blood began to flow from the mutant's body, and its eyes seemed on the verge of bursting from their sockets. The group of medical elites found themselves powerless against the current predicament, helplessly observing as the mutant on the stretcher gradually morphed into an unrecognizable form. Suddenly, its pelvic region erupted, intestines spilling forth, while its eyes, under immense pressure, exploded. One researcher postulated, "It is preliminarily suspected that the vaccine catalyzed certain viruses within the 003 subject, causing mutations, which in turn began to attack other viral strains in conjunction with the vaccine's components." In a shocking turn of events, the mutant broke free from its restraints on the stretcher and tumbled to the ground. Dr. Eileen pressed the emergency button on the desk, and a piercing alarm resonated throughout the research facility. Warning, biological specimen has breached containment. All personnel must immediately evacuate to floors D3 and above. Several security personnel rushed in. Although they had never encountered such a scenario, their professionalism allowed them to steady their assault rifles with composure. The mutant writhed in pain on the floor, its intestines nearly fully extruded. "Eliminate it," Dr. Eileen commanded. The security chief nodded, leading his team to the entrance of the laboratory. Anyone entering the lab must undergo a full minute of disinfection procedures, leaving the mutant with but a minute of life remaining. E003 freed itself from the tubes and needles affixed to its body, crawling towards the reinforced glass with a desperate determination. Although separated by a thick layer of bulletproof glass, all the researchers were taken aback. Before them was an exceedingly grotesque and terrifying visage, with all muscle tissue laid bare and blood streaming from its eye sockets. As if it were weeping, it let out a mournful wail, allowing the researchers to observe the intricate workings of its facial muscles. At last, the door swung open, and the security personnel immediately aimed their weapons at E003's head, pulling the trigger without hesitation. A barrage of bullets penetrated its skull, and blood splattered across the bulletproof glass. When the security team noticed the creature had ceased its movements, they cautiously approached its lifeless form. Suddenly, a security officer let out a horrific scream and collapsed. The glass was slick with blood, making it difficult for Dr. Aaron to discern the situation inside. Following this, the laboratory erupted with the sounds of gunfire and anguished cries, with several bullets even ricocheting off the bulletproof glass. More blood was smeared upon the glass, unmistakably that of the security personnel rather than E003's. "Evacuate! Evacuate!" Dr. Aaron shouted urgently. The researchers in the observation room finally reacted, fleeing in haste. One relatively composed researcher promptly shut the laboratory door, disregarding whether any security personnel had survived inside. Dr. Aaron quickly inputted a sequence of numbers on the screen, being the last to exit the observation room. Within the laboratory, screams, gunfire, and the creature's roars intertwined, creating a horrific symphony. The alarm within the laboratory escalated in urgency, as a cold, synthetic female voice monotonously announced, "Warning, a severe biological contamination event has occurred. Authorization of level 5 personnel or above is required. This facility will commence purification in 2 minutes. Warning, a severe biological contamination event." Dr. Aaron boarded the elevator, fleeing to the ground with her fellow researchers. Inside the laboratory, the E003 mutant lay on the ground, gnawing at the corpse of a security officer. Suddenly, liquid began to spray from the ceiling's nozzles. E003 lifted its head in confusion, examining the nozzle like an animal. Immediately afterward, accompanied by a faint spark, the entire subterranean section of the laboratory was engulfed in flames. E003 writhed in agony amidst the inferno until its body was completely incinerated. Outside the upper portion of the laboratory, hundreds of researchers stood awaiting instructions. "The vaccine is ineffective," Dr. Aaron stated, supported by 2 researchers as she exited the elevator. The end of the world was upon them. Just as they stepped out of the laboratory doors, a violent explosion shook the entire structure. The mushroom cloud rising from the explosion was visible several kilometers away in the city, as the entire laboratory, along with all its researchers, was reduced to a vast crater. Chapter 51. The train repair shop, though it was a longer route. The total distance was merely around 10 kilometers. Furthermore, with the roads being country lanes and traffic sparse, the pickup truck soon wound its way to the other side of the city. The houses lining the streets grew more numerous, and through the gaps between them, one could glimpse the nearby railway tracks. "We are almost there." Lambert remarked that the repair shop was situated adjacent to a grand stadium, which should have been evident. "All right," Shao Ming replied, maneuvering the pickup truck to evade a mutant. The inertia threw several passengers to the side and back again. Both Feng Yuxing and Lambert wore expressions of resigned familiarity. Noticing their faces in the rearview mirror, Shao Ming, perplexed, inquired, "What's wrong? Is my driving lackluster?" As the pickup truck advanced, the number of mutants on the road increased. Aside from the group of mutants trailing behind, choking on exhaust fumes, more and more mutants obstructed the path ahead. Fortunately, being on the outskirts of a small city meant that they wouldn't attract an endless swarm of mutants like during the previous encounters. Seizing the moment, he deftly turned the steering wheel, weaving through a parking lot between two buildings and onto the railway tracks. The train repair yard lay just a few hundred meters ahead, with 6 workshops lined up at the end of the tracks. Suddenly, a mutant lunged out from the roadside, obscured from Shao Ming's view by the surrounding wall. There was no avoiding it this time. He could only reduce his speed and brace for impact. Hold on. With a resounding crash, a mutant barreled into them, sending it flying, while the pickups had crumpled. To make matters worse, the airbag deployed, springing into Shao Ming and Lambert's faces. Startled by the sudden burst, Shao Ming instinctively pressed the brake, bringing the pickup to a halt on the desolate tracks. Let us go, let us go? Feng Yuxing, the only one unimpeded by the airbag, clutched his backpack in the back seat, observing the numerous mutants charging towards the truck. Though the airbag had yet to deflate, Shao Ming could surmise the surrounding chaos and promptly pressed the accelerator again. Bang! Another collision reverberated, and Shao Ming felt the vehicle jolt. Thankfully, the now deflated airbag would not deploy again. He drove the pickup into an open workshop within the repair yard, and the group hastily exited, retrieving their weapons from the truck bed. Go close the door, Shao Ming shouted as he dashed outside. Lambert and Feng Yuxing sprinted toward different doors. Compared to the heavy doors of the warehouse from the previous days, the workshop doors were thinner and aided by more tires below. Shao Ming raised his shotgun, aiming at a mutant's forehead. Several charging mutants fell one by one, and it was undeniable that the recent battles had elevated Shao Ming's marksmanship to new heights. Just as he fired another round, the .22 caliber bullet struck a mutant but failed to kill it. Remarkably, after collapsing, it rose once more. Preoccupied with shooting the next mutant, Shao Ming initially failed to notice anything amiss. It wasn't until he aimed the scope back at the same mutant that he discovered a bloody bullet hole on its forehead. Pondering briefly, he realized that despite the .22 caliber's low lethality, at this distance of 100 meters, it should have been more than sufficient to eliminate an unprotected mutant. Nevertheless, it matters not. At worst, I shall fire another shot. The ammunition within the gun has been entirely expended, and just as Shao Ming prepared to switch to the shotgun slung over his shoulder, the 2 individuals behind him finally attempted to close the door. Hurry in, they exclaimed in unison, one in Chinese and the other in English. Shao Ming dashed towards the workshop, and the large door finally shut behind him. He stowed the shotgun back in the pickup truck before taking a moment to survey the workshop. In the center of the workshop stood a train undergoing repairs. The right side was divided into 2 levels. The first floor housed numerous tools, while the second floor contained a locked room. The sun was nearing its descent, and with only skylights illuminating the space, the interior was enveloped in a dim light. It was a Type 68 locomotive. Lambert approached the train, caressing its surface. It was only delivered domestically after 2016. Who would have thought I would have the chance to operate such a train? Shao Ming exchanged glances with Feng Yuxing, pondering why Lambert appeared somewhat peculiar. I'll go find something to start a fire, Feng Yuxing volunteered, beginning to unload food from the pickup truck. Shao Ming, grasping the shotgun, ascended to the second floor. Outside, rain began to fall, pattering against the steel exterior of the workshop. The mutated creatures that had struggled to break through were now trapped outside, howling at the door in the rain. The door to the room on the second floor was tightly locked. Shao Ming attempted to twist the doorknob, but to no avail. Lambert appeared to be searching for something on the first floor, while Feng Yuxing had successfully ignited a fire. Shao Ming knocked on the wooden door, which was not particularly thick. He stepped back 2 paces and raised the shotgun beside the lock. Be ready to fire, he cautioned the 2 below, pulling the trigger. A large hole was blasted into the wooden door, yet the lock remained intact. Reloading, he squeezed the trigger once more. This time, the lock completely detached from the door. Shao Ming pushed open the wooden door and illuminated the small room with his flashlight. Inside, there were 2 locked cabinets and a small table by the window with a computer atop it. On the wall to the right of the table hung a key rack, from which Shao Ming retrieved 2 keys and tucked them into his bag. Although he was uncertain of their purpose, possessing them was certainly better than not. He opened the drawer of the small table, which contained various documents and a box of cigarettes. Though he himself did not smoke, the social aspect of cigarettes made them worthwhile to carry. Utilizing the light from outside, Shao Ming began to peruse the documents, finding some registration manuals and what appeared to be maintenance manuals filled with specialized terminology he did not recognize. As he picked up the maintenance manual, preparing to show it to Lambert below, he heard the latter calling for him. Shao Ming, have you seen the train key? Shao Ming leaned over the staircase, retrieving the keys from his bag and inquiring, Are you looking for this? He handed the keys along with the maintenance manual to Lambert and noticed Feng Yuxing dutifully crouched beside the fire, using a metal rod to tend to the potatoes in the flames. The girl's hair cascaded gently beside her cheeks, her visage illuminated by the flickering flames, rendering her features strikingly three-dimensional and captivating. Chapter 52. A rare moment of leisure. Dinner is served. Feng Yuxing lifted her gaze, coincidentally locking eyes with Shao Ming. Both felt a rush of shyness and turned their heads away, with Shao Ming wishing he could vanish into the ground. At last, mealtime had arrived. Lambert leaped from the train, eagerly picking up a potato from the ground to peel. He had not eaten on schedule for several days. The two nearby could hardly conceal their awkwardness. Shao Ming prodded a potato with the butt of his gun, but upon reaching for it, he burned his hand and quickly recoiled. He then attempted to grab a bottle of mineral water from the pickup truck, only to accidentally knock down a pile of food. Shao Ming mentally chastised himself, wondering why he was behaving like a young boy who had never encountered a woman, despite having been in relationships before. Feng Yuxing stifled a laugh at Shao Ming's clumsiness. "Allow me to assist you," she offered, approaching him as he gathered the fallen potatoes. No, it's all right," Shao Ming replied hastily. "I can manage this on my own. It's just a minor issue." Nevertheless, Feng Yuxing stood and joined him, squatting down to help. Shao Ming, feeling embarrassed, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. I'm quite inept." "Not at all. You're quite capable," Feng Yuxing reassured him. "At least you've kept us alive." Lambert, munching on a potato while perusing a technical manual, found most of the terminology rather familiar. "We are extraordinarily fortunate, truly, exceptionally fortunate," he remarked, glancing at the maintenance checklist. "This train has just completed its repairs and is ready for departure. No further maintenance is required. We can set off immediately." Shao Ming rose from behind the pickup and said, "Do you think our train requires some armor plating?" Lambert pondered for a moment before asking, "Are you suggesting we add iron plates to the exterior?" Shao Ming nodded, recalling a classic film, Land of the Dead, while that depicted armored vehicles on the highway. Why could they not transform a train into an armored one? "It is feasible, but what about the materials?" Lambert inquired. Shao Ming and Feng Yuxing settled by the fire, and Shao Ming turned to Lambert. "The workshop next door is connected to ours with iron plates, which don't seem too thick. We could give it a try." "We will need a high-powered cutting machine," Lambert replied, "but not too large. A CNC machine wouldn't be able to cut through walls, preferably something handheld." Shao Ming slapped his forehead, recalling a type of equipment. The cutting machine used by firefighters should suffice. He retrieved his tablet and searched for fire stations. "We also need to check the thickness of this wall," Lambert remarked, eyeing the iron wall behind the train, "though it doesn't appear too thick." Shao Ming located a fire station on the map, stating, "There's one about 3 kilometers away, but it's in the city." He felt that his decision to bring the tablet, equipped with global maps, was indeed the wisest choice he had made. "It's worth a try," Lambert remarked. "Block the side wheels." "No." Feng Yuxing handed Shao Ming a peeled potato, saying, "It's not hot now." "Ah, thank you." Shao Ming took the potato and stuffed it into his mouth. Lambert muttered quietly, "Why must I peel my own?" After the three had finished their meal, they sat idly by the hearth. Shao Ming set up a tablet on the tailgate of the pickup truck, connected it to a power bank, and began streaming a television series. "No, what if we run out of battery?" Lambert asked, puzzled. "There's a charging port in the car," Shao Ming replied. The three settled down to watch the screen, while outside, the mutants had long since quieted, their whereabouts now unknown. As he gazed at the flickering images on the tablet, he recalled a month ago when Li Long had gone to watch a series. Now, they were not only worlds apart in life and death, but also separated by 1,000 miles. He absent-mindedly touched the letter of bequest nestled within his tactical vest. Thankfully, it remained safely in his bag. Feng Yuxing walked to the back of the truck and retrieved a fruit can, distributing it among them, and naturally settled beside Shao Ming. "Let me see your hand," she said, pulling Shao Ming's hand closer to unwrap the bandage. The wound on his thumb showed signs of healing. Yet due to his continued combat and shooting with the injured right hand, its recovery was not optimal. "It needs to be wrapped again," Feng Yuxing said, rising to fetch a new bandage. Lambert cast a glance and again gave Shao Ming a meaningful look. After watching 2 episodes of the series, they each sought out places to sleep. Feng Yuxing lay in the back seat of the pickup, Shao Ming sat in the driver's seat, while Lambert surprisingly chose to lie on the floor of the train's cabin. Until midnight, Shao Ming could not find sleep. Outside, the only sound was the rain, and the workshop was eerily quiet. His mind wandered, thoughts flitting between Li Long, who had died in bed, and the couple he had seen on the rooftop. Feng Yuxing behind him turned over, letting out a soft murmur. Shao Ming rubbed his eyes and stepped out of the truck, draping his coat over Feng Yuxing. The next day, Shao Ming awoke to the sun's glare. He quickly sat up and, upon checking his watch, realized it was already 11 o'clock. It's all because I couldn't sleep last night. He climbed out of the truck to find Lambert examining the train. While Feng Yuxing had already organized the supplies from the back and placed them in another cabin of the vehicle. "Why didn't you wake me?" Shao Ming yawned and asked. "You looked so peaceful while sleeping," Feng Yuxing replied with a smile. "I didn't want to disturb you." She stepped down from the train and softly said to Shao Ming, "Thank you for your coat. I was going to wake you." Lambert poked his head out of the cabin with a look of grievance. "You snored. So next time, don't sleep sitting up." Shao Ming chuckled awkwardly and took a sip from a bottle of water. "Let us visit the fire station after lunch," he suggested, "to see if we can find a cutting tool." "Today's lunch will be biscuits with potatoes," Feng Yuxing announced. "It's either potatoes with biscuits or biscuits with potatoes." Lambert lamented more heavily. "At least we have something to eat. Being picky is unnecessary." Feng Yuxing remarked to Lambert that their supply of biscuits was dwindling and suggested they might search for additional provisions along the way today. "Indeed," replied Shao Ming, nodding in agreement. It was quite remarkable that the biscuits he had brought could sustain 3 individuals for several days. After rekindling the fire and having lunch, Shao Ming diligently loaded bullets into all the firearms. With ammunition limited, he decided to make use of iron rods where possible. He passed the shotgun to the others, stating, "We should be prepared." Chapter 53. The Dog. Gordon Shao Ming pushed open the workshop's main door, and Lambert pressed the accelerator, driving along the tracks. The surrounding mutants, alerted by the sound of the vehicle once more, became agitated and converged towards the train repair yard. Shao Ming hopped onto the back of the pickup truck, tapping the cargo area to signal that they were ready to depart. With a swift turn, Lambert navigated onto the road leading into the city. Shao Ming, seated in the truck bed, felt an unsettling sense of precariousness due to the low guardrails. Perhaps it was the fact that this route led to the larger city of Birmingham, making it less frequented by travelers. Thus the road conditions remained relatively good, unlike during his departure from Manchester, where traffic was congested. The pickup truck quickly transitioned from suburb to city, and the trio managed to evade the third wave of the small horde of over 100 corpses. Fortunately, Lambert's driving skills exceeded those of Shao Ming. They collided with numerous mutants along the way, yet the vehicle sustained minimal damage. They navigated safely into the city center, where the fire station stood quietly at a crossroads. Just as Lambert brought the truck to a halt, hundreds of mutants surged from all directions. Shao Ming swiftly readied his shotgun in the truck bed, eliminating the 2 nearest mutants. The other 2 hurriedly opened the doors and dashed towards the fire station. "Get inside quickly," Shao Ming shouted, leaping down and resting his weapon on the hood, firing at the advancing mutants while using the vehicle for cover. Once both had entered the fire station, Shao Ming stowed his shotgun and closed the large door behind him. Lambert and Feng Yuxing immediately pushed a table against the door to barricade it. The mutants pounded against the door as Shao Ming retrieved the baseball bat from his back and wedged it between the door handle. Inside the fire station, there were no mutants on the first floor, nor were there any fire trucks in the garage, indicating that all the firefighters must have been deployed at the onset of the mutation crisis. Seeing that they were temporarily safe, Shao Ming approached a floor plan and noted, "The cafeteria is located behind this area on the first floor, and there is a supply room on the second. Let us first check the cafeteria," he suggested. Leading the way, the 3 entered the cafeteria. The windows were positioned away from the street, so there were no mutants outside. But the lighting within the room was rather dim. A shadow darted across the space and concealed itself behind a cabinet. Shao Ming instantly raised his shotgun. But the shadow did not appear to be a mutant. Rather, it resembled a large dog. The figure cautiously peered from behind the cabinet, revealing itself to be a rather thin German shepherd. Perhaps due to the prolonged encounters with mutants, the dog exhibited considerable wariness. The 3 humans and the dog regarded each other with mutual caution. "I believe this is a perfectly normal dog," Feng Yuxing observed. "I too believe that." Shao Ming crouched down, extended his hand, and puckered his lips to call out to the German shepherd, making a sound akin to tut-tut-tut-tut. Rather than approaching, the dog tucked its tail and stepped back a couple of paces. Feng Yuxing whispered, "Foreign dogs may not understand this." Shao Ming then called out in English, "Come here, come here." The German shepherd hesitated for a moment, but gradually made its way over. Good boy, good boy." Shao Ming reached out to gently pat the dog's head, and instead of recoiling, it slowly lowered its guard. Shao Ming picked up the pendant on the dog's collar, which bore several lines of small text: Hanlani Fire Brigade, Loyal Companion, Search and Rescue Dog Gordon. Shao Ming stroked the dog's head and said, "Your name is Gordon, isn't it?" Upon hearing its name, Gordon wagged its tail and spun around the three of them. It looked rather emaciated. Feng Yuxing also crouched down to caress Gordon's body. "You don't actually intend to keep it, do you?" Lambert remarked. "We can hardly feed ourselves." Shao Ming stood up, contemplating the idea of taking the dog with him. But Lambert's point was valid. Such a large dog would require a considerable amount of food, and feeding 3 people was already a challenge. "Let us search for something to eat first," Shao Ming suggested. The trio rummaged through the kitchen, unable to ignore the presence of Gordon, who followed closely at their heels. "Look here," Lambert said as he opened the upper cabinet, revealing a neatly stacked collection of cans. He hastily stuffed the cans into his backpack, and upon hearing the clattering, Gordon scurried to sit at Lambert's feet. No, little one," Lambert shook his head. "This isn't for you." Feng Yuxing glanced at Shao Ming, who could only lower his gaze in response. The kitchen revealed no other provisions. It appeared that Gordon had consumed everything within reach. With a shotgun in hand, Shao Ming cautiously ascended to the 2nd floor. The corridor was shrouded in darkness. Even the emergency lights had extinguished. Lambert fumbled for a flashlight, illuminating the way to the equipment room's door. Upon entering, they found that most of the firefighting tools had already been taken by the firefighters, leaving only a few items in the farthest wire mesh enclosure. The cutting machine, not difficult to spot, sat prominently in the center. Now, the wire mesh stood as the only barrier. Shao Ming attempted to push the door, but it remained steadfastly closed. "There must be a key," Feng Yuxing suggested. "I'll go look for it." As the 3 deliberated on how to unlock the door, Gordon seemed to sense their intentions, tugging at Shao Ming's pant leg with his teeth. "Do you have something to say?" Shao Ming crouched down and petted Gordon's head, inquiring. Gordon turned and sprinted a couple of steps forward, then glanced back at the trio, seemingly urging them to follow. Shao Ming took the lead, and Gordon ran ahead a few more steps before stopping to look back. Guided by Gordon, the 3 arrived at the office across from the equipment room. Gordon approached a desk and scratched at a drawer with his paw. Shao Ming moved forward to open the drawer, discovering a set of keys lying quietly within. "This dog is truly clever." Shao Ming retrieved the key and, perhaps inadvertently, directed his words toward Lambert. The latter merely curled his lips in silence. "Such a good boy, Gordon," Feng Yuxing remarked as he crouched down to stroke Gordon's head. Utilizing the key provided by Gordon, the trio successfully unlocked the equipment room door. Shao Ming produced a cutting machine, handing it to Lambert, and then extracted a fire axe from within. The baseball bat had unfortunately been discarded downstairs, leaving him in need of an additional melee weapon. Lambert inquired, "Now that we have everything, how shall we return?" Feng Yuxing peered out the window, observing that while the mutants were no longer agitated, they still congregated below. According to precedent, they would disperse by nightfall. Shao Ming glanced at the sky and replied, "We shall return tomorrow morning." Chapter 54. A night of terror at the fire station. Upon their return to the office, they found that the 2nd floor only had this single room with 2 exits, which could be barricaded with miscellaneous items. Nonetheless, the fire station lacked the formidable iron door defenses found in the workshop from the previous night. "We will take turns keeping watch." Shao Ming began to assign tasks, starting at 10 o'clock, each person for 3 hours. "I'll take the first shift," Feng Yuxing volunteered. "I'm quite adept at staying up late." "Then I'll take the last," Lambert interjected quickly, reasoning that the person in the middle would suffer the most, as the others could enjoy 6 hours of sleep, while the one in between would only manage fitful slumber. "Very well," Shao Ming nodded, indifferent as he would not rest easy here regardless. He approached the window to observe the mutants, who had all entered a state of dormancy, standing motionless below. During dinner, Lambert produced 3 cans of peas from his bag to share among them. Feng Yuxing accepted 1 can, poured some peas into a small bowl, and pushed it toward Gordon. The dog wagged its tail enthusiastically, eagerly devouring the offering. Shao Ming affectionately patted Gordon's head, finding the dog delightfully obedient. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that traveling with a dog aboard a train would undoubtedly be burdensome. After all, a train cannot be halted at will like a car, and they had no compartments left for the dog. As midnight approached, Feng Yuxing had already succumbed to sleep, while Shao Ming, on duty, stifled yawns as he gazed out the window, lost in thought. The mutants remained below, and Shao Ming felt a strong urge to understand why these creatures vanished by the following morning as if they had been reset. Logically, even if they entered a dormant state swiftly, should they not remain stationary? Why did they disperse on their own? Suddenly, Gordon, who had been lying nearby, raised his head alertly, sensing an intruder entering the fire station. Shao Ming had yet to notice Gordon's unusual behavior, still focused on the mutants outside. Without warning, Gordon sprang to his feet and dashed toward the door. Its claws made a distinct pattering sound on the floor. Shao Ming turned and saw Gordon had reached the door. Sniffing intently, "What do you smell?" he inquired softly, while grasping a nearby shotgun. Just then, through the small window on the door, Shao Ming discerned a shadow flitting past. Gordon emitted a low, threatening growl, crouching into a defensive stance. Could it be that a mutant has entered? Shao Ming pondered, yet something felt amiss. He had not heard any commotion from downstairs. Surely, he was not merely imagining things, for Gordon's reaction warranted an explanation. He roused Lambert with several firm taps, and as Lambert opened his eyes, he beheld Shao Ming's anxious expression signaling him to remain silent. Instantly alert, Lambert seized an iron rod nearby and whispered into Shao Ming's ear, inquiring about the situation. There might be something in the corridor. Shao Ming glanced towards the window on the door, but the passage beyond was shrouded in darkness. Gordon was pacing behind the door, its nose twitching as it sniffed the air. "I wish to venture out and take a look," Shao Ming murmured. "Are you out of your mind?" Lambert retorted. "Why not wait until dawn?" "I have no desire to sleep restlessly," Shao Ming replied. "Moreover, if there are any breaches left unsecured, what if more zombies come in?" He nudged the cabinet blocking the door slightly aside and turned to Lambert, asking, "Do you want to join me?" All right, Lambert acquiesced, shaking his head as he picked up a flashlight. Lambert roused Feng Yuxing, instructing her to secure the doors and windows after they departed and to keep an eye on their belongings. "Do take care," Feng Yuxing whispered. Shao Ming accepted the flashlight Lambert offered, carefully pulling the door ajar and shining the light left and right. The corridor appeared desolate, and Gordon slipped between Shao Ming's legs. It continued to discern the myriad scents in the air, ultimately focusing on the far end of the left corridor. "All right, this seems to be the way," Shao Ming declared as he stepped out of the room and returned the flashlight to Lambert. He grasped a fire axe and secured a shotgun at his waist. Cautiously advancing towards the corridor's end, Gordon crouched low, halting a few meters from the corner, emitting a low growl from its throat. Shao Ming slowed his pace and raised the fire axe in hand. Suddenly, a mutant sprang from around the corner, charging directly at him. Just as Shao Ming prepared to block, he witnessed Gordon leap forth, sinking its teeth into the mutant's neck. Though a starving rescue dog, Gordon's sharp teeth were not for mere decoration. It clamped down hard and violently shook the mutant, which thrashed wildly before falling still. As Shao Ming readied to pull Gordon away, a sound of footsteps erupted from behind. Lambert swiftly turned, only to see a mutant approaching them with alarming speed. Behind it, another mutant mirrored its stance. It was the same type of mutant encountered earlier in the warehouse. Shao Ming had initially thought it an anomaly. Yet here was another mutant exhibiting such agility post-transformation. However, today was different. Unlike that day in the warehouse, Shao Ming now wielded a shotgun. "Fall back," Shao Ming shouted. As a mutant lunged at him, he raised the shotgun and fired without hesitation. The mutant was struck mid-leap, its body contorting backward as it was propelled away. The other mutant, witnessing this, immediately retreated, disappearing around a corner. Lambert recognized the situation and remarked to Shao Ming that it was the same type of zombie they had encountered that day in the warehouse. Outside, the dormant mutants were roused by the gunfire and began their assault on the fire station. A cacophony of violent impacts and the roars of the mutants echoed from below, and the two exchanged a grave glance, sensing the impending danger. The barricade at the entrance could not hold for long, and there was still one mutant left unresolved within the building. "We must gather our belongings," Shao Ming urged. "We cannot remain here." Upon returning to the office, the three quickly donned their backpacks and, with Gordon in tow, sprinted toward the opposite side of the building. With a crack, the baseball bat Shao Ming had used as a makeshift door lock splintered, and the furniture that had barricaded the door was slowly pushed aside. The first mutant burst into the fire station, its blood-red eyes wide open, followed closely by a second and a third. "How do we escape?" Feng Yuxing inquired. "That way," Shao Ming directed, leading the two and the dog into a large room, the deployment area atop the fire station garage, from which firefighters could slide directly into the garage below. Shao Ming had memorized the layout from the floor plan the previous day, anticipating such a scenario. Suddenly, a mutant appeared behind them, charging forward at an alarming speed. This was the very mutant that had escaped earlier. Shao Ming, observing the chaos below, heard the unmistakable sound of the approaching creature. Having already fired his weapon, he felt no hesitation in firing again, as the mutants downstairs had already been awakened. He pulled the trigger, only to be taken aback as the mutant swiftly dodged to the side. Had he wielded a different firearm, he might have missed entirely. Unfortunately, he was armed with a shotgun. Although the mutant evaded, it was still struck in the leg, causing it to lose balance and roll twice before coming to a halt. Without hesitation, Shao Ming fired a second shot, ensuring that this time, it would not miss. The mutant's head exploded, leaving behind a lifeless body. "Let us move," Shao Ming urged, hearing the mutant's roars growing alarmingly closer. "Which way do we go?" Lambert asked anxiously. "Haven't you ever watched television?" In the face of crisis, Shao Ming felt his adrenaline surge once more. He swiftly picked up the spinning Gordon, clutching the iron rod, and slid down. Shao Ming was the first to reach the garage, where the large doors stood open. Fortunately, most of the mutants had rushed to the second floor, drawn by the gunfire, leaving relatively few in the garage. Setting Gordon down, Shao Ming raised his shotgun and dashed toward the entrance. Bathed in moonlight, he spotted the pickup truck parked safely at the door, with only about 100 mutants surrounding the building, and just a few crippled ones yet to enter the fire station. Shao Ming shot down the two mutants closest to the pickup and tossed his backpack into the bed. Feng Yuxing had already slid into the garage, and just as Lambert clutched the iron rod, the mutants charged into the room. One mutant reached out from the slide and grabbed Lambert's backpack, leaving him suspended in midair. "Get the backpack off," Feng Yuxing shouted urgently to Lambert. "I shall not relinquish my canned beef." Lambert freed one hand to grasp the shotgun behind him, deftly positioning it atop the mutant's head. With a press of his thumb, the trigger was pulled, and a bullet swiftly penetrated the creature's forehead. Shao Ming dispatched another mutant before entering the pickup truck and starting the engine. Fortunately, Lambert had exercised some foresight and had not removed the car keys yesterday. The remaining two hastened to join him inside the vehicle. Shao Ming glanced in the rearview mirror, ensuring that both individuals and the dog were accounted for. He pressed the accelerator, careening into a mutant that charged from the fire station, steering towards the outskirts of the city. After traversing several blocks, the mutants were finally shed from their pursuit. It remained the dead of night, the headlights piercing the darkness with an almost blinding brilliance. The trio returned to the workshop in silence. Shao Ming leapt from the vehicle, retrieving the cutter from his backpack. Lambert yawned and suggested, "Let us rest. We shall examine matters tomorrow." At dawn, Shao Ming was awakened by the sound of metal cutting. Groggily, he opened his eyes, as if the previous night's events had merely been a fleeting dream. Lambert, donning a pair of sunglasses of unknown origin, was cutting wall panels, while Feng Yuxing had procured several iron rods to heat two cans over the fire. As for Gordon, he lay beside the entrance in a daze. Shao Ming rose from his seat and approached Lambert. Upon noticing Shao Ming's awakening, Gordon wagged his tail, seeking affection. "Good morning." Feng Yuxing stirred the contents of the can with a spoon. "Today we shall have a hot meal." "Morning." Shao Ming patted Gordon's head and greeted Feng Yuxing. With a loud clang, a metal plate crashed down. The adjoining workshop was equipped with a welding gun. Noticing Shao Ming's approach, Lambert remarked, "This cutting machine for firefighting is indeed powerful. Have you measured it?" "This is the first piece," Lambert replied. "It can be placed on the side of the motorcycle to protect the wheels." "Excellent," Shao Ming said, crouching down to inspect the metal plate. The steel was at least 5 centimeters thick, quite substantial. "Not bad," Shao Ming nodded. "Do you need my assistance?" "Now," Lambert gestured with the cutter against the wall. "Not at the moment. I shall require help later." Shao Ming slipped through the gap into another workshop, which was eerily empty, devoid of any trains. He approached a basket piled high with equipment and retrieved a welding gun. After conversing with Feng Yuxing for a spell, Lambert called Shao Ming over. Having cut 4 metal plates, these two, Lambert pointed to the longer pieces, are for the front, and the other 2 for the back. Shao Ming attempted to lift one. Even the shorter pieces weighed at least 400 to 500 kilograms, far beyond what the 2 could manage. As a university student long detached from physical labor, he was utterly unprepared for such weight. The metal plates were astonishingly heavy. "How shall we manage to raise these heavy plates?" Shao Ming inquired. "There's a small crane in the adjacent workshop. It should not pose much of a problem," Lambert replied, leading Shao Ming into the neighboring space. A 2-meter-high apparatus, equipped with hooks and a frame, rests beside the railway, resembling a gantry crane capable of omnidirectional movement. This must be the small crane Lambert referred to. Shao Ming attempted to drag it. Although the base is fitted with 2 small tires, it proved quite arduous to move once set down. Nevertheless, maneuvering this contraption is far easier than hauling a half-ton iron plate. Moreover, they have a pickup truck at their disposal. After considerable effort, the 2 men finally repositioned the gantry crane to a suitable locale. This crane is designed for railway maintenance, and when fully extended, it perfectly aligns to lift above the locomotive. However, lacking electricity, they could only operate the crane with a manual lever. "I say," Feng Yuxing interjected from the side. "Why don't you two have some hot food before continuing?" After their meal, the 2 resumed their modifications. As there were no suitable hooks on the iron plate, Lambert had to cut another hole to allow the hook to grasp it. A new predicament arose. The 3 men could not lift the iron plate that lay flat on the ground. It was absurd. The weight was half a ton, firmly pressed against the earth. Shao Ming retrieved a pry bar, and together they exerted all their strength, managing to lift a corner of the plate slightly. He regretted not having trained with Li Long, though even if he had, it was uncertain how much that would help now. Shao Ming shook his hands and suggested, "Check the truck for a jack." Feng Yuxing, closest to the vehicle, promptly climbed into the back of the pickup and indeed found a jack in a box. The 3 men once again lifted the iron plate and inserted the jack underneath, successfully securing the hook to the plate. "Very well," Lambert clapped his hands and said, "It should be good to weld it on next." Chapter 56. The Track Dilemma. After a long day of toil, the trio finally affixed 4 iron plates to the side of the train. Now, all the wheels boasted a thick outer shell, though aesthetically, it appeared somewhat unrefined. Due to the reshaping of the iron plates, some surplus scraps were added to the front of the locomotive, reaching a height suitable for 1 person. For various reasons, they did not completely enclose the front of the train with iron plates. First, doing so would obstruct the coupling point. If another train were to block the way, it would complicate efforts to push it aside. Second, the 68-type locomotive has a snowplow beneath the front, which can be utilized to clear mutated entities. Third, Lambert had already installed iron plates in front of the cockpit, making additional plates somewhat excessive. Furthermore, the workload remained quite substantial for the 3 of them. Shao Ming threw himself into the back of the pickup. Despite the crane's assistance, the task was nearly entirely manual and exhausting. Thankfully, the windows of the 68-type train are not large, or they would have to devise ways to reinforce them. At this point, the only one who might still possess energy was Gordon. The dog wandered about the workshop before finally settling down beside some leftover canned food. Shao Ming rubbed his stomach. He too was hungry but felt too lethargic to move, wishing only to lie in the pickup and take a nap. As the rain began to fall again outside, the droplets blurred the view through the skylight. Feng Yuxing picked up 3 cans and placed them over the fire, adding a few potatoes to the mix. "Time to eat," he called out. Early the next morning, the group began to pack their belongings in preparation for their next departure. Shao Ming wished to take the pickup truck along, but they only had the cab and no place to store the truck, which would mean searching for it when needed. The trio stowed some ammunition and food in the front cabin, while the rest of their items were placed in the rear. The half-height door posed no issue for Gordon, who leapt into the train effortlessly. Although no one mentioned Gordon's status, it was clear that they had embraced this new member. "Who will open the door?" Lambert inquired, seeing everyone aboard the train. "What door?" "Just smash it open," Shao Ming replied. The train revved up, barreling towards the exit. The workshop's large door was forced open by the train, and after a brief pause, their journey resumed. "All right," Lambert said, "let's stick to the plan and head towards Birmingham." Accompanied by the sounds of wheels clashing against the tracks, the train sped forth towards Birmingham. With the iron plate at the front, Lambert increased the train's speed. Yet he remained vigilant for any oncoming trains. "If we take the underwater tunnel," Shao Ming lowered the tablet, asking if they needed to pass through London. "We can bypass it from the outskirts," Lambert replied, examining the map. He continued, "The immediate priority is to switch tracks near Rugby." Rugby served as a stronghold for Birmingham, where the railway diverged into 2 lines, one continuing south directly into Birmingham City, while the other veered westward through a cluster of small towns towards the north side of London. This track switch was crucial. Heading south into Birmingham was akin to courting death, while the westward route led directly towards London, allowing them to exit England via the underwater tunnel. In reality, trains from Manchester to London could make the journey in a mere 2.5 hours. Yet Shao Ming and his companions had spent nearly a week covering less than half the distance. So we can't avoid it this time, can we? Shao Ming gazed at the map, noting that the switch was located at the center of a small town. We'll know soon enough, Lambert pointed ahead, where a row of orderly houses emerged in view. As the train entered the town, the mutants predictably surrounded them, though they were less fortunate than their predecessors. The protruding iron plates on either side of the train became the perfect weapon for dispatching the mutants, as dozens met their demise, shredded like tofu. Just ahead lay two tracks diverging in different directions. Due to the mutants' obstruction, the three in the cabin could not discern the specifics of the tracks, surrendering to the train's momentum as it surged forward. Hundreds, even thousands, of mutants swarmed from all directions, yet they posed no threat to the trio inside. The train continued straight through the junction, onto the path leading west. Oh, Lambert sighed in relief, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. They embarked on a relatively ideal path. Shao Ming let out a sigh of relief, yet a question immediately surfaced in his mind. He inquired, "We were fortunate this time, but should our luck falter next, how shall we maneuver that lever amidst the encirclement of thousands of zombies?" Lambert awkwardly responded, "We cannot. Such larger stations are typically controlled remotely, having abolished manual track-switching mechanisms." Shao Ming nearly pressed the barrel of his gun against Lambert's forehead. "Do not fret," Lambert reassured. "Many suburban track-switching systems still employ traditional manual methods. Otherwise, I would not have been able to redirect the train on previous occasions. Moreover, we can sabotage the automated control systems to alter the tracks in our desired direction." "Well said," Shao Ming replied. "But what if those options are unavailable?" Lambert explained. "In such a case, we would need to restart the central control computer at critical locations to change the route. However, do not worry. At least in the UK, most tracks ultimately lead towards London. Additionally, significant locations like stations possess their own emergency power sources." Shao Ming gazed out at the densely packed aberrations and once again contemplated the wisdom of returning home by train. The challenges appeared far more daunting than he had anticipated. Indeed, while trains are robust and swift on clear tracks, they seldom grant control over which line they traverse. Should misfortune strike and they veer off course, the outcome could be catastrophic. It was no wonder that Lambert consistently reduced speed at junctions, severely impeding their progress. Perhaps traversing the suburbs by car would prove more convenient. Sensing Shao Ming's unease, Lambert remarked, "Cars cannot navigate through the underwater tunnel. If a train blocks the passage, we would still rely on the train to clear the way." Shao Ming cast a worried glance at Feng Yuxing, whose expression mirrored his own apprehension. "I hope you are right," Shao Ming replied, "as I prefer the sensation of steering my own course." The train crushed two parked cars in its path, dragging the corpses of the aberrations as it sped towards the outskirts of the city. Chapter 57. Pilot Wellington. Shao Ming turned to Lambert beside him. Although they had faced life and death together, he sensed that this railway engineer harbored many secrets from them. Fortunately, the journey ahead presented no junctions, and the train raced through the countryside, nearing the London metropolis in under an hour. To their surprise, they observed that the closer they approached London, the fewer aberrations were present in the surrounding villages. They decided to pause and strategize their passage through the city. "I suggest we find a vehicle or walk around London," Shao Ming proposed as he leapt from the train. The railway system within London is exceedingly complex. Even if manual switching were possible, navigating 100 meters only to switch tracks again would still mean facing millions of zombies. Indeed, Feng Yuxing concurred, traversing through London seems rather impractical. Observing that the two were disembarking from the train, Lambert hastily stated, "We merely need to locate London's railway terminus." "Do you know where the terminus is?" Shao Ming retorted. "Have you considered how to navigate safely amidst a sea of countless corpses?" Lambert was rendered speechless by the inquiry. Perhaps he had not contemplated such matters. "Stop bickering. You too," Feng Yuxing said, glancing toward the nearby railway, and patted Shao Ming on the shoulder. "Look over there." In a field not far away, a helicopter lay quietly. A helicopter? Despite the obstructing trees, Shao Ming quickly identified it as a Bell H-1 Cobra. He withdrew his shotgun, found a spot with minimal visibility, and crouched down. Raising his scope, through the lens, he observed that the helicopter's cockpit door was ajar, revealing a few kitchen utensils inside. Lowering his weapon, Shao Ming proposed, "Let us go take a look." The three traversed the field, and a military green helicopter came fully into view. The cockpit door was adorned with 15 small skulls painted in oil. Shao Ming boarded the helicopter. On the floor lay a portable alcohol stove, alongside several opened cans. It appeared that someone had been living here. Who would reside in a helicopter? Shao Ming mused, touching the alcohol stove, which still radiated a hint of warmth. There are still living souls. He turned to the two outside the aircraft and declared. Suddenly, Gordon became alert, fixating on the nearby thicket, and moments later, a figure clad in military attire emerged, brandishing a firearm. To be precise, he was merely wearing the undergarment of his uniform. The soldier gripped an assault rifle tightly, aiming it at the trio. Feng Yuxing restrained the impulsive Gordon, who seemed poised to leap forward. Put down the gun. Put down the gun. Lambert urgently called out. Gradually, the soldier lowered his weapon, astonishment filling his eyes. Are you truly alive? He inquired. Have you ever seen a zombie that can speak? Shao Ming jumped down from the helicopter and replied. I thought everyone had perished. The soldier, lowering his rifle, displayed a look of joy. I am 2nd Lieutenant Wellington from the 16th Air Assault Brigade, an Army aviation helicopter pilot. Shao Ming introduced their group to Wellington and asked, How did you end up here? Wellington climbed aboard the helicopter, unperturbed, and began donning his military uniform. About 2 weeks ago, after the outbreak began, I received orders to join the unit heading to London to maintain order. However, the situation gradually spiraled out of control. Wellington handed the trio a can, asking, Would you like to eat? Upon their negative response, he continued, Within a few days, we established a temporary base. 85% of the city's population has mutated. The same is true within the military. Many comrades have turned into monsters. After 2 days, a few remaining comrades and I received orders to gather at the base for a new mission. I flew them to the base, where approximately a few thousand survivors remain. The higher-ups assigned us a new task. We are to enter London to rescue the king and prime minister trapped beneath Buckingham Palace. Wait, Shao Ming interrupted Wellington. There are still military forces entering London? Not long before your arrival. Wellington rapped on the emblem emblazoned on the cabin door, recounting our 15 sorties in reconnaissance for the rescue teams. Did you achieve success? I inquired. You know what's most amusing? Wellington sighed. That bunch of imbeciles at the base bombarded the area for an entire day and night, attracting every mutated creature from the surrounding towns. Yes, we succeeded in rescuing those foolish high-ranking officials and royal members, but upon my return to the base, I discovered it overrun with zombies. Moreover, not a soul instructed us on where to regroup. Some suggested heading to Brighton, claiming the French Navy would be waiting there. When I flew over, all that remained was a deserted beach littered with heavy equipment. And now, here I am, with the helicopter's fuel entirely depleted. The three of them exchanged glances, at a loss for words. Was an entire battalion deployed solely to rescue a handful of royals? Shao Ming pondered whether the king possessed more than the average 2 eyes. What about you? Wellington queried. We escaped by train from Manchester, Shao Ming replied. Our intention is to return to China. At Shao Ming's words, Wellington hastily asked, Will you pass through Austria? Germany would suffice as well. Lambert nodded, responding, We will indeed traverse Germany. Could you take me along? Wellington implored. At the onset of the mutation, I sent my wife and children to Austria. I wish to find them. Of course, Shao Ming replied eagerly. A pilot is a highly skilled asset. Can you fly a large aircraft? Like a passenger plane? Fixed wing? Wellington awkwardly admitted, I only know how to operate a few types of helicopters. I've never trained on fixed-wing aircraft. If it were possible, I would have already flown to Austria. Very well, Shao Ming said. Gather your belongings. We're heading back to the train. Have you flown over London? Lambert inquired. What is the situation within the city? It depends on your route, Wellington responded. Most of the zombies are concentrated in the eastern districts and the military base to the northeast. Haven't you noticed how there are far fewer mutations in the western side where we are? The three contemplated this, realizing that indeed, the closer they approached London, the fewer mutants they encountered. Upon hearing Wellington's words, Lambert hastily asked, What about a map? It's on the train, he replied. Chapter 58. Luton Airport. Lambert returned to the train, retrieving a tablet to examine the map, his gaze ultimately settling on a particular station. I once visited Paddington Station in London, where I toured the control room that manages all railway crossings across the city. Is it computer-controlled? Feng Yuxing queried. But there is no power now, he added. Major stations have emergency diesel generators, Lambert explained. These are implemented to cope with unexpected power outages, typically employing dual backup power systems. Otherwise, if a train approaches and you cannot switch tracks in time, it could lead to a catastrophic incident. A certain genius, who had scarcely perused a few chapters of a book, awarded a solitary star, believing himself the sole authority on the necessity of refueling trains. Lambert continued, stating that generally, major stations are equipped with dedicated refueling facilities. Given that numerous trains need to halt at these stations, there is little cause for concern regarding a lack of fuel. Furthermore, replacing the locomotive can also remedy fuel shortages. A locomotive can be filled within half an hour, allowing it to traverse nearly 1,000 kilometers. As I said, Shao Ming remarked, I hope you are correct. Wait, Wellington interjected. Are you planning to venture into the heart of London? Lambert nodded. We need to adjust all the tracks to the correct positions to ensure a smooth passage to the underwater tunnel. Suddenly, Wellington appeared to have a revelation. We should head to Luton. There should be usable helicopters at Luton Airport. Helicopters? Shao Ming inquired. Wellington quickly elaborated. Many areas within the city have already been ravaged by bombs. Although the western side is not the main direction of attack, it is the advance route for another rescue team, so the road conditions in the city may be rather unfriendly. So you wish for us to take a helicopter? Feng Yuxing remarked from the side. Won't the zombies in the city be attracted? No, Wellington asserted decisively. There are hardly any zombies left on the western side of the city. Even if there are, we can swiftly evacuate by helicopter. The remaining three pondered for a moment before deciding to concur with Wellington's plan. Driving could also attract numerous mutants, and they were not strangers to confinement. A helicopter passing overhead would indeed be safer. Moreover, Luton was merely 15 kilometers away, so it would not be a disadvantage to take a look. All right, the plan is settled, Shao Ming declared as he rose. Let's depart after lunch. Following their meal, the group began to prepare their gear. Wellington stood at the rear of the train, examining a photograph in his hand. Noticing Shao Ming approach, he hurriedly tucked the photo into his pocket. Your family? Shao Ming asked. Indeed, Wellington nodded, a look of happiness gracing the face of the resolute soldier. I suppose I have served my country until the very last moment. Now it is time to seek my family. We shall soon reach Germany, Shao Ming remarked. Deep down, he hoped this pilot would not depart from their ranks. If possible, he would even wish to commandeer a helicopter. The four equipped themselves with weapons and ammunition, taking along some provisions before leaving the tracks. The journey from the tracks to the city of Luton required merely a direct northeast passage through a small hilly area. Initially cautious, the group soon realized they had strayed into a rather secluded area, devoid of mutants nearby. Coupled with Wellington's assertions, it became evident that there were not many mutants remaining in the vicinity. They began to engage in conversation, with the three seeming to have numerous questions for their new companion. Strolling along the rural path, it felt as though the apocalypse had little to do with them. They resembled a group out for a spring outing. So, upon receiving your orders, you had no reservations whatsoever? Shao Ming queried. To rescue a group of leaders who have lost their nation? Mind your words. Wellington suddenly spoke with gravity, declaring it the army's duty, the soldiers' calling. At that time, the military had not yet completely collapsed. We needed to obey orders. Oh well. Shao Ming was taken aback by Wellington's serious tone. I apologize. I should not have said that. It is of no consequence, Wellington replied. Had I known it would come to this, I would have sought an aircraft to escape from the outset. You said you had sent your family away at the beginning? Feng Yuxing inquired curiously. How did you manage that? I could not secure a ticket. Wellington smiled faintly, gesturing towards his military insignia. After all, I am a minor officer. He paused before continuing. Though I am of little consequence in London, I do know a few friends in the airline industry. Wellington rummaged through his bag, producing a photograph of his wife and children, which he handed to the three of them. Look, my wife and child. Aren't they lovely? Upon saying this, a shadow of melancholy crossed his eyes. They will be fine, Feng Yuxing reassured him. The country road, damp from the rain, was not overly difficult to traverse. After approximately 4 hours, the group spotted a cluster of houses in the distance. That is Luton, Wellington whispered. The airport is on the outskirts of the town. A considerable size, it surely has what we seek. Shao Ming could surmise the same, as Luton, despite its distance from central London, was still part of it. The trio ascended a hill, with the airport now visible in the near distance. Wellington took out his binoculars to examine the scene, furrowing his brow before passing them to Shao Ming. Shao Ming peered through the binoculars, clearly seeing the airport terminal. The terminal was teeming with abominations, a veritable mountain of corpses. Look at the hangar across from the terminal, Wellington pointed out. Following his gaze, Shao Ming saw a Bell 206 helicopter parked in front of the hangar. Ah, I see it, Shao Ming exclaimed. A helicopter. A classic model. The Bell 206, Wellington noted. I will be flying one of these after graduating from flight school. We must approach from the other side, Shao Ming suggested. As there are too many zombies on the terminal side. He then shifted the binoculars to the opposite side, where a C-130 transport aircraft was stationed. It appears your people have visited this airport, Shao Ming remarked. Chapter 59. Infiltrating the airport. Wellington took the binoculars to examine the livery on the transport aircraft, noting that it belonged to the Air Force. However, it seems your Air Force friends are blocking our path, Shao Ming replied. Lambert patted Wellington on the shoulder, expressing his desire to take a look. As Wellington handed the binoculars to Lambert, he said, "We can first enter the hangar, using its cover to clear the mutated beings near the transport aircraft before boarding the helicopter." After a moment of contemplation, he added, "The helicopter has been there for an unknown duration. I will also need to fetch the fuel truck nearby, which will conservatively take about half an hour." Half an hour? Feng Yuxing, crouched behind the trio, interjected. "If it takes that long, we won't need a full tank. We can expedite the pre-takeoff checks. But it will still take at least 10 minutes. 10 minutes should be manageable," Wellington reassured. After contemplating for a moment, Shao Ming remarked that there was an off-road vehicle equipped with a heavy machine gun beside the transport aircraft, and it would take time for the zombies to surge out of the terminal and cross the runway to reach the hangar. It seemed that risk and reward coexisted. Lambert lowered the binoculars and suggested that crossing the runway would only take 2 or 3 minutes. "You can assist me in securing the aircraft and adjusting the trajectory before nightfall," Wellington stated. "Alternatively, we could venture into the city of London to see which buildings might still harbor zombies." Shao Ming was reluctant to choose either option. Although the journey had validated Wellington's assertion that most of the mutants had been drawn away, the possibility remained that there could be others, like those at the airport, still lurking within the city. With a helicopter, they could hover above and observe before proceeding. However, on the other hand, there were indeed numerous mutants resting within the terminal, and any misstep could result in a fate far worse than mere dismemberment for the 4 of them. Shao Ming recalled the grim scene at Manchester Airport's train station, where nothing remained but devastation. Noticing Shao Ming's hesitation, Wellington suggested, "We can conduct further observation. I can refuel and inspect everything within 5 minutes." Shao Ming retrieved the binoculars and inquired, "Is the refueling vehicle attached to that small aircraft on the left?" Through the lenses, he spotted a Cessna 172 towing a fuel truck parked beside the helicopter, the 2 aircraft not being far apart. "Can we fly directly to the underwater tunnel?" Shao Ming asked. "From a travel distance perspective, it is certainly feasible," Wellington replied, "but we would require additional time to refuel." Shao Ming glanced back at Feng Yuxing, who remained silent as always. Although he knew she would support him regardless of his choice, he sometimes genuinely sought her opinion. "Let's give it a try," Shao Ming ultimately decided, reasoning that even without the helicopter, there were still several off-road vehicles with heavy machine guns at their disposal. The group descended from the small hill and headed towards the airport. "We shall first observe the situation near the transport aircraft," Wellington said. "If the number of zombies is not overwhelming, we will attempt to handle it this way." He drew a dagger from his vest. The 3 behind him nodded, with 2 producing half-meter-long iron rods, and 1 revealing a fire axe from behind. Wellington returned the dagger, adding, "If my Air Force friends are numerous, we will act swiftly to secure the heavy machine guns." The 3 behind him nodded in agreement. "Who among you possesses the best marksmanship?" Wellington inquired. Feng Yuxing and Lambert simultaneously pointed to Shao Ming. Shao Ming explained, "I merely spent considerable time at the shooting range." "Very well," Wellington acknowledged, "I am somewhat similar." Along the way, Feng Yuxing inexplicably found a rope and looped it around Gordon's neck. The 4, along with the dog, approached a road that led directly to the entrance of Luton Airport. In the direction leading to the airport, they spotted hundreds of vehicles clustered together. After observing that there were no signs of mutants on the road, Shao Ming and Wellington took the lead and crossed the street. Once the 4 individuals successfully crossed the road, they proceeded toward the hangar. The perimeter of Luton Airport differed from that of Manchester Airport. It was merely encircled by a 2 to 3 meter high barbed wire fence. The group effortlessly scaled the fence and entered the airport, with the massive hangar obstructing the line of sight of any mutants within the terminal. "It must be in the vicinity of this hangar," Wellington murmured. Taking the lead, he cautiously approached the rear door of the hangar, raising his pistol and nudging the door open just a crack. After confirming it was safe, Wellington slowly entered the hangar. Shao Ming followed closely behind, and near the back door of the hangar, There were numerous pieces of machinery, presumably for aircraft maintenance, that Shao Ming could not identify. These machines shielded them from the mutants outside as the two crouched behind the cover, observing carefully. Peering out, Shao Ming spotted a C-130 transport aircraft at the entrance of the hangar, with two Land Rover Defenders parked behind the open cargo door. One of the Defenders was a convertible model, equipped with a pair of 7.62mm M240 machine guns and a 12.7mm M2 machine gun. The other was a standard model without any armaments. Due to the obstruction posed by the transport aircraft, Shao Ming had previously overlooked the mutants lurking nearby. Now, as he approached the transport, he could see that 3 mutants were stationed in close proximity, 2 of them heavily armed, and one appeared to be an officer of sorts. Additionally, there were numerous dried bloodstains both inside the cabin and on the vehicles. It seems your Air Force friends had a bit of a feast, Shao Ming remarked, retreating slightly. 3 of them, not too many. We can dispatch them swiftly, Wellington replied. Shao Ming glanced at the nearly 50-meter-long hangar, noting the extensive open space between their hiding spot and the transport. How do we get across? He inquired. We lure them over, Wellington suggested. The two signaled to the remaining duo to enter the hangar, and as Gordon's claws touched the ground, a wave of apprehension washed over them. Wellington then tapped a nearby scaffold with his dagger. The noise indeed stirred the mutants, who approached curiously towards the hiding place of the 4. As the first mutant drew near, Shao Ming sprang up, wielding his fire axe with a decisive swing. Simultaneously, Wellington shouted, drawing his dagger to lunge at another mutant. As for the farthest one, Feng Yuxing released the rope tethering Gordon. Chapter 60. Confronting the undead horde. A minute later, only 3 corpses remained on the ground. Shao Ming's palms still throbbed slightly, though it was far better than a few days prior, thanks to the thick bandaging from Feng Yuxing. I'll look for the helicopter keys, Wellington said, patting Shao Ming on the shoulder. Well done. Let's check the vehicles, Shao Ming said, retrieving an L-85A1 assault rifle from one of the bodies. He turned to Feng Yuxing and Lambert, contemplating the rifle in his grasp, which was notorious for its high malfunction rate and often dubbed the world's finest bolt-action rifle. Nonetheless, it is a military product, and its firepower is certainly more formidable than the .22 rifle I kept on the train. As Shao Ming approached the 2 vehicles, he noticed that the open-top model was equipped with an M2 heavy machine gun, which was not fed by a magazine, but instead connected directly to the receiver using a belt of ammunition. The belt trailed down to the floor of the vehicle, piled up and appearing to contain around 600 or 700 rounds. The M240 at the front of the vehicle, however, relied on an ammunition canister, holding approximately 100 rounds. Although Shao Ming had never handled real firearms, he had seen enough in games and films to understand the operation of 2 machine guns. After all, one does not need to have raised a pig to know how it runs. Both vehicles bore signs of blood, and a bulletproof vest, riddled with pieces of flesh, lay nearby. The corpse had begun to decay, with numerous flies buzzing about. It appeared that the mutants were unable to unfasten the bulletproof vest or penetrate the plates within. Nevertheless, the sight was quite revolting. Go search for the car keys, Shao Ming instructed Lambert, aware that they might need these vehicles for a hasty retreat should any unforeseen events occur. Lambert nodded and began to search inside the vehicle. Shao Ming, accompanied by Feng Yuxing, carefully navigated around the remains and entered the cargo hold of the transport plane. After a thorough search, they found no supplies, and the pilot was nowhere to be found. It was now up to Wellington. In the hangar, Wellington pried open the window of a small storage room and climbed inside. The room contained several keys, each numbered, allowing him to easily locate the key for the Bell 206. Upon exiting the storage room, he noticed that 2 keys were missing from the key rack. Shao Ming observed as Wellington emerged from the hangar, brandishing a key and waving it at the 2 of them. Wellington made his way to the Cessna 172 and opened the cockpit door before climbing inside. Do we need to go inside the plane to retrieve the fuel hose? Feng Yuxing inquired from the side. Shao Ming furrowed his brow and shook his head. I don't know. Surely, this old fellow isn't thinking of flying away himself? Fortunately, they saw Wellington emerge from the cockpit of the Cessna, beginning to detach the fuel hose. Shao Ming returned to the vehicle, only to find that Lambert had yet to locate the keys. Stop looking, Shao Ming said, grabbing Lambert, who was about to dive into the other vehicle. Can you operate a machine gun? How could I possibly? Lambert replied, puzzled. Shao Ming turned to Feng Yuxing and instructed, go check if there are any keys on those corpses inside. He then turned back to Lambert and said, come here, I'll teach you how to use a machine gun. If Wellington started up the fuel truck, it would likely attract thousands of mutants from the terminal, at which point they would need to establish fire suppression. Shao Ming loaded the M240 for Lambert, explaining, "Watch closely. Pull here to open the feed tray, load the ammunition, and then close it." "Oh, all right," Lambert responded. "Remember to pull the charging handle to chamber around," Shao Ming reminded him before climbing atop the vehicle to position the M2. Wellington, however, did not start the fuel truck. Instead, he dragged the fuel hose over to the helicopter. Due to the obstruction of the helicopter, Shao Ming could not discern Wellington's actions. He could only see him hastily retrieving something from the fuel truck and dashing away. Shao Ming steadied his machine gun, aiming at the terminal. Although he maintained a semblance of calm, a profound tension coursed through him. After all, 2 lives depended on him. He had unwittingly assumed a leadership role. Yet, confronted with a horde of mutants filling the first floor, it would be disingenuous to claim he was unperturbed. He felt his thumbs trembling against the trigger. At that moment, the terminal resembled a colossal cage, firmly containing the mutants within. Any excessive noise from their side could shatter this fragile prison. Fortunately, Feng Yuxing returned at that moment, clutching the car keys, bolstering Shao Ming's resolve. At the very least, they had a means of escape. Wellington leaned out from the helicopter, giving Shao Ming a thumbs up. Shao Ming nodded in acknowledgement, signaling that they were prepared. Wellington opened the helicopter door and climbed inside. Approximately half a minute later, the helicopter's rotor blades began to rotate slowly. In the hangar across the runway, a mutant lifted its head. It spotted the now-started helicopter and let out an enraged howl. The surrounding mutants were roused, unleashing a cacophony of terrifying cries. Shao Ming gripped his machine gun tightly, unsure which pane of glass in the terminal would shatter first. The mutants crashed through the terminal's windows, surging forth. However, they seemed to forget that the area designated for passengers was typically elevated above the ground level. The first mutants to charge out mostly broke their legs upon landing, granting Shao Ming and the others precious additional time. The mutants cascaded down from the second floor like a waterfall, their sheer numbers almost suffocating. Nonetheless, the group had encountered numerous hordes before, so they were not easily intimidated. This was their first direct confrontation with such a tide of corpses. Lambert shouted and pulled the trigger. The machine gun roared to life, unleashing a torrent of bullets upon the mutants. Oh no, Shao Ming realized he had neglected to inform Lambert that such fire would damage the barrel. Yet, there was no time for concerns. The firepower of a single machine gun was utterly insufficient to repel the horde. Images from various films flickered through Shao Ming's mind, prompting him to adopt a longer burst method of shooting. Precision was unnecessary now. Simply firing would bring down swathes of mutants. The 127mm caliber was no trivial matter. The simultaneous firing from the 2 machine guns left the group with ringing ears, yet Feng Yuxing continued to wield her shotgun, targeting the mutants that slipped past the machine gun fire. Gordon had never witnessed such chaos. He cowered, tucking his tail and pressing against Feng Yuxing, trembling uncontrollably. The sound of shell casings clattering against the vehicle floor echoed in the air. Fortunately, the mutants were relatively concentrated, and thus far, none had crossed the runway. However, to Shao Ming's astonishment, after a while, his M2 unexpectedly jammed. Chapter 61. Betrayal. Damn it. I had long anticipated the failure of the Lao Gan Ma sauce. But never did I expect to encounter such misfortune now. Lambert had exhausted an entire magazine, fumbling to reload the gun. His hands trembled incessantly, making it arduous to insert the bullets. Shao Ming observed the oncoming mutants, realizing he had no training in obstacle clearance. This was a dire predicament. Both machine guns had ceased fire, while the mutants surged down the runway at breakneck speed. If they crossed the runway, only a narrow taxiway lay ahead, a mere few dozen meters away. With a fist, Shao Ming struck the casing of the Lao Gan Ma gun. To his astonishment, it resumed functioning normally. He hastily pressed the trigger, unleashing a torrent of ammunition. The helicopter had already revved its engines, the rotor blades spinning furiously. Safety protocols had become irrelevant. If the mutants were sensitive to sound, then this small outpost was akin to a cacophony of 200 loudspeakers shouting, "Dinner's ready! Dinner's ready!" The din of the helicopter's rotors, the gunfire, and the roars of the mutants created a deafening symphony. In truth, the 3 individuals aboard the vehicle were on the verge of deafness. Yet at that moment, a Cessna aircraft adjacent to the helicopter began to taxi. None of the 3 noticed that Wellington had already vacated the helicopter and entered the Cessna. He started the engine and glided toward the runway. Sorry, folks. Wellington remarked from the cockpit. Taking this little plane might prevent us from reaching Austria, and the train is far too slow. As he spoke, he retrieved a photograph from his pocket, glancing at it fondly. I truly appreciate you all, he said, casting a look at the three still engaged in battle. Without your cover, I wouldn't have made it to the plane. I will forever hold you in my heart. Shao Ming was firing at the relentless mutants, and out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the Cessna 172 accelerating down the runway. His eyes widened in disbelief. The cockpit unmistakably housed Wellington. That old rascal had really made a run for it. The helicopter's obstructed view prevented Shao Ming from noticing Wellington's departure, compounded by the cacophony of gunfire and rotors that drowned out the sound of the other aircraft's engine. Shao Ming released the trigger and kicked the frenzied Lambert. Stop shooting. For God's sake. We've been played. That son of a bitch has fled. Lambert ceased firing, turning just in time to see the small plane hurtling toward the end of the runway. What? Lambert could hardly believe his eyes. Yet it was Feng Yuxing who reacted the quickest. She tossed the shotgun into the back seat and hurried to the driver's seat. Fortunately, the Cessna 172 was merely a four-seat, single-wing propeller plane, requiring little runway to take flight. As they neared the runway's end, Wellington yanked the control stick and soared into the azure sky. Shao Ming aimed the machine gun at the ascending Wellington, only to realize that mutants had already surged onto the taxiway, leaving the group a mere 50 meters away. He mentally cursed every conceivable profanity in both Chinese and English, channeling all his fury onto the abomination. Feng Yuxing struggled to insert the key multiple times before finally starting the engine and making a sharp turn towards the airport exit. Due to the Hangar S obstruction, the vehicle had to first navigate along the taxiway to exit. She pressed the accelerator as if trying to push it into the fuel tank. Shao Ming aimed the machine gun at the creature, only to realize that Gordon was sprinting behind the vehicle, having yet to board. The poor dog had been forgotten in the frantic escape. Dog! Dog! Shao Ming urgently tapped on the roof of the car. Feng Yuxing quickly slowed down. Fortunately, Gordon, having been trained as a search and rescue dog, leaped into the vehicle with agility. Within moments, the abominations were already rushing towards the helicopter. Shao Ming swung the machine gun and unleashed a barrage at the fuel truck. Several bullets pierced the tank, igniting sparks that ignited the flammable vapors. Flames erupted violently from the ruptured tank. The abominations swarmed the fuel truck, and just then, it detonated with a tremendous explosion. Boom! The blast obliterated at least 100 abominations. Even those at a distance suffered grievous injuries. As the fuel truck remained connected to the helicopter via a fueling hose, its explosion triggered that of the helicopter. The rapidly spinning main rotor was sent flying, a severed blade soaring overhead and embedding itself into the iron wall of the hangar. Feng Yuxing pressed the accelerator down and shouted, "Brace yourselves." She then drove the vehicle through a section of barbed wire, charging onto the airport grounds. If the pickup truck they had ridden in days prior offered comfort with its good suspension, this military vehicle, the Guardian, had no concept of such luxury. Shao Ming was jolted so violently he could barely hold his gun steady and had to return to his seat. The Guardian took another turn, heading back towards the train. Reflecting on Wellington's earlier words, Shao Ming began to sense something amiss. How could he have known that Luton Airport would undoubtedly have a helicopter, conveniently adjacent to a fixed-wing aircraft being refueled? Perhaps Wellington's claim about the number of abominations was indeed accurate, as they had encountered very few along the way. Yet, why were there so many abominations in the terminal, precisely when he required a group to cover him? Wellington had clearly scouted the area beforehand. He simply could not take off without stirring the horde on his own, nor could he launch the aircraft while simultaneously battling the swarm. His plan was flawless, needing only a few reckless youths to draw fire for him. Unfortunately, Shao Ming and his companions were the first such fools encountered by Wellington. Shao Ming slammed his fist against the seat back, startling Lambert in the front. Lambert said nothing. No one expected Wellington would attempt to flee on his own. Shao Ming glanced back and saw that the abominations at the airport had been left behind. They jolted along the familiar rural path back to the train, each lost in silence. At the very least, we are all safe and sound. The three of them paused for a moment, and Feng Yuxing remarked while embracing Gordon beside him, "Moreover, we have returned with such formidable firepower." Ah, Shao Ming sighed. Now, we can only think positively. Chapter 05. The King's Address to the Great British People. My beloved subjects, in the past fortnight, our nation, like many across the globe, has endured immense calamities. The The government has crumbled, the military has been annihilated, and society has disintegrated. The fruits of human civilization amassed over millennia have been reduced to ashes. Just a fortnight ago, this azure planet was home to 7 billion souls, yet now, it is a challenge to ascertain if even 100 million remain alive. When the pandemic struck half a year ago, no one anticipated this day. When mutations began a few weeks past, few foresaw the present. Yet, today has arrived, and it shall not depart. Darkness envelopes the world. Let it be remembered that we face an unprecedented foe, one that just days ago was your friend, your brother, your parent. Yet today, he or she is transformed into a monster intent on consuming you whole. Some among you may question, my king, is this the twilight of human civilization? Is this the swan song of England? I can only assure you that this is not the twilight of human civilization, nor the demise of the great English people. Some assert that the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland has entered a decline, no longer the maritime empire it once was. Yet in my eyes, we remain as formidable as we were a century ago. Within Parliament, some have suggested employing nuclear weapons against our homeland, but such cowards have been rebuffed by the collective scorn of all. We shall fight for tomorrow. We shall fight for hope. I have bestowed upon the Prime Minister and Parliament the highest authority to act. We shall gather the remnants of our armed forces. We shall marshal all available medical resources. We shall collect every usable supply. We shall unite with all nations still resisting, and with the aid of our allies, reclaim our lands and rebuild our civilization. Should there be any survivors, I urge you to make your way to France, or in Paris. The spark of human civilization still endures. The people of Britain and France will stand shoulder to shoulder, whether in eradicating the malevolent virus or reclaiming our cities and nation. The fervor for survival has dissolved the barriers between our two nations. Through our great friendship and collective endeavor, we shall triumph and join hands to embrace tomorrow. As far as we know, the majority of nations across the world continue to resist. In Asia, the largest survivor camp has been established. In North America, vaccine development has entered a crucial phase. In Central Europe, in Eastern Europe, in the Middle East, and even in Africa, we shall not relinquish our fight, nor shall we retreat. Despite the dwindling number of humanity, we will steadfastly resist and ensure that the flame of human civilization does not extinguish in our generation. O people of England, we shall never forsake our land. Just as we fought against the Nazis a century ago, we shall engage in battle in France. We shall engage in combat in the countryside, and with growing confidence and strength, we will confront our adversaries in the cities. Our nation has once conquered the world. Our fleets have traversed the globe, and we were the mightiest empire on this earth. No matter the cost, we must defend our islands. We shall fight on the beaches. We shall fight on the landing grounds. We shall fight in the fields and in the streets. We shall fight in the hills. We shall never surrender. God save Britain. Glory belongs to England. God will forever stand by our side. Great civilization of mankind. Long live. In Paris, France, the King of Britain proclaimed Chapter 62, entering London. Wellington's actions took the three by surprise, and during dinner, Shao Ming wore a gloomy expression. What a bastard, Lambert bit into a potato and said viciously, a thankless wretch. I just counted the things we brought back. Feng Yusheng whispered, there are shovels, a spare tire, and a few grenades in the car. Seeing Feng Yusheng's timid demeanor, Shao Ming couldn't help but chuckle. Why are you so scared? I'm not angry with you. I can see you're in a bad mood. Feng Yusheng offered Shao Ming a piece of candy. Here, eat this, and you'll feel better. Lambert interjected. Is anyone even listening to me? After lunch, as Shao Ming was moving the MRE's Wellington left in the helicopter onto the train, he suddenly noticed that several of the potatoes they had brought were sprouting. They certainly couldn't eat them, but could they possibly grow them on the train? Contemplating the feasibility of planting on the train, Shao Ming jumped down from the front of the train, just in time to encounter Lambert approaching. Now that the pilot has run off, how do you plan to get into the city? Lambert asked. I think there is some credibility to Wellington's words. Shao Ming understood Lambert's meaning. They were currently driving an open-top vehicle, which offered scant protection. For instance, in the areas with fewer zombies, Lambert remarked. Yes, he cannot deceive us on that front. Lambert nodded, but the situation within London is another matter. Indeed, Shao Ming sighed. We should have given more thought to what he said. The expanse of London is vast. Relying solely on artillery to bombard it day and night seems unlikely to reduce it to mere ruins, especially since, according to him, the western side is not the main direction of attack. Lambert nodded, noting that the trio had not been fooled by Wellington's cunning. but rather by their own naivety. Is your drone still operational? Shao Ming suddenly inquired. It ran out of battery long ago, Lambert replied. Who brings charging cables in a post-apocalyptic survival scenario? As night fell, the three decided against traveling in the dark and resolved to set off the following day. The next morning, Shao Ming awoke to find heavy rain pouring outside, which was decidedly unkind to those traveling in an open-top vehicle. Lambert was outside in the rain, securing the rain cover on the engine hood to the top of the car, while Feng Yuxing continued to sleep soundly. Shao Ming gently roused Feng Yuxing and stepped outside to assist Lambert in fastening the rain cover. Once they were prepared, the three embarked in their wind and rain-swept open-top vehicle toward the heart of London. After a bumpy 20-minute ride along the railway, the convertible finally emerged onto the highway. Shao Ming sat in the passenger seat, meticulously inspecting the machine gun, while Feng Yuxing, feeling the chill, held Gordon tightly in her arms. Gordon, with his round, glistening eyes, gazed around, seemingly oblivious to any difference in the scenery along their journey. Before long, a toppled truck completely obstructed a small bridge. Beneath the bridge flowed a river, its depth unknown. I'll go see how deep the river is, Shao Ming declared, donning a helmet before stepping out of the vehicle. Hey, be careful. Feng Yuxing hurriedly followed him out. Why are you following me? Shao Ming asked, removing the helmet and placing it on Feng Yuxing's head. It's pouring rain, Feng Yuxing replied. We don't know how deep that river is. It's dangerous to just jump in. I'm not that foolish, Shao Ming retorted, peering down at the river, which appeared quite turbulent due to the rainfall. He picked up a long branch from a nearby tree with a fire axe and approached the riverbank. Probing the riverbed with the branch, he discovered that while he could only reach a third of the river's area, it was sufficient for his purpose. It seemed the water wasn't too deep, though there were quite a few stones scattered throughout. Shao Ming tossed the branch aside, dusted off his hands, and said, It's just a small stream, not very deep. Let's head back. Lambert drove the car through the shallow river, splashing the three of them in the process. The overturned truck blocked the road, causing a traffic jam that extended for miles behind. The trio could only maneuver their vehicle along the guardrail, and soon, the buildings of London came into view. Wellington had not deceived them. The mutated creatures in the western part of the city had been drawn away. Amidst the heavy rain, London appeared to them as a ghost town, devoid of humanity, mutated beings, and even birds or beasts. It stood silently, a colossal city that resembled an ancient relic. As the three entered the city, they found the roads congested with vehicles fleeing outward, forcing Lambert to navigate slowly along the narrow sidewalks. Shao Ming remained vigilant, watching the buildings closely, wary of any mutated creatures that might leap out. As they passed a clothing store, Feng Yuxing called out to Lambert to stop the car. Lambert turned to ask, Miss, do you still wish to shop for clothes? Feng Yuxing responded, Consider how long it's been since we changed our clothes. With such heavy rain today, if we don't find replacements, you can expect to catch a cold. Unlike before, there are no clinics to provide you with 4 drips now. Lambert wiggled his damp toes within his shoes and remarked, It would be best to find 2 more pairs of shoes. Indeed, Feng Yuxing said, raising her chin to point ahead. There's a sneaker shop not far from here. Let's go procure some. Feng Yuxing and Shao Ming leapt from the convertible and dashed into the adjacent clothing store. All right, I'll go pick out some shoes myself, Lambert said, pulling out the keys and retreating under the awning of a nearby shop as he made his way toward the shoe store. Shao Ming shone his flashlight around the clothing shop, which, though modest in size, offered a decent variety. Moreover, during the outbreak of disaster, no one had looted the clothing store, leaving its inventory largely intact. Feng Yuxing removed several garments from the shelf, cradling them in her arms. Shao Ming casually selected a few items as well. Truth be told, even in the pre-apocalyptic era, he had always worn whatever was at hand. He observed that Feng Yuxing was rather indiscriminate in her choices, primarily opting for jackets and windbreakers. Suddenly, she spotted a particular piece of clothing, set aside the items she was holding, and began to model it against herself. Turning around, she inquired of Shao Ming, Does it look good? It looks splendid. He replied without hesitation, a response that evoked memories of shopping with his ex-girlfriend back home. Fortunately, the mutated creatures had been lured away. Otherwise, they would never have dared to leisurely contemplate clothing in such a bustling metropolis. The pair tossed their collection of clothes and trousers into the back seat of the car as Lambert approached, carrying several boxes of shoes. After exchanging locations, they all selected suitable clothing for a change. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Lambert declared as he restarted the engine, let us proceed with our pressing matters. Chapter 63. The control room. Throughout their journey, no mutated beings hindered the trio's path. Rather, the abandoned vehicles littering the road posed significant obstacles. Guided by the map, the convertible came to a steady halt at the entrance of Paddington Station. Do you recall where the control room is? Shao Ming asked. Of course. It's on the second floor of a standalone building, Lambert replied. This is London's second emergency dispatch center, capable of managing all junctions within the city in a 25-kilometer radius when the main station becomes non-operational. What about the backup generator? Shao Ming continued. It should be near the small building, Lambert said. Shao Ming shook his head and exited the vehicle with his shotgun in hand. Following Lambert's directions, they bypassed the train station and headed towards the railway tracks. As he gazed at the platform, Shao Ming recalled that he often felt an urge to leap off while waiting for the train. The trio crossed several railway lines and finally arrived at the control room's entrance. Shao Ming approached the door and attempted to turn the handle, only to find it locked. The door was made of stainless steel and secured against theft. Thus he resorted to shattering a nearby window with the butt of his gun. I wish we could have an army to attract the zombies before we enter each city, Lambert lamented. If every city had an army, Shao Ming glanced back at Lambert. There would be no zombies left. He reached through the window to unlock it. While they could have crawled through directly, shards of glass still littered the area. Once the window was open, they entered the room one by one, with Gordon jumping in last. The first floor appeared to be an employee dormitory, furnished with beds and personal items. Feng Yuxing, trailing behind, picked up 2 towels and stowed them in her bag. Lambert navigated the route from memory, and soon a room with an enormous screen came into view. This is indeed the control room, he proclaimed, illuminating the space with his flashlight, revealing a considerable amount of dust floating in the air. All right, I will check for the generator, Shao Ming announced. Here's a hint, Lambert replied. Already engrossed in inspecting the equipment, this thing should be substantial. Since Lambert mentioned it, the search has become quite simple, or rather, it is almost immediately apparent. As Shao Ming descended to the first floor, he glimpsed through the corridor window the nameplate of the adjacent building, Emergency Power Supply Room. Shao Ming rummaged through the small building and eventually found a key ring, which after several attempts, he managed to use to unlock the door to the power supply room. Inside, there was a sizable and intricate power generation apparatus that, upon closer inspection, revealed itself to be less complex than it appeared. The identity of the backup generator dictated its necessity for rapid activation to compensate for the regular power supply. Thus, the room housed a substantial fuel tank alongside the generating equipment. Approaching, he turned the valve, and the fuel within the tank emitted a flowing sound. Subsequently, Shao Ming pulled down a nearly invisible red lever, and the generator roared to life. Almost immediately, the lights in the room illuminated. Shao Ming exhaled in relief, pleasantly surprised that power could still be generated. He mused internally that if they could somehow transport this contraption onto a train, it would provide a significant source of energy. Unfortunately, they were left with only the locomotive. Returning to the control room, the lights had come on, but the screens remained ominously dark. Shao Ming queried. Wait. Lambert gestured for Shao Ming to remain silent, explaining that such equipment operates in this manner. After a brief pause, the large screen finally flickered to life. Aha, success, Lambert exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. I thought I would only ever control tracks and trains in a game, but here we are. With a sense of satisfaction, Lambert activated the central control system, and momentarily, the signal lights along the railway glowed brightly. Nearby, the warning bells at the intersection of a road and the railway suddenly rang out, the barriers slowly rising. In the desolate, lifeless city, this scene appeared particularly eerie. The screen displayed all the railway nodes within London, densely packed and dizzying. However, Shao Ming noticed that nearly all the nodes on the eastern and northeastern sides were marked with no signal, perhaps damaged by military action. All right, let us take a look, Lambert said as he took the tablet from Feng Yuxing, starting to compare the routes. While Lambert adjusted the routes, Feng Yuxing pulled out a towel and began to wipe Shao Ming's head. Shao Ming instinctively recoiled, prompting Feng Yuxing to hastily explain, I just washed it with rainwater. You look like a drenched chicken. Shao Ming scratched his head and replied, what is the big deal? I'll just get wet again when we go outside. Feng Yuxing frowned, exclaiming, I am the laborer here. What does it mean to be intimidating without anger? Shao Ming complied and took the towel to dry his head. Feng Yuxing chuckled and handed another towel to Lambert. Oh, thank you, Lambert said as he tucked the towel into his pocket. All done, Lambert declared, clapping his hands. Now we can drive the train straight through to the underwater tunnel. Perfect. Shao Ming sighed in exhilaration. Finally, they would be leaving Britain today. The rain outside had lessened considerably, and it seemed the sun would soon emerge. The trio returned to the convertible, heading towards the train. By the time they reached the train, it was nearly noon. Fortunately, there were no mutated beings in the city. Otherwise, navigating through such congested roads would have been perilous. It seemed Wellington had not spoken falsely. Shao Ming initially wished to take the convertible with him, desiring to keep everything. But a single vehicle could not be taken in its entirety. Since they could not carry away a complete car, they decided to disassemble it into parts. Together with Lambert, Shao Ming removed the M2 heavy machine gun along with its mount, welding it atop the train. They also created an opening on the train's roof, raising the floor with the convertible's supports and hood, allowing someone to extend half their body to operate the machine gun. With a hole in the roof, they dismantled several supports and the canopy from the convertible to construct a new rain shelter on top of the train, ensuring protection from the elements. The M240 was not overlooked either. It was affixed to the window of the right side cabin door. All visible large metal sheets from the vehicle were cut off and welded to the side of the train to reinforce its structure. Essentially, what remained of the originally convertible Land Rover Defender were merely 4 tires and the engine. Remarkably, even the tires were not spared. They were secured at the front of the train for impact absorption. Having completed all these tasks, the cutting machine was overwhelmed and required a blade change, while the welding gun had run out of fuel. Chapter 64. Safe travels. As the afternoon was nearing its end, the trio finally organized their supplies and prepared for departure. The food supply was relatively abundant. Although the potatoes were increasingly sprouting, the canned goods and packaged foods, along with water, were sufficiently plentiful, ensuring that the 3 of them and a dog could last a week without issue. Although Wellington had fled, he had left behind a considerable amount of military rations and an alcohol stove, in addition to cups and a small pot, providing them with cooking utensils. In terms of ranged firepower, they each had around 200 rounds for their machine guns, alongside 4 hunting rifles, 2 shotguns, 1 assault rifle, and 3 handguns of varying calibers, totaling nearly 600 rounds. Additionally, they possessed 2 grenades. For close combat, they had iron rods, knives, and a fire axe. Shao Ming lamented the loss of Li Long's baseball bat, which had been left at the fire station. Overall, their firepower was formidable enough to contend with a small horde of about 1,000 undead. They had also accumulated various daily necessities, toiletries, and clean clothing, all of which filled the cabin at the rear of the vehicle. After 2 rounds of reinforcement, the train's protective capabilities had improved. While it may not have been able to forge a path through the hordes in large cities, it would no longer suffer from damaged wheels. The weather gradually cleared, and the 3 donned fresh attire. "Let us depart," Lambert declared as he boarded the train. The train began to accelerate slowly, leaving behind the remnants of the Land Rover. Compared to the congested streets, the railway was almost devoid of obstacles. Shao Ming noticed some weeds sprouting from the gravel beneath the tracks, adding a touch of color to the gray ground. With the route prepared in advance, Lambert boldly increased the train's speed. The train has finally shed its sluggish pace of 40 to 50 kilometers per hour. The speed displayed on the control panel is gradually inching closer to 100. "Shouldn't you slow down a bit?" Shao Ming suggested. The wind generated by the train's sudden acceleration, exacerbated by a gaping hole in the ceiling, was alarmingly fierce. Lambert could not suppress the smile spreading across his face. With no detours or mutated beings obstructing the way, he was determined to relish the journey. Although London is vast, it is merely a half-hour affair for a train traveling at high speed. The train swiftly crossed the River Thames, racing towards the southern outskirts of the city. It was not that Lambert had deliberately planned a route to avoid the eastern districts, which were infested with mutated creatures, but rather that most of the roads on that side had been obliterated by military bombardment. Nonetheless, the group glimpsed the distant ruins along the Thames. The once towering skyline of the city center had been reduced to a heap of rubble, with only a few buildings still standing, albeit riddled with gaping wounds. Shao Ming felt that something was amiss by the banks of the Thames. After some contemplation, he realized that the London Eye was gone. More alarmingly, Big Ben had also vanished. Lambert reduced the speed, and the train meandered through the city of London. Fortunately, although there were numerous platforms within the city, most trains halted at the major stations. Before long, the buildings alongside the tracks began to dwindle. and what was initially thought to be the most challenging part of London turned out to be the quickest passage. The train entered a high-speed rail line that stretched in a straight line from the southern part of London to Ashford, devoid of any turns. This thrilled Lambert to no end, completely overshadowing the shattered windows and the machine gun mounted beside him. However, his joy was short-lived, interrupted by the shivering of the other two passengers. At last, it felt somewhat like a railway journey. The train sped through Ashford. With the entrance to the underwater tunnel just ahead, Lambert began to decelerate, while Shao Ming surveyed the scenery along the railway. It was nothing but trees. "Where's the sea?" he inquired. "The entrance to the tunnel isn't located in the sea," Lambert clarified. "In fact, it is still quite a distance from the coast. So you might not see the sea." Shao Ming nodded, a touch disappointed. He had hoped to catch a glimpse of the English Channel. After 2 years of studying abroad, he had ventured out occasionally, but a year-long lockdown had kept him confined at home. The train gradually turned along the tracks and entered a tunnel, revealing a vast train depot before their eyes. Various trains were parked within, some hauling freight containers, others designated for transporting vehicles. At the end of the railway lay a pitch-black opening, resembling a gaping maw ready to swallow the train. Lambert said slowly, "Well, I hope none of you suffer from claustrophobia." Moments later, the train plunged into the darkness. Shao Ming had initially worried about the illegal structures above, but fortunately, the tunnel's height was sufficient for a perfect passage. "How long will it take to traverse the underwater tunnel?" Shao Ming shouted. The train was already quite loud, particularly within the confines of the tunnel. One could only hope that the three individuals would emerge from this ordeal with their hearing intact after 2 arduous days. "In just 35 minutes, Lambert declared loudly. "Let us hope we do not encounter any obstruction on the way." Meanwhile, Feng Yuxing silently stuffed 2 clumps of cotton into her ears, having just torn them from her clothing, and offered 2 more to the 2 men. Lambert's mouth seemed to have an unending flow of words, and 10 minutes later, the shadow of a train loomed ahead in the vast emptiness of the tunnel. The headlights illuminated the passage, revealing that it was, in fact, a passenger train. The howls of the mutants outside drowned out even the sound of the train's movement. As the front of the train drew nearer, the 3 observed the passenger compartments filled with a horde of mutants. Without hesitation, Shao Ming hefted his shotgun and climbed atop the train. Leaning precariously over the edge, he set up a heavy machine gun. Lambert did not reduce speed. The addition of metal plates and tires to the front of the train rendered the distance insufficient for a coupling. It was more effective to simply ram into the train ahead. The engine collided forcefully with the rear of the preceding train, causing Shao Ming to be jolted forward and hit his head against the machine gun. Dazed, he recalled his earlier thoughts of providing Lambert with a walkie-talkie. It now seemed utterly essential. Although the impact propelled the train ahead, it also shattered several windows of the passenger train. With the preceding train obstructing their path, the acceleration of their train noticeably slowed, granting the mutants an opportunity. They began to assault the windows, climbing in from inside. As the 2 trains moved at a modest speed, the mutants started to scale the front of Shao Ming's train, rubbing his head to alleviate the pain. He raised his shotgun. Chapter 65. The undersea tunnel. Shao Ming pulled the trigger, sending 1 mutant tumbling from the front of the train. The obstruction of the preceding train limited the headlights' illumination to a small area, leaving most of the surroundings shrouded in darkness. As the train continued its rapid descent into the cavern, the air grew increasingly foul and stagnant. Shao Ming shot another mutant that had managed to climb aboard, and in its fall, it dragged down 2 of its companions into the abyss. Fortunately, as the train picked up speed, the mutants could no longer ascend the sides. However, the threat remained. With the 2 trains now linked, mutants began to crawl through the windshield towards Shao Ming. Inside, Lambert and Feng Yuxing glimpsed the grotesque faces of the mutants pressed against the glass, distorted by the force of the wind. Fearing that a careless shot might shatter the windshield, Shao Ming withdrew his handgun and shot the heads of the 2 mutants at the forefront. Shao Ming was unaware of the train's current speed, but he felt the stinging pain in his eyes from the wind. Soon, however, this sensation faded. As the train ventured deeper into the undersea tunnel, the ventilation system, long neglected and devoid of power for a month, had ceased to function, and the air within the tunnel became increasingly thin. The 2 occupants inside began to feel lightheaded, prompting Lambert to further accelerate the train. Outside the train, Shao Ming felt a suffocating heaviness in his chest, an overwhelming fatigue, and a struggle to breathe. The gun in his hand trembled unsteadily. His body desperately accelerated its respiration. Yet the surrounding environment was devoid of oxygen. Compounding his distress, he had suffered a blow to the head, and his ears had yet to recover from the cacophony. At this moment, Shao Ming was in extreme discomfort, yet he persisted in firing at the mutated beings climbing onto the train. Silently, he counted the seconds. 10 minutes. If he could endure for just 10 minutes, oxygen should return. The train had traversed the tunnel for 10 minutes before encountering the mutants, and after a brief skirmish, he began to feel the effects of hypoxia. They must be at the tunnel's deepest point. Shao Ming observed that the mutants' movements were becoming sluggish. It seemed that despite their monstrous transformation, they could not escape the limitations of the human form. However, the mutants were still under the influence of the virus, and Shao Ming was left to rely solely on his willpower to resist them. Should he lose consciousness now, he and the two individuals and the dog within the train would meet a grim fate. The threat of suffocation was far more lethal than that posed by the mutants. At this moment, Shao Ming could no longer ponder how the mutants survived in such a low-oxygen environment. Perhaps it was due to a hibernation mechanism or the virus's numbing effects. All he could perceive was the impending darkness closing in. The foul, murky odor he had previously detected dissipated in his nostrils, not due to an improvement in air quality, but rather because his mind was clouding. Fortunately, the tunnel was not entirely devoid of oxygen. It was simply overwhelmed by various pollutants, and the hundreds of mutants in the train ahead were competing for the scant remaining oxygen, leaving only a minimal amount for the few still conscious. The two inside the train had already succumbed to unconsciousness, falling silent. Shao Ming's mind began to swirl with vivid images. He saw his family from 1,000 miles away, the lifeless body of Li Long on the bed, and the blood-red eyes of the mutants. Following this, joyful memories surfaced, his family's smiles, the camaraderie with his two companions during their fight for survival. His heartbeat slowed, his fingers lacked the strength to pull the trigger, and all he could see were the mutants slowly scaling the train's roof. Was this the end? Suddenly, Shao Ming felt a rush of breath returning to him. Although the air remained tainted, its oxygen content had noticeably increased. His breathing quickened once more as oxygen flowed into his lungs, and his mind began to clear. Without needing to deliberate, Shao Ming raised his handgun and aimed it at the head of the mutant now before him. The underwater tunnel, requiring 35 minutes to traverse, was nearing its exit after 20 minutes. Lambert, in his unconscious state, had inadvertently pushed the train to full speed as he slumped forward onto the throttle. Shao Ming once again caught a whiff of the polluted air, and the wind whipped across his face once more. He likely never imagined he would find this scent appealing. Raising his machine gun, he aimed it at the front car and pulled the trigger. The bullets pierced through the metal roof of the car, entering the interior. Shao Ming was uncertain how many mutants could be vanquished in this manner, his mind still struggling to regain clarity. At that moment, a slight curvature appeared ahead on the railway. The train, hurtling forward at full speed, derailed the preceding car, which then collided violently with the tunnel wall. As the following locomotive had yet to decelerate, the front car was forced along the tunnel's wall, flipping onto its side. Even so, Lambert remained unconscious, and their locomotive continued to exert every effort to propel the carriages forward. The overturned front carriage twisted into a Z shape, its roof and front scraping against the tunnel walls, igniting sparks. Fortunately, the flammable gas concentration within the tunnel had diminished, or else these train cars would likely be forever ensnared in the darkness. Moreover, thanks to Shao Ming and Lambert's extension of the locomotive, the couplings had not engaged with the preceding car, sparing them from a similar fate. The dark tunnel was illuminated by the flying sparks, and Shao Ming glimpsed the front carriage nearly wedged horizontally, being pushed along. He crouched down from the elevated platform, losing his footing and tumbling down. Clutching his throbbing head, he rose and reached out, attempting to rouse the still unconscious Lambert. The tunnel began to curve again, and the front carriage's nose was almost propelled skyward, scraping the tunnel's ceiling and detonating the emergency lights above. Desperately, Shao Ming shook Lambert, probing for breath at his nostrils, which had begun to stabilize. A glimmer of light emerged from the tunnel's end, the exit not far off. After several futile attempts to awaken Lambert, Shao Ming had no choice but to grasp Lambert's hand and pull down the lever with all his might. Yet, even this effort proved insufficiently swift. The curve persisted, and without the front carriage's obstruction, they too risked careening off the tracks. Shao Ming noticed the red button beside the control panel and struck it forcefully. The emergency brake engaged. the train's wheels screeching against the tracks as the braking system finally began to slow their momentum. The front carriage had already exited the tunnel, crashing heavily onto the tracks. But due to the continuing curve at the tunnel's end, it was entirely dislodged from the rails. Chapter 06. The Final Defense. Paris, France, Arc de Triomphe. 2 weeks post-mutant outbreak. Although night had fallen, the vicinity of the Louvre was ablaze with the fires of artillery. The fierce combat within the city had raged for 10 consecutive days, with over 10 million mutants amassed in Paris. The defending forces were on the brink of exhaustion, their supplies nearly depleted. After 10 days of relentless fighting, nearly 4 million mutants had been neutralized, nearly double the core population of Paris. Helicopters darted back and forth, ferrying ammunition from surrounding military bases into the besieged area while evacuating survivors to the safer south. Every able-bodied youth had taken to the front lines, men and women. All individuals aged 16 to 65 armed themselves for battle. Thanks to thorough preparations prior to the catastrophe, the city of Paris had withstood for a full 10 days. However, today, countless tanks and armored vehicles lay abandoned in the streets, their fuel and ammunition exhausted. While the artillery positions near the Arc de Triomphe had dwindled to a mere handful of field guns and mortars still firing. On the eastern and northern defenses, breaches were incessantly occurring, forcing the defending troops to retreat repeatedly. The mutated beings continued to surge forth in unrelenting waves. From the very first day artillery was fired within the city, the current predicament had been all but predetermined. The echoes of cannon fire drew the mutated beings from within the city, soon to be followed by those in the suburbs. And the closest towns would soon resonate with their howls, beckoning forth even more from the distant settlements. The surrounding countryside, compounded by the effects of counterurbanization, saw a substantial gathering of these creatures in the towns adjacent to the city. Soon, within a radius of 100 kilometers, all mutated beings surged towards the city center like a relentless tide. Unlike the British forces, the French troops were compelled to hold their ground until every last individual could be safely evacuated. They had to endure wave after wave of these aberrations. These creatures, reminiscent of their ancestors from centuries past, poured into the city. Yet while their forebears sought wealth and glory, these beings craved a feast of flesh and blood. Fortunately, over 20,000 civilians had already been evacuated via helicopters, boats, and convoys, leaving only a scant 3,000 soldiers and young individuals to form the rear guard. Albert hurriedly entered the underground catacombs. Prior to the mutations, the government had never permitted access to the catacomb regions north of the Seine, but following the disaster, this location had become the most suitable refuge. Above ground, more than 20 meters high, artillery shells fell, casting clouds of dust. He turned down a corridor, where the skulls on either side appeared almost benevolent in the dim light. In one of the burial chambers, a dozen soldiers clad in military uniforms anxiously communicated with the outside via radio. The foremost figure, seemingly the commander, turned to Albert as he entered and spoke. "Major, the evacuation helicopters will arrive in 15 minutes. The convoy will reach us in half an hour." "No, that cannot be," Albert replied. "Our stock of ammunition has run perilously low. The artillery can hold out for only a few more minutes." "What about the tanks?" the commander inquired. "We should send them out." "The tanks are inoperable," Albert lamented. "Only 5 remain defending the Arc de Triomphe, but they too are out of fuel. Only shells remain." "The helicopters will bring some supplies," the commander stated, taking a drag from his cigarette. "However, there are no munitions left at the nearby base. We must source supplies from a more distant location." Another shell struck, sending dust cascading onto the commander's helmet. "We face an enemy force that outnumbers us by over 2,000, Albert asserted, "and without adequate ammunition and supplies, we simply cannot hold out." The commander discarded his cigarette, but, saying, "There is no alternative. Fuel and ammunition must also be allocated to the convoys attempting to break through. We can only await their return." Albert pressed, "How will we evacuate?" The commander replied, "The last 1,500 will follow the convoy. The helicopters and boats can transport 500, but the final 500 have no available vehicles. I stated from the beginning." Albert bellowed in frustration. "We should have gathered all armored forces to charge out of the city, rather than remaining here to await our demise." Silence descended upon the catacomb, all eyes turning to Albert. The commander produced another cigarette, placing it between his lips, and remarked, "Our vehicles are useless. Civilian vehicles stand no chance of breaking out of the city." You have witnessed the multitude of those creatures. Their numbers so great that they could overturn an armored vehicle when gathered. The commander patted Albert on the shoulder and remarked, "This is precisely why we are soldiers." Below, the mutants surged through the streets, pressing forward. Some even trampled over their piled-up brethren to ascend rooftops. From the outskirts of Paris to the Arc de Triomphe, the landscape had been reduced to rubble, save for the area surrounding the monument, which remained untouched by artillery fire. The remnants of buildings now afforded the mutants a more strategic approach to their assault, with searchlights illuminating the vicinity of the Arc de Triomphe as they were mounted atop containers and sandbag walls. A number of mutants leaped from rooftops, landing on the barricades. Gunfire, roars, and the thunder of artillery merged into a cacophony. While humanity's firepower was formidable, after 10 days of relentless conflict, the mutants appeared to have gained the upper hand through sheer numbers. The supply of helicopters was evidently insufficient to sustain the rapid consumption of ammunition. Perhaps when the number of mutants within the city surpassed that of humans, the military should have evacuated civilians. However, due to various considerations, the higher-ups ultimately resolved to establish a quarantine zone within the city. On one hand, the military had erected barricades to contain the initially mutated populace, yet they did not anticipate the swift and severe escalation of the situation. The authorities believed it to be merely a localized public health crisis, unaware that it would involve a vast majority of humanity's mutations. On the other hand, the military was also oblivious to the influence exerted among the mutants. The roars of a small horde could travel nearly a kilometer, thereby attracting even more of their kind. By the time the survivors within the city began their exodus, the number of mutants converging on Paris had multiplied several-fold. While the decision to hold the city may have saved many within its walls, it now left those unable to evacuate in a state of despair. No one could now assess whether the decision to hold Paris was right or wrong. Such judgments would be left to posterity. Chapter 07. The final line of defense. 2. Paris, France, near the Arc de Triomphe, 2 weeks after the mutation outbreak. Boom, boom, boom. 3-2 are 2M 120mm mortars fired in succession, their shells tracing perfect arcs through the air, striking accurately amidst the foremost wave of the horde. The trajectory of the horde was not difficult to calculate. Having virtually lost their pain response, and with no sense of fatigue, they charged forward with unrelenting vigor. Moreover, the various structures and debris throughout the city dictated a fixed path toward the Arc de Triomph's position. For the French forces holding the Arc de Triomphe, the most pressing issue was a shortage of ammunition. Furthermore, the recent wave of the horde had breached their defenses, inflicting casualties upon the defenders. Several soldiers dragged an unconscious comrade from the front lines. His leg had been severely bitten by a mutant, exposing bone through the remnants of flesh. Albert, accompanied by a handful of soldiers, burst forth from the entrance of the underground tunnel, racing towards the front line of the defense. The latest wave of the undead has come to an end, as the mutants were drawn from various locations outside the city. Their arrival at the Arc de Triomphe was staggered. The beleaguered defenders were granted a brief respite as they gathered the remnants of supplies and tended to the wounded. A lieutenant approached Albert, his face smeared with dirt and blood, a portrait of exhaustion. "Commander," the lieutenant reported, "we need to account for our numbers and prepare for evacuation." A flicker of relief crossed the lieutenant's features, but he quickly reverted to a state of alertness, for the battle was far from over. "The helicopters will arrive shortly," Albert stated, gazing towards the horizon where flames from incendiary devices continued to spread outside the city, painting the dark night sky a fiery crimson. "They will bring some supplies. Every operational helicopter will assist with the evacuation." The lieutenant and Albert moved toward the edge of the defense line. "How many can we transport?" "Super stallions, cougars, servals. The entire fleet can probably carry about 500 people. 2 stallions alone can accommodate 100, the lieutenant replied. "What about the remaining individuals?" "The convoy will return," Albert assured him, though some may have to sit atop the vehicles. The lieutenant paused, responding with a hint of resignation. "Having a ride is better than none. I thought the convoy had retreated south." "They volunteered to come back." Albert's tone was somewhat enigmatic, suggesting he did not desire their return. He would rather perish here than allow his comrades to enter and face certain death. "The greatest concern is that we need to prepare munitions to cover the convoy. Without the protection of those artillery pieces, it will be challenging for the convoy to enter the city." Albert's gaze fell upon the dozen or so silenced 155mm howitzers. Originally, there had been 40 such guns at the Arc de Triomphe, But even with the rotation of fire, the relentless intensity of combat had rendered most of them inoperative. The sound of helicopters echoed from the distant skies, and a few individuals turned to see a formation illuminated by flames, approaching with supplies. "Clear the landing zone," the lieutenant shouted, springing into action. "Quickly, get the severely injured aboard first." Albert glanced at the time. It was already the latter half of the night, and the roar of a new wave of the undead echoed from afar. The helicopters and the horde surged toward the Arc de Triomphe from two divergent directions, one bearing hope, the other bringing death. The battle would continue. Several hours later, the sun rose from the east, casting rays upon the blood-soaked streets littered with corpses. The mutants surged through the remnants of human resistance, frantically charging at the last few fallen warriors. They clawed and fought over the soldiers' remains until one mutant managed to reach and bite into a corpse. In all of Paris, not a single soul remained alive. Chapter 66. Landing at Calais, the train ahead rolled through the expansive parking lot until it collided with two other trains, finally coming to a halt. Meanwhile, the train carrying Shao Ming and his companions also came to a stop, ceasing its forward motion. Shao Ming let out a sigh of relief as he opened the cabin door, allowing the air to circulate. They cannot linger here for too long. Not to mention whether any mutated beings have survived in the preceding vehicle, the noise of the overturned vehicle is likely indistinguishable from the sound of cannon fire. Unbeknownst to Shao Ming, the exit of the underwater tunnel in France leads to a large train station. Here, not only are trains stationed, but also numerous cars awaiting transport to England. Moreover, a multitude of people is present. As soon as the doors opened, the two unconscious individuals began to awaken, only to be met by a horde of mutated beings emerging from the front of the train. Without hesitation, Shao Ming delivered a sharp slap to Lambert's face. The pain proved effective as Lambert groggily opened his eyes. Drive. As Lambert blinked awake, he saw Shao Ming striking himself in the face. In a daze, he raised his hand to shield his face and inquired, "What happened?" "Get up and drive. We have arrived in France." Shao Ming ascended to the machine gun atop the vehicle and commenced firing at the advancing mutated beings. The 127mm caliber bullets were capable of piercing through several clustered mutants at once. Tragically, these creatures, with their intestines spilling out, continued their relentless advance. Lambert, clutching his head, rose to see a hellish scene: overturned trains and the oncoming mutated beings. Confused, Lambert's mind was still trapped in the tunnel. Shell casings fell from the roof of the train, landing on Lambert's head and jolting him awake. He shook Feng Yuxing, who had just opened his eyes, and the latter, cradling his head, crawled up from the floor. Fortunately, when the train was racing through the tunnel, they had only experienced a brief period of suffocation, and the amount of toxic gas inhaled was minimal. Shao Ming continued firing at the surge of corpses, but soon, the machine gun emitted a click, signaling an empty ammunition belt. Realizing they could no longer remain on the train, Lambert grabbed the shotgun from the ground and pulled Shao Ming down. Shao Ming glanced at Lambert, then staggered to the right door's machine gun and resumed shooting. Lambert quickly recognized that Shao Ming had completely misinterpreted his intentions. He meant for him to flee, not to inform him of the remaining machine gun. The tide of corpses was approaching the front of the train, and the sounds of impact and the train itself had not only roused the mutated beings within the train yard, but had also attracted those from the surrounding towns. Suddenly, a rocket flew from the small hill behind the train and exploded amidst the horde. The unexpected blast startled Shao Ming, who was still processing the situation when a girl's voice rang out from outside the vehicle. "Still fighting? Are you out of your mind?" Upon turning, Shao Ming saw a girl with Asian features standing beside the vehicle. However, she spoke in a French accent tinged with Japanese, leaving Shao Ming utterly bewildered. Observing the approaching mutants, the girl appeared anxious as she exclaimed in English, "Play, play, quickly play." Although her English had a Japanese flair, Shao Ming at last grasped her meaning. At that moment, Feng Yuxing also regained his senses, and the two inside the vehicle were evidently astonished by the sudden appearance of the girl outside. "Let's go." Shao Ming continued to use his machine gun to provide cover for the two individuals inside the vehicle. "Hurry," Feng Yuxing urged as he lifted the still unconscious Gordon, placing the dog on his back. Lambert rushed over to assist in dragging Gordon along, and the trio, accompanied by a suddenly appearing girl, dashed towards the rear of the car. Shao Ming glanced back, realizing he was the only one firing. He pulled the pin from a grenade and hurled it into the tide of corpses before turning to catch up with the others. Contrary to the explosive displays seen in films, The grenade detonated with scarcely any visible flames, scattering shrapnel that incapacitated a cluster of the mutated beings nearby. An off-road vehicle barreled down the slope, with the unfamiliar girl leaping into it first. A burly man in military attire emerged from the driver's seat, his insignia bearing a low-recognition French flag. He raised in 416 Hong Kong dollars and fired at the mutated creatures pursuing them. Despite Lambert's assistance, Feng Yuxing's pace began to falter under the weight of the 60-pound Gordon. Shao Ming crouched down, lifting his L-85A1 to shoot at the approaching mutants. Predictably, after only a couple of shots, the weapon jammed. The gun he had taken from the mutant lacked any semblance of maintenance. He cleared a round from the chamber and was finally able to fire again. The Japanese girl, sensing her presence in the vehicle was improper, quickly jumped out to help lift Gordon into the car. "We need to go," the burly man called out. Shao Ming stowed his rifle and climbed into the passenger seat. The man retracted into the vehicle, flooring the gas pedal as they departed the parking area. "You all are remarkable," he remarked, gripping the steering wheel. "You are the first group I've seen leave England alive in days." "Is it just us after all this time?" Shao Ming inquired. "Most people must have suffocated in the underwater tunnel," the man replied. "I am Jicosman, a second lieutenant in the French Army's 13th Parachute Dragoons." He continued. "The young lady in the back is Yamada Rio, a student from the National Conservatory of Music in Calais. Her English is not very proficient." "Yamada Rio?" Lambert interjected. "Is she the one from Lonely Rock?" Upon discovering a kindred spirit, Yamada Rio beamed with excitement. Yes, that's her." "All right," Shao Ming mused. Chinese, French, British, and Japanese. The off-road vehicle shook off the horde and navigated down a rural path. "You are fortunate today," as Jicosman remarked. "We went out to gather supplies, and hearing the commotion, we came to investigate. Otherwise, you would have been in dire straits." Shao Ming nodded in gratitude and glanced back at Feng Yuxing, who was lost in thought, cradling the unconscious Gordon. "The dog will be fine," Shao Ming reassured. "It's quite capable, and besides, the tunnel passage was swift." Feng Yuxing nodded, gently patting Gordon's head. "I believe in him. He still breathes and has a heartbeat. He's just exhausted." The off-road vehicle turned into a forest and came to a halt before a small cabin. "We arrived," as Jicosman announced, opening the car door. "Make yourselves at home." Shao Ming nodded, surveying the surroundings. The secluded cabin nestled in the woods is far removed from towns and main roads, with glimpses of the coastline visible through the gaps in the trees. He greedily inhaled the hard-won fresh air. Chapter 67. A transaction. Several individuals collaborated to carry Gordon into the cabin, laying him upon the dining table. Gordon's belly still rose and fell, yet he remained in a state of unconsciousness. Feng Yuxing stood vigil by Gordon's side, monitoring his condition. The cabin boasted 2 stories. The first floor featured a relatively spacious living room adorned with an array of animal head trophies mounted above the fireplace. A bar separated the kitchen from the living room, which, aside from a heap of canned goods, surprisingly held a considerable amount of fresh fruits and meats. As for the second floor, Shao Ming could not see it, yet it was typically reserved for bedrooms. "How is my home?" Aski removed his assault rifle and placed it on a nearby table, stating, "There is some food in the kitchen, and this forest is home to an abundance of small game." Shao Ming followed Aski closer, finally discerning that the meat on the table consisted of a rabbit that had been skinned and another squirrel similarly prepared. "Are these animals uninfected?" Shao Ming inquired. "Your dogs remain uninfected as well," Aski replied. "As far as we know, this virus is of the same strain as the pandemic from 6 months ago, affecting only humans." "That sounds reminiscent of a biological weapon," Shao Ming remarked. "When I was still with the team, that was the prevailing theory," Aski said, tossing the rabbit onto the cutting board and commencing the dissection of the carcass. Though it was merely hearsay, no one had the time to study the virus now. "What about your team?" Shao Ming asked. "They were scattered," Aski replied. "When the mutations first occurred, we were dispatched to assist in the lockdown at Fabian, but eventually, the lockdown forces themselves became monsters." Aski sliced open the rabbit's belly, extracting its entrails. "I encountered her on the way to Amiens," he added, nodding towards the living room where Yamada Rio was animatedly conversing with Lambert. Initially, the team comprised over 200 members, including civilians and soldiers. Gradually, the numbers dwindled. Some mutated while others were captured by those who had been infected. Aski scooped a ladle of water from a bucket to cleanse the rabbit's body. Later, we learned that Amiens had also fallen. The troops there mutated even before the civilians did. Upon hearing this, Shao Ming sighed. realizing that the situation in France was scarcely better than that of Britain. About a week ago, I completely lost contact with the troops, but prior to that, I received word that Paris was still resisting. Some forces had managed to clear part of the city to accommodate survivors. Aski set the rabbit aside and began to clean the squirrel. Squirrel meat is not particularly palatable, Aski remarked, glancing at Yamada Rio in the living room. At times, she reminds me of my daughter. What of your daughter? Shao Ming asked. After my divorce from her mother, she has been living in Paris. We used to reside in Calais, which is why I have this small house here. As Aski spoke of his daughter, his movement slowed. I wonder how she is faring in Paris. Shao Ming, puzzled, asked, why don't you go find her? Outside the city of Paris, a horde of the undead lay in wait. Ashtij remarked, although the distance to Paris is not great, countless villages and towns lie in between. Even if I were to penetrate through these layers of barricades, entering the city itself would prove impossible. Pausing his actions, Ashtij turned to Shao Ming and inquired, your train appears quite sturdy. Might it carry me to Paris? We are heading to Germany, then returning home, Shao Ming replied. We may not pass through Paris. Returning to China? Asked Leon Yamada, present in the living room. May I accompany you? Of course, certainly, Lambert interjected eagerly, without waiting for Shao Ming's response. Ashtij pulled Shao Ming aside and whispered, this is a request, or perhaps a transaction. I believe, given the current circumstances, you cannot return to your train. Observing the attire of the group, he added, if I am not mistaken, your belongings are all on that train. Shao Ming inquired directly, so your leverage is our train? I can assist you in retrieving it, Ashtij replied. Shao Ming then called Feng Yuxing and Lambert into the living room, stating, this soldier wishes us to escort him to Paris in search of his daughter, on the condition that he will help us reclaim our train. Lambert commented, he appears quite formidable. Feng Yuxing remarked, have you forgotten just a few days ago? He was also a seemingly resolute soldier. Indeed, he looks quite capable, Shao Ming agreed. Though we could retrieve the train without him, my concern is keeping him with us. In truth, Shao Ming was contemplating the pressing need to recruit another strong ally, especially if Yamada intended to join their ranks. What is your plan for addressing him? Feng Yuxing asked. Will he accompany us? Shao Ming pondered for a moment before responding. If he can cover us while we secure the train, we would hold the initiative. We could either flee or take them with us. He paused, then continued, Paris lacks walls. I do not believe the chances of his daughter surviving within are particularly high. I just overheard your conversation, Feng Yuxing interjected. He mentioned that there are zombies surrounding Paris. Why else would he not venture there himself? Moreover, this would delay our progress. Lambert suggested, the best course of action would be to breach our agreement, retrieve the train, and depart. We cannot proceed in that manner. Shao Ming shook his head. Our abandonment does not necessitate abandoning others. He concluded, we either agree to assist him and work together, or we decline and seek our own solutions after resting for the night. After further deliberation, the trio ultimately decided to accept Ashtij's proposition. If you can help us reclaim our train, we shall escort you to Paris, Shao Ming stated, but with two additional stipulations. First, if the number of zombies outside Paris is too great, we will not take you into the city. Ashtij nodded in agreement, understood. Second, Shao Ming continued, should we enter Paris, regardless of whether you find your daughter, you must accompany us upon our departure. Ashtij fell silent for a moment before asking, if I find my daughter, may I take her with me? Then you will need to add another carriage to the train, said Shao Ming. The two cabs cannot accommodate so many people. You can add it at the cargo area we just passed, Ashi replied. I can secure you at least 2 hours. Shao Ming extended his hand, stating, pleasure to cooperate. Chapter 68. Rest and recuperation. Let us first have our meal. Ashi suggested, you need to rest. After dinner, we shall set off again tomorrow. Although Shao Ming could see that Ashi was eager to depart immediately, he resolved it was prudent not to venture out into the pitch-black night. He understood that even with troops stationed in the city of Paris, each additional day of delay posed greater risks. This thought made him admire Ashi somewhat. At least he was far more reliable than Wellington, who had vanished without a trace. Where did the rough-haired one go? Asked Yamada Rio. To retrieve our belongings from the zombies, Shao Ming replied. Ashi returned to the kitchen to prepare dinner, and after a while, he carried all the ingredients outside. Why is he taking everything outside? Lambert inquired, puzzled. The sweet fuel has run out, Yamada Rio continued in her heavily accented English. He only knows to make a fire outside. Shao Ming shook his head, truly trying to comprehend every word Yamada was saying. Gordon finally awoke, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Feng Yuxing was particularly overjoyed. However, the dog, having been deprived of oxygen for so long, seemed to have lost some of its wits. It was gnawing on an old pillow, shaking its head wildly, and no amount of coaxing could calm it. What a fine German shepherd, and yet it is turning into a silly husky, Feng Yuxing mused. Eventually, he managed to pry the pillow from Gordon's mouth, only for the dog to immediately sink its teeth into the nearby sofa. After finally soothing Gordon, Feng Yuxing approached Shao Ming, who was inspecting an assault rifle nearby. Are you all right? Feng Yuxing asked. Shao Ming thought to himself, I nearly suffocated in the underwater tunnel, was almost caught by a zombie, and hit my head on the machine gun. My hand still hasn't healed. He replied, what could possibly be wrong with me? You're not feeling dizzy or anything, are you? Feng Yuxing inquired with concern. No, not at all, Shao Ming responded. What about you? Much better. It was quite precarious just now, she admitted. Indeed. Shao Ming recalled the tunnel, where he had been seeing stars. Feng Yuxing took Shao Ming's hand, unwrapping the bandage as she said, I just wanted to say thank you. Unable to resist, Shao Ming reached out and gently patted Feng Yuxing's head, saying, for what? I'm just waiting for you to invite me for spicy hot pot and rabbit heads when you return to the country. Ashi's culinary skills were indeed commendable, and the three of them could not stop praising the meal. Regardless of its quality, this was the first decent meal they had enjoyed in several weeks. This is truly delicious, Lambert joked. You must have been a cook in the army. The cooks in my unit are not nearly as skilled, Ashi replied with a smile. Your English is quite good, Feng Yuxing remarked to Ashi. You both are not bad either. Ashi pointed to his insignia and said, do you see this? Special Forces. Shao Ming deftly severed a rabbit leg and placed it upon Feng Yuxing's plate. Ah, cutting rabbit legs, Lambert remarked, after all this time on the train. Why not serve me? Shao Ming retorted with a hint of irritation, get lost. Laughter erupted among the group, a welcome relief from the tension that had long lingered. Shao Ming then interjected, all right, let's get down to business. What is your plan? He tore off a leg from a squirrel and stuffed it into his mouth, grimacing at its unpalatable taste. I will activate the air raid sirens in Calais, Ashi declared. The sound will attract every zombie within a radius of several dozen kilometers. But isn't there a power outage? Feng Yuxing inquired. That is a secret, Ashi said, placing a finger to his lips. I must always keep a trump card up my sleeve. Just know that the time I've secured for you is ample enough to adjust your course and add another carriage. Excellent, Shao Ming responded. Then we shall proceed according to your air raid siren. I know what you're thinking, Ashi continued. The journey across Europe is long and fraught with peril. You will need me and my firearm. Shao Ming nodded. From what we understand, conditions within our country are far more favorable. So aligning with us will not be to your detriment. Gordon peered over the dining table, drooling at the roasted rabbit. I am aware, Ashi replied. Thus, I have agreed. Have I not? After dinner, the sun began its descent beyond the horizon. Ashi lit the candles within the room and drew the curtains closed. If you wish to freshen up, there is a bucket of water behind the house, Ashi informed them. The bedrooms are upstairs, 2 girls in one room, and the 3 of us in another. Gordon, clutching a pillow, spun around at Ashi's feet, as if to ask, what about me? Ashi gently patted Gordon's head, saying you, little one, shall sleep on the sofa in the living room. Once everyone had settled, Ashi locked the door. Yamada Ryoko sat on the sofa, cradling a bass guitar, and began to sing. The deep tones of the bass, harmonizing with her sweet voice, eased the tension in the room. Nightfall enveloped them, accompanied by her melodies. The following morning, Shao Ming and Ashi commenced packing their equipment. Ashi cast a glance at Shao Ming's L-85A1, commenting, a dreadful weapon. It is indeed a poor firearm. Do you possess something better? Shao Ming asked. Ashi ascended to the second floor, returning shortly with a sniper rifle in hand. Recognizing the distinctive design, Shao Ming identified it as an FRF-2 sniper rifle, chambered for 10 rounds of 7.62 NATO, boasting an effective range of up to 800 meters. Do you know how to use it? Ashi inquired. Shao Ming accepted the sniper rifle and admired its craftsmanship, a testament to his passion for light weaponry. Acknowledging that there were plenty of firearms to explore along their journey, he set up the rifle on the table, calibrating the scope with precision. Very professional, Ashi noted. Have you served in the military? Shao Ming shook his head, replying, just a VIP at the Manchester shooting range. Then I suggest you practice shooting within a distance of 200 meters, Ashi advised. This rifle is highly accurate, but do not waste ammunition. Is this for me? Shao Ming asked in surprise. Just borrowing it for a while, Ashi replied. Ashji remarked, before you discover a better long-range weapon than the shotgun and that assault rifle. Half an hour later, Shao Ming, Ashgi, and Lambert arrived outside. You two stay here with Gordon. Shao Ming turned to the two girls. We'll return to fetch you once we have moved the train to a secure location. Ashgi approached Yamada Rio and handed her a note. If I fail to return safely from Calais, please ensure this reaches my daughter. I will, Yamada Rio replied resolutely. I believe in you. Chapter 69. Retaking the train, I will drive you close to the parking lot, Ashgi said, tossing a backpack into the SUV. How long will you need? Shao Ming inquired. Perhaps 3 or 4 hours, Ashgi replied. I can definitely resolve it before noon. No problem. The SUV turned around and headed towards the woods. Let's go. Feng Yuxing patted Yamada Rio's shoulder. They will be fine. Above the parking lot, there's a small hill at the top of the cave, you remember, right? Shao Ming nodded. Recalling it clearly from just yesterday. You can wait for my signal there. Lambert asked, after we move the train, where will you look for us? Do you have a map? Ashgi questioned. There's one in the train, Lambert answered. That simplifies matters, Ashgi said. There's a station called Pion not far from the tunnel. Wait for me there. It's a small station, so there shouldn't be many zombies. If you prefer not to drive in, just wait outside. I will find you. Shao Ming looked at the burly man beside him and asked, Calais isn't a small city. Can you handle it alone? That's my home. I know every street within. Ashgi stated confidently. Moreover, during my deployment in Afghanistan, the Taliban's bullets were far swifter than zombies. The SUV swiftly arrived at the hillside near the parking lot, and Shao Ming disembarked with the sniper rifle. Take care of my gun, kid, Ashgi said before accelerating towards the distance. Lambert glanced at the shotgun in his hands and sighed. Don't worry, Shao Ming reassured. Isn't this in line with your anti-gun beliefs? The two made their way towards the hill, where the expansive parking lot soon came into view. It remained the same chaotic scene as the previous day, filled with overturned trains and countless mutated beings. These entities seemed to have lingered. Shao Ming pondered whether it was a matter of differing national circumstances between England and France. He found a spot to lie down and set up the sniper rifle for observation. At first glance, everything appeared to be in order, but Shao Ming noticed something amiss. Some train cars were oddly insulated with clothing, blankets, and layers of leaves and branches. He tapped Lambert, urging him to peer through the shotgun scope. The latter also crouched down, resting his elbow on the shotgun as he gazed into the train yard. Did zombies construct this? Lambert asked. Shao Ming shook his head, expressing his uncertainty. I'm not sure. It seems I did not observe this phenomenon yesterday. You were rather foolish then. Lambert also shook his head in disbelief. Could it have materialized overnight? Shao Ming turned his gaze back to the scope. The mutated beings stood there, utterly still. Yet, aside from the mutants, who else could construct a layer of insulation amidst the carcasses? Hibernation. He recalled the biology students in the UK mentioning, seemed to differ from the hibernation of animals. Lambert pivoted the gun, directing the scope toward the front of their vehicle. The front door was ajar, situated among dozens of mutants, leaving the presence of any mutants in the cabin uncertain. When we descend, Lambert stated, I will reverse the train. After we clear the first junction, you will manipulate the lever to switch the tracks. Shao Ming nodded, spotting the junction Lambert indicated through the scope. Once I maneuver the train onto the right track, I will revert the tracks and back the train up. Shao Ming grasped the concept and inquired, do you intend to connect to the carriage behind us? The carriage he referred to was aligned parallel on the tracks, seemingly designated for transporting vehicles through the underwater tunnel. Unlike the fully enclosed carriages commonly used domestically, the carriages in the Eurotunnel were semi-enclosed, supported only by steel frames along the sides. In simpler terms, they were ill-suited for conversion into passenger carriages. Lambert nodded. This way, we could accommodate one or even several vehicles. Shao Ming then asked, but where will the people sit? Lambert shook his head. The passenger carriages in this parking lot already have their own fronts. It would be cumbersome to disembark. Shao Ming continued to scan with the scope, pointing to a train stationed at the end of the tracks. There, that one has its front facing inward and lacks a front at the rear. We can reverse it to connect. You're a genius, Lambert remarked. The two remained crouched on the mountain for 2 hours, with Lambert nearly succumbing to slumber. Shao Ming continued observing the corpses, noting that no mutants had departed the horde to seek materials for insulation. They either sat on the ground or leaned against the vehicles, heads bowed in silence. I hope Ashgi is all right, Shao Ming murmured. Although they had known each other for less than a day, the muscular figure of the Special Forces soldier left a commendable impression on him. Physically fit, formidable in combat, skilled in culinary arts, and possessing a pleasant demeanor. Missing him today, it was uncertain whether he would encounter another as perfect along their journey. I believe he is fine, Lambert replied, shifting to a sitting position. He has been in battle and is on familiar ground. He'll manage. What is this? Shao Ming queried. Are you not worried he might escape today? Suddenly, a piercing air raid siren blared from the north, startling a flock of birds from the dense forest. Of course, the mutants in the train yard were equally startled. The mutants awakened en masse, rushing toward the north. He has succeeded, Lambert exclaimed. Wonderful, let us descend quickly. Wait a moment. Shao Ming set a countdown timer on his watch for 1.5 hours and pressed the start button. Once he confirmed that the mutants had vanished without a trace, the two of them descended the slope to the parking lot. Lambert was the first to board the train, which appeared unchanged since their departure the previous day. Shao Ming kicked out all the shell casings from the carriage, while Lambert retrieved the keys from his pocket and started the train. This fellow is becoming increasingly reliable, Shao Ming mused, recalling how yesterday he had remembered to stop the train and remove the keys. Following Lambert's instructions, they quickly attached the passenger carriages. Shao Ming glanced at the time. Half an hour had already elapsed. By the time the second carriage designated for transporting vehicles was secured, an hour and a half had passed. Next, they needed to adjust the track direction to allow the train to exit the storage area. Lambert opened his tablet and said, All right, let us see how to proceed. Chapter 70. Once again departing the track is electrically controlled. Lambert hurriedly approached Shao Ming from outside the train yard. Isn't there a lever or something? Shao Ming inquired. Aren't those available in the yard? Lambert shook his head. While this track can be operated manually, we would need to go to the locomotive section to find a specialized switch lever. Some junctions require manual operation to be supplemented with limiters, and we don't have those. Shao Ming scanned the surroundings. In the vast, empty train yard, only a solitary warehouse stood at the entrance for vehicles, which certainly did not resemble a track control center. All right, Shao Ming asked, if there is no power, how can we switch the tracks? Just then, the timer on Shao Ming's watch went off. The hour and a half was up. We need to expedite our efforts, Lambert urged as he led Shao Ming along the tracks to a junction. He pointed to a small box on the ground beside the rails and said, This box contains the track control system. If I'm not mistaken, it has 2 hydraulic rods like those on the British railways to control the tracks. That means if we can manually push the rods, Shao Ming began. In theory, yes, Lambert nodded, but without the hydraulic system in place, I fear that human force may not be sufficient to push the locking mechanism into position. If the train passes by, the tracks could become unstable. Let's open this first, Shao Ming suggested, and if all else fails, we can wedge a stone. Lambert hesitated, concerned that the stone might not withstand the vibrations of the train. However, given the circumstances, they had no choice but to try. Although Lambert had changed his clothes, his tool belt remained at his waist. He extracted a crowbar and began to pry open the box housing the hydraulic mechanism. With a click, the lid sprang open, revealing a mechanism that was not particularly complex. Shao Ming crouched down and attempted to pull the hydraulic rod, but it did not budge. We need to disable the hydraulic system first, Lambert explained, as it is currently holding the tracks in place. With that, he gestured for Shao Ming to step aside, raised the crowbar, and brought it down forcefully. After several forceful strikes, Shao Ming noticed a slight movement in the hydraulic lever. He crouched down once more, attempting to pull the lever, and this time the track truly shifted. Lambert hastily set aside the crowbar and joined Shao Ming in pushing the hydraulic pipe. The air raid siren continued to wail, suggesting that the two still had some time. A total of 4 such maneuvers were required. Lambert adjusted the map and stated, Continue along the railway until you reach a small station, then we need not concern ourselves further. Is the route ahead clear? Shao Ming inquired. Lambert scrutinized the map again, nodding affirmatively. Indeed, the path continues straight to the city of Le Touquet Paris Plage. Shao Ming shook his hands and urged, Then let us expedite our efforts. Lambert glanced at the map once more, exclaiming, This is far simpler than the railway system in England. The two adjusted all the tracks and returned to the front of the train. Lambert started the engine, steering toward the first junction. Although Shao Ming had wedged numerous stones beneath the tracks to secure the hydraulic lever, Lambert's anxiety remained palpable. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. The train glided slowly past the first junction without incident. Shao Ming checked his watch, noting that over 4 hours had elapsed since SG's departure. The air raid siren continued to blare in the city, leaving Shao Ming uncertain of Ashji's current predicament. A lone individual storming into a city, despite Ashji's confident demeanor. Shao Ming felt a twinge of doubt. As the train safely navigated the second junction, both men exhaled in relief. Soon came the third and fourth junctions, and the train successfully passed through all without issue, heading towards Paris. We did it, Lambert beamed with uncontainable joy. We've moved the train. Let us hope Ashji is all right, Shao Ming replied. The train rounded a sharp bend, gradually ascending. The French countryside appeared increasingly flat, sunlight illuminating the verdant fields, showcasing a vibrant scene. Lambert halted the train in a meadow, and Shao Ming spotted a small town basking in sunlight not far off. It seemed this was the rendezvous point Ashji had mentioned. This place would be quite suitable for retirement, Lambert remarked, opening the door. When humanity reclaims the world, you can choose wherever you wish to live, Shao Ming mused, though there likely won't be many people left by then. Shao Ming climbed atop the train, steadying himself against the machine gun as he gazed towards the rear. That direction was north, where the air raid sirens still echoed. In his heart, Shao Ming prayed for Ashji, hoping that this good-hearted soldier would remain unharmed. Perhaps his prayers were answered, for shortly thereafter, a blood-stained off-road vehicle burst forth from the woods. He is here. He is here, Shao Ming shouted to Lambert inside the train. The vehicle screeched to a halt beside the train, and the two men leaped down, spotting Ashji within. Ashji flung open the car door, almost tumbling out. The two hurried forward, only to be met with Ashji waving his hand, leaning against the car's hood. And retching, Shao Ming noticed that Ashji's military uniform was smeared with mud and filth, exuding an unbearable stench. In the crevices, there were even some indescribable substances. Damn it, Ashji swore, straightening up. These things are more troublesome than I anticipated. Shao Ming intended to check if Ashji was injured, but the foul odor emanating from him made it nearly impossible to approach. The smell was even more nauseating than that of a decaying corpse. I need to go wash up, Ashji declared, opening the trunk and pulling out a towel to wipe off the grime. Those zombies followed me straight into the sewer, relentlessly pursuing me. Ashji continued to speak to himself, reclaiming the sniper rifle from Shao Ming. Here you go, kid, Ashji said. I'm truly sorry. I intended to let you play with it a little longer, but I've run out of ammo. As long as you're fine, Shao Ming replied. Let's head back and get them. Lambert pinched his nose and muttered, manly. The trio drove back to the small cabin, and Shao Ming truly wished his sense of smell had malfunctioned in the underwater tunnel. Upon seeing the three return safely, the two girls who had been waiting at the door finally breathed a sigh of relief. Feng Yuxing jogged over to Shao Ming and embraced him tightly. Why did you take so long to come back? Shao Ming, startled by the sudden hug, quickly reassured her. I'm fine. There wasn't much danger where we were. Yamada Ryo, seeing Ashji return safely, hurriedly led him to the back of the house to clean up. Mud will be fine, Yamada Ryo stated. It's just so sticky. Lambert stood alone by the car, glancing at Gordon, who turned away and walked off. Chapter 71. The Seaside Railway. Once Ashji had cleaned himself, Shao Ming could not help but ask, did you really go in there alone and fight your way through? I'm not that formidable. I wasn't driving an armored vehicle, Ashji replied. I parked the car outside the city and entered the air raid shelter through the sewer, starting the generator. The generator serves as the emergency power source for all the air raid alarms in the city, so I didn't need to activate each alarm individually. Once I estimated you were about done, I planned to return the same way, but then zombies came rushing in. Shao Ming remarked, I thought you had charged in head first. Ashji chuckled bitterly, replying, do you think I'm Superman? If I had that ability, I would have fought my way to Paris long ago. That would still be impressive. Shao Ming said, I wouldn't have the courage to do that. The sewer, Shao Ming pondered, was indeed a clever way to evade the horde of zombies. Given the intelligence of those mutated beings, they would certainly not think to open a manhole cover. Regardless, Shao Ming felt fortunate to have stumbled upon such a discovery. However, he remained cautious. With their level of cunning, it would take only a moment for them to seize a train. While one must not harbor ill intentions, one must also remain vigilant against others. What Ashji did not voice was that even a second before boarding the off-road vehicle, he was contemplating whether he could survive to find his daughter. Even entering and exiting through the sewers, he encountered numerous dangers, relying solely on years of experience in special operations to navigate through perilous situations. Had he lingered for just 2 more minutes at that time, he would not now be standing here, conversing with Shao Ming. Ashji wiped his hands and said, all right, young man, It is now your turn to fulfill your part. Gather your belongings. Shao Ming replied that if they moved swiftly, they could reach the vicinity of Paris before nightfall. The group stuffed all the useful items they could carry from Askey's room into the off-road vehicle and set off towards the train. It must be noted that the supplies from Askey's home significantly replenished the food reserves and necessities aboard the train. For instance, they could now snuggle under blankets while sleeping on the train. On board, Lambert could not refrain from asking, "What do you think are the chances of you finding your daughter in Paris?" Askey fell silent for a moment before responding, "The hope is slim, yet I still wish to see for myself." The train car fell into a hush, with only the sound of tires grinding against gravel breaking the silence. "I will not be a burden to you," Askey stated. "If there are too many zombies, I shall leave with you." Shao Ming glanced at Askey, uncertain of the thoughts swirling in the man's mind. Perhaps if there were too many mutants within the city of Paris, not entering might leave him with a glimmer of hope that his daughter and other survivors might still be alive somewhere. The group boarded the train, heading towards Paris. The driver's cabin could barely accommodate 5 individuals and a dog. Apart from Lambert, the others returned to the passenger compartment at the rear of the vehicle. Clearly, Lambert was quite pleased with the French railway system, as Shao Ming sensed an increase in speed. Ryo Yamada sat beside Askey, offering him comfort, while Feng Yuxing and Shao Ming continued to organize their belongings. "In truth, I feel little," Askey confessed. "I merely wish to see if there is still hope." "The military is formidable," Ryo Yamada remarked. She had witnessed the combat prowess of a complete human army, and it was during that time that Askey had rescued her. "I understand better than you," Askey replied with a wry smile. Perhaps, before Shao Ming and the others arrived, he had already relinquished hope. Paris was indefensible, and relying solely on their military's firepower would mean facing millions of zombies. "But you have not given up hope, have you?" Ryo Yamada countered. "Otherwise, we would be on our way to Germany now." The train had not been in motion long when it began to wind along the railway towards the coast. The waves of the English Channel violently crashed against the cliffs, which had witnessed countless wars without collapsing. Now it was their turn to bear witness to humanity's final battle. Shao Ming gazed out the window. The weather was pleasant, and he could even see the island of England across the water. "Isn't it beautiful, the sea?" Feng Yuxing found a seat and looked outside. "I always wanted to see the ocean. Children like us from the inland feel this way." Shao Ming took a seat across from Feng Yuxing. "Askey, do you trust him?" Feng Yuxing lowered her voice. "Which aspect do you mean?" Shao Ming inquired. "I don't know. Will he join us, or might he betray us? So far, I find him trustworthy." Shao Ming remarked that he seemed to possess no reason to betray us. Had he wished to do so, he would have acted while we were asleep in his abode. He further stated that he could easily activate the air raid alarms in Calais alone and drive our train away. I do not believe Lambert would possess such unwavering loyalty under Askey's gunpoint. Gordon leapt into his seat, squeezing next to Feng Yuxing. Shao Ming glanced at the time, noting that they could have lunch during the next track change. The train had not been traveling along the coast for long when, after passing through a small town, a larger city emerged ahead. Lambert reduced the speed of the train upon witnessing the mutants surging from the city. The urban structure of northern France revolves around major cities, interspersed with various villages and towns, all within a mere 1 to 2 kilometers of each other. This was the reason Askey had yet to embark towards Paris. Every town was infested with mutants, forming a tightly knit barricade. Lambert slowed the train, charging towards the mutants. The modifications to the locomotive once again proved their worth, as the obstructing mutants were reduced to a gruesome mash of flesh and blood. Askey stood, lifting the firearm resting on the table. "Do not worry." Shao Ming waved his hand. "At this speed, they cannot climb aboard and will merely be swept beneath us." Shao Ming observed that the streets of France differed vastly from those of England. Aside from the architectural styles, the French streets were cluttered with barricades of refuse and sandbags, indicating a military presence. It appeared that the French had resisted longer than the British. However, no matter how well these obstacles were set, they were merely a facade if the populace had transformed into mutants. The train passed a platform, gradually delving deeper into the city. The mutants relentlessly pursued the train. Yet despite Lambert reducing speed, they could not keep pace with its momentum. After crossing a substantial bridge, the group distinctly sensed a decrease in the number of mutants surrounding them. Evidently, they had reached the city's outskirts. "This should be Bruay," Askey explained, the first city along the railway departing from Calais. Chapter 72. Plangy. The train exited Bruay and came to a halt beneath an overpass after navigating a sharp curve. Lambert rushed from the front of the train, and met Shao Ming as he disembarked. The intercom, Shao Ming thought, they truly needed this device. Ahead lay Lutuquit and Paris Plangy. Lambert handed a tablet to Shao Ming, mentioning that it was out of battery and should be taken to the rear for charging. You are a local. You take the lead, Shao Ming said to Ashji. Plangy, Ashji pondered before replying, was not a large city and had few inhabitants. But there was an airport that warranted attention. By the way, the beach there possesses a unique beauty, Ashji added. Lambert pointed at the map and stated, I believe I will halt the train near the marshlands at the estuary, and then we shall disembark to inspect the junction. No objections, Shao Ming nodded. Let us retrieve some equipment from the carriage. Shao Ming and Ashji retrieved an assortment of weapons and ammunition from the rear compartment and rejoined Lambert in the driver's cabin. The train roared back to life, traversing through 2 towns. This undoubtedly stirred a considerable number of mutants. Some pursued for a while before giving up, while others relentlessly chased the train until it reached the outskirts. These mutants appeared to exhibit a semblance of awareness, not pursuing the swiftly moving train with unyielding fervor, as if certain groups of mutants were responsible for specific territories. The train lacked rearview mirrors, and the 3 men in the cab remained oblivious to this phenomenon. As Lambert prepared to exit the vehicle, he caught sight of dozens of mutants emerging from the city in pursuit. With zombies closing in, Lambert hastily withdrew and informed the others inside the cabin. Should we move forward? Shao Ming inquired. Absolutely not, Ashji replied. If memory serves, proceeding further would bring us perilously close to preying, leaving us to face threats from both front and back. The distance between the 2 towns was approximately 3,000 meters, with the train stationed in between. Ashji also opened the door to survey the situation, noting that the mutants were still at a distance. It's going to be challenging to resolve this without firearms, Ashji remarked, estimating around 40 to 50 mutants. Shao Ming swung open the door and declared, Then let us resolve it with our weapons. We've lingered here long enough. The noise of the train should have already attracted any nearby zombies. He dashed to the rear compartment and knocked on the side, prompting 3 heads to emerge from the window. Stay inside, Shao Ming instructed. We have some pests to deal with. Ashji readied his sniper rifle and swiftly fired, bringing down 1 mutant. Through the scope, Shao Ming calculated the distance to be over 200 meters. Raising his weapon, he fired a shot that struck true. It felt almost effortless, akin to target practice. Shao Ming couldn't help but think he had stumbled upon a treasure. With Ashji, a marksman of special forces background, the 40-odd mutants fell to the ground, having never even grazed the train's rear. Exhaling, Shao Ming ejected the last shell from his shotgun and rose from the ground. You certainly have skill, lad, Ashji complimented, patting Shao Ming on the shoulder. Keep practicing. You have the potential to be a sniper. Hearing such high praise from Ashji brought an involuntary smile to Shao Ming's lips. All right, it's time to attend to business, Ashji stated. We'll accompany you, Feng Yuxing said, standing by the door. Guard the train, Shao Ming replied. We shall return shortly. The junction lay within the city, and bringing more individuals might not guarantee victory against the numerous mutants. A smaller group would facilitate stealthier maneuvers. Moreover, the train was undoubtedly safer than the outside. The 3 men moved northward away from the train. Although the station was on the city's edge, it was situated on the eastern side, while the train resided on the western side of the city. Therefore, they would first head north, circumventing the city through the woods to reach the eastern station. It seems you have been resisting for quite some time, Shao Ming observed, noting the various debris that formed obstacles on the road. Better than England, I suppose, came the reply. Ashji, leading the way, nodded and remarked, Our people have mutated a little later, but we still could not evade the fate. Shao Ming sighed and replied, There is no way around it. Even the best defenses crumble from within. Although the distance was still a kilometer or 2, the forest was not particularly difficult to traverse. The group walked through a graveyard and soon beheld the city before them. It was a quintessential European town, comprised of several blocks, with sparse houses and abundant green spaces interspersed throughout. Lifting his scope, Shao Ming observed that shadows were still visible in the windows of the houses lining the streets. Let us proceed further, Shao Ming suggested, to ascertain where the zombies are least concentrated. The trio continued their eastward movement, shielded by the trees, until a comprehensive sports center came into view. Through the gaps of the sports arena, they spotted a school under construction just down the street from the sports center, with a train station featuring junctions situated behind it. I want to confirm something, Shao Ming inquired of Ashji beside him. Your government has also implemented lockdown measures, correct? Of course, Astrid nodded. Shao Ming continued. So, the sports arena and the school must be closed. Indeed, Astrid affirmed. No one would attend school or engage in sports in such conditions as those from a week or two ago. The three made their way along the edge of the woods towards the sports center, which comprised a large stadium, a swimming pool, and an indoor gymnasium. Shao Ming crouched behind the gym and peered out. Ahead lay the swimming pool, with an expanse of open space between the two buildings designated as a badminton court. What is the situation? Lambert inquired. There is no issue traversing this way, Shao Ming responded, though the central court is rather exposed and lacks cover. Thus, we must be swift and quiet, Astrid advised. Shao Ming nodded in agreement. They swiftly crossed the tennis court, using the swimming pool as cover, and safely reached the street. The school stood at the end of the street, yet numerous apartments were scattered along both sides. Walking along the street would undoubtedly alert the mutated beings within the apartments. There, Lambert pointed to an apartment opposite the swimming pool, where a row of scaffolding was positioned alongside it. We could ascend to the rooftop via the scaffolding. It seems a splendid idea. The three climbed to the rooftop, only to encounter a new dilemma. Unlike the terraced apartments in England, there was a considerable gap between the buildings here. Astrid took a few steps back before making a running leap onto the adjacent rooftop. Shao Ming leaned against the wall and looked down. The height of 6 or 7 stories was indeed daunting. All right. Shao Ming inhaled deeply and leaped onto the neighboring roof. Oh, for heaven's sake, Lambert exclaimed as he watched the other two successfully land, his legs trembling. He regretted not having taken long jump classes in college. Chapter 73. Crisis on the rooftop. Lambert sprinted forward a couple of steps, leapt onto a knee-high wall, and aimed for the next apartment. He soared into the air, reaching out to grasp the edge of the adjoining rooftop, but his jump fell just short. Oh no! Lambert involuntarily cried out. As he was about to plummet, Shao Ming swiftly leaped forward and caught him. Lambert, accompanied by Shao Ming, slipped down dangerously close to the edge of the building. Astrid rushed over to assist, gripping Shao Ming tightly and dragging him back. Lambert's legs struck the window below, releasing a cacophony of unsettling sounds from within. No, no, no! Lambert felt tears welling up. He was precariously suspended 6 stories high, with 2 mutated creatures advancing towards his lower half. Together, Shao Ming and Astrid exerted their strength and finally pulled the nearly terrified Lambert back up. Fortunately, Lambert's physique was relatively balanced, had a heavier individual been in his place. The outcome might have been dire. The commotion stirred all the surrounding mutants, and as Shao Ming turned his head, he noticed creatures across the street roaring angrily from within a building. We better hurry, Shao Ming urged, hoisting the exhausted Lambert to his feet. All right, Lambert stammered, shakily rising to follow the two. However, after just a couple of steps, his legs buckled again, prompting Shao Ming to support him. As they advanced further along the rooftop, the school came into view. Numerous mutants had already surged from the adjacent apartments, racing toward the trio below. Peering down, Shao Ming counted dozens of mutants battering against the apartment's entrance. What now? The ground is swarming with them, he inquired. I have a rope, Astrid replied, turning to reveal the tactical vest he wore, which bore a maul system similar to the FCPC vest Shao Ming had stripped from a SWAT officer, allowing for various attachments. Astrid's back was equipped with a bundle of rappelling rope. Shao Ming took the rope, handing it to Astrid, who swiftly unfurled it and secured one end to a nearby ventilation duct. He then tethered the other end around Lambert's waist. Listen up, boys, Astrid instructed. Since you lack hooks, this is the only way I can lower you. Once you land, be on high alert. The mutants can't see what's behind the building. Is it secure? Lambert asked, his voice quavering. Absolutely, Astrid assured him, guiding Lambert to the edge of the rooftop. Well, hold on tight, Shao Ming added, squeezing Lambert's shoulder reassuringly. Utilizing the rappelling rope, Lambert was successfully lowered to the ground. Following him, Shao Ming landed safely as well. Finally, Astrid slid down the rope with agility. They found themselves in the back alley of the apartment building, while the mutants remained clustered at the entrance. Let us go? The trio stealthily maneuvered past parked vehicles, making their way to the school nearby. The mutants were still gathered below, drawn only by the commotion from above. Lambert had regained some composure, his legs finally feeling stable. Upon entering the school, they advanced toward the train station. The station was devoid of mutants, with the entrance barricaded by the police. Shao Ming's gaze fixated on an open police car, and he addressed his companions. You two go change the tracks. I'll check inside the police car for a radio. Stay safe, kid, Ashtij cautioned. Shao Ming patted the shotgun on his back, confident that it would safeguard him in the face of peril. The trio dispersed, with Shao Ming crouching as he sprinted towards the police car. As anticipated, the vehicle was devoid of firearms and ammunition. Fortunately, he discovered 2 spare walkie-talkies in the glove compartment. Just as he prepared to depart, he spotted 2 mutants staggering into view at the intersection. He quickly lowered himself, recognizing these creatures as members of the group that had recently surrounded the building. The mutants seemed to be wandering aimlessly, oblivious to Shao Ming's presence within the vehicle. He slowly retrieved the shotgun from his back, cradling it in his arms, and cautiously maneuvered towards the exit, his finger poised on the trigger. At that moment, Ashtij and Lambert emerged from behind the train station. The mutants suddenly fixated on their new targets and charged towards them. Ashtij raised his weapon but noticed Shao Ming gesturing from within the police car. Understanding the unspoken signal, he drew his knife from his shoulder. The mutants dashed past the police vehicle, prompting Shao Ming to swiftly slide out from the driver's seat, swinging the butt of his shotgun towards one mutant's skull. Concurrently, Ashtij darted out from behind the wall, his knife aimed directly at another mutant's head. As the creature lunged at him, Ashtij ducked, evading the assault and slicing through its abdomen. With a swift turn, he drove the knife firmly into the back of the mutant's head. Meanwhile, Shao Ming relentlessly bludgeoned the downed mutant with the shotgun, striking its head repeatedly. The creature attempted to crawl forward, its hands clutching its head in futile defiance, but Shao Ming pressed it firmly against the ground. Only when the mutant lay motionless did he cease his assault, the wooden stock of his weapon now marred with cracks. "We've handled it," Ashtij declared, withdrawing his knife and wiping the blood from its blade. "Let us return to the train." Wait, Lambert interjected as he stepped out from behind the wall. "Are we retracing our steps?" "Unless you wish to traverse the town center along the railway," Shao Ming replied. The trio made their way back. Finding that the mutants which had previously congregated below the apartment building had dispersed, now meandering through various streets. With the threat no longer concentrated, their task became significantly simpler. They collaborated seamlessly, quietly eliminating all 5 mutants encountered along their chosen route. As they retraced their steps, an unexpected sight met their eyes: mutants swarming around the train. Chapter 74. The Bite. What on earth is happening? The 3 quickly scattered behind a tree to avoid detection by the mutants near the train. Shao Ming felt a surge of anxiety, yet it appeared that the train cars remained unbreached. He raised his shotgun to peer inside, but found no sign of the 2 young women nor any mutants within the car. The gunfire earlier had indeed drawn more mutants, but they had only arrived in the vicinity after the trio had departed. It appears that these mutants have not entirely entered a dormant state. Although they remain still for now, their bodies are nonetheless rotating, whether intentionally or not. "What do you think, my friend?" Ashtij gradually moved closer to Shao Ming and inquired. "I don't see them," Shao Ming replied. "It seems they are not in the vehicle." Ashtij remarked, "We must first deal with the train. There are quite a few." Shao Ming resumed his observation of the situation beside the train, estimating over 100 of them. A direct assault would be futile. Ashtij concurred. Even if the 3 of them were armed, they could not engage the mutants directly in such terrain. Once the mutants entered the woods, the accuracy of their shots would plummet significantly. Even Ashtij, who had undergone special forces training, could not guarantee the elimination of over 100 mutants. High individual combat proficiency alone does not render one invincible. What about grenades? Lambert, standing nearby, fixated on the 2 grenades at Ashtij's waist. A direct approach would be far too inefficient. Ashtij shook his head. Moreover, they are too close to the train. I am uncertain whether using grenades would risk damaging the train with shrapnel. What do you think? Shao Ming asked. We must certainly lure them away, Ashtij replied. I shall go. You 2 search for the girls. You're going alone? Shao Ming asked incredulously. There are no sewers for you to crawl through here. It is easier to evade alone, Ashtij stated. As I have said before, no matter how fast you run, bullets travel faster. With no other options remaining, Shao Ming could only say to Ashtij, return unscathed. After Ashtij departed, Lambert moved closer to Shao Ming. He wouldn't simply abandon them in the face of such overwhelming numbers of mutants. Shao Ming glanced at Lambert and said, that pilot has left you with PTSD, hasn't he? Do not worry, he still needs us. Besides, are you willing to lure the mutants away? Lambert shook his head. With that, the 2 of them stealthily made their way to the other side. Before long, a gunshot rang out from the woods, and a mutant collapsed beside the train. The mutants were instantly startled and rushed towards the forest. Once most of them had departed, Shao Ming and Lambert sprinted towards the train. "Let us prepare to start the train." Shao Ming tossed a walkie-talkie to Lambert, pressing the largest button. "I have already tuned the channel." Lambert nodded and climbed into the driver's cabin. Shao Ming hurried to the passenger compartment and opened the door. Indeed, it was deserted, with even Gordon missing. Just as Shao Ming was about to exit the train, two girls emerged from the nearby swamp, bringing Gordon with them. Upon seeing Feng Yuxing safe and sound, Shao Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. Feng Yuxing plunged into Shao Ming's embrace, her voice trembling as she said, "As soon as you left, zombies rushed in from the city, and we had no choice but to hide in the swamp over there." Shao Ming gently patted Feng Yuxing's back, assuring her, "It's all right, it's all right." Both she and the dog were drenched, evidently having sought refuge in the swamp. "You are indeed fortunate," Shao Ming remarked as he cleaned the dirt off Feng Yuxing. "Why didn't you run into the woods? What would you have done if you had gotten stuck in the swamp?" No, Feng Yuxing quickly clarified. "The marsh over there is not continuous. We navigated from the edge to the seaside, and indeed, many zombies have fallen into it." Shao Ming glanced at the marsh, which resembled a series of small lakes, making it easy for humans to distinguish the actual marshland. However, if one stood at the other end of the marsh, the approaching mutants could not be discerned as either safe or dangerous. Very clever, Shao Ming thought, holding Feng Yuxing tightly, relieved that all was well. Yamada Ryo scanned the surroundings and inquired, "Where is Ashi?" "I haven't seen him." Another gunshot echoed from the woods, answering Shao Ming's question. The group rushed to the window and spotted a figure in the trees. Ashi was limping toward the train, pursued by several mutants from the forest. "Cover him," Shao Ming shouted while resting his shotgun on the window ledge. He found himself unable to shoot, as the tree trunks obstructed his view and blocked the bullets. Finally, Ashi broke free from the woods, prompting Shao Ming to grab his shotgun and leap off the train to run towards him. Yamada Ryo and Feng Yuxing quickly followed. Supporting Ashi, Shao Ming aimed at the first mutant that emerged from the forest and pulled the trigger, blasting it apart. The trio shielded Ashi as he boarded the train, and Shao Ming hastily communicated with Lambert to start the engine. The train gradually picked up speed, leaving the mutants behind. As Shao Ming approached Ashi, he noticed a gruesome wound on his leg, a bite mark. Upon seeing Shao Ming approach, Feng Yuxing lifted her head, her eyes filled with complex emotions. "How could this happen?" Shao Ming asked. "I need to admit something," Ashi confessed. "Some of those guys can indeed run quite fast." Shao Ming tightened his grip on the gun, ready to place his finger on the trigger. "I can understand your anxiety," Ashi said. "Kid, if I turn, give me a bullet to the head." Yamada Ryo began to sob, and Shao Ming took a deep breath, crouching down. The wound on Ashi's leg was not too deep, but it had already torn through the flesh. Shao Ming recalled all the zombie movies and TV shows he had watched, nearly all of which concluded that once bitten, survival was impossible. "Did I not tell you to return unscathed?" Shao Ming remarked. Ashi chuckled, acknowledging the slight failure of their mission. "Lambert," Shao Ming pressed the intercom. "Stop the train." "I will not abandon you," Shao Ming declared. "We do not know if being bitten will lead to mutation, but just to be safe, I must confine you." "I understand, kid," Ashi nodded. The group bandaged Ashi's wound and secured him in the empty cockpit at the front of the train. Lambert closed the door and said to Shao Ming, "We should have gone with him to distract the zombies." Shao Ming shook his head. If two had gone, there might have been two trapped inside. Chapter 75. The Paris Cemetery. The cockpit door was firmly shut, with sufficient provisions of food, water, and medicine prepared for Ashi for 7 days. "Are we still heading to Paris?" Lambert inquired. Ming Shao replied resolutely, "Of course we must go, however, in his current state." Lambert lowered his voice and leaned closer to Shao's ear, saying, "Regardless of whether he can endure until Paris, what are the chances that his daughter is still alive?" "He saved us," Shao immediately countered, "and not just once, but several times over these 2 days." "I understand," Lambert hastily clarified. "What I mean is, although he seems fine now, if he transforms, someone will always have to make a sacrifice." Shao exclaimed, "One day, this will happen again. You may die, I may die. We all may face our demise. This world is no longer what it once was," he continued. "Now Ashi has been bitten. Next, it could be me. If he truly changes, I will shoot him in the head." Shao paused, then added, "This is not my first time doing such a thing. If it were to happen to me, I would hope you would do the same. But for now, he is not mutated. He is still a human being. Lambert gazed at this university student, who was a few years younger than himself, feeling an indescribable emotion welling up within him. I will drive, Lambert declared. The train resumed its journey toward Amiens. Within the carriage, the three of them constructed a makeshift stove using various items and an alcohol burner. At least they had a supply of alcohol blocks that would allow for warm meals in the near future. Regrettably, they had not found a dining or sleeper car in the parking lot that day, which would have spared them the trouble of improvisation. Everything was as usual as the train sped forward, with the mutants relentlessly pursuing them, only to be outpaced once more. However, gradually, the occupants of the carriage began to sense that something was amiss. The train traversed several towns, and the number of mutants chasing them dwindled. It was not that the mutants had become more intelligent, but rather that there were fewer mutants within the towns. The intercom crackled to life, and Lambert's voice emerged. Amiens is approaching. Do we need to switch tracks? Shao picked up the intercom and inquired. Do we need to? Lambert hesitated slightly. We do need to. But it seems we do not require cover. What do you mean? Shao asked. There are absolutely no zombies here. The train slowed as it entered the city of Amiens. Outside the window appeared a hodgepodge of houses, barricades made from debris, and abandoned vehicles, painting a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Yet, there was no sign of any mutants. Shao seized the intercom and stated, "Stop the train." The train came to a halt, and Shao opened the door, leaping out. Gordon followed suit, frolicking in the deserted street. Liang Yamada and Feng Yuxing disembarked as well, and the eerie silence of the streets was unsettling. Aside from the birds on the telephone poles, Shao saw no signs of life beyond their own. Nonetheless, he found it peculiar that all the doors and windows of the houses were intact. Could it be that the mutants had somehow exited their homes through the walls? Or was it possible that people mutated only after leaving their homes? As Shao passed the front of the train, he heard Ashji knocking from inside. Where are we? Ashji asked. Amiens, Shao replied. Ashji contemplated that they were quite near Paris, merely over 100 kilometers away. The diminishing number of mutants outside the city signified a burgeoning prevalence within its confines. Moreover, the absence of any mutants in the vast expanse of Amiens starkly illustrated the dire situation that awaited in Paris. There is no need to proceed any further, Ashji suddenly declared. Shao Ming stepped on the pedal, and despite the circumstances, Ashji's demeanor in the cabin remained relatively composed. Communication through the door proved cumbersome, prompting Shao Ming to open it. Aren't you coming? Ashji, leaning against the wall, gradually sank to the floor of the driver's cabin, his gaze fixated on his injured leg. It's all right, he murmured, his eyes dimming. I had not harbored much hope anyway. Shao Ming placed a reassuring hand on Ashji's shoulder, at a loss for words. Thank you for taking the detour to bring me here, Ashji continued. This is sufficient. Venturing further may lead us into a tide of corpses. What about your daughter? Shao Ming inquired. Perhaps she has evacuated with the troops, Ashji responded. And in my current state, returning to the ranks would likely result in my execution. As he spoke, the others gathered around. Consider this carefully, Shao Ming advised. Once we depart, there may be no return. Ashji closed his eyes, perhaps having reconciled himself to the reality of never reuniting with his daughter days prior. We could venture a bit further, suggested Feng Yuxing, to ascertain the true state of Paris. At this moment, the man's heart was a tumult of emotions. The thought of his own flesh and blood being missing felt unbearable. Yet, with an injury to his leg and uncertainty about his survival, the hope of finding his daughter seemed increasingly bleak. If he were to transform into a mutant, there was no need to lead the remaining few to their demise. Furthermore, if the city truly harbored millions of zombies, even a train would struggle to breach its gates. I will not go, Ashji resolutely shook his head. If the zombies are already overwhelming in Amiens, I had anticipated a better situation in Paris. Even if the remaining military could handle the zombies within the city, this is simply too much. Shao Ming patted Ashji's shoulder, stating, then we must indeed turn back. Ashji nodded, tears streaming from the eyes of this stalwart man. Shao Ming leaped down from the train, and the others watched him intently. Let us search for anything useful, he urged. The group dispersed toward the shops lining the street, while only Yamada Ryo boarded the train, approaching Ashji's side. Are we truly leaving? Feng Yuxing inquired, having entered a convenience store with Shao Ming. He made his choice. We must honor our promise, Shao Ming shrugged. To put it bluntly, isn't it better for us if he doesn't go to Paris? Feng Yuxing questioned. What about his leg injury? So far, It hasn't posed any issues, Shao Ming replied, glancing back to see Yamada comforting Ashtage, observing intently. We can ascertain whether a bite leads to mutation. Very well, Feng Yuxing nodded. The convenience store had already been ransacked, with even the storeroom left stripped bare. Fortunately, the entire city of Amiens provides a vast expanse for a few individuals to scavenge for resources. Chapter 08, Top Secret, Prion 20 Virus Files Esteemed, Redacted, Sir, I am Dr. Shelton from the CDC. I trust that by the time you receive this correspondence, our nation, and indeed the entire world, finds itself engulfed in turmoil. Prior to Redacted, we submitted a report concerning the Prion 20 virus to the Redacted Department. Regrettably, it appears the report did not receive the attention it warranted. As early as Redacted, when the first case of the Prion 20 virus, hereafter referred to as the P virus, emerged in Northern California, my department commenced research into the P virus and its potential ramifications. Based on the experimental reports submitted by Redacted Laboratory, we have formulated the following estimates regarding the repercussions of the P virus. I shall endeavor to elucidate the matters concerning the P virus in a manner that is both accessible and comprehensible. Firstly, unlike other prion, the P virus possesses a larger structure, capable of eliciting an immune response within the host. This implies that a significant portion of those infected may become fortunate bearers of antibodies. Furthermore, in contrast to conventional prion that entirely obliterate the human central nervous system, the P virus engenders a perilous form of control. The P virus can exert dominance over the human central nervous system, manipulating an individual's behavior, driving them to madness and aggression towards other living beings. This aggressive behavior does not stem from the necessity of viral transmission, akin to ordinary prion. The P virus lacks nucleic acid and instead employs its protein structure as a means of replication. Additionally, the P virus, through Redacted, can entirely obstruct the commands issued by the brain to bodily tissues. In simpler terms, individuals infected with the P virus will be incapable of regulating their actions while fully conscious. For instance, subject D01, upon complete infection with the P virus, displayed a highly active cerebral cortex engaged in thought, yet exhibited uncontrollable rage and behavior. Research indicates that the P virus is solely capable of infecting humans, with no capacity to affect animals or plants or any other forms of organic life. Moreover, the P virus harbors an incubation period of up to 6 months post-entry into the human body, during which the virus remains dormant and the patient appears entirely normal, exhibiting no discomfort. Once the viral concentration reaches Redacted, the virus fully awakens and assumes control of the human central nervous system within a time frame ranging from 24 to 168 hours. Almost all subjects infected with the P virus exhibited a significant enhancement in their physical capabilities, which we collectively attribute to the release of the body as protective mechanisms. Naturally, this also suggests that the degree of enhancement correlates with the physical condition of the subjects prior to infection. The silver lining is that, as previously mentioned, a considerable number of those infected with the P virus develop antibodies. In the 2 controlled experiments we conducted at Classified, we discovered that subject A, upon re-injection of the P virus after antibody production, still had the virus eliminated by the antibodies within their system. The antibodies remained effective during both stages of viral mutation. However, due to insufficient observation time, we cannot rule out the possibility of the antibodies maintaining their efficacy against the virus post these 2 stages. Furthermore, vaccines produced during the widespread outbreak of the P virus have been confirmed ineffective by the Classified Department located at Classified. For infected individuals with viral concentrations reaching Classified, this vaccine may further catalyze viral mutations within the body, resulting in a completely new subspecies. Since the Classified Department has been entirely destroyed, we can only provisionally name this subspecies P biotype. Lastly, we hope your department can establish contact with the Classified Department, as we suspect a correlation between the emergence and widespread outbreak of the P virus and the biological weapons research conducted by the Classified Department. Chapter 76, Anti-Aircraft Artillery. After dinner, several individuals decided to linger a while longer in Amiens before departing the next day. However, to err on the side of caution, they first took a train to retreat outside the city, for no one could predict whether the mutated beings rushing towards Paris would return home at midnight. Although the train compartment was cramped, it provided a more comfortable resting place than the floor, and with Ashi having brought several blankets from home, Shao Ming enjoyed a deeply restful slumber. The following morning, the four of them drove towards the city center. Numerous barricades had been erected within the city, and the off-road vehicle had to maneuver through narrow alleys multiple times to continue its passage. Fortunately, the mutated beings were still congregated in Paris, leaving the city as tranquil as the day before. Food, water, most importantly, water, Shao Ming stated, and we also need some tools, ammunition, essentially, everything you deem useful. Let us load it all into the vehicle. As he spoke, he felt an urge to laugh. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. An entire city lay bare, awaiting their scavenging. The French forces fighting within the city likely never anticipated that their steadfastness would yield such a benefit. The off-road vehicle halted at a junction, and the group disembarked to scatter in different directions. Remember, return to the vehicle by noon. We don't know when the tide of corpses might return. So be cautious and prompt, Shao Ming instructed. We shall depart France this afternoon. He was not inclined to linger too long on this unplanned route. As they were heading away from home, Lambert sought out a tool shop within the city. The cutting blades retrieved from the fire department had already dulled, and the welding gun was out of fuel. Various tools were indispensable for the continuation of their train journey. Feng Yuxing and Yamada Ryo ventured together to search for food and water, as well as books on agriculture and machinery from the bookstore. Their collective knowledge was evidently insufficient to contend with the increasingly harsh environment. Maintenance and repair of trains and automobiles also necessitated the specialized knowledge contained within those books. The junction where the off-road vehicle was parked was flanked by numerous auto repair and appliance repair shops, and a substantial bookstore and gardening center lay further back, which was precisely why the group decided to halt at this intersection. As for Shao Ming, he focused on the search for weaponry. In France, citizens are permitted to possess shotguns. Thus, .22 caliber ammunition should not be overly difficult to procure. Moreover, during his recent travels, he observed that the French government had established checkpoints in various cities, making it plausible to discover some military equipment. Shao Ming wandered through several blocks centered around a four-wheel drive vehicle, and before him appeared a zoo. Clearly, this was not an opportune time for a visit to the zoo, yet he could still glimpse the interior through the fence. He raised his shotgun, wary of any mutated creature that might unexpectedly emerge. Peering through the bars, he noticed that the closest enclosure to the wall was strewn with bones, suggesting that these animals had become prey for the abominations. Looking deeper into the zoo, he found it eerily silent. Even the animals confined within cages had perished from starvation. Leaving the zoo behind, Shao Ming continued his journey toward the city center. This area was rife with auto repair shops, each a mere few steps apart. Yet with Lambert's presence, there was no need to search for anything. Walking alone on the desolate streets was an undeniably unique experience. He climbed over a row of obstructed cars, revealing a patch of greenery on the other side of the road, more aptly described as a crimson field. Bloodstains marred the streets flanking the greenery. Even after so many days, the rain had not fully washed away the remnants. Near a barricade of sandbags lay a plethora of spent shells and firearms, with several trucks and armored vehicles clustered together, a military green tarp forming a makeshift tent overhead. One corner of the tent had collapsed, indicating that 2 or 3 vehicles had been driven away. It was evident that this was a military outpost. Shao Ming felt his heart race, as if he had struck gold. To be prudent, he raised his weapon. The tent was deserted, save for some empty ammunition boxes and a few portable tables and chairs strewn across the ground. The rear door of an armored vehicle stood ajar, revealing the same emptiness within. Shao Ming lowered his shotgun. It seemed that Amiens was devoid of any corpses. He picked up a Fama's rifle from the ground, only to find the magazine empty. He continued to gather several more firearms, all equally devoid of ammunition. His mood felt akin to winning a prize only to be told it was a lump of air. He discarded the 416 Hong Kong dollars rifle he had just retrieved and resumed his search for ammunition boxes. Grenade boxes, cartridge boxes, shell containers, all lay barren. It appeared that the French forces had evacuated with all available arms and munitions. It cannot be this clean, Shao Ming muttered as he climbed into the personnel compartment of a VBCI armored vehicle. Inside, he found no useful weapons either. But he did discover a map on one of the seats. The map was annotated in French, featuring several red circles that seemed to denote the locations of survivor gatherings, one of which was Amiens. It appears that this map is somewhat outdated, Shao Ming pondered as he continued to gaze downward. The remaining strongholds include Paris, Lyon, and Bordeaux. Paris is no longer a hope, Perhaps there are still survivors in the more southern cities of Lyon and Bordeaux. Shao Ming set the map aside. France was not his final destination, but it was highly probable that Ashi's daughter might be among the survivors in these locations, if fortune favored her. Shao Ming had no intention of relaying this news to Ashi. Perhaps for this man, the absence of hope was the greatest hope of all. Moreover, he had his own selfish motives. If Ashi were to learn that his daughter might still be alive, would he remain composed enough to traverse the Eurasian continent with them? The keys to the armored vehicle were also not present. At this moment, it was merely a heap of scrap metal. Shao Ming emerged from the VBAC, maneuvering around the barricade formed by the vehicles, and arrived at the center of the green space. Here, he encountered an unexpected surprise. Due to the obstruction of the vehicles, he had not initially noticed it. It was an anti-aircraft gun. More precisely, a Swedish-manufactured Bofors GDF 35mm anti-aircraft gun. Clearly, this fixed piece of artillery had not been evacuated by the French forces in time. Likewise, the 35mm shells, exclusively usable by this anti-aircraft gun, were all intact. Lying conveniently beside it, Shao Ming was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. It seemed that this truly was a remarkable find. At noon, Shao Ming waited by the off-road vehicle with 2 boxes of 35mm shells. Lambert approached, laden with a full backpack and carrying 2 gas canisters. "Look what I found," Lambert exclaimed, raising the gas canisters. "It's for gas welding." Noticing Shao Ming sitting beside the off-road vehicle with a broad smile and empty hands, he inquired, "Did you find anything?" Shao Ming chuckled, "A significant discovery. You shall see shortly." Chapter 77. Return to Calais. Food and water had been replenished. Yet the anti-aircraft gun dragged back by the off-road vehicle had no place to be stored. The transport vehicle's cargo area was capped with a frame, preventing the anti-aircraft gun from being placed directly at the rear, which would obstruct access to the off-road vehicle. Currently, the off-road vehicle could not even be reloaded into the cargo area, let alone with the anti-aircraft gun in the way. "We could attach a flatbed trailer to the front," Lambert suggested, hands on his hips as he surveyed the train. "This would allow us to load the anti-aircraft gun and also protect the front." Shao Ming examined the front. The flatbed trailer was low enough that protruding iron plates would not obstruct the connection point. "Then let us seek one," Shao Ming replied, "while there are no zombies around. In this vast Amiens, there must be a freight train available." The two resumed their journey in the off-road vehicle, navigating towards the train station in Amiens guided by the map. After passing through 2 stations, they finally discovered a train equipped with a flatbed trailer. After a flurry of activity, they managed to detach a flatbed trailer. However, a new challenge arose. The height of the flatbed trailer was such that the anti-aircraft gun could not be loaded directly onto it. Thus, they had no choice but to relocate both the train and the anti-aircraft gun to a freight warehouse. Utilizing a platform nearly the height of a flatbed truck, they finally managed to hoist the anti-aircraft gun onto the flatbed with the assistance of an all-terrain vehicle. Problems arose one after another. When fully deployed, the anti-aircraft gun would significantly exceed the width of the truck bed on both sides. Shao Ming circled the gun and remarked, "I believe we need to release Aski." "Release him?" Lambert inquired, observing its current state. Shao Ming gestured toward the anti-aircraft gun, saying, "Do you comprehend this contraption?" "No way," Yamada Ryo interjected hurriedly. "Aski will be fine." Lambert glanced at the two without further comment. "What's going on, kid?" Aski emerged from the cabin, supported by Yamada Ryo and Shao Ming. "Wow," he exclaimed upon seeing the anti-aircraft gun on the flatbed. "This is quite a find. Where did you procure it?" "From your outpost," Shao Ming replied. "They took all the weapons, leaving only this." "This is not an easy piece to transport," Aski remarked, limping toward the gun. "The large boxes on either side can be removed." He pointed at the 2 boxes and continued, "They house the automatic loader and fire control system, which are unnecessary for our current needs. We only require a sight." "Are we foregoing the automatic loader?" Shao Ming quickly asked. Aski glanced at the ammunition piled nearby and shook his head. "With so little ammunition, we won't need an automatic loading system. Besides, those are merely auxiliary ammo boxes for quick ammunition swapping." Aski then queried, "You dragged the gun back in this state?" "Indeed," Shao Ming nodded. "I reckon we can lower the 2 wheels." "Impressive," Aski mused, turning back to examine the anti-aircraft gun. "However, I have not used this model. It is not our unit's responsibility." Shao Ming noticed Lambert standing behind Aski, his weapon slightly raised. "Take it easy." He quickly approached Lambert, pressing down his gun and whispering, Does he look like he is about to mutate? Aski turned back and asked, Screwdriver, do you have a screwdriver? Shao Ming promptly released Lambert's gun. Clapping a hand on his shoulder, Screwdriver, go fetch one. Lambert glanced at Shao Ming and nodded. Aski accepted the tool belt handed by Lambert and, after a bit of tinkering, successfully dismantled the overly wide components. The anti-aircraft gun now consisted solely of its main body, perfectly fitting on the flatbed. With Lambert's newly acquired welding gun, the anti-aircraft gun was secured at the front of the flatbed. Shao Ming patted the 35mm caliber barrel, a blissful smile unconsciously gracing his face. If only we could modify it for remote control, Shao Ming mused, it would alleviate some complications. It would be best to reinforce the support, Aski suggested. I am uncertain if the train's strength can withstand the recoil when firing. Several individuals scavenged some metal sheets and heavy objects at the construction site across from the warehouse, securing the anti-aircraft gun under Lambert's skilled welding. Good, very good. Lambert removed his protective mask and inquired, is there anything else to add? Seizing the moment while the zombies had yet to return, we still had time. I have a suggestion, Feng Yuxing suddenly interjected. Since the flatbed is only half full, I noticed some surplus metal sheets at the construction site. Why not create a nursery? A nursery? Shao Ming recalled the sprouting potatoes. Cultivating them on the train seemed plausible. Is it feasible? Shao Ming asked, considering the confines of the train. Feng Yuxing replied. I believe it would be quite similar to planting in the ground. We brought back plenty of seeds, Yamada Ryo remarked. It's worth a try. I concur. Lambert raised his hand. Without further ado, the group embarked on yet another trip, awkwardly constructing a nursery on the flatbed using the metal sheets. After dinner, the modifications to the flatbed were finally complete. In addition to the original locomotive, passenger car, and cargo compartment, an additional flatbed equipped with an anti-aircraft gun and a small plot was affixed to the front. As Ashtij lent a hand, he voluntarily returned to the driver's cabin. Yet Shao Ming believed the likelihood of his mutation had diminished significantly. After all, a whole day and night had passed, and Ashtij's spirits had improved considerably. There were no signs of infection in his wounds, nor any symptoms of fever or delirium. Moreover, his appetite remained robust, prompting the group to offer him more canned food. However, for safety's sake, he still locked himself inside the driver's cabin. Gordon seemed particularly intrigued by the newly constructed nursery. He approached the seeds that Feng Yuxing and Yamada Ryo had just planted and lifted his leg. Hey! Feng Yuxing quickly admonished Gordon, this is not your toilet. Laughter erupted among the group, with Shao Ming chiming in, what is the harm? Just consider it organic fertilizer. After a night's rest, aside from Lambert and Ashtij, Shao Ming took two girls into the city to gather supplies. At the Amiens station, Lambert utilized the tracks to turn the train around, heading back the way they came. The dense buildings outside gradually faded, giving way to disconnected clusters of small houses. Having traversed this route once before, Lambert increased the train's speed on the return journey, and by midday, they were once again near the entrance of the underwater tunnel. Further ahead lay Calais. The train had finally set forth once more towards home.